Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konaha. Starting with $1 flash sale, dark fruit at the start. 1FS. Chapter 1 Yurihong sends warmth, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets. Konaha 38 years, winter. In a civilian area, in a simple log cabin. The boy curled up in the corner of the tatami, the thin sheet on his body couldn't keep out the winter cold. After a slight shiver, he woke up suddenly. I crossed over, memories flooded my mind like a flood. For a long time, resisting the tingling pain in his brain, the boy pulled the thin quilt over his body. Through traveling to the world of Hokage, and becoming the last crane tail in the ninja school. If I didn't really feel the weak chakra in my body, Bai Ye almost wondered if he was dreaming. Tomorrow is the quiz for the class. If you fail, you may be expelled from the ninja school. I completely lost hope of becoming a ninja. He is very aware of his own situation. As an orphan picked up by Konoha from outside the village, he has no background and extremely poor talent. Although it is a time of war, Konoha needs a lot of ninjas, even if it is cannon fodder. However, cannon fodder is not equal to waste. A trash who can't even learn the three-body technique is not qualified to be cannon fodder. Mr. Bai Ye, are you asleep? While worrying, a melodious female voice came. Soon, under the moonlight, a little girl came in with a wooden basket. The gate of Bai Ye's house is never locked. Thieves don't even bother to patronize the poor and simple wooden house. Hong, why are you here? Bai Ye asked suspiciously, it's so late, what can I do for you? A few flakes of snow slowly melted on Hong's little head, and she smiled. I'll bring you something. As he spoke, he pointed to the small wooden basket on his arm. It's winter, and it's very cold. If you still cover it with such a thin quilt, you will get sick. Looking at Bai Ye very distressed, Hong took out the quilt and food and put them on the tatami. Thank you, Red. Gratefully holding Hong's cold little hand, Bai Ye's heart is warm. The moment he saw the red, he finally understood why Teacher Chunin said that if he failed again this time, he would be expelled. Because I have offended someone invisibly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, son of the current Hokage. The reason is that Bai Ye is so handsome that girls like him very much. And there is a unique aloof temperament on his body, which can be called a girl killer. Hong is one of his little fans. In the original book, Naruto has not been expelled for the last few years in a row. And I, an outsider who doesn't belong to Konoha, plus Asuma's hatred. It is likely to be operated in the dark. It's not easy for the son of Hokage to mess with a commoner, or a commoner from outside. Mr. Bai Ye, you are too polite. A blush flew over his cheeks, and Hong quickly pulled out her small hand, and covered him with the quilt. How is it? Is it warm? A faint fragrance came. Looking at the gentle girl in front of him, Bai Ye felt a flame burst out in his heart. Hong, this winter is no longer cold because of you. For the rest of my life, I will bring you warmth. For the rest of my life, I will bring you warmth. These words kept echoing in Hong's 6-year-old head. After a moment of astonishment, I only felt that my cheeks were burning, and it was so red that it seemed to bleed. Mr. Bai Ye, there is an exam tomorrow. You go to bed early. I'm going home first. After hastily leaving a word, Hong ran out like a frightened little rabbit. This little girl, smiling and shaking his head, Bai Ye also felt warm in his heart. It's nice to have someone miss you. However, the exam is imminent. If this fact cannot be changed, then everything will become false. I can't even be a ninja, what can I do to protect Hong? Clenched his fist, Bai Ye felt a deep powerlessness. Chakra, taijutsu, none of these can be achieved overnight. It takes years of accumulation. In terms of strength, I can get close to might wearing a condom first. With the slogan of youthful enthusiasm, maybe we can get 8 inner gates. But this is still too late. Tomorrow is the exam. Failure to pass is basically doomed. God knows the next step of being expelled from school, is he going to be expelled from Konoha? There is no more time for him to improve himself. Moreover, the strength of this year's students is very strong. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Might Guy, Ibiki Morino, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mizuki, Shizune, Rin. Rubbing his temples, Bai Ye felt that his head was a little big. There are not too many celebrities to be called. In terms of talent and strength, if you pick anyone at random, they are several times stronger than Bai Ye. This is also an important reason why he has occupied the last place in the bottom of the crane for a long time. The opponent is too strong. Is it doomed to be so mediocre for a lifetime? I'm not reconciled. He clenched his fists hard, his nails pierced into the flesh, and drops of blood dripped down. In the midst of despair, a cold voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! The One-Yuan spike system is merging. Ding! The fusion is complete. Chapter 2 One-Yuan instant kill system, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes. Sure enough, Cheat may be late, but he will never be absent. Excitedly looking at the light curtain floating in front of him, Bai Ye swallowed. Hirinmaru Zanpakuto, Eisen template, shining fruit. Fenju, various objects flickered on the huge light curtain. Looking at the treasures, Bai Ye quickly wiped his saliva. Ding! There will be a lottery flash kill every 7 days. Reminder, in view of host's first lottery flash kill, now rewards newcomers with a big gift package, a luxurious lottery. Number of lucky draws +1. Lucky increase rate of rare items drawn +300%. Bai Ye was taken aback, 300% lucky increase. Smoke, smoke now. He took 2 coins out of his pocket. The lottery drawing order was quickly issued, and the big turntable on the light curtain began to spin rapidly. Ding, congratulations on winning the Enhanced Dark Fruit 1. Ding, congratulations on winning the Permanent Pain Nerve Weakening Buff 1. As the coin in his hand disappeared, a purple fruit with a faint black air floated in the air. At the same time, Bai Ye felt a warm current rushing through his body. Dark Fruit. The top Logia fruit produced in the world of One Piece, which can change the body into darkness and has the gravity of a black hole. It can inhale, compress and shatter everything that comes into contact with darkness. Hint. Because it is an enhanced version, it is not afraid of seawater, and can even absorb ninjutsu and shanjutsu. Is Dark Fruit not afraid of seawater? Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed it in his hand and ate it up in a few mouthfuls. Strength. Become stronger. He clenched his fist, and a surge of power suddenly grew. Bai Ye could clearly feel that his current physique had doubled several times. Even if it's not as good as Chunon's, at least it's at the peak of Genin's physique. Even the amount of chakra is close to Chunin level. Boom. A punch hit the wall, and there was a low crash sound, accompanied by the sound of planks breaking. The strength is very strong, and there's basically no pain from the reaction force. As if reflecting what he was thinking, the system sound came again. Permanent God level pain weakening buff. God level buff from the magic dimension, which can reduce the pain of the host to 1% when it is hurt. The enhanced version of Dark Fruit and God level buff together has made Dark Fruit without weaknesses. In terms of talent, it seems that some changes have taken place. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bai Ye quickly made a seal. Boom. White smoke flashed, and Senju Hashirama appeared in the room. Another white smoke rose, and there was already another Senju Hashirama in the room. An advanced fusion of clone technique and transformation technique. Sure enough, talent is really important. After obtaining the God level buff and incorporating Dark Fruit, Bai Ye's overall quality has doubled several times, including talent. Physical training is also on the agenda. Taking a deep breath, a gleam of light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He is very clear that the ability of Devil Fruit depends on the strength of the caster. Only the stronger you are, the stronger your ability will be developed. The current development rate is only about 10%. Dark water. With a thought, a thick black air emanated from Bai Ye's whole body. Tables, chairs, ninja tools, including the dust on the ground, everything around seemed to be pulled by an invisible suction. Dark hole. With a light step on his right foot, the whole ground was immediately covered with a layer of black mist. Like Uzumaki, he sucked all the tables, chairs, ninja tools and other items. And the moment it touched the black mist, all items were sucked in and sank. Bang, crack, it sounded like the sound of a mixer smashing something. Like a small black hole. There is only one end for people or things that are swallowed, smashing. What a fascinating force. Squinting his eyes, Bai Ye put away Dark Fruit's ability. All is at peace. Originally, he planned to go to the forest to test his ability. But when I think of a monkey who is habitually peeping with binoculars technique, this idea was dismissed. Konoha never needs power beyond his control. And Bai Ye's ability is obviously beyond Konoha's tolerance. What's more, he is still a native of the village. Non my family, its heart must be different. Even Hitaki Tsukumo's insider will end up being sprayed to death by trolls. Not to mention Bai Ye. Konoha is rich in geniuses, and even better at destroying geniuses. It is not a wise thing to show one's talent prematurely. My physique has improved, and my appetite has also grown. Ignoring the mess in the house, the hungry Bai Ye casually picked up the bento that Yu Hong gave him. Rice balls, and some side dishes. It's so delicious, Hong must have made it herself. They ate rice balls one by one, and when they reached out to grab them again, they came up empty. It was eaten up so quickly. Hey, why is there a piece of paper here? I saw a small note at the bottom of the basket. Come on, Mr. Bai Ye, I always believe in you. The beautiful handwriting seems to be dancing on the paper, and every stroke is full of affection. Taking a deep breath, he held the note tightly in his hand. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly became sharp. Eyes as bright as stars, through the window, looking at the night outside, as if looking down on the common people. Since I, Bai Ye, have come to this world, I will reach the peak. Chapter 3 An unexpected opponent asked for flowers, please comment. Next morning, snowflakes fluttered, the wind was cold, and the whole leaves were covered in silver. At this time, the streets of Konoha were already covered with footprints. Occasionally, a fast-running ninja flashed past, startling bursts of snow. Ah choo, is someone thinking of me? After taking the last bite of food, Bai Ye wiped his mouth and prepared to go to the ninja school. For orphans, Konoha will send a living allowance every month. As the name suggests, barely enough to live on. Otherwise, Bai Ye wouldn't even have to send Yuhihong the quilt. Hong, the quiz is going to take place today, how is your preparation going? Seeing that your little hands are turning red from the cold, let me cover them for you. With a movement of his ears, Bai Ye looked back. I saw that Asuma was hugging Yuhihong and inquiring about her health. The gesture of licking the dog is obvious. Brave and thick-skinned, Asuma probably took advantage of it. Smiling, Bai Ye finally understood, in the Hokage world full of beauties, how in the original book, Yuhihong chose the plain-looking Asuma as her boyfriend. It turned out that I licked my hand. Asuma, can you stop pestering me all the time? If Mr. Bai Ye sees it, he will misunderstand it. After slapping Asuma's hand away, Kurani Yuhi quickened her pace. He raised his head inadvertently, and saw Bai Ye looking at him with a smile on his face. Oops, Mr. Bai Ye, he won't misunderstand. 3 steps made 2 steps, and quickly ran to Bai Ye's side. You and I was so anxious that I couldn't even speak clearly. I don't know how to explain it to Bai Ye, and I can't explain this kind of thing. The wind in winter was very strong, coupled with anxiety, a delicate little face became more and more red. Don't say too much, I understand. Bai Ye said softly, with a doting look on his face. In the next second, Yu Hahong only felt that her little hand was grasped by a gentle big palm. Let's go, we'll be late later. He smiled slightly, as if a lightning flashed across his mind. Mr. Bai Ye, he, held my hand again. However, this palm is so warm. For the rest of my life, I will bring you warmth. When these words reappeared in her mind, Yu Hahong's flustered and confused eyes became firm. Well, let's go, Mr. Bai Ye. The 4 eyes meet, and the touch of this moment will be engraved in the hearts of the 3 people for life. Bai Ye, Yu Hahong, and one more. Sarutobi Asuma, damn it. Clenching his fists hard, staring at the backs of the 2 leaving, Asuma could not wait to rush forward and kill Bai Ye directly. Kill that orphan who didn't even bother to look at himself from the beginning to the end. Kill that BD who snatched love and took away his sweetheart. Animals with mothers but no mothers. He dared to hold Hong's hand, unforgivable, unforgivable. Asuma's heart was roaring wildly. That little hand that is as gentle as jade should belong to her. That delicate and lovely face should also belong to me. As the son of Hokage, from childhood to adulthood, as long as he wants, he has never had anything that he can't get. How could the girl I fell in love with be handed over to others? With a good upbringing, he shouldn't have such murderous intentions for his classmates. But love is a very mysterious thing. So mysterious that it can make people lose their minds. So mysterious that it can turn a gentleman into an evil devil. Just wait, Bai Ye, today is the day you will be expelled from school. Sooner or later, Hong will change her mind one day, because no one likes a waste from beginning to end. Gritting her teeth, Asuma also walked to the ninja school. It's for nothing. Hey, this free guy, the toad wanted to eat swan meat, but he held Hong's hand. Shish, keep your voice down, it's good to be a classmate, and it's the last time you're a classmate, so don't say such hurtful words. As soon as the front foot stepped into the classroom, the sound of ridicule sounded. Although most people were whispering, anyone could see the disdain in their eyes. Bai Ye, for nothing. This is the nickname everyone gave him. Mr. Bai Ye, ignore them. The palm was tightly clenched, and Bai Ye smiled slightly at Hong. How can an elephant have the same knowledge as an ant? Who is Bai Ji? We will find out today. As soon as the word Shao was uttered, a huge terrifying coercion emanated from Bai Ye's body. After possessing dark fruit and god-level buffs, Bai Ye's state of mind also changed drastically. The unattainable geniuses in the past are now nothing but ants that can be suppressed with a single hand. Although pretending to be aggressive in front of children does not give him any sense of accomplishment. But after all, Yu Hahong was by his side, and as a prospective boyfriend, he couldn't lose face. This, so strong murderous intent. How is it possible? Was this coercion released by Bai Ye? Everyone couldn't help shivering, and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. The aura that seemed to come from hell was mistaken for murderous aura by them. In fact, Bai Ye just released a little bit of devil fruit's coercion. Damn it, has he become stronger? Sarutobi Asuma behind him was also taken aback by the huge momentum. Scrutinizing his eyes carefully, Bai Ye still looked calm, with no change in his expression. HMPH, it's nothing more than an orphan, lacking a father and a mother, it's normal to be a little ruthless. Asuma comforted herself like this. Students, be quiet. Teacher Chunin, who is in charge of this class, waited for a long time in the distance. It wasn't until Bai Ye had been ridiculed that he walked in slowly. Now I announce the roster for today's quiz match. Consciously or unintentionally, he glanced at Sarutobi Asuma, and a smile appeared on the corner of Mr. Chunin's mouth. Uchiha Obito, against Ren Nohara. Hitaki Kakashi, against Might Guy. Bai Ye, against Uchiha Letter. Just as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Asuma showed a cruel smile. As Hokage's son, a mere Chunin teacher, it's too late to curry favor with him. What's more, do some tricks secretly. Uchiha Letter, borrowed from unknown people. In terms of talent, it's average. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is also very average. But he has one characteristic, that is, he is ruthless and cruel. During the 3 quizzes since entering school, Uchiha Shin broke the legs of 2 students and broke the arm of 1 student. If this person doesn't make a move, then no one can stand in front of him intact as long as he makes a move. 004 Shatter, but the egg of the egg asking for flowers, please evaluate votes. Bai Ye is in trouble. Guy frowned and said, and poked Kakashi next to him. It's really bad luck for him, the opponent turned out to be that guy. Is it just bad luck? Kakashi said indifferently, with no expression on his face. Perhaps, this is Konaha. Father's reputation on the battlefield became more and more famous, and his reputation in the village reached an unprecedented height. But in recent days, some negative news about White Fang has begun to emerge slowly. And, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is so indulgent about such things. Although Kakashi was still young at this time, he still vaguely guessed something. Kakashi, What strange words are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Guy pouted his lips, ignored him, and gave a thumbs up to the ring. Yi, come on. Guy, who also came from a commoner background, has an inexplicable affection for Bai Ye, an orphan. Naturally, he didn't want him to be expelled from school, let alone seriously injured. Thanks. Bai Ye looked back and smiled, and also gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Mr. Bai Ye, please don't worry about anything. Shi Hahong rubbed her little hands and looked at Bai Ye with concern. Just as anxious as her were the girls in the class. People in the ninja world believe in the strong, and it is true to worship the strong. But now they are still just little girls, of course, their appearance is the first priority. Strong or not for a while, handsome or not for a lifetime. Damn it, Hong still cares about him so much. Asuma clenched his fists, the old vinegar was quite sour. Wait until you are beaten into a cripple, and see if you can still laugh. Bai Ye was beaten into a dead dog by Uchiha Shinobu, expelled, and finally expelled from Konoha. After being sad for a while, Yuhi Hong finally remembered her goodness. The two lived happily ever after. Asuma has already made up a picture in his brain, and the corners of his mouth are raised unconsciously. White, do you like looking around so much? On the ring, Uchiha Shin looked at Bai Ye coldly, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. You like to look around so much, how about I pick your eyes off? Kill. Before Teacher Chunin could announce, Uchiha letter rushed over. Not the seal of opposites. Sorry, he hasn't tied that thing since he entered school. Have such deep malice towards anyone. Bai Ye didn't move in a hurry, but looked at Uchiha's letter carefully. No wonder your name is not in the original book. This kind of personality will be beaten to death by society. His speed is fast, but in the eyes of Bai Ye today, it is not enough. Hey, after a quick run up, Shin Uchiha leapt into the air and kicked towards Bai Ye. The target was his head. Shatter, but the egg of the egg. With his body turned slightly to the left, Bai Ye clenched his right hand and raised it above his head. Made a gesture that seemed to be, surrender. Scared at a loss, Uchiha Shin sneered. It's a pity that when facing a real beast, everything, Just in the middle of speaking, Uchiha Shin's face suddenly twisted, and he let out a violent scream. But in the middle of the sky, Bai Ye's fist is hitting Uchiha Shin's, midpoint of life, impartially. Crack, crack, the sound of eggshells breaking came, and all the boys present felt a cold wind blowing through their crotches. Is it such a coincidence? Bai Ye was just frightened, and raised his fist in a panic, just hitting Uchiha Shin at the fatal point. Bai Ye won. Might Guy grabbed Kakashi's arm excitedly. I take back what I just said, Bai Ye is not unlucky, but very lucky. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Is it just luck? The shooting time, direction, and stance are all impeccable, as if they have been carefully calculated in advance. Bai Ye, he seems to have really changed. Kakashi, who is known as a genius, is sure that Bai Ye's seemingly lucky punch is by no means that simple. Sure enough, handsome people don't have bad luck, Shizune said with a smile while holding a piglet in his arms. Eyes full of little stars. Hey, pig girl, Mr. Bai Ye won by strength. Nohara Lin said dissatisfied. Okay, stop arguing. A blush of excitement flashed across Yu Raihong's face, and she said with a smile, it doesn't matter if it's luck or not. The important thing is that Mr. Bai Ye doesn't have to be fired. Several girls chattered together, and all their eyes fell on Bai Ye. I saw Bai Ye walking towards Uchiha letter slowly, and said lightly, you want to destroy my eyes, but I will smash your eggs. For the sake of not targeting me, I will save your life. Next time, I won't be so lucky. After speaking, Bai Ye stepped off the ring. Although killing people in Konoha, especially those who killed Uchiha, is troublesome. But if you are in the ring, then you don't have to worry about it. After all, fists and feet have no eyes, and if someone is killed, it can only be blamed on the unfavorable supervision of the invigilator. The reason why he is not killed is because Uchiha Shin treats everyone like this. He is not happy with anyone, this kind of character, he can't live long. Why would Bai Ye get into trouble for a dying man? I declare that the test results are invalid. Teacher Chunin said with a cold face. The two sides did not form a seal of confrontation according to the examination process, so the results are invalidated. Next match, Bai Ye will fight against Sarutobi Asuma. 005 Do you want to die? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Test scores voided. Bai Ye's facial muscles twitched. He guessed that Mr. Chunin was in collusion with Sarutobi Asuma, and he would definitely do something secretly. But I didn't expect that such shameless words could be said. Why void? Just because there is no seal of opposition. This reason is too absurd. This time, not only girls, but also boys, even some boys who were jealous of Bai Ye on weekdays. They all started to fight for him. Resentment was written all over their small faces. Childhood is precisely the stage when the sense of justice is the most overwhelming. I'm the invigilator, and this is the exam process. Teacher Chunin said calmly. There are no rules, and there is no circle. Bai Ye and Uchiha's letter did not end the seal of confrontation, and it is reasonable to invalidate the test results. A-hole. Uchiha Obito rushed to the ring and hugged Shin Uchiha. Although this cruel and merciless guy is annoying, he is a member of his own clan after all. What's so great about Teacher Chunin? Obito gritted his teeth and said, Ida Shuji, you wait. I will report your unfair words and deeds today to the Patriarch. After speaking, pick up Uchiha letter and go to Konoha Hospital. Ida Shuji sneered. Report to Chief Uchiha. I am now covered by the son of Hokage. Will I be afraid of you, Uchiha? The exam continues. Bai Ye, let Asuma go to the ring. Ida Hidaji said to the two of them. Asuma jumped onto the ring immediately upon hearing this, feeling very proud. Trash, just defeated Shin Uchiha by luck. I want to see if your good luck can last forever. Hooking his fingers towards Bai Ye, the provocation on Asuma's face was fully revealed. Mr. Bai Ye, don't go. Shiraihong grabbed his hand and said angrily, I'll go and tell my father about this, let him make a justice. Kakashi held his chin aside. Although your handsomeness makes me jealous, I don't mind asking Dad to come and watch the fun. Konaha, when did you become someone's word of mouth? Kakashi is not a nosy person. However, there have been too many rumors about Hitaki Tsukumo in recent days, which made him feel very irritable. Hearing Ida Hidaji's words of confusing right and wrong, again aroused his anger. It is because there are too many people who confuse black and white that father is inexplicably notorious. This, Ida Shuji suddenly panicked. He understood that he was guilty of public outrage. A Yuhi Junhong is not something he can handle. What if Kakashi brings Konoha's white fang over again? Subconsciously looking back, Asuma winked at him. Gamble, now I have become the target of public criticism. If you retreat now, you will lose even the favor of the son of Hokage. Didn't you lose your wife and lose your army? After weighing the pros and cons, Ida Shuji knew that there was no way out. Bai Ye, what are you waiting for? If you don't play again, I will announce that you will be disqualified from the exam. Hearing this, Bai Ye raised his head and glanced at him. You want to die? Without unnecessary nonsense, Senran's eyes locked on Ida Shuji. Bai Ye became murderous. Now the fishing boat is on its side. Just kill him, so what? Hokage is not afraid of such injustice being heard in his ears. What did you say? Ida Hidaji was taken aback. He didn't expect Bai Ye to dare to speak to himself like this. Do you think you are Hitaki Tsukumo's son too? Just an orphan who no one wants. Now, declare that I passed the quiz. Otherwise, you will die. Bai Ye said lightly. His eyes were very calm, without any emotion. That look, as if looking at a dead person. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? How dare you threaten your teacher? Sure enough, if you are not of my race, you must have a different heart. Today, I will kill you, an outlier, for Konoha. Similar to Bai Ye's thoughts, Hidaji Ida was also moved to kill. It's all about killing an orphan from outside, and he is covered by the son of Hokage. The village will only turn one eye and close one eye. There is no harm in killing him. On the contrary, such a move will gain more favor from Asuma. Because I helped him solve a big problem. Siwei Shenhai Noon Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. Immediately closing the seal, Shuji Ida opened his mouth suddenly, and a huge hot great fireball blasted towards Bai Ye. A shot is a killer move. So close that even Genin couldn't dodge. What's more, Bai Ye is the tail of the crane. Mr. Bai Ye, no. Kurenai Yuhi shouted in despair, tears welled up in her eyes instantly. I saw a large amount of black smoke pouring out in front of Bai Ye at this moment, as if he had been burned to ashes by the great fireball. Good job. Asuma clenched his fist excitedly. Finally dead. This hateful waste is finally dead. The knot that had been stuck in my heart for many days also dissipated with the fire. The rival is dead. Is there anything more joyful in the world than this? Ye. So he died. Might Guy is still in a dazed state at the moment. He was slow to react, but just as he recovered, Bai Ye was engulfed by the fire inexplicably. Dead. Hee. Kakashi pointed forward. Well, don't you think it's strange? This black smoke is a bit too much. ... Peas. The new book is released, waiting to be fed. I hope readers will support me a lot. Let's talk about adding more rules. 5 updates are guaranteed every day. 300 flowers plus 1 update. 100 evaluation votes plus 1 update. 50 comments plus 1 update. 10 monthly tickets plus 1 update. 5 tips plus 1 change unlimited amount. The daily limit is 8 changes. Looking forward to everyone's feed, the little author is so hungry. Hey, continue to code words. If you have any comments, you can leave a message in the comment area. I will look carefully at each one. 006 Don't you bully honest people. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully devoured AC level ninjutsu, fire style great fireball technique. The system's notification sounded suddenly, and Bai Ye's eyebrows moved. And windfall. It turns out that the upgraded version of dark fruit means devouring ninjutsu. I just don't know if I can devour the blood continuation boundary. The thick black smoke is pitch black, like ink dyeing. Outsiders cannot see what's inside. Siwei Shenhai Noon Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball spit out from Bai Ye's mouth and went straight to Ida Shuji. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why can't I move? A great suction came from under the feet, as if the land had turned into dark Uzumaki. I want to pull myself into the endless abyss. The eyes can't see anything, and everything they see is darkness. Fear, chagrin, anger. All of a sudden, various emotions appeared in Ida Shuji's heart. More, it is regret. He just wanted to do some tricks in the exam, just to meet Asuma's request. I didn't want to make people angry. After all, I don't have any background, just an ordinary chunin teacher. But a series of uncontrollable situations happened, which made the arrow on the string and had to be launched. The most unexpected thing is that Bai Ye has such terrifying strength. Fire-style ninjutsu. Hokage was startled, and when he was dazed, the raging flames had already arrived in front of him. Earth-style, earth flow wall. At the time of life and death, he exploded with great potential. The printing speed is not known how many times faster than usual. A huge earthen wall rose from the ground to block the fireball. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a puff of black smoke climbed up the earthen wall, swallowing it up in the blink of an eye. Ding, congratulations, you successfully devoured a B-level ninjutsu, earth-style earth flow wall. The system sounds again. A mysterious message flooded into my mind. The principle of Tuliubi and the way of sealing have been completely mastered by Bai Ye. B-level ninjutsu should be your limit. Then you can die. Trails of black smoke wrapped around Ida Shuji's arm, pulling it down violently, forming a control. At the same time, Bai Ye's right hand also appeared on his throat. Click. There was a sound of throat being crushed. Ida Shuji left this world forever. In the face of injustice, if you don't even have the courage to resist, even if you are reborn for 10 lives, you will be a waste. In Konoha, the person who kills Konoha is a big trouble. But Bai Ye is ready for any trouble. Wretched development. Don't waste time. Non-existent. Why doesn't anyone mess with Tsunade? Why is no one messing with Orochimaru? Only if you are ruthless, others will not come to bully you. What's more, this time the axiom is on his side. Ding, reminder, congratulations on completing your first kill. First kill reward. The number of instant kills in the lottery +1. It was the first time to kill Bai Ye, whose mental state was not very good. Hearing the system beep, he immediately became excited. This person is not killed in vain. The black smoke gradually dissipated, and a person in a corpse appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Bai Ye, are you okay? Shi Hahong immediately rushed up to examine Bai Ye's body carefully. The tears on his face were still wet, and he looked like pear blossoms with rain. It's okay, it's the first time to kill someone, and I feel a little nauseous. Bai Ye said with a smile, wiping away her tears. You really killed the teacher. Shi Hahong was taken aback, surprise written all over her face. Hee, you're making the honest man anxious. Mizuki curled his lips. He was indifferent by nature, and ignored life since he was a child. Hey, is this BD dead? Uchiha Obito, who had just returned from the hospital, kicked Shuji Ida's dead body. After looking at Bai Ye and listening to a few words of everyone's discussion, Obito also understood the whole story. Haha, you BD, don't you bully honest people. An aggrieved Obito spat hard at the corpse, and said to Bai Ye, you did a great job. It's not your fault, I will testify to you. I'll testify for you too. Shizune gritted his teeth. Count me in, Kakashi said, hugging his shoulders. Everyone who saw death for the first time, after a short period of panic, was inspired by Bai Ye's actions. They all expressed their willingness to testify for him. If you encounter injustice, draw your sword and kill. When the brave man got angry, his blood spattered for 5 steps. This is the real ninja. Thank you all. Bai Ye's heart was also warm. Unexpectedly, those people who usually looked at him coldly and mocked him would stand by his side at this time. It seems that the exam is about to be terminated. I feel a little uncomfortable, so I will take my leave first. Nodding slightly to everyone, Bai Ye left the school and returned home. He has no interest in viewing dead bodies, so he quickly drew the prize. Isn't he good? Taking out a coin, with a thought, a light curtain that only he can see appeared in front of his eyes. System, I want to draw a lottery. As soon as the voice fell, the coin in his hand disappeared. The big turntable on the light curtain is spinning rapidly. Ding, congratulations on winning the Yigoyu Sharingan Super Evolutionary version. Hint, the host can quickly promote the growth of its own heirs by plundering other people's Sharingan. In the competition venue of the quiz, Sarutobi Asuma seemed to be dumbfounded, froze in place, his eyes glazed over. He actually has the strength to kill Chunin. Hey, damn it, a deep despair arose in my heart. Is such a peerless genius really beyond his reach? What made him even more painful was that Bai Ye never looked at him directly from the beginning to the end. Compared with insults and beatings, this kind of heartfelt ignorance can destroy a person's will the most. I, son of Hokage, don't deserve to be looked at by him. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Asuma turned and left, heading for Hokage's office. 007 Where are you going? Little sister, please ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets. In Hokage's office. Father, that's the way it is. Sarutobi Asuma said indignantly. Describe the process of Bai Ye seriously injuring Uchiha Shin and killing Ida Shuji. There is no embellishment, just omitting the collusion between myself and Mr. Chunin. With the strength to kill Chunin, the strange black smoke. Bai Ye, with a wave of his hand, a black shadow flashed across the office. After a while, a masked Anbu ninja handed the file to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The orphan picked up from outside the village grew up in Konoha, with a clean background. Let's forget it. Ida Shuji has neglected his duties and abused his personal power, so he is not worthy of being a teacher. However, give his family a pension, counting him as having died in the line of duty. After taking a puff on his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen went on with his other duties and ignored Asuma. Never mind, Asuma said angrily. Why? He blatantly killed me, Konoha shinobi, and seriously injured the son of a wealthy family, so let it go. And he also robbed my girlfriend. Reporting to his father was the last way he could think of to deal with Bai Ye. However, my father seemed indifferent. When did Konoha shinobi's life become so worthless? Go down, this is an order. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and didn't say much. Just a little disappointed in my heart. As the third Hokage who is best at controlling people's hearts among the Hokages of all ages. It has long been discovered from clues that there is a shadow of Asuma in this matter. Teacher Chunin, why would you target a certain student for no reason? You know, there are heirs of major families in every class. Every move of the teacher may reach the ears of a certain big boss at any time. If you don't pay attention to your words and deeds, you will be dismissed in minutes. In such an environment, Mr. Chunin still dared to engage in unfairness with great fanfare. Obviously, there were people behind him. After the incident, Asuma rushed over immediately. Looking at his words and deeds, Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed the whole thing out of 10. If it is not counted, do you want to go deeper and punish your own son? HMPH, I'm going to talk to my mother. Asuma's face flushed with anger. How could she understand her father's painstaking efforts? Turn around and run out of the office. Looking at that weak figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt helpless. Hiruzen, I think this child has evil intentions. As soon as Asuma walked out of the office, Danzo came in with a cane. It's unjust to seriously injure a classmate. Kill the teacher, disloyal. If such unfaithful and unrighteous people are not properly disciplined, they will definitely be a disaster for Konoha in the future. Danzo's eyes were dimmed, and his face was solemn. I plan to domesticate it into the roots. Income root. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The crimes committed by Bai Ye were not managed, and the most important thing was to pay attention to the blood succession limit on his body, the strange black smoke. Now is the time of war. A ninja with a special blood succession limit can be described as a killing harvester. It will come in handy sooner or later. But, he is indeed much more handsome than Asuma. Picking up Bai Ye's file again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reflected a boy with silver gray hair and starry eyes. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, Danzo. ... A super evolved version of Sharingan. It's really handsome. At home, Bai Ye is looking over and over in the mirror. A pair of one-tomo Sharingan turns side to side. Different from ordinary Sharingan, these eyes are lavender. If the Sharingan drawn by the system evolves into a Mangekyo, what kind of abilities will it have? Bai Ye thought with great anticipation. When I evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan, I will have the strength to fight with anyone. However, distant water cannot save near fire. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye's eyes returned to normal. I guess it won't be long before my judgment should come. Bai Ye didn't wander around, let alone plan to escape from Konoha. Just quietly waiting in the house. Some things cannot be avoided. As for the support of Kakashi and other students, it will definitely have an effect. But if Hokage insists on dealing with him, who can stop him? It's cool to be happy in enmity. It is more refreshing to draw the sword and behead the enemy. However, impulsiveness comes at a price. At this moment, Bai Ye is waiting for the price to come. Squeak. The sound of the wooden door being pushed open sounded. A beautiful figure walked in. Mr. Bai Ye, are you feeling better? Yu Hahong asked with concern. The first time she watched killing people, her heart beat for a long time, and she was very uncomfortable. Bai Ye killed someone with his own hands, the feeling must be even more uncomfortable. Much better, thank you for your concern, Hong. Walking up to Shi Raihong, their eyes met, countless thoughts flashed in Bai Ye's mind. He knew that Shi Hahong came here not simply to care about her physical condition, but want to go to trouble with him. The impact of killing the teacher was very bad, and she was afraid that she would never see Bai Ye again. Go home, I have some important things to deal with today. I won't go. Shi Hahong shook her head, her small eyes were full of determination. Yes, you can't go. At this moment, a murderous voice came. Where are you going, little sister? I still need you to stay as a spectator and watch me cut off his head with your own eyes. 008 Swallow the blood and follow the boundary, evolve. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The people from Hokage are here. Bai Ye protected Shi Hahong behind him. No, not from Hokage. It can't be the roots, root ninjas never talk nonsense. Could it be? While guessing, a tall and thin man with a long sword behind his back slowly walked in. Uchiha. That pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan represents his identity. By the way, Uchiha believes in killing chickens and eggs. With the pride of that clan, he will definitely not let it go. It's a good thing, though. A smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Really drowsy, come to the pillow. Now he is missing a Sharingan. Bang bang. Before he could make a move, Bai Ye felt as if his arms were fixed to a wooden post by nails. The body cannot move. Succeeded. Magic hang technique. Bai Ye, who has a god-level weakening buff of pain perception, didn't feel pain, but the sense of restraint was still obvious. Don't struggle, everything will be destroyed under these eyes. Now, I want you to feel the pain my brother has suffered. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed sounded, and the man's eyes were full of coldness, staring at Bai Ye's next 3 ways. Nani? Bai Ye was startled. Feel the pain your brother has suffered. Bai Ye understood, this person must be Uchiha Shin's brother. Make lousy a eunuch. Bai Ye immediately panicked. A person who is not afraid of pain, there are few things in this world that make Bai Ye afraid. But if you can't be a man, you might as well die. Fight it, try to see the ability of the enhanced version of dark fruit, can it devour illusion? With the movement of the hands that were pinned in the air, a puff of black smoke spread out immediately. The world in the illusion began to fall apart, and rays of sunlight shone on Bai Ye. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring the illusion, magic shackle technique. It works. Bai Ye was overjoyed. Dark water. The palms spread out, turning into thick darkness. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the man's whole body in an instant, forming a uzumaki, spinning continuously. What kind of technique is this? The man was horrified to find that even the Sharingan couldn't see through the black smoke. And the body subconsciously flew towards Bai Ye, as if some kind of huge suction was pulling him. I know he has the strength to kill Chunin, so I cast illusion. Why still? The man turned pale with fright, so cautious, he still fell into Bai Ye's way. When he regained consciousness, Bai Ye was already standing in front of him. It's a pity that the darkness released by the enhanced version of dark fruit can completely block the enemy's sight. I'm standing right in front of you, but you can't see it. Gritting his teeth, he knew that he could no longer sit still. What exactly is the effect of this black smoke, and what will happen if he is pulled over, he doesn't know. But if you continue, if you don't break the deadlock, it will definitely be a dead end. Go away. With a violent shout, chakra surged around the man crazily, trying to get out of control. It's a pity that the dark water's suction is so strong that he can't compete with it at all. Lightning style, let's go. Quickly formed a seal, pressed both hands to the ground, and a thunderbolt flashing with blue light appeared. Already completely flustered, he began to use ninjutsu blindly, even though he knew it might not work. Because he couldn't even see where Bai Ye was. He even once wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu. Lightning style, let's go. The thunder and lightning that hadn't traveled far on the ground were swallowed by darkness in the blink of an eye. Is this the so-called Uchiha? Taunt the enemy with the wind, and panic like an old dog against the wind. Smiling, Bai Ye pressed the palm of his hand towards the ground lightly. Dark cave road. Thick, ink-like darkness gushes out from his body crazily and spreads forward. In a blink of an eye, it flooded the ground. No, Uchiha's people shouldn't die here. The man uttered his final swan song, because he felt the terrible attraction from the black smoke under his feet. As if the whole person is in the swamp Uzumaki, the body sinks involuntarily. Moreover, in this swamp, there is still huge pressure, constantly squeezing his lower limbs. Knock bang, click bang. There is no doubt that the legs have been smashed. It's like falling into a blender. No, no, no. The man roared heart-piercingly, drew out the shuriken at his waist, and shot in all directions indiscriminately. But it doesn't help. The murderer is always killed. I was ready to be killed a long time ago, but obviously, you weren't ready. Raising his hand, another black smoke hit the man's eyes. The darkness turned into a small cage, covering his entire head. The man's face showed pain, and a violent force strung into his body, wandering through his limbs and bones. Gradually, even the screams could not be uttered, and at some point, the three-pointed jade in his eyes had completely disappeared and turned into a normal state. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring a pair of Sharingan. Ding! Prompt, your super-evolved version of Sharingan has been upgraded to the level, Mangekyo Sharingan. Nima, is indeed a super-evolved version. I have been promoted to Mangekyo so quickly. Bai Ye said he was a little confused. I thought that I would have to devour at least one more pair of Sengoyu to rise to Mangekyo. Unexpectedly, it reached the stomach in one step. Peas. Determine the update time of the next book. Flowers and evaluation tickets, this is what I want. But it can't be an excuse to procrastinate. So I decided to set it directly at 7 every day. Every day at 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 1300, 1700, 1900, 2100, and 2300 each. Absolutely punctual release. The author publishes regular chapters, and the chapters will definitely be updated when the time comes. If the update is not displayed, just refresh it in the directory list. As for the flowers and evaluation votes, if you have the readers, please vote for them. The usefulness of free things for me is to let me always know that I am not writing a standalone machine. This is really important to me, thank you all. 009 Kyoka Suigetsu, Wangliang Yaimeng ask for flowers, please evaluate votes. At this moment, Bai Ye is inside the house. Aside from the smell of blood still lingering in the air, the Uchiha man was truly dead. The entire corpse was smashed into darkness. Done. Bai Ye clapped his hands. No proof. Even if Konaha wanted to check, he could easily find out that he killed the person. So what? Bring out the evidence. What about the corpse? Without evidence, Bai Ye cannot be arrested openly. At most, Uchiha sent someone to assassinate him secretly. In that case, it just suits Bai Ye's appetite. If you swallow another pair of 3-goat jade, can it evolve into an eternal Mangekyo? It's probably not a big problem. After all, it's a super evolutionary version. Now Bai Ye is in a very happy mood, and he can't wait to see the two abilities hidden in Mangekyo. But not yet, because there was another person in the house. Sunset read, Mr. Bai Ye, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Shihahong cried and said, at such a dangerous moment just now, I was so frightened. Indeed, where has a 6-year-old girl seen such a big scene? During the fight between Bai Ye and the man, Yuhihong was so frightened that she even forgot to scream. He could only stand where he was, watching the battle in a daze. Now that she came back to her senses, she blamed herself very much, hating herself for being useless. Silly girl. Bai Ye pampered her head. You didn't help me, but in the time of life and death, only you, guarding my side. With you by my side, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Bai Ye took her little hand, and said softly, wars are a boy's business, you just need to be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower. But, you look so ugly when you cry, haha. How can the pure Yu Hahong withstand the bombardment of Bai Ye's sweet words? A delicate little face, already red like an apple. The little heart was pounding. But when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and said coquettishly, HMPH, I'm not ugly. Wrinkling her little nose, Yu Hahong expressed her dissatisfaction. But wrinkling his nose, a smell of blood came out immediately, and he felt a little uneasy. Mr. Bai Ye, you killed Uchiha's people, and you still opened the 3-go jade, and now you have caused a lot of trouble. Shi Hahong worried. In case they come to the door. Although she is still young, she was born in a ninja family, and she still understands basic common sense. That is, Uchiha, not to be messed with. Don't be afraid, I won't die that easily. Bai Ye kissed her lightly on the forehead. I'm still married, so it's wrong to die like this. Hate. The two chatted for a while, and Shi Hahong was sent away by Bai Ye. In this sensitive period, it was not safe for Hong to stay by his side. Assassination, fighting, could happen at any time. If one is not careful, it will affect Yu Hahong. Of course, more importantly, Bai Ye can't wait to know what Mangekyo is capable of. The eyes suddenly opened, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in the eye sockets, spinning rapidly. Soon, the 3-pointed jade disappeared and was replaced by a 6-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo. It's interesting. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth hooked up. My favorite Mangekyo is Sasuke's 6-pointed star. It is said that Mangekyo's ability depends on one's own heart. Let me see what I'm capable of. Slowly closing his eyes, Bai Ye felt the power contained in Mangekyo with his heart. For a long while, Bai Ye was dumbfounded. Is this legend true? I'm most afraid that all this is a dream, so. Bai Ye was surprised to find that the ability in his left eye was named, Kyoka Suigetsu. The ability is to summon a clone out of thin air at a water source within a radius of 10 kilometers. This avatar has 100% of the main body's ability and memory. The clone exists for 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, the main body can share vision and hearing with the clone. Moreover, no matter how far the main body and the avatar are, they can switch positions instantly. Equivalent to a low-profile version of Flying Thunder God, which can be used up to 2 times a day. A big dream, like Kyoka Suigetsu. The name Bai Ye is very satisfied. The ability of the right eye is called Wangliang Yaimang. It can transform all the damage received in a short period of time into a dream, and resurrect with full blood and mana. Similar to Izanagi, the cooldown period is 7 days. Now, I have the strength to challenge the cage level strong. Clenching his fist, Bai Ye was very excited. Mangekyo's 2 abilities are not offensive. But Kyoka Suigetsu with the left eye can summon a clone to fight alongside him. With 100% body strength, 2 Suzanos are activated at the same time, so I ask you if you are afraid. When meeting someone who can't even beat 2 Suzanos, he summons a clone 10 kilometers away, then switches positions instantly and escapes. Let me ask, who can catch up? Can Obito's Kamui mark lock itself? Sorry, the current Obito is just a second-year boy in the ninja school. When I was planning to summon my clone somewhere outside the village and feel the power of Mangekyo. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the room. Bai Ye, come with us, Master Danzo please. Oh no, it's okay, I'm strolling asking for flowers, please comment tickets. Danzo invite me, Bai Ye sneered. You must be sincere when you invite someone. Go back and tell him that if you want to talk, come to me. When the strength has increased, the words will naturally be tough. Now he can't say that he can defeat Hokage, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is at his peak. But if the fight is evenly matched, the problem is still not big. At the peak, will the 2 Shuzuo beat you to death? As for Danzo, he is no longer in his eyes. Just a clown. The reason why Bai Ye is still in Konoha is because there is Yu Hahong here. That's all. Superior. The 2 roots looked at each other and reached out to grab Bai Ye. Do things from the root, act vigorously and resolutely. Never nonsense. Since Bai Ye doesn't cooperate, let's be tough. But this catch, but caught empty. The 2 root ninjas only felt that they were caught on a nail. Afterwards, all limbs were fixed by nails flying out of nowhere. A chill came from the neck, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw Bai Ye smiling at the 2 of them. The position is still the same as before, as if it has never moved. Illusion. The 2 were startled at the same time, touched their necks, and a trace of blood appeared. They knew that this was Bai Ye's mercy. Otherwise, I am afraid that I have become a corpse. Withdraw. Knowing that Bai Ye has the ability to instantly kill them, there is no point in staying. This is the root. As decisive as a robot. If you don't count combat power, this is the most qualified ninja. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of that old BD Danzo. After simply tidying up the house, Bai Ye walked out the door. He didn't want to continue fighting in his house. The limbs are bound and there is pain. This is a magical shackle technique that only Sharingan can perform. Could it be that he is the BD son of some Uchiha? Danzo frowned, with a vague premonition. Weird black smoke, now there is another Sharingan. It seems that the old man has to go there himself. With a flash, Danzo disappeared in place. Hey, Kakashi, why are you here? Outside the house, Bai Ye found Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, looking like he was strolling around. It's okay, I'll take a stroll, Kakashi said with a smile. Stroll. A trace of warmth surged in Bai Ye's heart. The place where he lives is the most remote civilian area in Konoha. The dignified son of White Fang, how could he wander into such a place? Obviously, Kakashi guessed something and came to visit him specially. Fight it. Moving his nose, Kakashi smelled blood. Bai Ye nodded. It's just a little mouse, I crushed it to death. Well, it's fine. If you need help, remember to call me. Kakashi glanced at Bai Ye's room intentionally or unintentionally. But nothing was seen. Thank you, Bai Ye said sincerely. Kakashi waved his hand. Thank you, I just hate unfairness and people who confuse right and wrong. It would be a pity if you died because of that kind of person. After speaking, Kakashi turned around and planned to leave. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in front of the two of them. Master Danzo, Kakashi saluted without being humble. But Danzo didn't even look at him, and looked directly at Bai Ye. Are you from Uchiha? He needs to confirm Bai Ye's identity first. If it's really Uchiha's person, it's really hard to do it. Now is the time of war. As the super wealthy family in the village, Konoha is an indispensable top combat force. Offending Uchiha now, especially offending such a young man who can be called a peerless genius. Definitely not a sensible thing to do. Suppression also depends on the time. I'm not from Uchiha. Bai Ye laughed. On the contrary, I think you are from Uchiha. Said, Bai Ye pointed to Danzo's bandaged right hand. I am born with a special perception ability. You seem to have a red eye. What? Danzo was startled. How did he know? This top secret matter, apart from him and Orochimaru, no third person knows. This surprise was no small matter, and Danzo had already become murderous. Transplant Sharingan, transplant first generation cells. Either one is a great sin. If this is spread, wouldn't a lifetime of wisdom be ruined? Taking a deep breath, Danzo said calmly, I suspect that you are a spy sent by the outer village to lurk in Konoha. Your real age is definitely more than 6 years old. Catch him without a fight, or let the old man do it himself. Can you say such shameless words? Bai Ye was stunned. Worthy of being the king of Konoha pots, not only is he capable of receiving pots, but also his ability to throw pots is superb. Clicking his tongue, Bai Ye spread his hands, and the darkness as thick as ink gushed out of his body in an instant. Danzo, stop talking nonsense, talk so much, don't you want to fight? Oh One-Yuan, I will call you the strongest Titu, please ask for flowers and comments. This son is extraordinary. Danzo narrowed his eyes. This is his first feeling for Bai Ye. The strength is very strong, this is something that is on the bright side. 2 of his subordinates just suffered from Bai Ye. Although the strength of those 2 roots is mediocre, they are still real jonin. What scares him the most is the indistinct aura of Bai Ye. Like a tiger that has awakened, it seems that it can eat itself at any time. In any case, first touch his bottom. As a famous old ninja in the ninja world, Danzo will never underestimate anyone because of his age. Even if Bai Ye is only 6 years old. Wind style, vacuum sphere. In the process of driving and chatting, Danzo has already started to accumulate chakra in his mouth. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and spit out his short breath towards Bai Ye like a bullet, firing like a machine gun. The penetrating power is extremely strong, and it is an ninjutsu that can turn the opponent into a hive. The vacuum sphere's attack speed was very fast, and it was hard to defend against. Bai Ye's body was dripping with blood immediately. Seriously wounded and dying. Looks like I'm worrying too much. Danzo muttered to himself. Looking at Bai Ye lying on the ground dying, Danzo felt that he was a little too cautious. It's a pity that such a good seedling was killed by himself before he could take it in. You are really ugly. Just when Danzo was about to take Bai Ye away and throw it to Orochimaru to study it carefully. A darkness had come from behind him, and at the same time, Bai Ye's voice sounded. My avatar is very expensive. Danzo, you have to pay with your life. What? Danzo was startled. Doppelganger. He hurriedly looked back, but unfortunately, only endless darkness greeted him. The moment before the black smoke completely covered his eyes, he couldn't help but look again at Bai Ye who was lying on the ground dying. Shadow Clone has been hit so hard, why hasn't it disappeared? Is this also one of his abilities? Before he had time to think about it, he quickly drew out a shuriken, opened his mouth and exhaled. Wind style, vacuum sword. Waving his arms, one after another vacuum sword slashed in all directions. It seems to want to use the sword energy to tear apart the endless darkness. Seeing this, Bai Ye smiled, and with a flash, he also rushed into the darkness. Fortunately, I'm fine enough to arrange a clone to see you in advance, otherwise, I guess I'll have to use my right eye ability. Spreading his hands, the surrounding darkness rapidly expanded and spread, and the vertical height had reached hundreds of meters. The lateral width also reaches tens of meters. Even Kakashi, including all the houses, are covered in it. Even though it was also in the dark, no one could see Bai Ye wrapped in black smoke. This is the current limit of dark fruit. Then come dance with me. The eyes suddenly opened wide, and the 6-pointed star Mangekyo appeared in the eye sockets in an instant. A huge white skeleton with a height of 100 meters rose from the ground. My Susan is actually white. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye felt omnipotent. As if the giant under his feet is enough to overwhelm the river. This power is very strong. At this moment, Bai Ye's Susanoo was in the first form, and the huge white skeleton clenched its fist and slammed it hard at Danzo. In the dark, the eyes cannot see things. But Danzo still felt a huge crisis descending from his head. Before he had time to think about it, he raised the vacuum sword high above his head in a blocking gesture. Boom! There was a violent collision sound, and Susanoo's fist and vacuum sword collided together. This was followed by the sound of bones breaking. There is no doubt that Danzo's entire right arm was reduced to powder. Damn, what kind of power is this? Danzo gritted his teeth and said. He panicked. This time I really panicked. The crushing of that kind of absolute strength completely destroyed his self-confidence. No, not right, he's only 6 years old, and this powerful attack won't last long. And this weird black smoke, as long as I get through it, Hiruzen he. Boom. Before he could think of a countermeasure, another punch fell from the top of his head. This time, Danzo was smashed into the dirt directly. Danzo, your head is hard. I, Bai Ye, would like to call you the strongest. Everything in the darkness can be perceived by Bai Ye. Danzo is not dead at this moment. Could it be that the old man really wants to capsize in the gutter? By the way, I still have 2 Sharingans. There are still 2 chances to come back. Hiruzen, can't you see such a big move? Come and support. Danzo, who was smashed into the mud and became more and more conscious, thought of his backhand at the critical moment. Izanagi, physical condition is very poor, unable to withstand the next attack. If that's the case, my Sharingan, why is it closed? Danzo was surprised to notice that the 2 eyes on his arms that were constantly consuming chakra closed at some point. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring a pair of Sharingan. Ding, prompt, your super evolved Sharingan has been upgraded to the level, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 012 Sorry, I'm on vacation today, ask for flowers, please comment. Eternal Mangekyo. Bai Ye's expression was shocked. The discomfort of casting Susan has been greatly relieved. Is this the eye that will never lose sight? With a thought, the skeleton was immediately covered with meridians and flesh, wrapped in a coat like chakra. There is a huge mirror in Shuzuo's left hand, and a long knife in his right hand. Soon, with the input of a large amount of pupil power, the skeleton was covered with a layer of Wudengu armor. The circular mirror in the left hand has also become an octagonal, Hoshin mirror. The long knife in the right hand turned into a red angry dragon. The ferocious faucet swallowed flames, as if possessing spiritual intelligence. Now Susan's third form is activated. If it is fully opened, the range of dark fruit will not be able to cover it. I really want to try the power of the Hoshin mirror and the furious dragon fire knife. Licking his lips, Bai Ye was considering whether to kill Danzo. If Danzo is killed, Konoha will definitely not be able to stay any longer. The current Konoha is very strong, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is at its peak. Sannin is also only 28 years old on average. All of them are of peak strength. Uchiha was not exterminated, plus the Hyuga clan. Konoha is the well-deserved #1 ninja village. It is impossible for people below the 6 paths level to fight against Konoha on their own. Not to mention, there is Namikaze Minato. Minato is 14 years old, but I don't know if he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. It's troublesome. Frowning, Bai Ye was weighing the pros and cons. When it comes to war, he is not afraid of anyone. But Kurenai Yuhi is still in Konoha. If he leaves by himself, he will definitely elope with her. But Hong, do you really want to leave the Konoha who gave birth to her and raised her? Here are her parents and her friends. For the sake of selfishness, let the loved one leave home. You're lucky, Bai Ye said flatly. Immediately, Susan was removed, and with a wave of his hand, the darkness dissipated. I saw that Danzo left his head on the ground, and at this moment, he was already exhaling more air and taking less air. Bai Ye. Kakashi looked at him in astonishment. He looked again at Danzo embedded in the ground like a dead dog. Kakashi only feels that the 3 views are ruined. Is this still the tale of the crane? A little too strong. Kakashi, who originally planned to apply for early graduation after the new year, temporarily dismissed this idea. Are you kidding me? Danzo's powerhouses are not in a hurry to graduate yet. What is the so-called genius of myself? Graduating early. Let's talk about it in 2 years. Thank you again, Kakashi. Bai Ye patted his shoulder and said with a smile. No matter why Kakashi wants to help himself, he will remember this friendship. Kakashi didn't really help, though. No. You're welcome. Kakashi, who was in shock, hadn't recovered yet, and stuttered a little. Whizzing, 2 black shadows flashed and landed in front of Bai Ye. Senior White Fang, and Senior Yuhi Junhong. The 2 people in front of them are the fathers of Hitaki Tsukumo and Yuhi Hong. Master Danzo, is this what you did too? Yuhi Junhong flicked to the ground, glanced at Bai Ye, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As Hong's father, he has some understanding of the relationship between Shirai Hong and Bai Ye. But he didn't bother to care about children's affairs. After all, in the ninja world, children are generally precocious. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that Bai Ye was too useless before. In the ninja world, worship the strong and respect the strong. No one really likes a crap. But today there is a big news, Bai Ye killed teacher Chunin. Curious in his heart, he planned to come and have a look. Unexpectedly, when I first arrived, I saw the dying Danzo. Master Danzo, are you alright? Yuhi Junhong hurried forward and pulled Danzo out of the soil. Sakumo, Junhong, get him. Danzo said, pointing at White Fang and Yuhi Junhong. Seriously wounded and dying, seeing reinforcements coming, he felt a bit like returning to the past. He was able to say a complete sentence. Bai Ye absolutely cannot live in this world. That's Danzo's only thought. Sorry, I'm from Anbu. White Fang said flatly. Anbu is directly under Hokage's transfer, and other people have no right to control. Puff. Danzo spurted out a mouthful of old blood in anger. You don't even buy the old man's face. Angrily glaring at White Fang, Danzo turned his gaze to Yuhi Junhong. This kid is very dangerous. We must take him down quickly. I can't control your famous White Fang, and you can't control Shihai Junhong. Yuhi Junhong is a little hesitant. Danzo's reputation has always been bad. What's more, Bai Ye is his daughter's sweetheart. The most important thing is the strength he showed. At only 6 years old, he has the terrifying fighting power to kill elite Jonin Danzo. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world in the future is only a matter of time. Moreover, even Lord White Fang obviously stood on Bai Ye's side, a little Jonin himself. Who should he listen to? It's really a dilemma. Gamble. Danzo is just the leader of the root, and in name, he doesn't have the right to command me. After thinking about it, Yuhi Junhong said with some embarrassment. Well, Master Danzo, I'm on vacation today, so it's inconvenient to do it. Puff. Another mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Danzo fell on his back. 013 Not only is there no fault, but it is meritorious. Seeking flowers, please comment. Oh, it's troublesome. Yuhi Junhong sighed. Pick up Danzo and fly to the hospital. Well, I didn't expect Junhong to still be quite towards you. Hitaki Sakumo smiled. Bai Ye nodded and didn't say anything. He knew very well that instead of saying Yuhi Makoto was on his side, it was better to say that he was on Hitaki Sakumo's side. In terms of team selection, Danzo and Hitaki Sakumo, Yuhi Mako chose the latter. How many fools can become Jonin? In his opinion, no matter how powerful Bai Ye is, can he surpass White Fang? Could it be that Yuhi Junhong is counting on a 6-year-old child to cover her? Joke. White Fang's reputation is in full swing. Minister Anbu, the most likely to become the next Hokage. If you don't stand in line now, when will you wait? In Konoha, everyone has to stand in line. It seems that he is facing his son-in-law, but in fact he has expressed his position. You're a nice little guy, Hitaki said appreciatively. Looking at Kakashi again, he joked, did you see a real genius this time? Don't mention the matter of graduating early. Smiling, with a flash, Hitaki Sakumo disappeared in place. Having experienced the battlefield for a long time, he is most aware of the dangers involved. Naturally, he didn't want his son to commit himself to killing prematurely. Now with Bai Ye as a role model, it is also a good thing to take the opportunity to suppress Kakashi. Why did you graduate early? Kakashi pouted, feeling a little fever on his face. It was quite embarrassing to play big swords in front of Guangong. Bai Ye can tear up elite Jonin with his hands, but I am still struggling with the matter of graduating early. In comparison, it is simply a difference between cloud and mud. Senior White Fang is a nice person, Bai Ye said with emotion. Seeing that Kakashi and Hitaki treat him so well, he has decided to prevent the tragedy from happening. Such a good person shouldn't end up being sprayed to death by trolls. Let's go and have a meal together. Just finished a few fights, I'm a little hungry. Hospital. Danzo has all sorts of tubes going through him, and there's a medical ninja doing healing jutsu. There were bursts of haze on the old face that was not considered old. Even in a coma, it still looks chilling. As expected of Konoha's bearer of darkness. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a serious face. His old buddy for many years was so seriously injured, his heart was pierced like a knife. The subordinates are not too clear. However, it should be Bai Ye's work. There seems to be a conflict between the two. Yuhi Junhong didn't hide anything, and told everything she saw and heard at that time. Including the presence of Hitaki Sakumo. Well, you and Shuo did the right thing. If you shoot rashly, it is not a wise choice. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's turbid eyes flashed a bright light. Hitaki's performance was completely in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. A child who has the ability to kill elite Jonin, and is only 6 years old, must not be touched lightly. From Konoha's point of view, the existence of Bai Ye is a dark horse and a super potential stock. Future achievements are immeasurable, and such an orphan is different from someone like Hitaki Sakumo. Orphans, or foreigners, do not have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha. If unnecessary disputes occur, leading to a brain drain, is it necessary to watch a peerless powerhouse become Konoha's enemy? If it is said to be strangled in the cradle, who can guarantee to win Bai Ye 100%? That's a strong man who can instantly kill elite Jonin with a wave of his hand. Hey, if I had known that Bai Ye was so powerful, I shouldn't have agreed to hand him over to Genji. Sarutobi Hiruzen had some regrets. But fortunately, things are not too serious to be irreversible. Junhong, in the name of my Hokage, go to the finance department and take out 100,000 taels and give it to Bai Ye. Let's just say that he was rewarded by the village for his meritorious service in killing a scum like Ida Hidaji. Also, build another courtyard next to your house, and give it to Bai Ye, and the cost will also be paid by the village. After finishing speaking, Yuhi Junhong turned pale. Nani, Bai Ye almost hammered Danzo to death. Not only is he innocent, but he wants a reward. Rewarding money, rewarding land, and only rewarding beautiful women. When did Master Hokage become so generous? For a while, Yuhi Junhong couldn't help sighing, it's great to have strength. It seems that my daughter's vision is really good. Boss, 2 steaks and a jug of fruit wine. Bai Ye and Kakashi sit opposite each other in Akamaiki Yakiniku restaurant. Kakashi has a strict family style, so drinking is naturally not allowed at this age. But Bai Ye has no taboos. Wouldn't it be a great pity in life to have meat but no wine? Soon, the wine and meat were ready, and Bai Ye began to eat big mouthfuls. The only dissatisfaction is that the wine in the island country is too light and not strong enough. Just then, 2 ninjas in Chunin costumes walked in. Old rules, 4 steaks, said the tall ninja. Then the 2 reached the middle of the room. Hey, the task now is really difficult. Senior Hatake Tsukumo is very powerful, tisk tisk. Hush, keep your voice down, that's what will become Hokage in the future. The 2 of you said one word and I said the other, and they didn't say anything bad about Hatake Tsukumo. But between the lines, an image of White Fang who is arbitrary, domineering, and full of ambition is created. Kakashi, who was eating meat, stopped suddenly. It's this kind of rumor again. Peas, flowers are about to break 10,000. Readers, please help me. Hey, it's nice to round up a whole number. There are also a little bit less evaluation votes. The little author has the audacity to ask for a wave. 014 The torture of life is worse than death. Please ask for flowers. Please ask for evaluation votes. Hateful. As soon as Kakashi slapped the table, he got up and started to make a move. There has been a lot of gossip about Hatake Tsukumo lately. All these pretentious words. Don't worry. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and stopped Kakashi who was about to run away. Be reasonable. Do you think, as a Chunin, you would be so stupid as to openly speak ill of Captain Anbu in public? You know, Senior Shuomao can crush them to death with just one little finger. Yes, Kakashi frowned. He was very talented. After being reminded by Bai Ye, he quickly guessed something. Someone ordered, if no one instigates them, with these 2 genins, how can they have the guts to spread rumors? So, I can only watch them slander my father. Kakashi clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. But he also knows that he has a special identity, the son of White Fang. If you fight at this moment, doesn't it mean that you don't fight yourself? Doesn't it mean that he admitted what the other party said, and became angry from embarrassment? That's right, you can only watch. Bai Ye smiled lightly. But, I can't bear to watch anymore. After speaking, Bai Ye strode to the table of the 2 Chunin in full view. Who gave you the guts to damage Hatake's image? Oh, it's Danzo. No wonder, Bai Ye said to himself, with a loud voice. So loud that all the diners in the house heard it. For a moment, everyone put down the tableware in their hands and looked in Bai Ye's direction. Boy, pay attention to your words. The tall ninja stood up immediately, glaring and frowning. Bai Ye's actions made him very angry. Because Bai Ye created an illusion for everyone, that is, they admitted that they were ordered by Danzo to spread rumors. This is not acceptable. If it reaches Lord Danzo's ears, how can he survive? Where is the BD? You can slander Master Danzo. Another Chunin also stood up. He looked at Bai Ye aggressively, as if he dared to say one more word, I would beat you up. In Konoha, the descendants of the major families have to keep it in mind. And Bai Ye was obviously not a child of a big family, that's why they dared to intimidate them so recklessly. Only Kakashi, who was standing not far away, made the 2 of them frown slightly. Hey, seriously, you're not even qualified to be Danzo's dog. Choose one at random from the roots, and they are all the elites among the elites. I don't know how many caddies I have. I don't have enough skills, and dare to mess around with Danzo. Bai Ye said with a cold gaze, not giving the 2 of them a chance to react. He spread his hands, and the thick darkness like ink instantly engulfed them. Dark water, black smoke quickly enveloped the 2 of them, forming a huge suction uzumaki, spinning rapidly. My chakra is absorbed by black smoke. Oops, you brat. Panic filled their hearts, and the 2 of them were in the black smoke where they could not see their fingers, and their fear was infinitely magnified. It was a long-lost, desperate breath. In the blink of an eye, the chakra in the 2 people's bodies was absorbed, and all of them were transformed into nourishment, which was given back to Bai Ye. As expected of Chunin, although it is a bit sloppy, the amount of chakra is still good. Feeling the full chakra in his body, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. He fought several times in a row today, and his chakra was also extremely depleted. Just took this opportunity to add a wave. Bai Ye, I think it's better to forget it. Kakashi tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He has seen this kind of black smoke before, even Danzo turned into a dead dog when he came out of it. Not to mention 2 Chunin. Kakashi pleaded. Although they spoke ill of my father, they are not guilty of death. Bai Ye sighed, he really intended to kill these 2 people. Now he has completely entered the sight of Konoha's senior management. Even Danzo was half crippled by him. 2 Chunin, don't dare to kill them. Kakashi, you don't understand, the sword and the tongue can kill. Don't look at some rumors about Senior Hatake, it's just groundless and harmless. But over time, those words will plant a seed in the hearts of the people of Konoha village. Have you ever heard of success? When the time is right, you only need one opportunity, and all the previous falsehoods will become true. Senior Hatake, you will completely become a Konoha sinner. Bai Ye's voice is not loud, but powerful. Every word fell deeply into Kakashi's heart. As a young genius who is famous in the entire Hokage ninja, he is extremely delicate. Soon through a series of associations, the result of Hatake Sakuma was finally inferred. In this world, there might be someone who can defeat his father. But it is too difficult to really kill this peerless powerhouse who shocked the ninja world. The sword with the tongue is the best weapon. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi resolutely said, kill them. A murderous look flashed across his immature face. He would never allow his father to die under the lips of such a villain. No, you haven't understood yet. Bai Ye showed a cruel smile. Death is not enough to deter Xiao Xiao. The torture that is worse than death is the best portrayal of fear. Pressing both hands to the ground, the endless darkness suddenly turned into Uzumaki. Dark Cave Road. Like the sound of a mixer crushing objects, accompanied by a heart-piercing roar, it resounded throughout the barbecue restaurant. When the darkness dissipated, there were two more, half-people, in the room. Two half-bodied people. 015 Sleeper Kaharu. Never heard of it. Ask for flowers, please comment. If you scream again, your tongues will be cut off. Bai Ye said coldly. For the enemy, he will not have the slightest mercy. Those who harm others will always harm them, and if they come out to mess around, they will always have to pay back. What's more, these two people also called Bai Ye ABD. Based on this alone, it is not too much to kill. Hang ha, woo woo. The two Chunins were obviously spineless, and they didn't dare to continue howling after hearing this. It's just that the two of them were swallowed by darkness from the waist down, and that feeling was too uncomfortable. It is impossible to make no sound at all. Let's say you have no backbone. You would rather live and suffer severe pain than commit suicide. Let's say you have backbone. It's really not like that. Bai Ye clicked his tongue. The scene inside the barbecue restaurant was bloody and terrifying. Many people have already vomited it out. Even Kakashi felt his stomach churn. What a vicious heart. At this moment, a cold woman's voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, an old woman with silver hair came in, looked at the 2.5 people on the ground, and frowned. Whizzing, two shurikens pierced the air and hit the throats of the two men precisely. You're only 6 years old, and you can do such a heartless thing. In time, wouldn't Konoha be turned upside down by you? The old woman stared straight at Bai Ye, her eyes seemed to burst into flames. Turn. Kakashi was about to speak when Bai Ye stopped him. Old woman, I think you are much more ruthless than me. You will kill someone if you strike. But it's nothing. Bai Ye pointed at the corpse on the ground. These two people are spreading rumors to slander Hataki's innocence. You said, should they kill them? Looking at the old woman in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. This person is none other than Uchiha Kaharu, one of Konoha's top advisors. It's not your turn to convict whether you should be killed or not. Uchiha Kaharu said coldly. Now, I will formally arrest you on the charge of intentional homicide. With a wave of his hand, two Anbu members appeared in front of Bai Ye out of thin air. Interesting, if I remember correctly, Anbu members are directly responsible to Captain Anbu and Hokage. Old lady, are you Captain Anbu or Hokage? With just 2 sentences, the members of Anbu who just wanted to do something froze in place. Yeah, lousy as a FG Anbu member. Since when can anyone tell me what to do? Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Danzo. He often mobilizes Anbu resources privately, and does not pay overtime pay when he runs out of resources. Through the masks, the two Anbu members noticed that the kid in front of them didn't seem so annoying. Oh, my old body is Uchiha Kaharu. Uchiha Kaharu leaned forward slightly, raised his chin, and said proudly. As a Hokage consultant, this status is indeed very honorable and indeed something to be proud of. Oh, Bai Ye made a long voice. I've never heard of Kaharu, the sleeping servant. Spreading his hands, Bai Ye turned to the diners behind him and asked, have you heard of this name? How dare everyone look at this murderous demon? They all shook their heads. Uchiha Kaharu, formerly a member of the elite guards of the second Hokage. After the third generation succeeded, he moved from the front line to the rear and became a consultant. Originally, the name was not loud enough, and with the passage of time, the hot topics now are Konoha's White Fangya and Sanin. Who remembers her dying? Snort. Uchiha Kaharu's old face was reddish, with a sense of embarrassment that he pretended to fail. Co-authored by so many people, no one has heard of himself. Stop talking nonsense, what are you two waiting for? Take him down. Uchiha Kaharu also understood that in terms of bickering, he was no match for the kid in front of him. The purpose of coming here today is to capture Bai Ye. After the news of Danzo's injury reached the ears of Uchiha Kaharu, she, who has always been known for her calm analysis, could no longer calm down. An old comrade in arms was beaten to death by a 6-year-old child. I can't bear anything, Konoha. Such lawless people are not allowed to exist. Who dares to do it? Just when Bai Ye was about to release the dark water, Kakashi stepped forward. His back is very weak, but when he stands there, he looks like Yuan Ting and Yuji. You two, do you have my father's order? Is there an order from Hokage-sama? Could it be that senior's order to go to bed is greater than the rules passed down from generation to generation by Konoha? Kakashi said calmly, looking at the two Anbu ninjas with dead eyes. The two looked at each other. Ka-Dian, they naturally know each other. That's the son of the head of the family. After a short look at each other, the tacit understanding that the two have cultivated over the years is revealed. Withdraw. Without saying a word, he didn't even say hello to Uchiha Kaharu, and disappeared in place with a dodge. What are you afraid of? The leader's son is holding it up. Even if the blame comes down, it can only be blamed on Kakashi, it has nothing to do with the two of them. Okay, it's reversed, it's all reversed. Uchiha Kaharu laughed angrily. After living for most of her life, this was the first time someone dared to openly disobey her orders. Since that's the case, the old man will do it himself. 016 sloppy. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Want to fight? Bai Ye sneered, then I'll play with you. Spreading his hands, thick black smoke suddenly released from his body, drifting slowly towards Uchiha Kaharu. Talk about playing, but in fact, it is really playing. Bai Ye didn't intend to kill her, or even hurt her. Uchiha Kaharu is a hated character, but Bai Ye will not kill people just because they disagree. Unlike those two Chunins who spread rumors, killing Chunin is to make an example to others, completely cut off the thoughts of those who want to destroy White Fang's innocence. But Uchiha Kaharu is different. For one thing, she didn't say too much. Secondly, Bai Ye no longer needs to prove his strength by killing someone. Moreover, if she is really killed, the only way to go is to leave Konoha. Huh, why are you fighting again? Under Hokage's order, Yuhi Junhong, who came to appreciate silver, saw a puff of black smoke rising from the barbecue restaurant and secretly thought something was wrong. Master Uchiha Kaharu is here. Yuhi Junhong felt the hairs on his back stand up. The little boyfriend my daughter found is very capable, but the ability to cause trouble is also too strong, right? In one day, they offended Uchiha, the son of Hokage, Danzo, and Konoha advisor, the four forces. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if he continued, and he didn't have time to think about it. Bai Ye, my lord, don't fight. Yuhi Junhong shouted while running. I was afraid that Bai Ye would accidentally kill Uchiha Kaharu. How strong that horrible black smoke was, he didn't know. But it is not difficult to see from Danzo's state that killing Uchiha Kaharu is just like playing. Senior Zaichin, why are you here? Bai Ye frowned, and removed the black smoke casually. As the darkness faded, Uchiha Kaharu breathed a sigh of relief. Hasty, just now she was dazzled by anger. Calm down and think carefully. Danzo, who was stronger than herself, was almost beaten to death by Bai Ye. If you rush up by yourself, will there be any good end? After a while, fear welled up in my heart, and my back was already soaked in sweat. But even so, this face cannot be lost. I saw her solemnly saying to Shiri Junhong, catch Bai Ye for me. Let me catch again. Evening Sun was really red for a while helpless. Why do these words sound familiar? It seems that the last person who asked me to help catch Bai Ye is already lying in the hospital. Arrest. Master Zhuanju, I came here under Hokage's order, and specially rewarded Bai Ye. Saying that, Yuhi Makoto took out a handful of banknotes from his pocket. Master Hokage said that you have merit in killing the scum of teachers, Ida Shuji. A special reward of 100,000 taels for you, and also arranged for someone to build a new house for you, and you will be able to move in 2 days. Bai Ye, this is Master Hokage's wish, please don't disappoint this high expectation. Makoto Yuhi said pointedly, and glanced at Uchiha Kaharu at the same time. At this moment, a black line flashed across her wrinkled old face. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out. With a cold snort, he walked away, apparently looking for the Sarutobi Hiruzen theory. The reward that third generation gave me. Bai Ye was taken aback. This was a result he hadn't expected. Hokage's temperament is no small thing. Bai Ye admired in his heart. He didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of him. Because of the real hole cards, Susanoo and others were not fully exposed. And it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to understand Dark Fruit's ability. Bai Ye knew that third generation was betting. Bet on whether you can be used by him. If it is not possible, he believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely kill himself as soon as possible with thunder. Is it because of age? 6 years old, too malleable. Smiling, Bai Ye took the 100,000 taels of banknotes. If possible, he didn't want to be an enemy of Konoha either. Because that doesn't make sense. His sweetheart, Yuhihong, and Kakashi, who has just established a friendship, are both in the village. He didn't want to make it difficult for the person he cared about. I accept third generation's wish. Bai Ye smiled and said, shall we have a meal together, Senior Zaichin? Yuhi Junhong looked at the 2.5 people on the ground, and couldn't help frowning because of his experienced psychological quality. This kid has a ruthless taste. After waving his hand, Yuhi Junhong said, no, I still have business to do. If you have time, you can come to the house and have a taste of your aunt's craftsmanship. Bai Ye nodded. Thank you for your kindness, senior. After a few polite words, Yuhi Junhong turned and left. Before leaving, he also took away the 2 corpses on the ground. Kakashi, continue eating. Bai Ye returned to his seat. He picked up the unfinished steak and put it in his mouth. Can you still eat? Kakashi's mouth twitched. Is this still human? This is simply a devil. God, what kind of horrible friend did I make? Why can't you eat it? Bai Ye said solemnly, steak is very expensive. Bai Ye inherited all the memories of this body. An orphan picked up from outside the village couldn't even afford a decent quilt to cover his bed. It is conceivable that what kind of simple meals are eaten on weekdays. Steak. As far as he can remember, Bai Ye has never eaten steak. So these subtly contributed to Bai Ye's frugal character. You are really good, Kakashi said helplessly. I don't know if it's a heartfelt admiration, or a powerless complaint. Konaha Hospital. Master Tsunade, you are finally back. The medical ninja in charge of treating Danzo said excitedly. Danzo is in a special state at the moment, and his brain has been severely damaged. Many bones in the body were shattered. It was as if someone smashed it into pieces with a sledgehammer. The treatment did not improve for a long time, at most he relied on healing jutsu to give Danzo a sigh of relief. 017 hiding in the house and playing house. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Let me take a look. Tsunade stepped forward to take a closer look. In the end, he frowned and said helplessly, the injury is too serious. The skull is almost shattered, even I am powerless revolving heaven. Having said that, Tsunade started the treatment anyway. While performing medical ninjutsu, Tsunade asked, who is so bold to beat Danzo like this? Could it be that the old man quarreled with him, and the two fought? Tsunade, who had just returned from the battlefield, did not go to Hokage's office immediately. What she is most worried about is actually the ninja hospital. But I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult thing when I came back. I'm not very clear either. The medical ninja said, I heard that it was a 6-year-old boy named Bai Ye who injured Lord Danzo. Bai Ye, 6-year-old boy. A look of surprise flashed across Tsunade's pretty face. Has Konoha produced another peerless genius? Blinking her beautiful eyes, Tsunade was very curious. It's moved. Lord Danzo's hand is moved. The medical ninja said in surprise, it's you. Tsunade shook his head, and said seriously, this is a flashback, Danzo just regained consciousness temporarily. But it's useless. He probably only has half a day's lifespan at most. Sighing, even Tsunade, who was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, felt a little emotional. Who would have thought that the proud disciple of second Hokage would die at the hands of a 6-year-old child? Half a day's lifespan is not enough. A magnetic voice suddenly came. Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned. Why did you come to the hospital? Now is the time of war. As the main force in the village, Sannin has been fighting outside all year round. I seldom return to the village. The chances of two being in the village at the same time are even less. It's not important. What's important is that I can save Danzo. Orochimaru licked his scarlet lips. You all go out and don't disturb me. Can you save Danzo? Tsunade wondered. Orochimaru, when did you also learn medical ninjutsu? Danzo is in a bad state right now, there is absolutely no chance of him surviving. In terms of medical ninjutsu, today's Tsunade considers himself number 2 in the world, and no one dares to be number 1 in the world. Diagnosis is what she is best at. If you want Danzo dead, you can keep talking to me. It doesn't matter to me anyway. Orochimaru hugged his shoulders and laughed, as if he was just letting you go. Still so annoying. Tsunade pouted, I want to see how you can revive Danzo. After finishing speaking, he pulled the medical ninja beside him and walked out of the room together. Orochimaru slowly took out a scroll from his pocket. Boom. White smoke flashed, and a container with eyes appeared in his hand. Inside is a 3-tomo Sharingan. Your luck is really good. I happened to harvest a material a few days ago. I haven't had time to experiment yet, now it's cheaper for you. Mumbling something to himself, Orochimaru unwrapped the bandage on Danzo's right arm and began the transplant. It's no secret to Orochimaru that Danzo will be a Izanagi. Otherwise, in the original book, there would not be so many watches transplanted to him. Not your own Sharingan, which cannot be turned off after transplantation, and consumes chakra continuously. If Orochimaru didn't know Danzo's secret, why bother? The transplant process was quick, and as a surgical expert, this trivial matter can be said to be easily handled. Soon, a scarlet Sharingan appeared on Danzo's right arm. Izanagi. Suddenly a red light flashed in the room, like a frightened bird. When he looked up again, Danzo was standing on the ground intact. After being treated by Tsunade, Danzo has regained some consciousness. It was this consciousness that gave him the opportunity to display Izanagi. Bai Ye. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, I will let you die without a place to bury you. Master Danzo is so angry. As the person who hurt you named Bai Ye. Let's hear it. Konoha civilian area, Bai Ye's home. At this moment, the two little hands are holding each other tightly. Eyes met, no one spoke. The air is full of quiet and gentle breath. After eating the steak, Bai Ye and Kakashi separated, and when they returned home, they found that Uchiha was already waiting for him here. Silly girl, didn't I tell you to stay at home honestly? Bai Ye was the first to break the deadlock and said with a smile. I know, but I can't let you go. Uchi said with a red face, although knowing that Bai Ye has become extraordinary and possessed great strength. But she was still worried. Small sample. Bai Ye pampered her little head. Senior Shiri Junhong said that he will build a new house for me near your house. It will be more convenient for the two of us to meet in the future. Real. Shi Raihong was overjoyed, and held Bai Ye's hand unconsciously. Mr. Bai Ye, red. Without too many words, Bai Ye hugged her gently. In this cold winter day, there is another warmth. There are no more excessive actions. True love does not necessarily require physical contact. Furthermore, Uchiha is still young. Tisk tisk tisk, 2 brats, hiding in the house and playing house. A pleasant female voice sounded. Looking up, Tsunade had already stood in the room at some point. He was hugging his shoulders, looking at the two of them with great interest. 018 I'm afraid I'll accidentally call you an airport. Master Tsunade, Kurani Yuhi exclaimed. He quickly broke free from Bai Ye's arms, looking a little flustered. After all, it was quite embarrassing for people to bump into such a private matter. What can I do for you? Bai Ye said lightly, as if reminiscing with an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. He just looked up and down at Tsunade, and was indeed slightly amazed by her stalwart. Oh, a very calm brat, Tsunade smiled. I just want to see what a guy who can beat Danzo to a serious injury looks like. That didn't belong to the indifference that this age should have, which made Tsunade even more curious about Bai Ye. Now you see it. Bai Ye spread his hands. If there's nothing else, you can go. At only 28 years old, Tsunade is indeed beautiful and attractive. But this is not Bai Ye's dish. Just an old woman. What's more, this old woman already has her own heart, Kato-dan. Bai Ye has no interest in making a match, no matter how beautiful Tsunade is. Boy, you are so arrogant. Tsunade narrowed his eyes. I want to see what kind of strength you used to defeat Danzo. As he spoke, Tsunade raised his fist and punched. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag hit Bai Ye's chest, and a cloud of black smoke as thick as ink scattered in all directions. Tsunade felt the punch, as if it hit the air. It seems that your fist cannot touch the darkness. Bai Ye said calmly. He didn't even move his position. After devouring 2 pairs of Sharingan in a row and awakening the eternal Mangekyo, Bai Ye Dark Fruit's control has been further improved. Turning into darkness is just a basic operation. Somewhat similar to Obito Kamui's, hollow. That's right, I have some skills. A hint of surprise flashed in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. For that punch just now, she only used a third of her force, the purpose was to test. But even this 3-point force is enough to break the monument and break the stone, but he never thought that it would have no effect on Bai Ye. I hope we won't be enemies in the future. Tsunade said seriously, a character who almost killed Danzo, not so easy to deal with. The rebellious heart is too strong, and this kind of person cannot be completely controlled after all. Enemy. Bai Ye smiled. It's better to worry about yourself. Pay attention to your little boyfriend, don't die on the battlefield one day, you will be a widow. With a system, Bai Ye's strength will be greatly enhanced every 7 days. In time, who is worthy to be his enemy? Damn it, how dare you make fun of me, you're looking for death. Tsunade clenched his fists, making crackling noises all over his body. She has never been a good-natured person. Hey, this is a kind reminder, okay. Bai Ye rolled his eyes. I've had enough fights today. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll turn your pair of lights into an airport. Pointing to Tsunade's heart, Bai Ye smiled maliciously. Smelly brat, me, Mr. Bai Ye, are you at home? Just when Tsunade was about to go berserk, several childish voices suddenly came from outside the door. Mr. Bai Ye, may I come in? Bai Ye, everyone is here to see you. Tsunade frowned, and gave Bai Ye a hard look. Fortunately, don't let me see you next time. After speaking, a dodge disappeared in place. Danzo, are you alright? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. As an old buddy who has been with him for many years, although bumps are inevitable on weekdays, if Danzo really dies, he will be very sad. Now that Danzo was standing in front of him intact, how could he not be excited? Well, it was Orochimaru who saved me with a secret technique. Danzo said coldly. Mystery. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thinking, it is probably some kind of forbidden technique studied by Orochimaru. Anyway, it's good that you're fine. A big stone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was completely let go. Hiruzen, Bai Ye must die. Danzo said firmly. It's not that I'm avenging myself, and his power is beyond Konaha's control. In the morning's battle, I was crushed to the point where I was powerless to fight back. In the blink of an eye, he was instantly killed. Danzo said with lingering fear. Instacle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. I thought that Bai Ye had a big battle with Danzo and finally won. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a spike. Defeating an elite jonin and instantly killing an elite jonin are two completely different concepts. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't say that he can kill Danzo in seconds. He is very clear about how strong his old buddy is. Things are a little troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring with a heavy face. With the strength to instantly kill elite jonin, even if Konoha uses all the power of the whole village, it is impossible to capture Bai Ye without injury. Now is the time of war. If Bai Ye kills a few more elite jonin in the process of crazy counterattack, it is really not worth it. By the way, war. A gleam flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. After pondering for a while, he said slowly, anyway, Bai Ye is also a part of my Konoha. I don't agree with such things as cannibalism. Since he has such great strength, I decided to make an exception and promote him as special jonin. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking. Danzo also took a step forward with a tacit understanding. He understood that it was time for him to be a bad guy again. HMPH, especially jonin. Since you bear the title of ninja, you must perform the corresponding responsibilities. Hiruzen, you are still too soft-hearted, I suggest sending him to the front line to support. Words have come from Hyuga that the battle is tense. 019 Senior, the wind is refreshing. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Lin, do you like Mr. Bai Ye? Shizune asked softly, holding a piglet in his arms. The two had just left Bai Ye's house, and parted ways after a group of classmates visited. Only Shizune and Rin Nohara walked side by side. Of course I like it. Nohara Lin admitted generously. Mr. Bai Ye is handsome, has temperament, and is so strong. It's just a pity, it's abominable to be preempted by Hong. Clenching her small fists, Nohara Lin pursed her mouth, a little unwillingly. By the way, why are you asking me this? Could it be that you also? Shizune blushed and nodded. Another competitor, damn it. In this way, because of Bai Ye, there was a little gap in the plastic sisterhood temporarily. However, there is more than one such scenario. After Bai Ye defeated Uchiha Shin head-on and the news of killing Ida Shuji came out, he completely became a girl killer. He is handsome and can fight, which girl would not like it? But even so, few girls dared to approach Bai Ye proactively. Because he has a new nickname, Bloodthirsty Thug. The matter of the two, half-humans, in the Akamaiki barbecue restaurant was witnessed by many people. In less than a day, it spread throughout Konoha. The two were brutally killed by Bai Ye just because they said a few bad things about Hitaki Tsukumo. Is this not a tyrant? Disregarding human life, bloodthirsty thugs. Regarding the evaluation of Bai Ye, the villagers have mixed opinions. But mostly negative reviews. But Bai Ye didn't care, because his goal was achieved. He believed that no one would dare to speak ill of White Fang for a long time from then on. As for the news that Danzo was beaten to death, it was suppressed by Hokage. Only a few high-level personnel in Konoha know. The death of Uchiha Nobu's brother has just happened, and most people only think that he is missing. So I haven't found Bai Ye's head for the time being. Early the next morning, Bai Ye, Kakashi asked in surprise, why are you at my door so early in the morning? Are you waiting for me to go to school together? Although the two are already friends, Bai Ye's behavior still makes Kakashi feel puzzled. Shouldn't he be looking for his little girlfriend, Shihahong? Come to school with me. There's something weird about Kakashi. Do you know the shadow clone technique? Bai Ye asked straight to the point. Yes, show it and let me see. Frowning, Kakashi became more and more curious. What exactly is Bai Ye going to do? Come early in the morning to test your strength. White smoke flashed, and a boy who looked exactly like Kakashi appeared beside him. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye spread his hands, and a cloud of thick black smoke hit his clone. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. The system sounded, and a smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. It's okay Kakashi, see you at school. After speaking, Bai Ye turned and left in the direction of Shihai-Hong's house. Inexplicable, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Could it be that the peerless powerhouses all have their own little hobbies? As a fierce man who can kill Danzo with a wave, how could Kakashi think that Bai Ye can't even shadow clone? Kyoka Suigetsu is powerful, but it can only last 10 minutes. Shadow clone is more appropriate. Bai Ye muttered to himself, and then wandered around in the whole Konoha. Just now he had sent his clone to accompany Shihahong to school. Today's Bai Ye is at least above cage level, and it would be a waste of time to go to ninja school. And his goal today is 8 inner gates. Found it. Soon, a green figure came into view. It was Might Dai. Bai Ye ran a few steps quickly, followed up, and said hello while running. Old man, the wind is refreshing. Might Dai saw that he was a child, showing a mouthful of white fang, laughed and said, morning exercise is very good for practicing physical skills. Senior walks like flying, but breathing is still calm. Physical skills have reached the pinnacle. I think you are the legendary Might Dai. The two chatted one sentence at a time, and gradually, Bai Ye felt a little exhausted. Despite having dark fruit and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the physical quality of this body is actually only about Chunin level. Where can I keep up with the footsteps of Might Dai, a great physicist? Senior, tell the truth, I have a deal to discuss with you. Bai Ye stopped suddenly and said solemnly. Business, let's hear it. Might Dai laughed, only feeling that the kid in front of him was very interesting. I will be able to change Might Dai's talent in the future so that he can practice ninjutsu better. At the same time, I can also make his physique stronger. As for the reward, you need to exchange it with 8 inner gates. Bai Ye said sincerely, with the enhanced version of dark fruit, it is not difficult for him to do these things. For example, to catch a Otsutsuki family that is not extinct, and put the dead bone pulse blood on Might Dai, it can greatly improve his physique. Might Dai Wenyan was taken aback for a moment, and carefully sized Bai Ye's eyes, seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, he became even more curious. Kid, bragging is not a good habit. Smiling, Might Dai still couldn't believe it. How could a little guy who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old have such great abilities? Might Dai is simple and honest, but he is not stupid. Senior, after a while, you will believe it. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously. But, if what I said is true, are you willing to exchange 8 inner gates? O stupid brave man, ask for big flowers, ask for big tickets. If you can really improve Guy's ninjutsu talent, I am willing to teach you the 8 inner gates. Might Dai said solemnly, the mainstream of the ninja world is, after all, ninjutsu. It is also a last resort for Guy to learn gymnastics, so Might Dai has no reason to reject Bai Ye at all. However, all of this must be based on the fact that Bai Ye really has this ability. As his ability to press the bottom of the box, Might Dai will not easily pass it on to others. Okay, then senior just wait for my good news. Bai Ye said with a smile. With dark fruit, he can forcefully devour the 8 inner gates technique worn by Might. But he didn't do that. 8 inner gates is just icing on the cake for Bai Ye now, not just needed. Most of the time, combat still relies on dark fruit and Mangekyo Sharingan. After parting with Might Dai, Bai Ye returned to his home. I'm not in a hurry to find Shueiji or something, there will be opportunities to leave the village in the future. This time I went home mainly to clean up, because there has been news from Yuhi Junhong that the new house is about to be built. The efficiency of a ninja's action is fast. As soon as he arrived at the door of the house, he saw a young man with a dark complexion staring at him coldly. Asuma, Bai Ye asked, are you here to find me? Bai Ye, let's fight. Asuma seemed to have made a major decision. Life and death, only the one who survives is worthy of red. After a sleepless night, Asuma tossed and turned. The tenderness in Yu Raihong's eyes looking at Bai Ye made him unable to let go of it for a long time. Forbear for the time being, and get back your sweetheart after you become stronger. What a joke. How long will you hold back? Maybe, the sons of Bai Ye and Hong will be able to make soy sauce at that time. Even though he knew he was no match for Bai Ye, he still decided to fight with his life. Even if he died, he would die for Yuhi Hong. What kind of man is he hiding in the room and sulking? Very good. Bai Ye smiled lightly. Although you are stupider than Asuma in my memory, I appreciate your courage. You know you're going to die, but you still want to challenge me, so let me do it for you. Click. The sound of the head falling to the ground sounded. Asuma raised his eyes, and saw a headless corpse with blood gushing from the neck of the corpse, and finally fell down slowly. Fear was infinitely magnified, and an aura called death was crazily devouring his consciousness. Breathing gradually stopped. The eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, I can't feel the heartbeat, and even, I can't feel the pain. Remember the feeling, too, remember the stupidity. The hairs all over his body stood on end in an instant, and Asuma broke out in a cold sweat and shivered. When I look again, is there any Bai Ye in front of me? It's an illusion. Asuma gasped heavily. The feeling of death was so real. Is this the gap between me and him? You don't bother to kill me at all, haha. Asuma smiled wryly. He finally understood that from the beginning to the end, Bai Ye didn't take him seriously. It was a heartfelt disregard. It filled Asuma with a sense of powerlessness. She clenched her fists and looked up at the sky. The snowflakes were flying, but the blue sky remained the same. It feels so good to be alive. The hatred and jealousy in my heart seemed to disperse along with the snowflakes. Thank you, Mr. Bai Ye. Bowing deeply towards Bai Ye's house, Asuma turned and left. From today onwards, there may not be one more peerless powerhouse in the ninja world, but there will definitely be one more true warrior. The warrior who conquered his own hatred. It can be regarded as a plastic talent. Through the window, Bai Ye saw the back of Asuma who was leaving. The reason for not killing him is very simple, only one, too lazy to kill. Not so many weird reasons. Asuma used to collude with teacher Chunin to trick her, but Bai Ye was surprised to find that she couldn't hate him anymore. Perhaps because of the improvement in strength, the change in mood brought about. Human beings have the ability to crush ants to death, but do they want to crush them to death when they see ants? Whether you crush it to death or not depends on my mood. So this is the invincible loneliness. Bai Ye thought stinky. Immediately, she covered her body with the quilt that Yuhi Hong had given her. Sleep. Practice. Non-existent. In the land of the Uchiha clan. Master Fugaku, this is the list of people who have disappeared recently. Includes missing on the battlefield, and missing in the village statistics. A ninja dressed in Uchiha costume respectfully handed the list to Uchiha Fugaku. Anyone missing in the village? Fugaku frowned. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and it is common for one or two people to be missing occasionally. But he is not worried because Uchiha has his own pride. Since the first great ninja war, there is no record of Uchiha's people being captured. As long as it is a fatal situation, the people of Uchiha will stab their own eyes blind first, and then commit suicide to prevent the blood succession boundary from falling into the hands of others. But disappearing in the village is a bit intriguing. Uchiha Ling. Fugaku looked at the list in his hand and asked, how long has he been missing? Quote, 7 days. Ling is Uchiha Shin's older brother. I suspect that he was killed by that kid Bai Ye. 021 amplifying artifact, killing sword. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Finally passed the first 7 days. In the new house, Bai Ye excitedly took out a coin, his eyes shining brightly. The system prompt sound just sounded. Every 7 days, there will be a lottery draw for One-Yuan flash kill. System, start the lottery draw. As soon as the words fell, a light curtain that only Bai Ye could see appeared in front of him. The big turntable began to spin rapidly. Sage body, Bai Ye said silently in his heart. What he lacks most now is a strong physique. If you exercise on your own, when will you be able to reach your head? Ding, congratulations on winning, the mysterious sword. With a flash of light, a small green sword half a meter long and 2 fingers wide appeared in Bai Ye's hand. The strange thing is that this sword is actually bent. Mysterious sword, why does it sound so familiar? Bai Ye touched the blade suspiciously, then quickly checked the instructions given by the system. Mysterious sword, produced in the world of League of Legends, also known as the killing sword. Unique passive. When wearing this sword, it will increase the strength of the host. Each time a ninja is killed with this sword, the passivity of the mysterious sword will be superimposed. Each layer increases host's power by 2%, and there is no upper limit for stacking. Hint, strength is just a general term, and the host's attack speed, defense, etc. will all be improved. Damn it, Bai Ye was so excited that he almost jumped up. Amplifying artifact, killing a ninja increases my power by 2%, killing 100 is 200%, killing 1000, and wearing a killing sword, my overall strength can be increased by 20 times. This will kill 10,000 ninjas, and the strength will be increased to 200 times. Isn't it directly invincible? Swallowing, Bai Ye suddenly had the urge to kill. But who to kill? Where to go to kill? You can't chop people up when you see them for no reason, wouldn't you become an inhuman demon king? Forcibly suppressing the impulse in his heart, Bai Ye hurried to the ninja shop, preparing to make a scabbard for him. Tsunade, why are you here? Before he could walk out of the house, a black shadow flashed, and a woman with special effect headlights stopped in front of him. Am I that annoying? Tsunade gave him a blank look. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Hokage has an order, given that Bai Ye's true strength has long been far superior to ordinary ninjas. You are hereby promoted as a special jonin. 3 days later, set off with me and go to the battlefield to support. After speaking, Tsunade handed the paper to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took a look, then crumpled the paper into a ball, still in the corner. Go to the battlefield. Go back and tell the third generation that I don't care about this so-called special jonin. They want me to contribute and show some sincerity. Going to the battlefield to kill the enemy justifiably, and stacking the layers of the killing sword by the way, Bai Ye also thought of this. But he took the initiative to go, and was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, are two completely different concepts. In other words, Bai Ye's identity has changed now. Not everyone can come out and command. Whether to go or not depends on my will, not yours. Bai Ye saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculation at a glance. Since this person cannot be controlled, let him go to the battlefield. The more enemies you kill, the less damage Konoha will lose. If a person is accidentally killed by a strong man from another village, it will be a good thing. Regardless of life or death, it is not a loss for Konoha. What kind of sincerity do you want? Tsunade asked flatly. It was as if Bai Ye's reaction was in her expectation. Wait me a moment. Bai Ye found paper and a pen from the house, and began to write bit by bit. Then hand the paper to Tsunade. Tsunade picked it up and looked at it, and immediately shouted, impossible. But the list reads, Flying Thunder God Technique, Ghoul Sealing, 8 Inner Gates, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Intertwining Technique, Konoha Fire Style Encyclopedia, Water Style Encyclopedia, Earth Style Encyclopedia. It includes all ninjutsu forbidden technique from C level to S level. Don't worry, Bai Ye said with a smile, to be honest, I really don't like these things. I just want to take it as a bride price for my future daughter-in-law. Go back and tell third generation, agree to my conditions, and I will give him a complete victory in World War II. If there is one ninjutsu missing from this, you will never come to see me again. After speaking, Bai Ye ignored Tsunade and turned to the ninja shop. Matching the scabbard to the killing sword is a big deal. As for the headlight, although it looks good, it is Kato Dan's. Damn brat, Tsunade gritted his teeth, and disappeared in the same place. Captain, just let Bai Ye go like this. Uchiha, just died for nothing like this. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Bai Ye is an existence that can instantly kill Danzo, even Hokage dare not touch him easily. For the current plan, we can only endure it temporarily. Go down. Fugaku waved his hand, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. The pride of the Uchiha clan must also be based on absolute strength. Otherwise, it's just a joke. Yes, the man's face was full of viciousness. This person is none other than Uchiha Ling's older brother, Uchiha Ten. Can't deal with Bai Ye, can't deal with the people around him. Bai Ye, I want you to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Peas. The flowers and evaluation votes are not moving, and the young author began to doubt life. Could it be that the H has been played too much recently, which has affected the luck of this book? No, I have to activate Saint Mode. O22 you can do it. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. It's too crazy, this brat, does he really think that defeating Danzo will make him invincible? Utatane Kaharu snorted coldly. After listening to Tsunade's report, she was immediately blown away. Danzo, say Bai Ye, just say Bai Ye, why involve me? Young and energetic, it's understandable. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled, with a faint murderous look around his brows. Elite Jonin is also graded. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, these 3 are also elite Jonin. But take out one at random, not to mention slapping Danzo, but beating him is still no problem. Bai Ye's strength is obvious to all. The reason why he didn't take tough measures is just because he doesn't want to expand his losses. Konoha, how could you be really afraid of a 6-year-old child? Hiruzen, you can't let him continue to grow. Mitokado Homura stood up suddenly. Bai Ye has such a terrifying strength at the age of 6. Given time, I'm afraid no one will be able to subdue him. I suggest, use the method of thunder and kill him immediately. Mitokado Homura, there is basically no shot in the original work. But what is written in the official data possesses the same strength and wisdom as third Hokage. Although there is suspicion of forcibly strengthening, Mitokado Homura at least has the strength of elite Jonin. What's more, at this time, he and third generation are both in their prime. I agree with Homura. Utatane Kaharu was the first to comment. I agree too. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, this hidden danger of Bai Ye must not be left behind. Regardless of Yu Gong's death, he must die. What a headache. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples. Since succeeding Hokage, This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult thing. Killing is not killing is not. Tsunade, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade. He simply couldn't agree to the conditions Bai Ye proposed. At the age of 6, he has the strength to kill Danzo. How strong is his talent? Maybe, those A-level and S-level forbidden techniques can be learned at a glance. If nothing else, just talk about Flying Thunder God. As long as Bai Ye Grandmaster masters the Flying Thunder God technique, then there is really nothing anyone can do about him. So the key point of the final question still falls on killing or not killing. I think this matter should be carefully considered. Tsunade hugged his shoulders, his pretty face full of dignity. Bai Ye is different from others, he has basically no sense of belonging to Konoha. If he gets crazy, maybe he can do things like killing villagers indiscriminately. The two half-humans in the Akamaiki Yakiniku restaurant yesterday are his masterpiece. This is a man with no taboos. After speaking, the office fell into silence again. As Tsunade said, hit the center. Everyone knows how powerful an elite Jonin can be. In the case of fighting and retreating, killing hundreds of civilians is just a matter of waving. What's more, Bai Ye's weird black smoke is a range attack. A small number of people also saw the battle with Danzo. That is a large-scale ninjutsu that can cover a radius of tens of meters, and it is not yet known whether it is the limit state. Bai Ye was really pushed into a hurry, and Konoha's loss was simply incalculable. If you don't kill this kind of person, when you grow up, you will become a lawless demon king. Killing one person can save tens of thousands of people, so what's the point of killing a few civilians? Danzo said coldly, as if the life of a commoner was worthless in his eyes. Well said. Tsunade clapped his hands and smiled. In that case, let's make a plan for encirclement and suppression. Master Danzo, how about you leading the team to kill Bai Ye? You have fought with him and are more experienced. Tsunade's meaning is obvious, it's okay to fight if you want. Proceed if you can. The old man is still seriously injured, how can I move lightly? Danzo frowned, a little displeased. When I went to the battlefield to fight, I don't know how many liters of blood flowed. Why, do you think the old man is greedy for life and afraid of death? Older gingers are more spicy. A rhetorical question from Danzo left Tsunade speechless. Since you are all seniors, don't ask me, a junior, for my opinion. It's rare to go back to Konoha for a few days, and my hands are a little itchy. Old man, I'm going to play some games in the casino. If it's nothing serious, don't call me. Boom. Slamming the office door shut, Tsunade walked away. Although Tsunade has not yet experienced the pain of her lover's death, she has always had a bad temper. When can I suffer such grievances? Girl Tsunade, she's getting more and more outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a wry smile. But it wouldn't be Tsunade if it wasn't. Yo, it's quite lively today. As soon as Tsunade left, Orochimaru stepped in. I'm going back to the battlefield. Say hello to you. After speaking, Orochimaru turned and left. It seems that coming here is really just to say hello. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. Orochimaru, there is a temporary mission for you. You must know about Bai Ye. I plan to send you to find out his true strength. Oh, Orochimaru licked his lips, his snake-like eyes flashed a dangerous light. Teacher, aren't you afraid that Bai Ye will kill me too? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. If he doesn't kill Danzo, he won't kill you. Obviously he also has some scruples. Orochimaru, don't say modest words, show your true skills. 023 Old Schwangui. Boss, build me a scabbard, use the best material. In the ninja shop, Bai Ye put the mysterious sword on the table and said very proudly. Hey, does such an ugly sword need a scabbard? A pleasant voice came. Immediately afterwards, a girl with fiery red hair stepped into the ninja shop. She looks about 13 or 14 years old, with apricot face and peach cheeks, very charming. Although he doesn't have a very good appearance, he has an outstanding temperament. Gives it a little chilly vibe. Uzumaki Kushina. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. When seeing that beautiful face, Bai Ye's first reaction was not to take it for himself, but to drown her in dark water. If this swallows the 9 tails in her body, I will be invincible right away. Bai Ye thought so in his heart. It's just that when I think of my poor little body, I guess it can't accommodate the majestic chakra of 9 tails. Also dispelled this idea. It's really troublesome. When can I win a sage body or something? Turning his head aside, Bai Ye ignored Kushina. There was no intersection between the two. And this is a married woman, with all her heart on Minato. Bai Ye is not the kind of person who steals people's love. Ignore me, Kushina pouted, a little dissatisfied. Hey, you kid just stared at my hair. Say, do you also think red hair is ugly? What's the situation? Bai Ye was stunned, and was shot while lying down. Come on, I just looked at you and was just thinking about swallowing 9 tails. Okay. No, red hair looks great. Bai Ye said lightly. It is useless to reason with a woman, it is better to follow her. What's your tone? You are clearly perfunctory. You still think red hair is ugly. Kushina clenched her small fist and was about to go into a runaway state. That's okay too. Bai Ye was completely stunned. It's okay to say you look good, and it's okay to say you're not good looking. Old Schwangui, sister, you're 14 or 15 years old, and it's interesting to compare yourself with a 6-year-old child like me. Bai Ye said helplessly. Yesterday's self was very high profile, gods blocked and killed gods, and Buddhas blocked and killed Buddhas. I want to keep a low profile today. Is it so difficult to be an honest person? My lord, your scabbard is ready. At this moment, the owner of the ninja shop tremblingly handed the mysterious sword and scabbard to Bai Ye. His eyes dodged and dodged, not daring to look directly at him. Well, it's not bad. How much is it? Bai Ye looked at the scabbard and asked. A very satisfied look. This one doesn't cost money. The store is holding an event, and the 11,325th customer who enters the store is free. You happen to be the 11,325th customer. The boss said very seriously. Oh, is there such a good thing? Bai Ye smiled, turned around and left with the scabbard on his back. No money, that would be great. What happened to the cage-level powerhouse? A penny stumps a hero, so the province has to save it. He's not in the habit of being rich. Hey, you just left. Didn't even say a word of apology. Stop, Kushina said angrily. Just after chasing him out, Bai Ye's figure disappeared. You're lucky. Clenching her fists, Kushina returned to the ninja shop. I saw that at this moment the owner of the ninja shop was slumped on the ground and panting heavily. Beads of sweat slid down his face one by one. His face was full of horror. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Kushina asked strangely. How could such a good person suddenly become like this? Master Uzumaki, don't you know that that adult who just left is Bai Ye? This ninja shop is just across from the Akamaiki Yakiniku restaurant. The tragic appearance of the two Chunins is still vivid in my memory. A seemingly innocent boy of 6 years old, but he is an out-and-out murderer. What's even more frightening is that Bai Ye is still acting like a normal person today. What does this mean? This means that even Lord Hokage has to turn a blind eye to him. Powerful, influential, murderous without batting an eye, bloody and cruel, such a person is not something I can afford. Maybe this adult will kill himself on a whim. He didn't think his life would be more honorable than the two Chunins. To die is to die in vain. Bai Ye. Kushina was also surprised when she heard this. As Minato's girlfriend, she also heard about Bai Ye, and know more about the inside story. So it's Bai Ye that Minato told me not to mess with, is he? A feeling called dread arises in Kushina's heart. God, what kind of existence did I provoke just now? Just now, I seem to have gone too far. Should I go to Bai Ye and apologize? At this time, Bai Ye has come to the ninja school. Without him, I haven't seen Shihahong for a long time, so I miss it. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the classroom door. Please come in. The next moment, the door was pushed open. When that weak figure caught everyone's eyes, everyone held their breath. 024 Of course I choose to forgive her. Master Bai Ye. Teacher Chunin on the podium said respectfully. It's no secret that Bai Ye has become a special jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made this public. Well, you're welcome, I'm here to listen to the class, you continue to talk. Bai Ye nodded slightly, and then sat beside Shihahong. Call. Teacher Chunin let out a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't make trouble for myself. The Lord Bai Ye in front of him is even scarier than Orochimaru. Orochimaru is at most a person with a cold temperament, but he has basically never hurt Konoha. But Bai Ye dared to kill with great fanfare, and within the same day, kill 3 people in a row. Not only was he not punished, but he was inexplicably promoted to a special jonin. Most people who don't know the inside story speculate that Bai Ye is probably the illegitimate son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike Teacher Chunin's reaction, most of the male students looked at Bai Ye with envy and jealousy. A nympho-like little star appeared in the eyes of the female classmate. Among them are Shizune and Nohara Rin. Mr. Bai Ye is really hardworking. You are so good that you still come to school, Nohara Rin said with a smile. Then he got up and sat down to the left of Bai Ye. HMPH, what's the air? Obito curled his lips, a little apprehensive. Didn't you just kill a few Chunins? I can do it in the future. Obito complained a few words. He was carefree on weekdays. The only sensitive point was Nohara Rin. Secret love hurts the most, and the person who has a crush likes other people hurts even more. But unlike Asuma, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito has a honeyed self-confidence. He believes that one day, he will surpass everyone. Even now it's still a crane tail. Well, do the girls take their eyes off me when this guy comes? Kakashi held his chin. Except for the first day, Bai Ye sent Shadow Clone to compensate Yuhihong for class. In the days that followed, he didn't send his avatar there. Because Yuhihong said that she wanted real company. Mr. Bai Ye, why are you here? Shihahong said with a smile, her eyes were full of tenderness. Of course I miss you, how could there be other reasons? Bai Ye patted her little head as if no one else was there. Her little face flushed slightly, after all she was a little shy in front of so many people. Sure enough, Bai Ye is Hong's real destination. Asuma in the corner was a little emotional when he saw this scene. Although his heart still hurts, he who has let go of it is not as uncomfortable as before. What else? Of course I choose to forgive her. Oh no, I wish her well. Mr. Bai Ye, Nohara Rin tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve. I was talking to you just now. What? Bai Ye was taken aback. Just now, my mind was all on Yuhihong, and I really didn't notice Nohara Rin. It's nothing. Nohara Rin bit her lip. For some reason, my little heart twitched. He actually ignored me. Oh, Bai Ye said flatly, then turned his head to Yuhihong again. He has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, how could Nohara Rin's petty thoughts fail to see through? But first, he didn't want Hong to be sad. Secondly, Nohara Lin, Shizune and others are too young. They are so small that Bai Ye has no interest in them. Yuhi Hong is because she has a relationship with herself. Helped him in his most difficult time. Simply put, this is a girl who has been with her since her infancy. This true love is priceless. Hey, it's a good thing I wasn't the one who sat there just now. Shizune chuckled inwardly. Although it was very unpleasant, Shizune felt a little more balanced when someone was worse than himself. Cough cough. The newly appointed teacher Chunin was a little embarrassed. He really didn't dare to continue talking about this class. If I disturb Master Bai Ye's love affair, I can't bear it. But turn around and leave, it's not the case. For a while, he was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, a person suddenly walked in at the door. Mr. Bai Ye, do you have time to come out for a chat? A magnetic voice sounded, immediately attracted countless eyes. Master Orochimaru, it's Lord Orochimaru. The students immediately cheered and jumped up, as if they saw their idols. The legendary Sannin, Konoha Lang-kun, stern face, snake-like pupils, and aloof demeanor. Orochimaru is indeed a legendary figure with a very charming personality who kills all men, women and children. Looking for me, Bai Ye put down Shiha Hong's little hand, stood up and said with a smile, the famous scientist came to visit on his own initiative, and I have to chat with you when I have time. As the two walked out of the classroom, teacher Chunin let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru-sama came just in time. In a forest in Konoha. Bai Ye fixed his body and looked at Orochimaru with interest. What can you do with me? Orochimaru looked at him carefully and nodded frequently, as if seeing a perfect prey. Hokage asked me to test your strength. If you beat me and play well, he should agree to the conditions you propose. If you don't fight well in this battle, or you lose, Konoha will gather elites and attack them in groups, killing you in one fell swoop. There is nothing to hide. Konoha's plan was directly spoken by Orochimaru. It seemed that he was not afraid that Bai Ye would know. Bai Ye nodded, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. He never hides his ambitions, nor is he afraid that others will know his ambitions. Just like he did to Sasuke in the original book, he told you clearly that when you become stronger, I will take you away. This is Orochimaru. 025 Break through the dark snake, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. As expected of Orochimaru, I appreciate you very much. Bai Ye said seriously, it is not without reason that countless people are willing to sacrifice their lives for Orochimaru. The special charm of his personality is indeed very attractive. But you want to test me with just one avatar, isn't it a little underestimating? At this time, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose from under Orochimaru's feet, covering his whole body. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke cleared and Orochimaru disappeared. As expected of you, Orochimaru's voice sounded from behind a big tree not far away. I'm just curious, how did you see the flaw? Shadow clone, but an existence that can't be seen through with a blind eye. Standing by the sakura flower tree, Orochimaru didn't come over. Instead, he kept a certain distance from Bai Ye. I naturally can't see through Shadow Clone. Bai Ye smiled. I guessed. Guess. Orochimaru was taken aback. That's okay too. Orochimaru, sinister, cunning, and cunning. It's normal to use Shadow Clone to test and play with the enemy. Bai Ye said lightly. Then he pointed around. And, if I'm not mistaken, that guy who likes to peek at hot springs with his binoculars technique is currently watching the battle. Nani. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled. Is this guy a ninja or a great prophet? Can you even guess this? Uchiha Kaharu on the side looked at third generation with an unnatural expression, and his old face was slightly red. Kaharu, what is your expression? I swear, I never peeked at you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Question mark. Why do you say such things? Question marks filled Uchiha Kaharu's head. Could it be that what the kid said is true? Dr. Ninja, do you really have this habit? Mr. Bai Ye, if possible, I would like to be friends with you. Orochimaru licked his scarlet tongue. The light in the snake's pupils revealed, like a beast ready to go. Friend. Bai Ye smiled. You won't have such thoughts later. As soon as he pressed his hands to the ground, thick darkness poured out immediately. Spread rapidly in the direction of Orochimaru. Dark hole. Mr. Bai Ye is really impatient. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped a little, and retreated more than 10 meters back. He also learned a thing or two about Bai Ye's attack method from Danzo's mouth. That is, you must not be swallowed by darkness. Otherwise, there is only a dead end. It's fast. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously. It's just, are you faster than darkness? Dark Fruit's abilities surged out crazily, and in the blink of an eye, the ground with a radius of 100 meters was instantly shrouded in darkness. Orochimaru suddenly felt a huge suction pulling himself under his feet. And, no matter how hard you try, you can't break free. Dark water. With the beach of both palms, the darkness that can swallow everything surges out, covering it from all directions. Soon, Orochimaru is imprisoned in a huge cage made of darkness. 100 meters vertically and 100 meters horizontally. Together with dozens of big trees, it was also shrouded in it. Something. Orochimaru smiled charmingly, without any panic on his face. It seems that he has already prepared for this kind of control. Orochimaru, how do you feel? Bai Ye's voice came from the darkness, with a hint of playfulness. Very good, Orochimaru said with great interest. the unique and perfect blood succession limit. Covering a range of 100 meters in an instant, the speed is so fast that even elite Jonin, oh no, ordinary Kage levels can't avoid this darkness. The suction from the feet is very strong, so strong that there is no way to get rid of it unless you cut off your legs. The people in it can only end up waiting to die. Orochimaru's tone was filled with admiration, as if he didn't care about his own safety at all. Oh, so you were planning to surrender? Bai Ye asked curiously. With the current control of dark fruit, controlling a Danzo is naturally not a problem. But he didn't believe that the dignified Orochimaru would be caught without a fight. Surrender. Orochimaru laughed and said, although this blood successor is good, if you only have this ability, the temptation can stop here. Haishu Yu Shen Wei. Summoning technique. Pressing both hands towards the ground suddenly, a huge monster covering the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air. Wan Snake, rush out. With an order, Wan Snake didn't talk too much nonsense, and with a little force on his tail, his huge body quickly rose into the air. Because it also felt a trace of great anxiety, the surrounding situation made it impossible to ask Orochimaru for a sacrifice. It even has an illusion of death at any moment. The body of Wan Snake is more than 200 meters long. But the range covered by dark fruit is only 100 meters. So in the blink of an eye, this impenetrable darkness was punched with a huge hole. Whoosh. At the same time, Orochimaru opened his mouth as big as a crocodile. A ferocious boa constrictor with a human head and a snake face came out from its body. With the gap that 10,000 snakes rushed out, he escaped from the enveloping range of dark fruit. Molt. 026 Let me show you a big baby. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Look, it's Master Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes. What's going on? Are there any enemies invading? Go and see. A group of Konoha shinobi were shocked and ran towards the forest. Because this is a village, even if Orochimaru is practicing, it is impossible to summon 10,000 snakes. Besides enemy attack, are there other possibilities? Soon, Yuhi Junhong, Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Fugaku and others were dispatched. Mr. Bai Ye, how are you? Orochimaru, with a human head and a snake face, stood on top of the snake's head, evoking a strange smile. As expected of Konoha Lang-kun, he is much better than Danzo's trash. In Hokage's office, Danzo's old face twitched. The snake opened its mouth again, and Orochimaru's body crawled out slowly. There was disgusting saliva all over his body. With this level of ninjutsu, I'm afraid you won't be able to perform it a second time. Am I right, Mr. Bai Ye? Orochimaru stared at Bai Ye with the gaze of prey. It seems that he has already eaten him. You're right, Bai Ye admitted frankly. With a wave of his right hand, the endless darkness dissipated immediately. This is the first time that Dark Fruit's ability has been used on such a large scale. This covered more than 100 meters of darkness vertically and vertically, which had almost consumed Bai Ye chakra. Even Dark Fruit's ability can still be used. But when chakra bottomed out, his power would definitely be much weaker. Orochimaru, on the other hand, only shed its skin once. Basically no loss. Hey, I really can't bear to kill a genius like you. Orochimaru sighed. If it wasn't for someone watching, I definitely wouldn't kill you. Pointing to the sky, Orochimaru's attitude is obvious. Bai Ye is such a superb product, it would be a waste to kill it, wouldn't it be nice to have a human experiment? But Konoha's high-level attitude has been very clear, even if he doesn't want to kill him. Hee, you've been underestimated. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, still looking like he had the winning ticket just now. Why, could it be that Mr. Bai Ye has other means? Orochimaru asked with interest. In fact, in his heart, Orochimaru didn't want Bai Ye to die. It's a pity that such an interesting kid died like this. Well, since you want to touch my bottom so much, let's show you a big baby. His eyes widened suddenly, and the six-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly appeared in his eye sockets. A huge skeleton with a height of 100 meters rose from the ground. Soon, the top of the skeleton was covered with a layer of flesh and veins, and a pale light shone in the hollow eye sockets. It's like a Shinigami came to life. Susanoo, second form, boom. He swung his right fist and hit Wan Shi directly. The huge monster of more than 200 meters was directly sent flying by this punch, hitting countless trees and showing no signs of stopping. What is this? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared wide-eyed, with a look of disbelief on his face. Even Danzo and the two consultants were stunned. Summoning Beast 10,000 Snakes, once followed Orochimaru, made countless achievements on the battlefield, and has a great reputation. Its strength is obvious to all. Bai Ye's almost incomprehensible darkness was only rushed out by 10,000 snakes. However, such a mighty 10,000 snakes couldn't stop the giant skeleton's punch. Is that Bai Ye's summoning beast? Danzo said solemnly. A pair of cloudy old eyes stared at the crystal ball. It's not like Bai Ye, he didn't get the summoning seal just now. Utatane Kaharu exclaimed at this moment. Hiruzen, look in his eyes. Like a Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, looked carefully, and finally shook his head. Sharingan are all red, but Bai Ye's eyes are purple. Maybe it's some kind of unknown blood succession technique. There are two kinds of blood inheritance boundaries on a person, There was silence in the office. Deathly silence. Bai Ye's strength has completely exceeded their imagination. Although I didn't personally experience the horror of that skeleton. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't resist such a punch. As for Susanoo, Uchiha has never had a man with Mangekyo since Madara. Susanoo has long been hidden in the long river of history, so even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would not recognize it. In the forest, Baga, Orochimaru, if you don't prepare 500 sacrifices next time, don't expect me to do anything for you. Wan Snake roared angrily. Lousy is sleeping soundly in Ruchi Cave. I was summoned by you out of nowhere. Inexplicably received an old punch, and almost belched. Uncle Wan Snake expressed his displeasure. A burst of white smoke flashed by, and Wan Snake disappeared. How about it, do you want to continue playing? Bai Ye smiled lightly. At this moment, Orochimaru is being pinched by Susan. Like an ant, with just a little force, Orochimaru will die. No matter how strong the ability to escape is, there is a limit. The fist of Susanoo's 360-degree all-round crushing without dead ends, how do you escape? No more fights, no more fights. Orochimaru smiled and said, Mr. Bai Ye really gave me a big surprise. A white smoke flashed again, and the Orochimaru in Susan's hand disappeared. Shadow Clone. 027 Why did you tell the truth? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. As expected of you, Orochimaru. Bai Ye smiled and withdrew Susanoo. Because he knew that the battle could end here. Orochimaru is not the best among Hokage ninjas, but definitely the hardest to kill. As cunning as a snake, it is not so easy to really kill him. Unless the full body of Susanoo is activated and the power of the Hoshin Mirror is used. But there's no need for that. There was no serious animosity between the two. Besides, would killing Orochimaru do him any good? Is it the shadow clone that I replaced when I hit 10,000 snakes? Not bad. Orochimaru nodded. I have to admit, your strength is very strong. Only the combat experience is slightly worse. The tone is full of appreciation, and there is a hint of expectation. It seems that the stronger Bai Ye is, the more excited Orochimaru is. Bai Ye, Lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Yuhi Junhong ran over, her face full of surprise. Could it be that it was Bai Ye who forced Orochimaru to summon the 10,000 snakes? Is he already so strong? Whoosh whoosh. Soon, Hitaki Tsukumo, Uchiha Fugaku and others all arrived. Even Tsunade, after seeing Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes, rushed over immediately. Is it still a step too late? Uchiha Fugaku sighed. The 100-meter-tall Shuzuo stood up from the ground just now, and was seen by many people. Among them, of course, is Fugaku. A huge skeleton, very similar to the divine skill mentioned in my clan's secret. Susanoo, could it be that Bai Ye is from my Uchiha? Shuzuo's appearance was very short, only a few seconds before and after. Before Fugaku could take a closer look, Bai Ye withdrew. This made him feel very sorry. After all, the legendary power is what every Uchiha person yearns for. I have a chance to talk to him. As for Uchiha Shin, who was seriously injured, and Uchiha Ling, who is likely to die, what is it compared to the ultimate secret of Sharingan? There are quite a few people who come to watch the excitement. Orochimaru glanced at the crowd and took out a scroll from his body. Flying Thunder God technique and 8 inner gates are off the top. Hokage, they are afraid that after you learn it, it will be completely out of control. As he spoke, without asking Bai Ye if he agreed, he threw the scroll over. Okay, I'm going to the battlefield. I look forward to seeing you next time, Mr. Bai Ye. Leaving a wry smile, Orochimaru turned and left. In Hokage's office, the faces of several old guys were a little ugly. Why did Orochimaru tell the truth? Udatane Kaharu had a gloomy look on his face. If you don't say something, I won't say it, as long as everyone knows it well. After all, no one is a fool. But when Orochimaru uttered these few words, the face of the villain in the high-level Konoha was instantly highlighted. That's his character, Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. Among several disciples, Orochimaru was the one he admired the most. He has also been trained as an heir. If it weren't for its difficulty in controlling, even if Namikaze Minato mastered Flying Thunder God, it would not be possible to become Hokage. There are too many geniuses in Konoha. If he was strong enough to become Hokage, how could White Fang end up so miserable? It is the best policy for Orochimaru to speak frankly to each other. Don't underestimate Bai Ye, he is very smart. It would be bad for Orochimaru to be secretive. Danzo stepped forward at this time and had a nice word for Orochimaru. He knew he couldn't be the 4th Hokage, so he wanted to support Orochimaru. It's a pity. How did he know that Orochimaru is not the character of a little son like Namikaze Minato? Listening to politics behind a curtain. I'm afraid I'm not thinking about farting. ... In the forest, Bai Ye took the scroll and threw it to Shihi Junhong without even looking at it. This is considered a betrothal gift. When I marry Hong in the future, seniors can no longer ask me for money. Bai Ye said with a smile. Bride price. Yuhi was really red for a moment. How old are you, and you're getting engaged to my daughter? Did I agree to being a father? If you are strong, you can grab the women of the people by force. The confused Yuhi Junhong slowly opened the scroll, and he was also curious as to what was inside it. It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Impure World Reincarnation, Ghoul Containment, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. There are several kinds of S-level Forbidden Technique alone, and dozens of A-level ninjutsu. B-level and C-level are countless. A living ninjutsu collection. What dowry? Let me see, I'll take a look too. The ninjas next to him all surrounded him, but after casting a glance, they quickly looked away. If you see something you shouldn't see, you will die. Everyone looked at Bai Ye in surprise. How could this notorious boy get such a reward? What did he contribute to Konoha? What's more, is such a precious complete collection of ninjutsu given away as a betrothal gift? For a while, everyone was hating. Why do you hate yourself for not having a beautiful daughter? Where can I find an excellent son-in-law like Bai Ye? Yuhi Junhong put away the scroll, feeling a little parched. Happiness came so suddenly that he still hadn't gotten used to it. How, Senior Zayachen, are you satisfied with this dowry? Bai Ye said with a smile. 028 Let your wife come talk to me, please ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets. Very satisfied, Yuhi Junhong said with a smile. It's just that there was a little helplessness in that smile. Bai Ye has clearly stood on Konoha's opposite side. Hit Uchiha, depose Danzo, kill Sensei. Just now, there seems to be a conflict with Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Although he didn't know the specific reason, but he had a vague feeling. That's Bai Ye in the village, I'm afraid it's almost obvious. At that time, how should I choose? Because of the existence of Shiha Hong, the relationship between her side and Bai Ye is very ambiguous. If Bai Ye collapses, can his Shiri Junhong and his family not be implicated? But this dowry, he still dare not accept. The reason is simple, Bai Ye is a person with no taboos. It really made him unhappy, and it is not impossible for him to kill his father-in-law in anger. Hey, let's take one step at a time. Shiha Junhong sighed in her heart. As of now, he can't control anything anymore. Bai Ye's power is beyond everyone's imagination. A stop here is a great deterrent. Even Hokage can't do anything to him, let alone a mere Jonin. I still have work to do, so let's go first. Yuhi Junhong greeted Bai Ye, then hurriedly left. It seems that he doesn't want to stay for a moment, and he is afraid of something. Bai Ye, I haven't had time to thank you for what happened last time. Hatake said with a smile. Since you killed those two people, there has been much less gossip in the village. I'm also a lot more relaxed. Hatake Tsukumo sighed and said, just a little lonely. Master White Fang, you are welcome. Bai Ye smiled. It can be seen that you are indeed much more relaxed. Now is the time of war, and the fighting is in full swing. As one of the strongest representatives of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo should not be in the village at this moment. The only reason is that Bai Ye's actions led to the house arrest of Hatake Tsukumo by Konoha's senior management in advance. Don't let him go to the battlefield, don't give him the opportunity to continue to make meritorious deeds. Bai Ye, who has always been known as a thug, why does he have a special liking for White Fang, and even jumps out to fight for him? If these two people are combined, prestige and strength are required, Hokage's position will be unstable. There's nothing wrong with taking it easy. At least, I can live a few more years. Hatake Tsukumo laughed. Achieving the position of Captain Anbu does not depend on strength alone. Wisdom and strategy are indispensable. He had long guessed his final result from all the signs, death in this village he loved. There is only one reason for not resisting in the original book, love the village. It's just that the existence of Bai Ye made him see another result. That is to hide the edge and live a quiet life. Well, if you have time, you can come and learn swordsmanship with Kakashi. Hatake said, looking at Bai Ye. For this junior, he likes him from the bottom of his heart. It may be the complementarity of personality that made him see another way of living. Kill decisively, act willfully and recklessly, happy to be kind and enmity. These are things that he longs for, but cannot touch. Okay, I'll go tonight. Bai Ye's heart moved, and he said bluntly. We're about to go to the battlefield soon, so we can't just drive Susan when we see people, right? The ability of dark fruit also consumes chakra a lot. If you can learn the famous Hatake knife skills, it will be much more convenient to chop people. As for physical strength, Bai Ye didn't worry too much. Don't forget, the killer sword. For every kill, Bai Ye's comprehensive quality, including chakra, stamina, defense, strength, speed, etc. will be permanently increased by 2%. Do you need to practice hard if you want to become stronger? Kill people on the line. Okay, then it's a deal, see you in the evening. Smiling, Hatake Tsukumo's figure disappeared in place. Boy, you have some skills. A hand suddenly rested on Bai Ye's shoulder. Bai Ye turned around, but no face was seen. Because he was still too short, as far as he could see, there were only a pair of twinkling lights. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, but because I am here in Yamanaka. The ancients do not deceive me. Is co-authoring this the correct way to unlock this poem? Resisting the urge to bump his head against the lamp, Bai Ye said, it will take a few years for me to truly show my great ability. It's a pity that you may not have the chance to see it. Great skill. Tsunade froze for a moment. Could it be that this kid has a more powerful backup? Go back and prepare. I will go to the front line with me in 3 days. After speaking, Tsunade turned and left. There are only 3 days left, wouldn't it be a pity not to hurry up and gamble a few games? Almost everyone who came here left. Now there is only one Uchiha Fugaku left. He walked slowly to Bai Ye and said in a low voice, Mr. Bai Ye, do you have time to chat? For Susanoo, he has a crazy obsession. The revitalization of the clan may lie in the little ghost in front of him. Chat. Bai Ye saw through his little calculation at a glance. After all, it was the 100-meter-tall Susanoo, and Uchiha Fugaku was not blind. I have nothing to talk to you about. If you want to talk, let your wife come to me. 029 I just have a good memory asking for flowers and comments. Bai Ye left after playing a trivial joke with Uchiha Fugaku. First, I rewarded my stomach and ate a barbecue. Then go to the hot springs. After a toss, it was almost noon. With nothing to do, Bai Ye chose to go home and sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was completely dark. Almost forgot, I'm going to learn swordsmanship with Senior Hatake tonight. Bai Ye rubbed his sleepy eyes. After a simple wash, head to Kakashi's home. Father, you seem to be in good spirits recently, Kakashi said with a smile. A gleam of joy flashed across the immature face. With the death of the 2.5 people in the yakiniku restaurant, the rumors about Hatake Tsukumo basically never appeared again. Yeah, it's all thanks to that little guy Bai Ye, Hatake Tsukumo said with emotion. Touching the short blade in his hand, his face was reflected in the cold light. I actually need a 6-year-old child to save me. Mr. Bai Ye is indeed very strong. Kakashi nodded. I have a hunch that the situation in the ninja world will soon be disturbed by him. The situation of the Second Ninja World War may change because of him alone. Oh, Hatake looked at Kakashi in surprise. Even he didn't expect that his son would be so far-sighted. Hey, I seem to hear someone complimenting me. A slightly childish voice sounded, and Bai Ye pushed the door open. Sorry, I kept you waiting so long before I woke up. Just woke up. Hatake and Kakashi were stunned at the same time. In their view, it is very important to be able to compete with the existence of Danzo and Orochimaru at the age of 6. Daily hard work must have played a large part as well. Could it be that Bai Ye can become stronger by sleeping? Mr. Bai Ye, don't you practice on weekdays? Kakashi asked doubtfully. Recalling the memory carefully, it seems that I have never seen Bai Ye in any training ground. Cultivation. Bai Ye's eyes were full of sincerity. I never practice. Sleep is probably the most common thing on weekdays. I can sleep 16 hours a day. Nani, is it really possible to become stronger by sleeping? It's okay for Hatake Tsukumo, after all, he has seen all kinds of storms. But a black line flashed across Kakashi's small face. Jealousy. Many years later, there was a classic quote circulating in the ninja world. The reason why I am so powerful is because I spend the time you spend practicing on sleeping. Ahem. Hatake Tsukumo cleared his throat. Bai Ye will be on the battlefield in a few days, time is running out, let's start. With a wave of the short blade, the whole person's aura suddenly changed drastically. Like a tiger descending the mountain, its sharpness is fully revealed. Sword skills are actually not esoteric. As the name suggests, it is the method of controlling a knife. And we have only one purpose in learning knives, and that is to kill people. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes narrowed, and an invisible murderous aura suddenly enveloped him. Knife skills, cleverness. It is to give you a chance to win when your overall quality is at a disadvantage. The so-called comprehensive quality is strength, speed, physical strength. If your overall quality is 3 times, 5 times, or even more than the enemy's, then what's the use of learning swordsmanship? Bai Ye nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. For example, 4th Raikage, there is no need for so many bells and whistles. A hug from an elbow, directly teach you how to be a human being. Hatake Tsukumo is fundamentally helping Bai Ye understand sword skills, and the analysis is very thorough. Next, I will practice a full set of Hatake knife skills, and you too should memorize carefully. After speaking, Hatake Tsukumo moved. The short blade flew up and down like a spirit snake, either chopping, or stabbing or picking. The fierce sword energy visible to the naked eye shot out from the short blade, and where the white light flashed, it seemed that even the space was about to be cut off with a single blow. Bai Ye looked a little crazy. Can't help but let out a sigh. The Konoha's white fang, which is as famous as the golden glitter, is definitely not blown out. He has an illusion that White Fang's knife can cut through his own darkness. Although the control over dark fruit has not yet reached 100%, but not everyone can easily break through it. But Hatake Tsukumo is definitely one of them. Remember, Hatake Tsukumo put away his knife and stood with a faint displeasure on his face. I am teaching sword skills sincerely, but this guy Bai Ye is actually distracted. Ah, I remember, Bai Ye said hastily. I was fascinated by watching it for a while, and I was completely immersed in Hatake Tsukumo's sword skills. Well, then show it to me. Although the tone was very flat, Kakashi, who knew his father's character well, knew that Hatake Tsukumo was angry. Father, your saber skills are so unpredictable, how can you learn the truth after reading it once? I learned it for a long time before I remembered it, Kakashi said with a frown. Bai Ye is one of his few friends, and Kakashi doesn't want to see him make a fool of himself. It's okay, Kakashi. Bai Ye drew out the killing sword behind his back, and said with a smile, I have no other advantages but a good memory. 030 If hard work is useful, what do you need a genius for? Asking for a flower ticket. In the courtyard, a thin figure was dancing. The body is like a swimming dragon, and the sword is like a python. The strange green dagger in his hand was shining with bursts of cold light, as if Lion Majesty was spitting out a message. The sword, the position, including every turn, every slash, are exactly the same as Hatake Tsukumo just now. Like a replay shot in a movie. Senior White Fang, what do you think? At this time, Bai Ye had already put away his sword and stood up, looking at Hatake Tsukumo with a smile. Ah this. Hatake Tsukumo clicked his tongue, not knowing how to describe him. Hatake's sword skills are ever-changing, and every move and style is carefully crafted. With the strength and angle of the knife, combined with the unique body style, it is impossible to achieve Grandmaster without decades of effort. Just read Kakashi in the original book, but I didn't even learn about White Fang's 50% success. Although Kakashi has been sinking for a long time, it is enough to prove the difficulty of Hitaki's knife technique. But the Bai Ye in front of him seems to have even more Grandmaster Hitaki sword skills than himself. White Fang thought for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws. Flawless. Bai Ye, have you been exposed to swordsmanship before? Hitaki asked suspiciously. If it is said that Bai Ye has no background in sword skills, he absolutely does not believe it. The first time you use a knife, can you be so strong? No, Bai Ye said frankly. I really just have a better memory. Having experienced time traveling, his mental strength is much higher than that of ordinary people. With the increase of the enhanced version of Dark Fruit, not only the talent is far beyond ordinary people. Even memory has reached a terrifying level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has a photographic memory. Father, don't ask any more questions. Kakashi tugged at the hem of Hitaki Tsukumo's clothes. You look like I'm dumb. Turning over the eyes of the dead fish, Kakashi was completely sour this time. Blood successor boundary is born, there is no way. But Bai Ye can even reach the Grandmaster level with just a glance. It's true that people are more dead than others, and goods are still better than goods. For a while, Kakashi doubted his life. Come on, let's try it in real combat. Hitaki Tsukumo said with great interest. He really wanted to see how strong Bai Ye's talent was. Okay, the junior is offended. Bai Ye laughed. Well, be careful. Whoosh. There was not even the sound of the clash of weapons. A black shadow flashed, and Hitaki Tsukumo's white fang was already gently pressing against Bai Ye's throat. The first shortcoming, your speed is too slow. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Bai Ye's forehead. He thought he was already strong. But I didn't expect that when facing a real cage-level strongman, I didn't even have a chance to react. With just one swipe of Hitaki Tsukumo's short sword just now, he couldn't even use Mangekyo's ability, so he had to drink his hatred on the spot. It seems that in the future, if you encounter a ninja like Raikage who is good at physical skills, you must use the ability of Dark Fruit as soon as possible. Or turn on Susan directly, otherwise you may be killed in seconds. Bai Ye thought so in his heart. Originally, because of the rapid increase in strength, the fluttering heart also calmed down. What about Eternal Mangekyo, and what about Dark Fruit? The enemy will not give you a chance to regret it. Don't underestimate any ninja, even if you are facing genin who is not well known or famous, you must do your best. It is also from today that there is a ruthless handsome boy in the ninja world. From now on, I will suppress the speed to be at the same level as yours. Hitaki said lightly. Good. Boom. After an impact, Bai Ye's murderous sword was thrown flying. The short blade white fang hit his neck again. The second shortcoming, your strength is too weak. Next, I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 hits, Bai Ye failed again. You have learned the knife technique, but you can't use it flexibly in a short time. Actual combat doesn't mean much to you, because you will lose within 3 moves. Go home and practice hard, and come to me every night for actual combat. Hitaki Tsukumo said with a smile. He didn't feel disappointed because of Bai Ye's poor performance. After all, in this world, even if the speed and strength are at the same level, how many people can stop White Fang's 3 strikes? He still recognized Bai Ye's fighting talent. Okay. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, bowed, then turned and left. Go home and practice your knife. Today's battle completely aroused the blood and fighting spirit in his heart. Kakashi, what are you looking at? Hitaki patted his shoulder. Don't look at Bai Ye being easily defeated by me. But if you want to reach his current level of sword skills, you need at least 5 years of hard work. 5 years. Kakashi was taken aback. But, father, he only learned swords for a day. And you didn't mean that he can't use it flexibly now. Kakashi said unwillingly. He has always been hailed as a genius, but he also has his own pride. But today, this pride was virtually crushed to pieces. Yeah, but this is genius. Hitaki Tsukumo sighed. If hard work is useful, what do you need genius for? What's even more frightening is that geniuses work harder than you. 031 Makoto visits late at night. Please ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Late at night, Hokage office. The thick smoke looked a little black under the dim light. Hey, old man, can you smoke less? Tsunade said in disgust, holding his nose. Hee, the old man only has such a little hobby, so you have to take care of it. With a doting smile, third generation still put out the cigarette. Then he put on a serious face. This time out of the village is different, you must always pay attention to Bai Ye's movements. If there is a dangerous situation, I mean if, you can retreat quickly and don't worry about other people. The voice was a little low, as if afraid of being heard by others. Yo, that's not something the impartial Hokage-sama could say. Tsunade snickered. Don't worry, Bai Ye is not as dangerous as you think. Otherwise, Danzo and Orochimaru would have died long ago. Although spending little time with Bai Ye, Tsunade has a feeling. That's why he doesn't look like an irrational person. On the contrary, he is rational and scary. It seemed like a few rash shots, but they were all measured. Look at the people he killed first. Hideki Ida, who made public outrage. 2 Chunin who spread rumors about Hitaki Tsukumo. Seemingly reckless killing, like a lunatic. But if you think about it carefully, if someone else with a little bit of strength and status were to kill these 3 people, there wouldn't be any serious consequences. Because these 3 are all damned. When facing Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, and Orochimaru, Bai Ye showed mercy. This shows that he knows his proportions very well. Know who can be killed and who cannot be killed. What do you get after killing someone? Killing Ida Shuji, Bai Ye got a special title of Jonin. Killing the rumor spreader, Bai Ye gained the friendship of Hitaki Tsukumo. Every time I get something, I am like a wise man who makes a decision before acting. Such a person would be a fool. Even Tsunade didn't believe it. No matter what, you still have to be more careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Also, remember to report Bai Ye's every move to me. I want to know more about this little guy. Return. Before he could speak, Tsunade had already walked to the door of the office. Without looking back, he said, I see, there is still a bunch of useless nonsense, right? Time is running out. I will play cards all night these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a wry smile and lit the pipe again. This girl. ... Careful, be careful, careful, cautious. On the way home, Bai Ye kept muttering these two words. Today at Hitaki Tsukumo, he learned the most important lesson of his life. It is prudence. I haven't had time to use my dragon-slaying skills. If one day, because of carelessness, I underestimate the enemy, the boat capsizes in the gutter, where can I cry? Caution, please. Hey, who are you and why are you in my house? Bai Ye just entered the room and found a big beauty sitting on his bed. He looked about 15 or 16 years old. She has beautiful long straight black hair, her eyes are like stars, and her face is like a jade. It can be said that besides Tsunade, Bai Ye has seen the most beautiful woman so far. Looks familiar. Looks a bit like, yes, like Sasuke. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, he remembered. Isn't this exactly Uchiha Makoto? Sorry, Master Bai Ye, your door is not locked. So Uchiha Makoto said with some embarrassment. Ah, it's okay, I don't have the habit of locking doors. Bai Ye smiled. Uchiha Makoto is notoriously gentle and one of his favorite characters among Hokage ninjas. It's so late, why did you come to see me? Bai Ye asked curiously. My name is Uchiha Makoto, and I'm here today to ask you about Susanoo. Bai Ye is now a special jonin, and with his status here, he naturally deserves the word, you. Oh, you are quite straightforward. Bai Ye pouted. In the morning, he was just joking with Fugaku. Unexpectedly, that old boy actually sent his girlfriend here. What Susan? I don't quite understand what you mean. Bai Ye said flatly. Then he lay down on the bed, as if he was going to sleep. Uchiha Makoto was a little embarrassed when he heard this, but for the sake of the future of the clan, he still bit the bullet and said, Master Bai Ye, since you don't know Susanoo, then I would like to ask you about the huge skeleton you used during the day. That's my summoning beast. Bai Ye interrupted her. Just kidding, you don't want to pay any price, so you want to come to the White Wolf with nothing. Mangekyo's secret is so worthless. Me, Uchiha Makoto, who was 10 years older than Bai Ye, was speechless and didn't know what to say. Even if she guessed that the summoning beast and the like were all made up by Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye, this is a very important thing for my Uchiha clan. If you know anything, please tell us. As for the conditions, you can open it as you like. After thinking about it, Uchiha Makoto chose to be honest. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and said, You Uchiha, there is really nothing that I can see. If you make any conditions, so be it. Be my wife, and I'll tell you the secret to unlocking Susanoo. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and Bai Ye gently raised her chin with her index finger. Don't take offers, don't take away wives, don't force women who belong to them. This is his principle. Bai Ye just wanted to see how Uchiha Makoto would answer himself. Choose to agree, or decisively refuse. 032 Some abnormal Tsunade asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes. Master Bai Ye, you. Uchiha Makoto looked at Bai Ye in surprise. No matter how strong he is still a child now. Want to be your own wife? This is just too absurd. I just said casually, well, you can go. Bai Ye waved his hand and gave the order to evict the guest. Even if Uchiha Makoto really made himself a wife for Susanoo's secret, he wouldn't want it. Because he would never allow his own woman to think about other men in his heart. So this joke can stop here. Lord Bai Ye, let me go back and discuss with my tribe. Uchiha Makoto said seriously. It is related to the revitalization of the clan. Makoto does not want to lose such a good opportunity easily. But really want to agree to Bai Ye's request. Marry a child. She was very tangled in her heart, but she still didn't dare to refuse directly. What a silly girl. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's back, Bai Ye shook his head and smiled. Go back and discuss with the tribe. Does the result still need to ask? Which is more important, a woman, or Susanoo's secret? This joke seems a little too big. Bai Ye rubbed his temples. Immediately, he rolled over and got down on the ground, and drew out the killing sword. It doesn't matter, first practice Hitaki's sword skills well. For 3 days in a row, Bai Ye practiced sword frantically at his home. At night, it's time to fight Hitaki Tsukumo. Bai Ye, who went all out, showed his great talent, and even White Fang was shocked. On the second night, Bai Ye was able to block 10 moves from him. On the third night, Bai Ye had been able to fight him for dozens of rounds. Although Hitaki suppressed the speed and power to the same level as him. But this record is enough to be proud of. Time flies, the 4th day is early in the morning. Konaha village mouth. Bai Ye set off in plain clothes, without any salute except for the killing sword on his back. Shi Raihong didn't come to see her off, this was Bai Ye's special order. According to his words, it's just going out for a walk, it's not a farewell to life and death, what will you give? Little ghost, someone is chasing after you, aren't there many girls who have a crush on you? Tsunade said jokingly. First, I don't like the name kid. Second, there are so many people who have a crush on me, why are you talking too much? Bai Ye said coldly, since the lamp is not his own, why should he give this fierce woman a good face? Besides, I am also a cage level strong person, and I feel very upset when I am called by the little devil all day long. Stinky guy, Tsunade pouted, but didn't dare to call him a brat anymore. As the saying goes, the wicked have their own grind. Tsunade is ruthless enough, but Bai Ye is even more ruthless. A thug who kills without blinking an eye is the general impression of him. Tsunade doesn't think he has the strength to confront Bai Ye head-on. Mr. Bai Ye, a clear and pleasant female voice came from behind. Nohara Lin and Shizune ran all the way and came in front of Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, I heard that you are going to the battlefield. You must be careful, Nohara Lin said with a red face. I don't know if it was caused by running too fast just now, or for some other reason. Well, thank you, I will pay attention to safety. Bai Ye said with a smile. Although Nohara Lin is too young, no matter what, Bai Ye has no idea about her. But this pure blessing still moved him very much. Mr. Bai Ye, this is a bracelet I begged from the shrine. It is said that wearing it can keep you safe. Shizune took out a bracelet made of red thread from his arms. Please be sure to accept it, please. Amulet. Bai Ye smiled, took the bracelet and put it on his wrist. Thank you Shizune. Hateful, Nohara Lin gritted her teeth, knowing that she had made a mistake. Every time Bai Ye sees the bracelet, he will think of Shizune. Damn it, Shizune, a scheming girl, is mad at me. If I had known that I would also send something to Mr. Bai Ye as a souvenir, how good would it be? Nohara Lin clenched her small fists, thinking a little unwillingly. Okay, my little girlfriend's blessings have been accepted, and the gift has also been accepted. It's time for us to set off. Tsunade urged from the side. I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. When dealing with himself, Bai Ye is always fierce. But when dealing with Shizune, these two brats, she was extremely gentle. How, is my old lady's beauty not as good as those of two stinky girls? Well, let's go, Bai Ye said. My sword, I can't help being bloodthirsty. Whizzing, the two shadows disappeared in a flash. When he looked up again, Bai Ye had disappeared without a trace. Rin Nohara exchanged a glance with Shizune. Snort, the two little heads each turned aside. You seemed a little jealous just now. On the way, Bai Ye jokingly said, don't you also have a boyfriend? That one is Kato Dan. What boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade snapped. It's just that the expression is a little unnatural, like a little girl. Huh, something's wrong. Bai Ye frowned. With Tsunade's character, how could this be? What's so great about admitting it openly? Bai Ye asked curiously, could it be that you two haven't? 033 Stop pretending, can you show some face? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. What do children know? Don't ask nonsense. Tsunade scolded softly. Jun's face flushed slightly. Unexpectedly, she is still a. Bai Ye felt a little amused. Think about it too, except that Asuma in the original book made bad things before marriage. Most of the rest of the ninjas are well behaved. It is absolutely impossible for two people who have never been married to have a super friendship relationship. Hey, old woman, aren't you worried that your little boyfriend will die on the battlefield? I heard that his skills are relatively average. Bai Ye asked casually. Tsunade frowned at the words, then sighed, worried. However, he is a ninja. He should shoulder the responsibility of defending the country. Bai Ye asked curiously. I understand this, but with your identity, it's okay to keep Kato Dan by your side, right? With your ability, it should be easy to protect him. Tsunade shook his head, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. War is not as simple as you think. Ninja warfare is divided into multiple aspects: reconnaissance, communication, raids, frontal combat, and even cannon fodder attrition warfare, etc. Also, the battlefield is not a single specific location, but divided into multiple battlefields. Hokage and the commander couldn't make the most perfect movement if everyone asked to keep their friends and family close to them. War is not a play. Many times, you can't help yourself. Tsunade, who has been fighting on the front line all year round, has a unique view on war. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye couldn't help but nodded secretly. The previous him really took it for granted. Before they knew it, the two had been walking for half a day, and the sun was about to set. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly stood up and made a Shizune gesture. There is a situation, Tsunade whispered. Bai Ye looked around and found nothing unusual. Don't worry, just keep walking. With the two of us here, the situation has to be honest. He couldn't wait to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and add layers to the killing sword. Due to his lack of ninja experience, Bai Ye couldn't see the clue. But he also guessed that there might be secret agents lurking beside him. But then, is it important? With the strong combination of Tsunade and Bai Ye, even if Raikage comes, he has the confidence to win the battle. There is a faint murderous look. Tsunade said cautiously. The enemy is hiding all around us. Although Tsunade didn't find any obvious abnormalities, she has a very keen intuition as she has been wandering on the edge of life and death all year round. Isn't it just to find someone? I'm good at it. Bai Ye stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Come out, friend, I've seen you." As soon as the voice fell, a man jumped out of the big tree in front of him. Konaha is really talented. It's not easy to find the trace of the old man at such a young age. The man was wearing a mask so that people could not see the expression on his face clearly. The only thing that was exposed were those green eyes. How did you find him? Tsunade was taken aback. She knows that Bai Ye is very strong and has many means. Could it be that detecting the enemy's situation is also one of his skills? I lied to him, but I didn't see anything. Bai Ye spread his hands. Could it be that you never played hide and seek when you were young? Nani, that's okay too. Tsunade was immediately stunned. The concealment technique of the man in front has obviously reached the level of a grandmaster, and he can't even find it. But he was deceived by Bai Ye's understatement. Masked man, what a shame. He was tricked by this brat. It seems that the old man's luck is not bad today. The masked man sneered, I actually got a Tsunade worth 50 million taels. He recognizes me. Tsunade was taken aback. Being able to recognize himself and dare to speak so brazenly, it is obvious that the person in front of him is very strong. Who are you? Tsunade asked warily. At the same time, he made an attack posture, ready to strike at any time. Me. The masked man slowly loosened the robe that was draped over his body. This old man is the man who assassinated the god of ninja. A series of hideous wounds were exposed in the air. The wounds on the masked man's arms, chest, and waist were all stitched together with dense black threads. It looked horrible. The one who assassinated my grandfather. Tsunade was shocked. Just how strong Senju Hashirama is needs no explanation. 4 words, invincible in the world. Assassinated Senju Hashirama, but still escaped unscathed, and survived until now. How terrifying should the man in front of him be? Okay, stop pretending, can you show some face? At this time, Bai Ye on the side couldn't stand it any longer. Throw a shuriken 800 miles away and dare to say that you have assassinated the god of ninja. According to what you said, if my young master lies down on the ground and lifts his butt, I will call myself a day god tier. What do you think? As he said that, Bai Ye really lay down on the ground, making a very strange posture. Little devil, you are courting death. Kakuzu yelled violently. 034 tearing my darkness. So naive asking for a flower ticket. Want to kill me? Bai Ye sneered slightly. Look around first, Kakuzu. As soon as the voice fell, a dense darkness like ink rose instantly from the ground with a radius of tens of meters. Like a dark cage, several people were immediately enveloped in it. After experiencing Hitaki Sakumo, Bai Ye became more and more cautious. Although Kakuzu claimed to have assassinated Senju Hashirama, it was obviously pretentious. But I have to admit, this is a gold medal killer. Combat literacy and combat experience are not generally high. Even Tsunade at this age may not be able to beat Kakuzu. How could Bai Ye, who had learned a lesson once, give the enemy another chance? You know my name. Kakuzu was startled. Moreover, he was surprised to find that his eyes were actually blind. No, rather than being blind, it is better to say that the entire world is covered in darkness. Bai Ye has murderous intent. Tsunade frowned. In the dark, even she has entered a state of blindness. It is simply impossible to fight side by side with Bai Ye. This brat is too impulsive. Judging from the momentum of the opponent Tsunade, Kakuzu is definitely a strong player. Even above yourself, and in the face of such a terrifying guy with unknown abilities, the most obvious way is not to join forces. Bai Ye, remove my blindness. Tsunade said anxiously. The two of us deal with him together. At this time, Bai Ye's voice came from the darkness. He is my prey, you just have to stay. Kakuzu has 5 hearts. Each one represents a powerful ninjutsu. If Tsunade accidentally smashed a few of these, Bai Ye would feel distressed. Although now he doesn't need much ninjutsu. But no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Who would think they are stronger? Being underestimated, Kakuzu frowned. However, this terrifying suction from the soles of the feet. There's something wrong with this kid. In just a split second, Kakuzu made up his mind. He can't hold back, he must fight quickly. A large number of black threads gushed out from the body surface quickly, and the 4 masks flew out of the body in an instant, floating in the air. Earth style, earth spear. With a low snort, Kakuzu's skin hardened and he went into a defensive state. The pain caused by the huge suction force on the feet suddenly eased a lot. In the dark, perception is severely reduced. It is impossible to find out the enemy's position. If this is the case, we can only use high-frequency ninjutsu bombardment. Maybe we can break through this darkness, and if we're lucky, we might even be able to beat that brat to death. Kakuzu, who has been a killer all his life, has a mental quality far beyond ordinary people. After a brief surprise, he made a calm analysis and the best coping strategy in an instant. Wind style, oppression. Lightning style, fake dark. Fire style, head hard. Water style, water curtain. The 4 masks frantically spat out ninjutsu in several directions, east, west, north, and south. Thunder and lightning came one after another, and the flames continued to grow. It seems that Kakuzu has endless chakra. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu, wind style, oppression. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu, lightning style, false darkness. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu. The system sound kept ringing. As soon as each ninjutsu is performed, it will be entangled in a thick black smoke and disappear quickly. It's a good idea, tearing my darkness apart with a lot of ninjutsu. Bai Ye said with a happy smile, it's just that it's a bit too naive. Dark fruit can devour not only ninjutsu but also chakra. The powerful ninjutsu spit out from these masks will be turned into chakra and become the nourishment of Bai Ye. And with these nutrients, the dark fruit's ability will last longer. Can't dozens of ninjutsu break through this black smoke? Kakuzu really panicked this time. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Or, what kind of blood inheritance limit? When did Konoha produce such a genius? Ninjutsu continued to be released, but Kakuzu became more and more desperate. Even some regret that I should not lie in ambush around Konoha. He came here for only one purpose, to kill people and go to the black market in exchange for commissions. The targets are those more famous ninjas. Ordinary Uchiha genin, he really doesn't bother to kill them. Originally met Tsunade, he was very happy, because he has his own pride. It's not a big problem to kill a junior. Even Sanin is famous, but who would have thought that a Bai Ye would appear on the way? The pain in the foot became more and more obvious. There was a sound of bone shattering, and he knew that the sole of his foot had been crushed in half. And, what's even more frightening is that the suction is getting stronger and stronger. Are you going to die here? Kakuzu thought unwillingly. Death is not scary, but to die at the hands of a 6-year-old kid is really too useless. As for begging for mercy, that is absolutely impossible, because begging for mercy is more unacceptable to Kakuzu than death. Since you can't break free from the suction from the ground, then don't worry about these feet. Gritting his teeth, Kakuzu gave a heartbreak. He drew a shuriken from his waist and swiped it towards his legs without hesitation. Bark, bark. With both legs separated, Kakuzu's body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, a mask suddenly caught him and slowly rose into the air. 035 woman, you are playing with fire. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Twice. Bai Ye looked at Kakuzu who was sitting on the mask, and said very appreciatively. As expected of a guy with 5 lives, losing a pair of legs doesn't bother him at all. It's an amazing ability, he knows my details. Kakuzu was surprised again, it was as if he had no secrets at all in front of Bai Ye. How divine is this kid? Why is it so difficult? Ninjutsu attacks don't seem to work on him. In this case, we can only escape. Escape from this darkness as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Kakuzu controlled the mask under his feet and ran in one direction. At this moment, Bai Ye is hesitating. After devouring Kakuzu's secret technique, should he keep it for himself, or transfer it to Might Guy for 8 inner gates? The enhanced version of Dark Fruit has the ability to devour the abilities of others for its own use. Naturally, there are also ways to graft one's own abilities to others. Earth Resentment U is strong, but it always feels a little weird to carry a few other people's hearts on him at any time. Forget it, this is a life-saving secret after all. Sometimes, it may be better than the ability of the right eye. Bai Ye suddenly remembered the scene of the first actual battle with Hitaki Tsukumo a few days ago. I was killed almost instantly. Not even a chance to open your eyes. After all, the dream yellow beam in the right eye is an active skill. But Earth Resentment is different. Earth Resentment U's rebirth is a passive skill. After death, it will be reborn immediately. Want to run? Bai Ye sneered when he came back to his senses. The eyes suddenly opened, and the 6-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a huge skeleton with a height of 100 meters rose from the ground. Susanoo, first form, come down for me, Darkwater. Spread your hands, and the endless darkness is under your control. Even though Kakuzu was in the air, Uzumaki felt a huge suction coming from all directions. Soon, that weird black smoke surrounded him, spinning rapidly. The speed of the mask under his feet suddenly slowed down. Broken, Susan punched out, hitting the wind-style mask. Without any suspense, the hideous mask was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Broken heart. Kakuzu suddenly found that the perception that originally belonged to the wind-style mask was cut off immediately. Hateful. Gritting his teeth, he felt like he was at the end of his rope. You can't fight, you can't run away. Is it true that the only way to die is? Kakuzu growled unwillingly. However, Bai Ye no longer gave him any time to think. The huge white skull punched 3 times in a row, and the remaining 3 masks were also shattered. Only a body without feet was left, and it fell to the ground in an instant. I lost. At the last moment of his life, Kakuzu gave up struggling. There was a trace of calm on his face. He struggled for money all his life, and finally died on the way to earn money. Life seems like a cycle. Any last words? Bai Ye said flatly. For the role of Kakuzu, he can't say whether he likes it or not. Just out of respect for the strong. Last words. Kakuzu's eyes were blurred. It seems that he has never thought about his own death. After all, he is known as the man who lives the same life as the world. Last words. Kakuzu's consciousness began to blur. The powerful suction force from the ground had already shattered half of his body. Money. All my money is under the sakura flower tree 300 meters behind the big waterfall in Takinobu village. 50 meters underground, my money is there. My money. Suddenly his eyes widened, Kakuzu seemed to be flashing light, and quickly uttered a series of words. Then the whole body was completely pulled into the darkness and smashed into slag. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu, secret technique, Earth Resentment. The system sound rang, but Bai Ye ignored it. He is suddenly very touched now. Well, indeed, good people are rewarded with good rewards. I asked him to say the last words, but Kakuzu actually said the legacy. Having been a killer for decades, how terrifying is the accumulated money? Swallowing, Bai Ye felt a little dry in his mouth. Who doesn't love money? Who stipulates that cage-level strong people don't love money? It's fully developed now. Clenching his fists, Bai Ye has already decided that after going to the front line to harvest a wave of heads, he will immediately go to Taki Ninja Village to hunt for treasure. With a wave of his right hand, the endless darkness dissipated. A ray of sunset light fell on his face, and Bai Ye only felt comfortable to the bone. This battle not only devoured a few powerful ninjutsu, gained land resentment, but also gained a large amount of wealth. Simply put, this wave of operations instantly fattened Bai Ye. Taki Ninja Village. Tsunade licked his lips and murmured softly. There was a greedy look in his eyes. If I get the wealth of a bounty hunter's life, is it enough for me to gamble for several years? In the dark, the sight can be blocked, but the sound cannot be blocked. Tsunade heard Kakuzu's last words verbatim. Whoosh, a black shadow flashed by, and Bai Ye jumped up from midair, and stopped Tsunade's neck. Woman, you are playing with fire. The money is all mine. 036 isn't it just to kill people? I'm good at this. The junction of the land of fire and the land of wind. Konaha Army Camp. Hazashi-sama, the reinforcements sent by Hokage-sama have arrived. The Second Ninja World War, caused by the uneven economic development among countries, is in full swing. Country of Rain vs. Country of Wind. Country of Rain vs. Country of Iron. Nation of Rain vs. Nation of Fire. Nation of Wind vs. Nation of Fire. Countries are at war with each other, and the entire ninja world is full of wars. As for the battlefields of Konoha and San Shinobi, although no large-scale battles have been launched for the time being, there are casualties every day. Hyuga Hazashi, 19 years old this year. He only became a jonin at the age of 19, which is not considered a genius in Konoha. It can only be said to be quite satisfactory, and the only reason why he can become the commander of the First Army is the people in his branch house. The mission of Hyuga branch house is to protect the main family. Before the branch house is completely wiped out, the Zong family will never go to the battlefield. Reinforcements have arrived, Hyuga Hazashi said a little excitedly. The reason their men are not completely dead is because San Shinobi has not yet launched an all-out attack. The opponent's commander is the 4th Kazekage, Luo Sha, the man who can suppress one tail in a rampant state by himself. Compared with him, Hyuga Hazashi's strength is indeed not enough. How many people are here? Hyuga Hazashi's eyes sparkled with hope. Two. Hyuga Hazashi just stood up and sat back on the chair. 2 reinforcements, is Hokage kidding me? As the person here Senior White Fang? Hyuga Hazashi asked tentatively. No, it's Master Tsunade and a child who looks about 5 or 6 years old. Chunin replied. Tsunade. Hyuga Hazashi's brow eased slightly. With Master Tsunade around, the pressure of a direct confrontation will be less. But why bring a child? 5 or 6-year-old. Kakashi. After tidying up briefly, Hyuga Hazashi walked out of the camp, ready to receive 2 reinforcements. Sanin has a great reputation, but compared with Luo Sha, it is still far behind. After all, this is the junction of the land of fire and the land of wind. As long as there is sand, Kazekage will be invincible. Apart from Hatake Tsukumo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hazashi really can't think of anyone else who can deal with Rasa. We came to support him, and we have to wait outside the camp. Don't you know that soldiers are precious and fast? Bai Ye said with a frown. Tsunade shook his head. The commander is the biggest on the battlefield, this is the rule. Look, Hazashi has already come out. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Master Tsunade, your arrival is really timely, Hyuga Hazashi said with a smile. However, under this smile, there is a trace of fatigue hidden. As for Bai Ye, he took a look and then looked back. Civilian. He won't fail to recognize a child with a little background. As for why this civilian was able to go to the battlefield, it is probably a secret belonging to Hokage and Master Tsunade, so I am inconvenient to ask. It's not impolite, but there are some things that shouldn't be asked. San Shinobi is using a cannibalization strategy this time. They have assembled more than 2,000 ninja troops at the border. Headed by 4th Kazekage, who keep putting pressure on us every day. Due to the advantages of the terrain and Feng Ying's special ability, he can often exchange for relatively large casualties with very little loss. But we can only rely on the advantage of superciliousness, deploy strategic plans in advance, and ambush traps, so that we can delay until now. Sighing, Hyuga Hazashi looked at Tsunade. This tactic is very deadly. In the final analysis, it is still the lack of top combat power. I don't know what battlefield Hatake Tsukumo-sama is in right now. If there is White Fang, what is the mere Luasha? He is at home looking after the children. He has nothing to do, eats barbecue and soaks in hot springs, and he is interested in teaching Kakashi how to practice swordsmanship. Bai Ye said lightly, watching the kids at home, eating barbecue and soaking in hot springs. Hyuga Hazashi froze immediately. Master Tsunade, this, cast Tsunade a questioning look. Hyuga Hazashi still couldn't believe Bai Ye's words. Why? Tsunade didn't say anything, just sighed. The silence speaks. Hyuga Hazashi knew it. After all, he was born in Konoha's wealthy family, and he received good political education since he was a child. How can you not understand Hokage's intentions now? It's this time, are you still playing tricks? Clenching his fist, Hyuga Hizashi suddenly felt that everything he did was meaningless. It is meaningless for one's own people to die. Such a village, such a shadow, is it worth protecting? Dude, don't be discouraged. A slightly immature voice sounded. Isn't it just cutting people? I'm good at this. Bai Ye showed a happy smile. With a touch of his hand behind him, a strange green dagger was drawn out of its sheath. Send 1,000 people to follow me and wait for the corpse to be touched. But it's agreed in advance that I will take 70% of the spoils. After speaking, Bai Ye strode out of the camp without looking back. Kill people, 037. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. As this, Master Tsunade, Hyuga Hizashi asked suspiciously. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. A 5 or 6-year-old child, holding an ugly and broken sword, intends to slaughter the Sand Shinobi army. Then let Konoha send out 1,000 people to collect the corpses. Do as he said. Tsunade smiled bitterly. His name is Bai Ye, and he is the main force this time. To a certain extent, even I have to obey his orders. Nani, has society developed so fast now? I haven't been back to the village for a long time, so I can't keep up with the times. Master Tsunade, our side has been passive. If the army takes the initiative to attack, it is very likely that the entire army will be wiped out. Although from Tsunade's attitude, Hyuga Hizashi could see that the kid named Bai Ye might be very strong. But he still couldn't believe that a 6-year-old kid could kill Sand Shinobi on his own. If the entire army is wiped out, Hyuga Hizashi can only go by apologizing with death. As an enemy, Bai Ye is terrible. But as a teammate, he is very reliable. Tsunade suddenly remembered the scene where Bai Ye killed Kakuzu in a flash a few days ago. Although she was blocked by black smoke at the time. But back and forth, it took less than a minute in total. A ninja who might be stronger than himself died at the hands of Bai Ye. But, Master Tsunade, this. Okay, I will bear all the consequences, let's go immediately. Without giving Hyuga Hizashi a chance to retort, Tsunade stormed out of the camp first. She also wanted to see what kind of shock this little ghost full of mystery could bring to herself. Why? Gritting his teeth, Hyuga Hizashi ordered, everyone follow me. Without my order, no one should rush forward. And, be prepared to retreat at any time. These scarred soldiers are all his brothers, his clansmen. Even with Tsunade's assurances, he had to hold back. If you don't have to take responsibility for yourself, are you really not responsible? He is responsible for the family behind every soldier here. The one named Bai Ye said that he asked us to follow the corpse, but didn't let us charge. Tsunade. Bai Ye frowned. Stay away from me. When I perform an indiscriminate attack later, it is likely to hurt you. Bai Ye was running fast. The right hand holding the killing sword began to tremble with excitement. 2,000 people, if I kill all 2,000 people in Sand Shinobi, my overall quality will immediately increase by 40 times. I dare not say that I can directly reach Kage level physical fitness and chakra volume. But it's okay to jump to the level of elite Jonin. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Men, don't you want to fight between life and death? This is the bloodiness hidden in every man's bone. HMPH, I didn't control the speed well for a while. Seek good luck for yourself. When you are in danger, don't expect me to save you. Pouted, Tsunade slowed down. He kept a distance of about 100 meters from Bai Ye all the time. Master Tsunade, can Bai Ye really do it alone? At this time, Hyuga Hizashi also followed. If he can't do it, he won't be alive today, Tsunade said with some emotion. Indeed, as long as Bai Ye's strength is weaker, he will already be a dead bone in the grave. However, Hyuga Hizashi didn't hear it for nothing, and got confused. Just wait and see, it's not far from where Sand Shinobi is stationed. Report, Kage-sama, Konoha's entire army is dispatched to cover up our border. A scouting ninja said, the whole army is dispatched. Feng Ying frowned. Are they alive enough? Could it be that third Hokage and Konoha's white fang are coming? The detective ninja said, according to intelligence, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Hitaki Tsukumo left Konoha. The one who came this time is Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Here's your chance. Luo Sha was shocked. Sannin Tsunade. Haha, I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. It seems that we are destined to win this battle. In a flash, Luo Sha disappeared into the camp. Not long after, the Sand Shinobi army assembled, waiting for the arrival of the Konoha Shinobi. However, a weak figure rushed into everyone's field of vision first. One person, Feng Ying was stunned for a moment, seeing Bai Ye leaving the Konoha army far behind. Keep a distance of 500 meters between them. Only Tsunade and Hyuga Hizashi followed, but also maintained a distance of 100 meters. Jiruluo, what do you mean by them? Luo Sha asked with a frown. A woman with shoulder-length short hair sneered, I guess they want to use the highest combat power to decide the outcome. Do you regard war as a child's play? This person is Luo Sha's wife, One-Tail Jinchuriki. As for Bai Ye who rushed to the front, she ignored her directly. After all, I have never heard of when a 5 or 6-year-old strong man appeared in the ninja world. If 2 or 3 people can control the situation of the battle, then what's the use of thousands of soldiers? Listen to my orders, army, attack. With one order, more than 2,000 ninjas were dispatched to kill Konoha. 038 raise the knife and fall with the hand, 10 times the power. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Everyone retreat immediately. Hyuga Hazashi yelled. Hazashi, what do you mean? Tsunade frowned. She knows how powerful Bai Ye is. But he didn't really think that he could defeat the ninja army on his own. Tsunade intends to fight alongside him, taking down 4th Kazekage first. As long as 4th Kazekage is defeated, the rest will naturally be defeated. But now Feng Ying is not fooled, and has no intention of coming out to fight alone. Instead, send an army to crush them. So at this time, certain soldiers are definitely needed to share the pressure for Bai Ye. Is it true that Bai Ye is going to face 2,000 ninjas alone? Master Tsunade, Bai Ye said that we should follow to collect the corpse, but he didn't say that we should join the battle. Please forgive my selfishness, I can't make fun of my brother's lives. Hyuga Hazashi said firmly. From the very beginning, he thought Bai Ye was messing around. The funny thing is, even Master Tsunade is messing around with him. Hyuga Hazashi had no choice but to follow up, but it is absolutely impossible to let his soldiers go to die. Sand Shinobi is powerful, and is now fighting on the main battlefield of others. It's a near-death situation. Gritting his teeth, Tsunade shouted anxiously, Bai Ye, come back quickly. Return. There was a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. A large wave of experience points is in front of you, Lousy will not go back even if you give a golden mountain. Luo Sha, I feel that something is wrong with that brat. At this moment, Garura and Kazekage are sitting on the gold dust, floating in the air. Looking down from a high place, Bai Ye's face was full of madness, and he rushed towards the Sand Shinobi army with a sword in his hand. It's just a kid, nothing to be surprised about. Anyway, he'll be dead soon. Rosa said with a smile. Yeah, does it matter who Bai Ye is? Does his history matter? It doesn't matter at all. Who would be curious about a dead man? 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Dark Cave Road. Pressing both hands towards the ground, endless darkness poured out from Bai Ye's body, covered the ground, and spread forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, it immediately enveloped the 100 meters ahead. Dark water. Spreading his palms upwards, billows of black smoke rose from the ground, instantly turning into a huge cage. At least 500 ninjas were swallowed by darkness at this moment. Don't die too fast. Smiling, Bai Ye held the killing sword and stepped into the darkness. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword is increased by +1, and the power of the host is increased to 2%. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword is increased by +2, and the power of the host is increased to 4%. Ding, every time someone kills, the speed will be faster by 1 point. Every time someone kills, the strength becomes stronger. Every time you kill a person, your stamina will last a little longer. At this moment, Bai Ye seems to be transformed into a perpetual motion machine, completely tireless. That is, the hand rises and the knife falls, and the hand rises and the knife falls. Killing people is like chopping vegetables. Of course, in order to improve efficiency, Bai Ye will use the ability of Dark Fruit to drain the enemy's chakra first. Then cut it down with another sword. No one can come out of the darkness. No one can block Bai Ye's sword. Inside the black cage, there were only bursts of horrified screams and the sound of the head falling to the ground. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword is increased by +500, and the power of the host is increased to 1000%. Happy. Feel the tenfold chakra and strength in the body, just one word, cool. Bai Ye's eyes turned red. His whole body was covered with blood, as if he had walked out of hell. The more people kill, the faster Bai Ye will be. In the blink of an eye, the black cage was full of corpses and there was no one left to kill. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ye removed Dark Fruit's ability. Holding the killing sword, he continued to move forward rapidly. There are only more than 500 people, which is not enough to get between the teeth. The pleasure of increasing strength made him want to stop. However, the moment the darkness dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. Hiss, this brat. Tsunade lost his voice. Has hundreds of people been killed so quickly? Rubbing his eyes, Tsunade couldn't believe it. How long has it been? In less than 3 minutes, 500 people. Even if they stay put and let people chop it up, it will take a long time for 500 people, right? Not to mention, those are elite ninjas from Sand Shinobi. But how did she know that the more Bai Ye killed, the faster he killed? With the suppression of Dark Fruit, those people are no different from standing still. And the positions are very dense. With one sword slash, it is only a matter of time to kill 10 or 8. How long does it take to swing a sword? It's just a matter of a second or two. Ah, this Lord Bai Ye is really not ordinary. Hyuga Hazashi clicked his tongue. Killing 500 elites in 3 minutes, even Konoha's White Fang couldn't do that, right? Where did this Lord Bai Ye come from? Why didn't I hear his name when I was in the village? Everyone obey the order, stand by and prepare to collect the corpse. Hyuga Hazashi shouted again, the color of excitement on the face. It's been a long time since I was so elated. He has been under pressure from Sand Shinobi all the time, and today he finally got back around. Konoha's side is cool, but Sand Shinobi's side is on the other hand. All of them looked ugly like eggplants. 500 elites, just gone. The corners of Luo Sha's mouth twitched, his heart was bleeding. The army retreats. I will meet this brat myself. 039 The power of one man shocks the 3 armies. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Half body smashed, head detached. Will that weird black smoke attack the lower body and head? As Luo Sha flew forward, he began to analyze Bai Ye's ability. A strip of gold dust slowly climbed up his neck, covering his entire head, only his eyes were exposed. Want to retreat? I'm afraid it's too late. Bai Ye smiled cruelly. Here is the battlefield, there is no right or wrong, only strong and weak. Even if he killed another 11 million people, he would not feel a trace of guilt. Dark Cave Road. After quickly advancing 100 meters, a huge cage appeared again. Like a teleportation, it enveloped hundreds of Sand Shinobi ninjas in an instant. Oops, Luo Sha was startled. If these 500 people were killed again, Sand Shinobi's strength would be seriously damaged. Magnet style, gold dust. Both hands formed a mutter quickly and clapped downwards, the majestic chakra surged out and poured into the ground. In the dark cage, a large piece of gold dust like seawater suddenly appeared. Waves of gold directly enveloped the entire darkness. Obviously, the range of Luo Sha's ability was greater than that of Bai Ye Dark Fruit. Come out. With a thought, hundreds of Sand Shinobi soldiers were abruptly swept out by Jin Lang and thrown backward. Everyone retreats to the territory of the Kingdom of Wind immediately, and is not allowed to come out without my order. Gera, you lead the army to retreat. Luo Sha ordered quickly. He didn't know the ability of Bai Ye Dark Fruit, but he also saw some clues. That's Bai Ye growing up. Growing at an extremely terrifying speed. After his 500 troops were killed, Bai Ye not only didn't show any sign of fatigue, but instead became faster and faster. The range of the weird black smoke seems to be much larger. The more you fight, the stronger you become. This is Luo Sha's guess. As ludicrous as this conclusion was, he couldn't continue to gamble with the Sand Shinobi army. Sand Shinobi army, just retreat like this. Hyuga Hazashi said dumbfounded. With one's own strength, he can deter thousands of troops. Even the shadow of a village has to avoid its edge. It's not over yet. Tsunade smiled wryly. The good show may have just begun. Didn't you notice that Bai Ye's expression has changed? Tsunade pointed forward. Although I don't know why this brat is so bloodthirsty, someone stopped him from killing. That person will die miserably. If Tsunade still had some doubts about Bai Ye's strength at the beginning. Well, after he instantly killed 500 elites, that suspicion has completely disappeared. 500 people in an instant, such a terrifying guy, can't beat a fourth cage. Master Tsunade, should we take advantage of the victory and pursue to help Lord Bai Ye? After all, that's cage. Hyuga Hazashi suggested. Tsunade shook his head. No, let's just watch the show. You are fine. Apart from Wan Snake, you are the first person to break through my darkness head on. Bai Ye said coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Although Dark Fruit has the ability to devour ninjutsu, it also takes a certain amount of time. And Luo Sha's blood succession boundary came too fast, and went even faster. Although a large part of chakra was swallowed, the 500 or so people were rescued. That's 500 killing sword layers, it's just gone, how can Bai Ye not be angry? What's your name? Luo Sha frowned. Konoha and Sand Shinobi haven't reached the point where they can't get along. Among the 5 countries, there is no absolute opposition, and there are only interests. If you Konoha can give reasonable compensation, I am willing to make peace. As Luo Sha spoke, he looked at Bai Ye carefully. He also didn't have 100% confidence in defeating such an unknown powerhouse. The reason is simple. When I cast magnet-style gold dust just now, I could clearly feel that more than half of the power of ninjutsu was instantly sucked away. He has the ability to absorb chakra. And what does this represent? This means that the person in front of him is an existence that becomes more and more courageous as he fights, and can continue to fight endlessly. Ordinary Huxia Jonin are helpless against it. The death of that 500 Sand Shinobi elite is an example. The battlefield perpetual motion machine. Such an enemy is enough to make Feng Ying fearful. What's more, not far away, there is a Tsunade watching. Huh, are you out of your mind? Bai Ye said with a dumbfounded smile. He really couldn't figure out the brain circuits of these people. As the party with the upper hand, you should be thankful if you don't kill them all. Make peace. Compensate you. What is wrong with this? When is it the turn of the strong to compensate the weak? First generation and third generation really spoiled you guys. Perhaps you haven't understood yet. What is the no? One ninja village. Dark hole. With his hands down, endless black smoke billowed out. Everything within 100 meters ahead fell. In the blink of an eye, fourth cage was surrounded by darkness. Kill you first, then Sunagaker. Originally, I thought that it would be fine to kill thousands of people, and it would be meaningless to kill them all. But, you completely PD me off. With a flick of the killing sword, Bai Ye stepped into the darkness. 040A dream of yellow beams, please ask for flowers, please evaluate tickets. The bones are noisy, and the blood is dripping. At the junction of the land of wind and the land of fire, a dark cage that covered the sky and the sun appeared on the empty battlefield. It seemed a little abrupt. However, only those who are in it can truly feel the horror of darkness. Is it his domain within 100 meters? Luo Sha was shocked. Except for ninjas who can use space ninjutsu, even Raikage dare not say that he can withdraw a distance of 100 meters in an instant. It is said that within a short distance, there are as many people as the enemy. But Bai Ye's range is 100 meters. Dark water. With a low snort, groups of extremely dense darkness wrapped around Luo Sha in an instant. The black smoke swirls continuously, forming a huge uzumaki that envelops it. Moreover, there was an inexplicable gravitational force that was tearing at his body crazily. Has chakra started to lose? Luo-san Shinobi felt a little bit bad. With the blood succession limit, he rarely encountered such a difficult enemy. Never been so embarrassed. Magnet style, gold dust world method. Both hands swiftly formed seals and pressed towards the ground. The gold in the sand was instantly extracted to form a huge, golden ball. Immediately afterwards, streaks of gold dust that were as sharp as bamboo shoots pierced out in all directions. The power of the gold placer realm is less than 50% of its heyday. It's really a difficult ability. Luo Sha frowned. He didn't intend to escape from the darkness in the way he transferred soldiers before. Because Bai Ye's blood inheritance is very weird, and he must hit within 100 meters. If you escape once, can you escape the second time? Own chakra is limited, but Bai Ye is able to sustain the fight by devouring his chakra non-stop. If you can't make a quick decision, you will eventually be consumed to death. That's why he wanted to use the sand gold realm method to pierce through the darkness and penetrate Bai Ye's body at the same time. Puff! I saw that the darkness covering a radius of 100 meters was instantly torn apart. On the left, a young man with a heart pierced by gold dust is lying in midair. A trickle of blood was dripping from his heart. The attacks of the gold placer realm method are too dense, and the countless sharp golden sands make it impossible to hide. What's more, this is the main battlefield of Sand Shinobi. The amount of placer gold extracted from the ground is enough to cover the entire darkness. Is it over? Luo Sha panted heavily, feeling like she was alive after a catastrophe. After staying in the dark for more than 10 seconds, most of chakra was taken away. If you stay here for a minute. Luo Sha didn't dare to think any further. However, those are not important anymore. The important thing is that he is the one who survived. Tsunade, do you want to continue playing? Luo Sha slowly floated in the air, with a ball of gold dust under his feet. What I say counts. As long as you Konoha give enough compensation, I am willing to make peace. In today's battle, Sand Shinobi directly lost hundreds of elites, which can be regarded as traumatic. Although Konoha also lost a powerful and weird boy, Hitaki Tsukumo, third Hokage, none of these people appeared. Really desperately, Sand Shinobi has no good fruit to eat. War, after all, is for profit. As long as there are enough interests, who would like their compatriots to bleed on the battlefield? As for domination, sorry, in the current ninja world, no one dares to have such ambitions. Basically, there is a fight, and the winning party makes a claim for compensation, then makes peace, and waits for the next war. Smelly brat, just die like this. Tsunade clenched his fist, still can't believe it. How did he die at the hands of the fourth Cage? Isn't he very strong? He is obviously very strong. For some reason, Tsunade's heart twitched suddenly. Pity for the death of a genius. Feelings about death. Regrets that Konoha did not win a big victory. Tsunade doesn't know why he is sad now. Master Tsunade, please don't be sad. Hyuga Hazashi sighed. It's a good ending to make peace. Even if the peace talks are unsuccessful, it can temporarily relieve the pressure on our border. Hazashi is quite sensible, although he did not want to accept this fact. However, Bai Ye's heart has been pierced. Where's there any way out? Tsunade didn't speak, just gritted his teeth and stared at Bai Ye. Suddenly, she found a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Immediately afterwards, a strange pattern appeared in the eye socket. Sengoyu, Sharingan, Tsunade said in shock. This kid is not dead. Sharingan. Hyuga Hazashi was also surprised, and quickly looked at Bai Ye. I saw that the three-pointed jade in Bai Ye's eye sockets disappeared in a flash, replaced by a pair of six-pointed star Mangekyo. Hey, careless, the taste of death is really unpleasant. A slightly immature voice sounded on the battlefield. The voice was not loud, but it could clearly reach everyone's ears. A dream of yellow beams. The right eye opened suddenly, and a faint yellow light like the setting sun covered Bai Ye's body. Afterwards, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, Bai Ye was standing on the ground intact. Well, it was just warming up just now. I never thought you'd come for real with me. Bai Ye stared at Luo Sha, and said with a light smile, the warm-up is over, and the main show has begun. Peas. Thank you for the 100 VIP points rewarded by the profiteering bug. Thank you, this is a great support for me. I also thank all the readers who voted for flowers and comments. I want to say to you, can you vote more? Carrot 041. I have always been very trustworthy asking for flowers and evaluation tickets. He's not dead. Luo Sha's eyes widened. Looks like hell. Your breath was clear just now. Obviously he's about to die, right? Bai Ye sneered. You kill me once, next, it's my turn. Not good. Luo Sha's eyes were full of horror. He knew that if he gave Bai Ye another chance to cast darkness, he would really end up here. Preemptive strike. Magnet style. Gold dust spear. With a clap of his hands, a golden drill-shaped spear condensed from placer gold quickly stabbed at Bai Ye. And, during the flight, the spear rotates continuously. Obviously a very lethal ninjutsu. Toy gun, is it embarrassing to take it out? Bai Ye's face was full of disdain. For this person who killed him once, he has completely moved to kill him. With his eyes wide open, a huge skeleton that covered the sky and the sun rose from the ground. Muscles and veins grew instantly, and streaks of pale white Wudiongu armor spread over it. Susanoo, third form, boom. There was a violent impact sound, and Luo Sha's golden spear hit Shuzuo hard. It's a pity, How can this level of ninjutsu break through the defense of God's skills? What's this? Luo Sha was immediately stunned. A huge body of more than 200 meters, with terrifying defensive capabilities. Summoning the beast, just the invisible pressure from Susanoo already made him feel suffocated. Magnet style, gold dust burial. Luo Sha knew that she could no longer sit still. Spreading his hands, the ground around 100 meters below his feet turned into gold dust. A huge Uzumaki was formed immediately. The horrible suction kept pulling on Susanoo's body, trying to drag him into the ground. Break. The Wrath Dragon knife on Shuzuo's right hand slashed downwards violently. In an instant, a huge red fire dragon flew out of the blade. Yin. The fire dragon uttered a loud dragon chant, and after it hit the ground, countless grains of gold dust began to melt rapidly. The newly formed Uzumaki immediately returned to nothingness. This is exactly the ability of the third form, Susanoo's right-hand weapon. Summon the fire dragon and burn everything. This kind of flame can actually melt my dust gold. Luo Sha only felt that her three views had been completely subverted. Placer gold has a high density, and its hardness is even stronger than that of copper and iron. Even the A-grade fire style cannot financialize the sand in a short period of time. Run. Luo Sha used the remaining chakra to control the placer under his feet to quickly rise to the sky. The 6-year-old kid in front of him was really terrifying. If you are accidentally touched by that fire dragon, or punched by the white giant, you will definitely die. So he chose to ascend to high altitude. No matter how strong ninjutsu is, it still has a certain attack range. Once out of range, enemies are powerless. In terms of speed, Luo Sha didn't have much confidence. After all, the speed displayed by Bai Ye is not much slower than his own. And his black smoke can cover 100 meters in an instant. Since you can't escape horizontally, then go vertically. As expected of a cage-level strong man, he has great adaptability. Bai Ye smiled lightly. In the blink of an eye, Luo Sha rose to an altitude of more than 200 meters. This distance is completely out of Dark Fruit's control. Shuzuo in the third form is only more than 200 meters away, and Luo Sha is still rising rapidly. Bai Ye can't reach it. Is it because Shuzuo who bullied me has no legs? The eyes opened suddenly, and a huge figure suddenly rose from the ground. Luo Sha, who was rejoicing that he had escaped, suddenly felt dark all day. It was as if some huge building was blocking the sunlight. What's the matter? Luo Sha frowned. Looking back, the three corpses exploded in fright. I saw a white giant fully armed with armor, waving a long knife at him. That figure is more than 800 meters high. Full body Susanoo, final form. Get down. The angry dragon knife swept across from left to right. Luo Sha's body was divided into two from the middle. Immediately afterwards, an extremely thick darkness enveloped it instantly. 1 second before his death, the system sounded. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring blood successor limit, magnet style. At the end of the battle, Bai Ye withdrew Susan and slowly landed on the ground. With a wave of his right hand, the sand in front of him was instantly transformed into placer gold, forming a huge Uzumaki. The ninjas of Sand Shinobi, buried in the golden sand, can be regarded as fallen leaves returning to their roots. Throwing Luo Sha's body into Uzumaki casually, Bai Ye didn't feel any regrets. There is just a kind of silence. Killers are always killed, and those who come out to mess around, will it be okay sooner or later? Isn't it normal to die if your skills are not as good as people's? Hey, you two, what are you doing standing there? Bai Ye frowned. Didn't you see the spoils here? Hurry up and clean them up. Keep an account, if my 70% is less than a penny later, hum. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye ignored Tsunade and Hyuga Hizashi who had been shocked into sculptures. Go alone to the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. Little, Bai Ye, where are you going? Tsunade asked loudly. Bai Ye looked back and smiled. Of course I'm going to kill people. I've always been very trustworthy. If you say destroy his whole village, then destroy his whole village. 042 Melaleuca Killer Sword. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The Kingdom of Fire, Konoha. The smoke of the Second Ninja World War did not affect this quiet and peaceful village. Everything is as usual, students listening to a lecture at school, and guests drinking in a tavern. They are enjoying the peace that the ninjas exchanged for blood. How can it be? In the Hokage office building, a high decibel sound full of surprise broke the tranquility. The mouth with the pipe in its mouth trembled slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't believe it, was holding on to the information that had just come back. What's the matter, Hiruzen? On the side, Danzo moved his head curiously. In all the years of getting along, he had never seen his old buddy be so shocked. But when he saw clearly what was written on the information, he also exclaimed, how is that possible? I saw that the information read, Bai Ye rode alone, rushed into the Sand Shinobi army, killed more than 500 enemies within 3 minutes, and the Sand Shinobi army retreated. 5 minutes later, kill 4th Cage Luo Sha. 10 minutes later, it rushed into the territory of the Kingdom of the Wind, suspected of slaughtering the entire Sunagaku. In just 3 sentences, there is a fierce killing spirit revealed between the lines. Kill 500 enemies in 3 minutes. Kill Cage in 5 minutes. Even the combination of Sarutobi Hiruzen and White Fang cannot guarantee such a high efficiency. Moreover, Bai Ye even charged directly into the Land of Winds. To slaughter the entire Sand Shinobi. Hiruzen, is the information reliable? Danzo asked with a dark face. In his heart, he didn't want it to be true. He would rather make Konoha pay more than Bai Ye is still alive. This is Tsunade's handwriting, unmistakable. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Bai Ye is a little stronger than I imagined. He didn't show his full strength against Orochimaru before. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not happy that Sand Shinobi is about to be destroyed. The biggest problem now is Bai Ye. This is a hot potato. Konoha's sky is too small, he fears it won't be able to hold it. Danzo, at this point, you tell me the truth. Yuhihong, did you take her away? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo and said flatly. Although the tone was calm, it was full of undeniable taste. Not me. Danzo shook his head without explaining too much. Well, I believe you. Taking a deep look at Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was not lying. Bai Ye will be back soon, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find Shihai Hong. If not, also, ask Yuhi Junhong to come over. ... Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword is increased by +1000, and the power of the host is increased to 2000%. In the land of the winds, in Sunagakur, Bai Ye was drenched in blood, holding a strange green dagger in his right hand, pacing slowly. It's like visiting your own back garden. There are no more ninjas. Frowning, Bai Ye felt a little pity. It's alright Bai Ye, Sunagakur has lost all its elites now, and the ninjas will die or run away, these ordinary villagers, just let them go. Tsunade tugged at the corner of his clothes, and said with a look of resentment. When did I say I was going to kill civilians? Have you ever seen me kill a civilian? Bai Ye said coldly. Obviously, the mood at the moment is not very beautiful. 2 days ago, he took advantage of the victory to pursue, intending to annihilate the 2,000 elites in one fell swoop, and pile up more layers of the killing sword. But the headache is that a large number of ninjas did not return to Sunagakur. Instead, it spread quickly throughout the entire Kingdom of Wind. There is not only one Sunagakur in the Land of Winds. The size of the country is also not small, so how long will it take for ninjas to find and kill them one by one? Helpless, Bai Ye had no choice but to go directly to Sunagakur to try his luck. Killing all the way, plus the rest of Sunagakur's ninjas, this piled up the number of layers of the killing sword to 1,000 plus. At this time, this small village with a harsh environment was already littered with corpses. Not even a single ninja could be found. Even genin. These ninja students who are still in school stay, I beg you. Tsunade said softly. She was really afraid that Bai Ye would kill a child on a whim. I haven't lost my conscience to that extent. Bai Ye waved his hand. Don't be too merciful. Think about it differently. If Sand Shinobi produces a strong man who can crush the entire Konoha, will they show mercy to Konoha's men? Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, opened his mouth, but didn't speak. Yes, war is always cruel. As the saying goes, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will regenerate when the spring breeze blows. Bai Ye's approach cannot be said to be wrong. Hey, spoil the fun, let that woman Garuro run away. Don't you dare to come out and fight with me after your husband dies. Shaking his head, Bai Ye felt a little dull, turned and walked out of Sunagakur. Garura hid for the sake of Sand Shinobi as a whole. There are still thousands of ninjas scattered in every corner of the Land of the Winds. After we leave, they can reorganize Sand Shinobi. Tsunade explained on the side. There is also a sense of embarrassment in the words. Who would have thought that Sand Shinobi, one of the 5 great ninja villages, would not even dare to return to the village after being beaten by Bai Ye in this way? The biggest difference between Bai Ye and other cage-level powerhouses is that he gets stronger with each battle. You can maintain your combat power by absorbing the enemy's chakra. And, the more you kill, the stronger your physical strength. Only such a perpetual motion machine of war can make a big ninja village fear to such an extent. Otherwise, even Hokage and Raikage would not dare to go deep alone. After all, when manpower is limited, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Bai Ye threatened. You are not allowed to follow me. 043 enhanced version of the catalyst. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. I've said it all. Don't follow me. Do you have a problem with your ears? Bai Ye frowned. I didn't follow you. I suddenly remembered that there was a task in Taki Shinobi village that I hadn't done yet. Tsunade curled his lips. We are not on the way, are we? Taki Ninja Village. Bai Ye's face darkened in an instant. Old woman, don't toast or eat fine wine. How? You kill me if you have the ability. Tsunade said proudly with the lights up. According to the rules of the rivers and lakes, half of the meeting is divided. Bounty hunter Kakuzu's life's fortune. Tsunade is also very eye-catching. How can there be no reason not to take a share? Little ghost, you are so strong, what's the use of money? Tsunade gave him a slight look. I said, don't call me a kid again. Spreading his hands, endless darkness rolled out, instantly covering Tsunade. Hey, no, I was just joking. Tsunade panicked. Bai Ye's demon-like figure is vivid in his mind. Killing thousands of people in one breath without blinking. The ghost knows if this moody guy will really kill himself because of a joke. Who stipulated that the strong don't need money? You are not weak. Why don't you just put the knife on the neck of the boss of the casino and let him judge you to win? Snapped. With the sound of Bai Ye's voice, the colored lights and tail wing moved simultaneously. Ah, Tsunade exclaimed. A blush suddenly appeared on Chao's face. Damn it, Bai Ye, you stinky brat. If you have the ability to stand up, don't hide in the dark. Even Kato Dan has never been to those 2 holy places. How could Tsunade not be angry when Bai Ye took the lead now? Okay, do you want to fight head-on? Bai Ye sneered. Immediately afterwards, the darkness dissipated. Bai Ye stood right in front of Tsunade. You. Tsunade gritted his silver teeth and pointed at Bai Ye. You rascal. He cursed angrily, but didn't dare to make a real move. Fight with Bai Ye. Enough to live. In front of Bai Ye, Tsunade really didn't dare to lose his temper. Just because the kid in front of me has a more violent temper than her. The border of the Land of Winds. Hyuga Hisashi was sitting on a chair, looking at the Land of the Wind from time to time. As if waiting for someone. Soon, two figures, one big and one small, came into view. Master Tsunade, Master Bai Ye, you have finally come out. Hyuga Hisashi laughed. Although Bai Ye's current status is only a special jonin, but his strength is here, so he can naturally be called an adult. Well, Hisashi, the war here is over, why don't you go back? Tsunade asked. Master Hokage sent a letter, hoping that Master Bai Ye will go to the battlefield of the Land of Rain to support him. As a reward, Lord Hokage will hand over the Flying Thunder God technique and 8 inner gates to Lord Bai Ye. Saying that, Hyuga Hisashi took out a letter from his pocket. Flying Thunder God and 8 inner gates. Bai Ye sneered. Go back and tell 3rd generation that what I want, Bai Ye, I will get for myself, and I don't need him to reward you. 8 inner gates, Bai Ye is obtainable from Might Dai. As for Flying Thunder God, it is too mysterious and difficult to learn. He has no plans to study yet. If you really want it, can you just swallow Namikaze Minato in the future? For a ninja who has never had any friendship with him, Bai Ye will not be merciful. In a word, everything depends on the mood. Lord Bai Ye, this. Okay, I still have something to do, let's go first. Without giving Hyuga Hisashi a chance to speak, Bai Ye disappeared in a flash. Master Bai Ye's speed has improved a lot. Hyuga Hisashi sighed. He could no longer see the boy clearly. The speed of progress is ridiculously fast. It's only been a few days, and the speed is even faster than that of Jonin, who specializes in physical arts. 2 days later, the great waterfall of Takinobu village, next to a sakura flower tree 300 meters away. Spread your hands slowly. The snow on the ground was blown aside immediately. The soil began to loosen a little, and soon, an oversized iron box was dragged up by a ball of gold dust. So big. Bai Ye clicked his tongue, shocked. A huge iron box of nearly 2 meters, do I have to carry this thing all the way back to Konaha? It's ugly to say, although the ability of magnet style can be used, let the gold dust drag the iron box. But walking all the way back to Konaha would consume chakra too much. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. It's another 7 days. Bai Ye rubbed his little hands excitedly. He took out a coin from his pocket. It doesn't matter, let's draw a lottery first. With a thought, a huge light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. The large turntable filled with various items began to spin rapidly. Sage body, sage body, sage body. Bai Ye whispered expectantly, although the overall quality has been increased through the killing sword. But that is a foreign object after all. Only when wearing the killing sword, his power will become stronger. After all, it is not its own strength. Therefore, sage body is still what he wants most at present. Ding, congratulations on winning the enhanced version of the accelerator. 044 The death of Kato Dan asked for flowers, please comment. Enhanced version of the accelerator. Applicable age, 1 to 10 years old. After taking it, the main body can be instantly regenerated to an 18-year-old physical state. There is no side effect, and the user can keep the appearance of 18 forever. In just 3 lines, the seemingly useless accelerator made Bai Ye jump up excitedly. What is he missing the most? Is it strength? Is it money? Is it status? No, neither. What he lacks is a brother. A normal bro. Bai Ye's body is only 6 years old, but what lives in his body is a soul in his 20s. How can such a soul be lonely? Gurgling, gurgling. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye drank the accelerator in one go. Soon, strands of pale green light gushed out from Bai Ye's body. The whole body began to swell rapidly, and all the original clothes were torn. Not long after, a handsome boy with a height of 1.8 meters appeared. Eyes like stars, face like crown jade. A body with smooth muscle lines seems to contain huge explosive power. Probably triple the strength. Clenching his fist, Bai Ye smiled. Twice, seemingly little, but what if it is matched with the increase of the killing sword? Shadow clone. White smoke flashed, and another Bai Ye appeared. Well, very handsome. I'm falling in love with myself. Bai Ye smiled unkindly. What satisfies him most is not his appearance, but, who, you actually snatched my mother's treasure, don't die. Just at this moment, a squeaking sound sounded, and Tsunade waved his fist and blasted towards Bai Ye. Huh, Bai Ye frowned. Turning around, 5 eyes meet. Huh, don't think that because you are handsome, I am reluctant to beat you. Tsunade said with a blushing face. Bai Ye's state was completely noticed by her. But that couldn't stop her obsession with taking the treasure. Old woman, did you take my words as a deaf ear again? What? Tsunade was shocked. Why does this person's tone resemble Bai Ye's? Hasn't he already been left behind by himself? In order not to be discovered, Tsunade deliberately took a small path to Takinobu village. She went all out, thinking that she would arrive 1 step faster than Bai Ye. But how did she know that Bai Ye had another trick? Kyoka Suigetsu can summon a clone from 10 miles away out of thin air. Bai Ye knows that Tsunade's heart to seize the treasure is immortal. So how can she succeed? This is just one step ahead of Tsunade, arriving at Taki Ninja Village. You are. Tsunade looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. Could this handsome guy in front of you be a brat? I'm Bai Ye. Bai Ye smiled and spread his hands. Endless darkness immediately enveloped Tsunade. Immediately, the black smoke dissipated. Believe it this time. Bai Ye stared at Tsunade and said, it may be that the body has just grown, and it was a little out of control for a while. Bai Ye actually had the idea of killing 1 billion people, immediately. No, the principle cannot be broken, the principle cannot be broken. Quickly looking away from Tsunade, Bai Ye turned around and came to the iron box. I plan to see how much Kakuzu's life wealth is. However, at this time Tsunade was completely confused. This is not the transformation technique. The transformation technique is definitely not that real. Could it be that he has always been an adult and pretended to be a child? In an instant, countless thoughts rushed through Tsunade's mind. In the end, it all turned into a self-mockery. Oh, it has nothing to do with me whether I pretend or not. It's just, Tsunade yelled loudly, can you find 2 clothes first? The scene in front of me was too exciting. Seeing Tsunade blushing, no, Bai Ye said with certainty, if I go to find clothes, you will definitely steal the treasure away. Tsunade, after turning around for a while, Bai Ye was also completely shocked. The banknotes alone are worth 2 billion taels. There are countless gold and silver treasures. As expected of the future financial director of the Akatsuki organization, Bai Ye clicked his tongue. What is the concept of 2 billion taels? In the black market, Tsunade's head is only offered a reward of 50 million. Bai Ye. Tsunade leaned forward and said, I don't want more, just give me 500 million taels. The sight of such a huge fortune made Tsunade, a seasoned gambler, salivate. The whole person almost got into the box directly. Do not move. Bai Ye slapped off Tsunade's little paw, stay where it's cool. Not a penny of the money here belongs to you. Tsunade pouted and made a very pitiful look, don't be so unkind. At any rate, we have fought side by side. Fight alongside. Bai Ye laughed and said, why can't I remember when it happened? It seems that I have always been at the forefront. When you arrive, everyone is dead. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard that. Looks like that is indeed the case. Cut, if you don't give it, you won't give it. Seeing that it was useless to pretend to be pitiful, Tsunade gave him a hard look. It's such a big box, let's see how you move it back to Konaha. As he said, he bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. The extremely cute little Katsuyu immediately lay on Tsunade's shoulder. It's over now, Bai Ye must return to Konaha. Of course, this kind of thing should be reported to the village first. After all, her summoning beast, Katsuyu, can generate many clones. Information can be delivered immediately. But at this moment, Tsunade suddenly froze in place. Just because Katsuyu brought her a bad news. Kato Dan is dead. 045 Do you think you are me? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. What's wrong with you? Bai Ye asked with a frown. I saw that Tsunade seemed to have been attacked by some kind of spirit, and his whole body fell straight backward. Fortunately, Bai Ye had quick eyesight and quick hands, and he supported her. Old woman, what happened? Bai Ye patted her face. How could a person who was fine just now become so distraught all of a sudden? Hey, don't pretend to be dead. No matter what, I won't give you a penny. Broken, dead, Tsunade murmured. There was no color in the eyes, full of despair. Off, Kato Dan. Bai Ye wondered, how do you know he's dead? When his eyes fell on Katsuyu's body, Bai Ye finally understood. Katsuyu has the ability to deliver information. Broken to death, broken. Tears welled up from his eyes. Tsunade was helpless like a child. It was as if life had lost all meaning. Sure enough, the one who should come is still here. Bai Ye frowned. Whether Kato Dan is dead or not has nothing to do with him. Including Tsunade, to him, she is just a woman with, somewhat, good looks. He didn't think that if Kato Dan died, he would have the so-called chance to get close to Tsunade. With his current strength, if he wants women, shouldn't he grab a lot of them? People can't be resurrected after death, sorry for that. Bai Ye said flatly. Patting Tsunade's shoulder lightly, Bai Ye helped her sit on the ground. No one in life has died since ancient times, and keep a loyal heart to reflect history. He died to defend his family and country. Said a few words of comfort. Although, these words are basically useless. No matter how much you say, it can't change the fact that Kato Dan died. It was the Rain Shinobi ninja who killed him, it was the Rain Shinobi village. After crying for a long while, Tsunade finally recovered. What followed was endless anger. What do you want? Looking at Tsunade who broke free from his arms, Bai Ye said, revenge. I want to avenge Duan. Tsunade's eyes showed a strong murderous intent. Have you beaten Hanzo of the Salamander? Bai Ye frowned and said, don't be stupid, you think you are me. Tsunade's footsteps froze, and he looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. It's this time, and he's still making sarcastic remarks. Just when Tsunade was about to go berserk, Bai Ye said indifferently, I happen to be going to Rain Shinobi village too. By the way, kill Hanzo for you. What? Tsunade looked at Bai Ye in a daze, and couldn't believe his ears. He actually wants to help himself. Although we haven't been together for a long time, Tsunade can see that this is an extremely selfish and ruthless person, and his rationality is scary. Such a Bai Ye would actually take the initiative to help him. Thank you. Hugging Bai Ye, Tsunade said emotionally. Hot tears filled Bai Ye's heart. Yes, with her, how can she have the capital to fight against Hanzo? With her, what can she use to avenge Kato Dan? If there is no Bai Ye, other than rushing to die, the only thing to do is watch the enemy Xiaoyao silently. Don't be too sentimental, I really have something to do when I go to Rain Shinobi. Bai Ye shook his head and smiled. The conditions for agreeing to Might's wearing have not yet been settled. When Tsunade mentioned Rain Shinobi, it happened to remind Bai Ye. The Land of Water, which is not far from the Land of Rain, has a good team of blood successors hidden in it. Toru Yoruichi Clan, Dead Bone Pulse. Though it doesn't improve Might Guy's ninjutsu talents, but the tyranny of Dead Bone Pulse will definitely make his physical skills to a higher level. It can be regarded as fulfilling the promise to Might Guy. Also, fighting Rain Shinobi can once again pile up the layers of the killing sword. By the way, I also earned a favor from Tsunade. It can be said to have achieved several successes in one fell swoop. Anyway, thank you. Tsunade said seriously. This moment is the saddest and most helpless moment for her, and Bai Ye's promise undoubtedly gave her a glimmer of hope. 1. The hope of killing the enemy. Bai Ye, when did such a number one person appear in the ninja world? Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. As one of the ninja villages that were not affected by the Second Ninja World War, Third Raikage did not have a smile on his face. On the contrary, it is endlessly dignified. Kill an army of thousands of ninjas by yourself. Kill Raikage within a few minutes. Only 6 years old. Boom. With a slap of the palm, the desk instantly turned into ashes, and Third Raikage roared, Konaha, Konaha again. What a genius, it all belongs to Konaha. Information about Bai Ye spread throughout the ninja world in just a few days. His vigorous and resolute, bloodthirsty and murderous personality made countless people terrified. Only 6 years old, with Cage-level strength. Confront the Sand Shinobi army head-on. One person is worth an army. Entering the land of the wind alone, the Sand Shinobi ninja who kills can only hide in a corner. Cruel, ferocious, bloodthirsty, human slaughter. Labels representing evil one after another were posted on him. Tyrant. This is his new name. It was also from this time that the major ninja villages hastily issued a new order. Anyone who encounters Bai Ye can give up all ongoing missions and must retreat immediately. Even if you can't retreat in time, you can't resist, and you can't speak rudely. In short, if you meet Bai Ye, you can either run or wait to die. After all, this was a whim, and the entire village was about to be slaughtered. Land of Rain, Rain Shinobi Village. Master Hanzo, according to the latest information, Tsunade and Bai Ye are coming to this battlefield soon. Yes, I see. Order the army to retreat immediately. Hanzo said lightly. Then he got up and looked out the window. It was still raining in the sky, as if the rain wanted to wash away the strong smell of blood in the air. The old man is very interested in this brat. 046 If you really love him, commit suicide first, ask for flowers, please comment. Important information has been brought back from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Uchiha Clan Land, a secret room. On the scroll, a giant who looks up to the sky holds a mirror in his left hand and a knife in his right. You can be sure, this is the Susanoo of my family. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. A ball of light and longing burst out of the eyes. Susan, who is called the skill of the gods by the family, is the power that every Uchiha yearns for. Look carefully at Bai Ye's eyes, it is a purple hexagram pattern. Could it be that after 3 Tomo Sharingan evolves, it will change from red to purple? Fugaku muttered to himself. According to Hyuga Hazashi's description, after Bai Ye summoned Susanoo, he only swung his sword once. But with just one knife, Raikage was beheaded. Taking a long breath, Fugaku's face was full of pride and pride. Although the person standing behind Susanoo is not him, but this made him see the hope of the whole family again. That ultimate power is enough to destroy the world and destroy everything. However, Uchiha Makoto on the side was in a complicated mood at this time. Fugaku, what do you mean? Makoto asked softly. An ominous premonition grew in her heart. After returning from Bai Ye's house last time, she was obedient and took Bai Ye's jokes seriously. Report the truth to the clan. As a result, there is no doubt that more than 90% of the people agreed to sacrifice Makoto in exchange for Susan's secret. Now, Susanoo's power is fully displayed in front of everyone, and her own destiny may have been doomed. Makoto, I hope you can put the overall situation first. Fugaku said seriously. The revitalization and glory of a clan is above all else. If I were you, I would sacrifice myself without hesitation, even if it means death. What's more, a powerful man like Bai Ye will eventually stand at the top of the ninja world. It's not wrong you to follow him. Fugaku tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. However, why doesn't his heart hurt? Who wants to let their beloved woman go with another man? But thinking of the glory of the clan, all of this is nothing. Clan, Makoto said with a wry smile. Clan, is it really more important to you than me? With tears in her disappointed eyes, she looked at Fugaku in disbelief, at the man she loved the most. Although she has already made this awareness. But when things came to an end, Makoto hesitated. She found that she was not that great, and the glory of her family was not as good as the man in front of her. Makoto, you are my life. Fugaku sighed, but, the revitalization of the clan is more important than my life. From today onwards, I will not see you again. If Bai Ye finds out, it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding. After speaking, Fugaku dodged and disappeared in place. One family, hee. After all, can't I compare with that illusory glory? Makoto laughed miserably, and wiped away the tears on his face. All this time, I was the one who was being self-indulgent. Wine. I want wine. In a tavern in the country of birds. Tsunade was half climbing on the table, one hand dangling wildly in the air. Stop drinking, we're going to the land of rain soon. Don't you want to take revenge? Bai Ye frowned. This is the country of birds that intersects with the country of rain. At most one more day, the two will be able to arrive at the battlefield. But Tsunade, who was frustrated, was drunk at this time. Revenge. Tsunade blushed and said with a smile, if you take revenge, you will never survive. What's the use of killing Hanzo and slaughtering Rain Shinobi? And, why? Bai Ye's face darkened. This situation has been going on for 2 days, and Tsunade is still in this dazed state. Yes, Bai Ye can understand the sadness in his heart after the death of his lover. But it's not that depressing to such an extent, is it? You miss Kato-dan so much, why don't you just commit suicide? Bai Ye said coldly, you don't even dare to die for love, and you still say you love him. It's common to see idiots complaining about women, but it's really rare to see people who die for their other half. Sure enough, Tsunade froze for a moment after he finished speaking. Can I die for love? Suddenly, Tsunade found that he didn't seem so sad. Because of the mention of death, she felt an inexplicable sense of resistance. She doesn't want to die. Is it because I don't love him enough? Why don't I even dare to die? Tsunade muttered to himself, lost in thought. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a little amused. If it is said that Namikaze Minato died and Kushina died in love, this is toxin. But Tsunade, in the original book, Kato-dan passed away, and I didn't see her dying. The two-dimensional world is different from others. Isn't it normal to die for love? In a word, love is not in place. There is no real love to the bone. Okay, sober up this time. Bai Ye smiled and pulled Tsunade up. Let's go, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. As for Kato-dan, don't mention it in the future. If you really love him, kill yourself first. Speaking of this, Bai Ye suddenly remembered a classic quote about Itachi. You don't even kill your parents, how dare you say you love the village? Tsunade broke free from Bai Ye, his face flushed. What about me? Hurry to the battlefield. Bai Ye said impatiently. Tsunade looked at the dining table, a little embarrassed. Damn, I just patronized drinking. I haven't eaten much food, I'm a little hungry now. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. You know you're hungry. That's a good thing. 047 You can't understand this power. The junction of the land of fire and the land of rain. In the Konoha camp, Master Orochimaru, Rain Shinobi has retreated. Oh, retreat. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, as if thinking of something interesting. Mr. Bai Ye's influence has become so great. Just hearing his name, can the three armies retreat? Licking the scarlet tongue, Orochimaru's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Some of Bai Ye's abilities have long been leaked, especially the characteristics of getting stronger and stronger with each battle, and never getting tired. No ninja village is willing to confront him head-on. After all, he alone can be worth thousands of troops. It seems to hear someone praising me behind my back again. A shadow flashed, and a man and a woman appeared in Orochimaru's camp out of thin air. Orochimaru looked at the handsome man in front of him, and joked, Tsunade, when did you find a new boyfriend? Don't make fun of this kind of thing. Tsunade sneered, he's Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, a trace of surprise flashed in the snake's eyes. I said, why does it feel familiar? It's not the transformation technique. Could it be that he has some kind of secret about the human body? That's why I can instantly transform my 6-year-old body. For a moment, countless guesses flashed through Orochimaru's mind. And I am more and more interested in Bai Ye. Take back your disgusting gaze. Bai Ye said flatly, otherwise, I don't mind tasting the snake meat. Being stared at by a man always has an indescribably strange feeling. Mr. Bai Ye's personality has not changed at all. Straightening his expression, Orochimaru said, Rain Shinobi has retreated. This war can also end here. Retreat. Bai Ye frowned. I came all the way here just to kill people, now you tell me to retreat. Why? Bai Ye asked. Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, only has this bit of guts. Killing Feng Ying by himself and beheading more than 1,000 enemies sounds terrifying enough. But Hanzo, who claims to be invincible in the ninja world, is really afraid of himself. Is it really to the point of running away? He just didn't want soldiers to die for nothing. Orochimaru laughed. As for Hanzo, he's waiting for you on the battlefield. So, Mr. Bai Ye, let's go, I also want to see your true strength. You can't understand this power. Bai Ye said flatly. Old rules, take 1,000 soldiers with me to fight, and prepare to touch the corpse. His appetite is naturally not limited to a Hanzo. Rain Shinobi Village is his ultimate goal. Although Rain Shinobi is not big, there are always more than 1,000 ninjas. Wouldn't it be nice to increase the number of layers of the killing sword by 1 or 2,000 again? What's more, now it's a war, and under the guise of avenging Tsunade, the teacher is famous and the opportunity is rare. It is a bit unreasonable to wait until the end of the Second Ninja World War to kill Genin so recklessly. Touching the corpse, Orochimaru sneered, I appreciate your ruthlessness. The massacre by Bai Ye and Sunagaku has become known all over the world. Orochimaru is naturally no exception. Cold-blooded and ruthless, he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. This young man really resembles me. In the battlefield, gunpowder filled the air. A few flakes of flying snow fell on the broken limbs that could be seen everywhere on the ground. The land of rain is famous for its perennial rainfall. Even in the cold winter, there will be raindrops in the snowflakes. Sleet, domestic divisions and civil wars are endless, and they have been fighting year after year. In the original book, the country of rain, which had the opportunity to squeeze into the sixth largest country, ruined itself because of the hasty launch of the Second Ninja World War. The power of a country is divided into three ways, and it is against the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of iron at the same time. From Bai Ye's point of view, it's a little funny. There is a difference between demigod and god. The most ridiculous thing is, does Hanzo really think he can be compared with the ninja god Senju Hashirama? Tsunade, Orochimaru. On the battlefield, Hanzo frowned. Where's Bai Ye, didn't he come with you? According to the information he knew, Bai Ye was still a 6-year-old child. The handsome tall man in front of him was directly ignored by him. Because in the ninja world, there is no one who is famous and strong that he doesn't know. He guessed that this person was at most an unknown jonin from Konoha. I am Bai Ye, stop talking nonsense, let's go to war. Bai Ye spread his hands, and endless darkness suddenly surged out. Does it make sense to talk nonsense with a dying person? This darkness, could it be that you are really Bai Ye? Hanzo asked in surprise, although he didn't know why a 6-year-old child could instantly become like this. But the darkness similar to that of Blood's successor in this legend cannot be faked. Arrogance. With a cold snort, Hanzo patted the brown salamander covered with gata under his feet. Old man, it's time for you to perform. Salamander was summoned by Bai Ye before he arrived, because it takes 5 minutes to gather the poisonous mist in the mouth each time. Puff, a huge purple poisonous mist spewed out from the mouth of the salamander in an instant. Even Hanzo, who has antibodies against Sancho fish poison, will be poisoned by the poison sac, which shows how toxic it is. 048 The name of this thing is Killer Sword. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Poison that can corrode darkness. Bai Ye frowned. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although Dark Fruit's ability is constantly devouring the poisonous mist, but this poison is the body ability of the salamander, not in the form of chakra. Therefore, while the darkness devours the poisonous gas is also corroding the darkness. You are the first person who can block the poisonous salamander so perfectly. Hanzo's tone was full of admiration. Relying on the power of one country to simultaneously contend against the three kingdoms, one of Hanzo's biggest reliances is the drug war. As soon as the poison gas is released, ordinary Zhang Jonin will lose the ability to fight in an instant. A summoning beast against an army is not a big problem for him. But Bai Ye was able to block his own poison head-on. With such strength, he could sigh. So, Bai Ye said lightly, now that the poison of the salamander is gone, what should you use to fight me? Gently dragging his right hand upwards, he saw that the whole earth was trembling. Grains of placer gold instantly flew up from the ground, forming a huge palm, grabbing at Hanzo. Magnet style, gold dust. Cage's magnet style, how can you do it? Hanzo said in surprise, although the blood successor boundary does not exist only in a certain person. For example, white eyes, Sharingan. But according to intelligence, Bai Ye has at least 2 blood successors. Now, how can there be a third kind? How many cards has this brat hidden? Tsunade lost his voice. His surprise was no less than that of Hanzo. Because a few days ago, Bai Ye had died under magnet style. Could it be that Bai Ye can acquire the abilities of those he kills? Tsunade made a wild guess, but he quickly shook his head. If that's the case, Bai Ye is terrible. Mr. Bai Ye, you really gave me one surprise after another. Orochimaru looked at him with great interest. There was a dangerous gleam in the eyes. The interest in Bai Ye has not diminished because of the huge gap in strength between them. Snakes are always on the lookout for opportunities. As long as he is given a chance, is it really impossible for the snake to swallow the elephant? There are many things I know. Bai Ye sneered. Make a mudra with your hands and pat the ground. The land within tens of meters ahead suddenly turned into golden Uzumaki. A huge suction force is produced. At the same time, the giant golden hand just now grabbed Hanzo and pressed down hard. Under the double force, Hanzo, who hadn't recovered from his astonishment, sank to the ground in an instant. Magnet style, gold dust burial. With a light grip of the right hand, the entire land is shrinking sharply, as if accumulating energy before the storm. The sandstorm burial is the predecessor of the sandstorm burial, but because of the gold placer, it is denser and heavier than the sandstorm burial. Once an explosion occurs, the people in the middle, even the cage-level powerhouses, will have to suffer on the spot. Swordsmanship, flash. At this moment, there was a soft shout from the ground. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light rose, and Hanzo cut through layers of gold dust with a sword, breaking through the ground. Boom. The moment he came out, a violent explosion occurred. Countless gold dust splashed in all directions, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. As expected of a demigod, I approve of you with this sword. A little appreciation flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Swordsmanship, flash. In the original book, Hanzo once used this trick to instantly defeat Mifune, who was famous for his swordsmanship. Its lethality is strong, which can be seen as Madara, a sword technique that can cut even gold dust. Orochimaru laughed. How can Lord Bai Ye defeat him? Could it be that huge white skull is about to appear again? For Bai Ye's Susanoo, Orochimaru can be said to be fresh in his memory. Flying the gigantic 10,000 snakes with one punch, it was simply unbelievably strong. If possible, he would naturally like to see it again. Not likely. Tsunade shook his head and said, that trick will only be used when he is extremely angry or serious. Look at the expression on Bai Ye's face, it seems like he hasn't played enough yet. Oh, Orochimaru was surprised. When did you know Mr. Bai Ye so well? You know, your little boyfriend died not long ago. The bones are not cold. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said coldly, Orochimaru, you are still annoying as always. Field. With a flick of his right hand, Bai Ye unsheathed the killing sword. The 20-fold increase allowed his physical fitness to instantly reach the level of elite Jonin. Since you also use weapons, then I will use this sword to end you. Kakuzu, who loves money, died on the way to make money. Kei's cage of sand shinobi died in the gravel. Bai Ye suddenly discovered that it seemed very interesting to let these people die appropriately. Your sword is very strange. Hanzo said solemnly. He didn't think that such a powerful Bai Ye would play tricks on him. Now that the sword is drawn, it proves that Bai Ye will definitely use swordsmanship. One person with 3 blood successors, and also Grandmaster swordsmanship. Such an enemy had to be taken seriously by him. The name of this thing is Killing Sword. A smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Although it's not very common to perform sword skills with a sword, it's enough. Remember, the knife that kills you is called Hatake. 049 Play too big. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. This is White Fang's Hatake knife technique. Tsunade exclaimed. Didn't he just learn swordsmanship with Shuo Mao for 3 days? Is it already so strong? In the arena, Bai Ye held a killing sword, and green lights flashed. His body is like a swimming dragon, his sword is like a python, and he has an absolute upper hand as soon as he fights. Hatake's knife skills are well known in the ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the #1 sword technique in the ninja world. There is no secret about Bai Ye and Hatake Tsukumo learning swords. After all, Tsunade was in Konoha at the time, but it was because of this that she found it incredible. This is Mr. Bai Ye. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and also let out an exclamation. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, blood succession, all of them are the perfection of perfection. I really want to get a little of his organization, let's study it carefully. Soon, the bodies of the two turned into afterimages. Ordinary Huxia genin couldn't see their movements clearly. I can only sigh the strength of Bai Ye and Hanzo from the violent collision. Hatake sword technique, you seem to have not learned the subtleties yet. Hanzo said while raising his sword to block. If the real White Fang came here again, maybe I would still be afraid of 3 points. But you're not ready yet. Saying that, Hanzo changed his previous defensive posture, and danced wildly with the poisonous sickle in his hand. The situation reversed instantly. I saw that he seemed to have figured out a certain pattern, and was looking for flaws in Bai Ye's saber technique. Bang bang bang. With 3 impacts, Bai Ye took 3 steps back. Immediately afterwards, Hanzo's offensive was like a storm, without giving Bai Ye any chance to breathe. It wasn't until Bai Ye retreated to 20 meters that Hanzo drew his sword and retreated. With this retreat, he retreated hundreds of meters away, as if he was afraid of something. Why don't you fight anymore? Bai Ye chuckled and said, the fight is on the rise, but you suddenly retreat, are you ready to surrender? The seemingly fierce attack just now did not pose any threat to Bai Ye. Because his speed and strength are not inferior to Hanzo at all. Moreover, he is also constantly strengthening his understanding of Hatake's sword skills in one move. Hanzo was a good whetstone for him. He was planning to take this opportunity to improve Hatake's sword skills, but he didn't expect Hanzo to back away suddenly. Surrender. Hanzo sneered. Sure enough, he's still too young. With a sudden clap of his hands to the ground under Bai Ye's feet began to sink. Moreover, densely packed detonating symbols quickly emerged. Its coverage area is as large as 100 meters in radius. And Bai Ye is standing at the center of the range of the detonator. Fire style, detonate the flame array. With a soft drink, countless detonating symbols exploded at the same time. Bai Ye's figure was instantly engulfed by the explosion and flames. Over the battlefield, a huge mushroom cloud surged. It's over. Hanzo panted slightly, with a hint of sternness in his eyes. Although he is regarded as the pinnacle of force by the current ninjas in the ninja world. But he is very cautious. Even if he has become a half-god, he will still provide himself with 24-hour rotating guards. Moreover, even if the opponent is an unknown novice ninja, such as the 3 Yahiko who just debuted in the original book, they will not be underestimated in the slightest. Always choose the most reliable method to destroy the opponent. Being so cautious, how could he not plan his countermeasures in advance when facing the famous Bai Ye? Doesn't anyone really think that Amaterasu can't burn people to death? Doesn't anyone really think that detonating talismans can't kill people? Such a large-scale and dense explosion, even the cage-level strong, cannot escape. Otherwise, why would Xiao Nan have so many detonating symbols on her body? The power of the detonating talisman is very powerful. It seems that things are a little bad. Orochimaru chuckled and said, Mr. Bai Ye, it seems that you have played too much. Did not summon the giant white skeleton in time before the explosion. I'm afraid it's more bad luck than good luck. But, after all, it's Mr. Bai Ye. Orochimaru firmly believed that it was impossible for Bai Ye to die so simply. A ruthless person who can kill Feng casually will die under the detonating talisman. Wouldn't this way of dying be a little too funny? No, Tsunade frowned, and said solemnly, Bai Ye does have the ability to resist this kind of explosion. But until now, no white skull has been seen rising. Could it be that he was killed at the moment of the big explosion? Tsunade's heart was beating hard, and she had a sense of foreboding. After all, no matter how strong Bai Ye is, he is still made of flesh and blood. Even Senju Hashirama will surely die if he does not perform defensive ninjutsu in time in this detonating talisman formation. Soon, the dust cleared. A corpse that had been completely incinerated by the fire appeared in everyone's field of vision. His face was already unrecognizable, only the green dagger tightly held in his hand was still glowing slightly coldly. Bai Ye, Tsunade exclaimed in shock, smelly brat, did you really play yourself to death? As he said that, regardless of his own safety, he rushed forward like crazy. Although there is no so-called friendship between the two, but in her opinion, Bai Ye came to Rain Shinobi Village because of herself. 050 The courage to live to death, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. It was still raining lightly in the sky, accompanied by flakes of snowflakes. Drops of water dripped from the corners of his eyes. I don't know if it's rain or tears. Aren't you very strong? How did you die in a place like this? Say yes, take me to revenge. Tsunade picked up the green dagger, stroked it lightly, and inserted it into his waist. Apart from frowning, there was no other expression on his face. It seemed that Bai Ye's death didn't affect her at all. Definitely my boyfriend, but he died for the country. You and I are not relatives, but you died because of me. Forget it, this life will be returned to you. Meimo stared, and Tsunade's aura suddenly became fierce. A pair of star-like eyes stared at Hanzo. She seemed to understand why she dared not die for Kato Dan. Hee, you want to kill me? Hanzo shook the scythe in his hand, squinting at Tsunade. Don't forget, your name Sanin was bestowed by the old man. Does the defeated general dare to speak bravely? The title of demigod is definitely not something he blows out by himself. It was struck out with one knife and one sword. As strong as Sanin, they are not his opponents in combination. What is a mere Tsunade? I admit, I am your defeat. But now, no more. Tsunade smiled. I will still lose, and even die. But I won't lose again. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion enveloped Hanzo's heart. Will lose, but not lose. The courage to live to death. Shaking his head, Hanzo's eyes were filled with admiration. A ninja who is not afraid of death is worthy of everyone's respect. Okay, let's fight. Hanzo swung his sickle and said proudly. He has no reason to back down. Even though he had already fought Bai Ye just now. But in fact, there is not much loss. The whole person is still in peak condition. Whoosh, Tsunade's figure disappeared in place in an instant. Hanzo narrowed his eyes and said in shock, how is this speed possible? Boom. In the next second, Hanzo flew straight out. It flew 400 to 500 meters away. Nani? Orochimaru's eyes widened. As a senior brother, he knows Tsunade's abilities best. The gymnastics are strong, but not to an outrageous degree. But now, even I can't catch her speed. Mirror, can you see Tsunade's speed? Orochimaru asked a Hyuga ninja beside him. No, I didn't see clearly. Hyuga said with a face full of shock, I only saw an afterimage. Ah, look, Hanzo is flying back again. I saw that Hanzo flew towards Konoha's army from 400 to 500 meters away. Look, he flew into the sky again. Hey, it fell to the ground again. Hanzo was kicked back and forth quickly like a rubber ball. One will fly to the left, and the other will fly to the right. For a while, it will be strung into the sky, and for a while, it will fall into the ground. It was as if an invisible big foot was kicking him fiercely. However, no one can clearly see the figure of the owner of the big foot. My strength, speed, how did it become so powerful? With the sound of something falling to the ground, Tsunade appeared next to Hanzo's body. He was looking at his hands in surprise. Just now, she already had the consciousness of death, and she just wanted to have a hearty battle with Hanzo. But what she didn't expect was that in the blink of an eye, she had crossed a distance of 100 meters. In an instant, Hanzo was sent flying by himself. When she recovered completely, Hanzo was lying on the ground, spitting out blood. Obviously, there is more air out, less air in, and he is dying. Strength and speed are at least 10 times higher than before. No, 15 times. No. Tsunade looked at his hands and muttered to himself. Until now, she didn't know why she became so powerful. When he lowered his head, he accidentally saw the dagger pinned to his waist. Tsunade wondered, could it be because of this little sword? After thinking for a while, Tsunade put the dagger on the ground. A weak discomfort suddenly rose. This is not a sense of weakness, but a kind of maladaptation from luxury to frugality. Clenching his fists, Tsunade was even more sure of this fact. It turns out that Bai Ye's sword is weird. No wonder he can achieve such an achievement in a short period of time. Sighing, Tsunade took the little sword back into his hand. Rain Shinobi killed my boyfriend and Bai Ye who tried to help me. These accounts are all on your head. Raise your hand and swing your sword. One of Hanzo's good heads was detached from the body. Until the last moment of his death, he could not speak. Because the strength of the increase that Tsunade got after getting the killing sword is too great. Unlike Bai Ye, Tsunade's martial arts foundation is too deep. This is like multiplying the strength of a child 20 times, and multiplying the strength of a boxing champion 20 times, the result must be very different. The seemingly simple punches and kicks are something that even Susanoo can't bear. Therefore, even without swinging the sword, Hanzo would not be able to survive. However, at this moment, a heart-piercing roar suddenly came from behind the Konoha army. "You old woman, how dare you kill my experienced baby? 051 This plot is wrong. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes." Bai Ye. Tsunade was taken aback, then he was pleasantly surprised. "You are not dead." Bai Ye came over with a dark face and asked, "How did you kill Hanzo?" Tsunade didn't understand, so he said, "I used your sword to cut off his head." "That's good." Bai Ye let out a long breath. He was afraid that Tsunade beat Hanzo to death with his fist. In this case, the number of layers of the killing sword will be reduced by 1 layer. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. "Are you okay?" Tsunade looked at Bai Ye, then at the corpse on the ground. Surprised. "Then this is it. That's my avatar," Bai Ye explained. "When I came to the Muya camp just now, I suddenly felt a little hungry. Just send my clone to fight Hanzo. I didn't expect that when I lowered my head to eat the vegetables, I was distracted and Hanzo was killed." Bai Ye's avatar can share vision and hearing with the main body. So even if the avatar has its own wisdom, it will be more or less affected by the main body. Especially when fighting, it is inevitable that there will be moments of distraction. Clone, Tsunade and Orochimaru, including the Konoha army behind them, were taken aback at the same time. Is the world changing fast, or am I just not getting it? Can a single avatar compete with the so-called demigod Hanzo to this extent? If it wasn't for the final detonating talisman formation, it is still unknown who will win. Bai Ye, are you kidding? The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. Are you sure this is Shadow Clone? Won't the Shadow Clone dissipate immediately after being attacked? Tsunade felt that Bai Ye in front of him became more and more mysterious. How many whole cards does he still have? The ability to come back from the dead. Summons a giant white skeleton. Mysterious and weird little green sword. Approaching the unsolvable dark blood succession. Suspected Sharingan pupil technique. Now, there is another powerful clone. Did I mention that this is Shadow Clone? Bai Ye rolled his eyes. My avatar has a physical body, forget it, you don't even understand it. Bai Ye raised his chin towards Tsunade. Is my sword still usable? Sword. Tsunade nodded quickly. It's easy to use, very easy to use. Then do you like it? Bai Ye showed a gentle smile. Could it be him? Tsunade's heart rate suddenly increased. Nodding like pounding garlic, he said, I like it very much. If this mysterious little sword can be given to him, then even in the face of thousands of troops, Tsunade will no longer be afraid. What Raikage, Tsuchikage, with one punch, everything fell down. Well, not only you like it, but I also like this sword very much. Bai Ye smiled, quickly made a move, and snatched back the killing sword. Nani? Tsunade froze for a moment. This plot is wrong, shouldn't Bai Ye say to himself. If you like it, then give it to you. Damn it, brat, are you kidding me? Tsunade said angrily. The disappointment brought about by this kind of hope really made her a little unacceptable. What did I play with you? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. It is impossible for such a boosting artifact to fall into the hands of outsiders. Let alone Tsunade, even if Kuranou Yuhi asked for it, he would not give it to him. Just imagine, what if this sword falls into the hands of the enemy? For example, Raikage and Tsunade are ninjas who are good at physical skills. After getting this killing sword, he can instantly become an invincible existence in the ninja world. Even Susanoo can't help it. Okay, now that I've finished my meal, I'm going to go shopping in Rain Shinobi Village. Swinging the killing sword, Bai Ye said to Orochimaru, let the army follow suit, I want 80% of the spoils. No problem. Orochimaru licked his scarlet lips. Physical clone, Mr. Bai Ye, how many secrets do you still have? But at this moment, Tsunade suddenly stopped in front of him. Bai Ye, you can't continue to kill people. Tsunade frowned. The war is over. Ninjas just follow orders from their superiors. The orders from the top go down, and no one has their own. They are innocent. Bai Ye laughed and said, innocent. Then let me ask you, aren't those ninjas in San Shinobi innocent? When I slaughtered San Shinobi, I never saw you stop me like this. He didn't want to be a butcher either. But the great opportunity is in front of him, how could Bai Ye let it go? That is the number of layers of the killing sword, why give up in vain? Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. That's right, when Bai Ye slaughtered San Shinobi, why wasn't he as soft-hearted as he is now? It was Kato Dan's death that touched the softness in your heart. Bai Ye said lightly, if you don't want to follow, go back to Konoha by yourself. You can't stop the person I want to kill. After speaking, ignore Tsunade and walk forward alone. Bai Ye, Tsunade said again. Hanzo is cautious by nature. The example of San Shinobi is right in front of him. It is impossible for him not to hold back. If my guess is correct, the ninjas of Rain Shinobi will also be scattered in every corner of the Land of Rain, just in case. So even if you go, you will have to spend a lot of energy. Bai Ye's footsteps suddenly faltered, and he turned around with a sneer and said, if that's the case, I don't have to kill people. But, you have to check it out, don't you? Orochimaru, take your army and follow me. 2FS. 052 suddenly enlightened. The land of fire, Konoha. At this moment, it is night. The Hokage office building is brightly lit. Hiruzen, how is that art research going? Danzo asked with a frown. His face was full of seriousness. Soon, but it will take some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his brow. How is the battle going in the land of rain? With Hanzo in charge, Bai Ye must not be so easy to win. Mentioning Hanzo, Danzo's face softened slightly. This former enemy seemed to hit them like a shot in the arm. There is no news yet, but that is a demigod that even Sannin can't do anything about. Maybe, that little BD Bai Ye will die in the land of rain. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The whereabouts of Yuhihong still need to continue to increase manpower to find. We have to be prepared. The office was full of smoke. In just a few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen's haggard face looked as if he had aged 10 years again. Master Hokage, the latest battle report on the Land of Rain battlefield. An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the office. Oh, let me see. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter. I saw a little snake with its teeth and claws drawn on the envelope. However, the snake's pupils were red. The third generation was surprised. It's the good news from Orochimaru. The red pupils are the unique symbol of Orochimaru, which means great victory. Bai Ye has only been on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain for a few days, and the news of victory came. After quickly opening the letter, Danzo also came over. I saw it said, a physical clone of Bai Ye fought fiercely with Hanzo, and the latter clone died in the detonation flames. After Tsunade picked up Bai Ye's short sword, he exploded with amazing power, beheading Hanzo within 10 seconds. Now Bai Ye has entered the Land of Rain, ready to slaughter Rain Shinobi Village. In just 3 lines, the amount of information brought is astonishing. Physical clone, is this another ability of Bai Ye? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. A sword can bring such power to Tsunade, what kind of sword is that? Of the 3 lines, only the middle line had the strongest impact on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo said in a deep voice, Orochimaru didn't write about Tsunade's state after using the sword. It means that this sword probably does not have any adverse side effects. Kanajonin burst out with strength beyond cage level in an instant. The two looked at each other, lost in thought. Hanzo of the Salamander, apart from being famous for poisonous gas, has no other blood succession boundaries. He won the title of demigod only by virtue of his tyrannical abilities. But even he couldn't stop Tsunade for 10 seconds after picking up the sword. This kind of artifact should not fall into the hands of Bai Ye. Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, we must find a way to get this sword back. Perhaps, all of Bai Ye's abilities are based on that sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Makes sense. Tsunade said in the information he gave me before that Bai Ye went to the battlefield of the Land of Rain for her sake. Hey, with a deep sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, Danzo, you call Tsunade back to the village immediately. On a street in the country of rain, Bai Ye holds a bunch of 3-color meatballs in his left hand and eats them as he walks. It looks very comfortable. You really answered the old woman's words, the rain shinobi are indeed scattered in every corner of the Land of Rain. And, not even a single ninja can be found in Rain Shinobi Village. I have been wandering in the rain country for 3 days. After failing to meet the ninja army, Bai Ye immediately asked Orochimaru to withdraw. It is too troublesome to find ninjas to kill one by one. In the past few days, he has not killed a single person. And there is only one purpose for staying here. Uzumaki Nagato. It stands to reason that the current Nagato has not fully grasped how to use Rinnegan. Hanzo is not dead, that's a good proof of that. But, Nagato has not been found for 3 consecutive days, which is very unreasonable. If there is anyone in the ninja world that Bai Ye fears, it must be Nagato. All under 6 paths are ants, this is definitely not empty talk. Bai Ye's Susanoo might be able to block Shinra. But what about Chao Shen Luo Tianzhong? Nagato's presence was always a threat, and even though Hanzo was dead, Yahiko was spared. But in the future, no one can say for sure. So, for once and for all, Bai Ye decided to devour Nagato's Rinnegan before he fully grows up. If I have Rinnegan, I will be truly invincible in the ninja world. Bai Ye smiled. Invincible is lonely. Yes, very lonely. It's the same as having too much money to spend and being distressed. But, who would think that he is too strong? Search for a few more days, if you still can't find it, you can only leave first. Determined to pay attention, Bai Ye formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones rushed in all directions. Start searching in the entire rain country. 4 more days passed. Bai Ye stopped suddenly and smiled bitterly. I finally know why Nagato is not in the Land of Rain at this time. It's not the butterfly effect, or anything else. It's Uchiha Madara at this time, not dead yet. 053 Heichi Corner. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Now Obito is only 6 years old, and there are still 4 years before graduation in the original book. So Uchiha Madara definitely isn't dead yet. Bai Ye's eyes were a little serious. He must have known of my existence. Even my ability is estimated to have been completely touched. That's why he made a coping strategy to keep Nagato away from me. Rubbing his temples, Bai Ye felt his head was a little big. For Uchiha Madara, he is not very intimidated. In terms of strength, Madara, who is already dying, probably won't be his opponent. After all, he has multiple life-saving means. Doppelganger, a dream, plus Kakuzu's land grievances. It can be said that within an extremely short period of time, Bai Ye has at least 6 chances to be resurrected and 1 chance to escape. With these trump cards in hand, even Madara in its heyday, Bai Ye dared to compete. Not to mention the elderly Madara. What really makes him afraid is not Madara's strength, but his strategy. As one of the biggest behind-the-scenes bosses in the Hokage world, Bai Ye doesn't think he has a higher IQ than Uchiha Madara. On the contrary, he is very self-aware. If he relied on cheating to kill the quartet, he would be fine. But when it comes to conspiracy and tricks, he thinks that 10 Bai Ye are tied together, and he is not Madara's opponent. Ding, reminder, the number of instant kills left in the current lottery draw, 1. At this moment, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Is it another 7 days? There was a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Forget it, let him care so much. You have tricks, I have cheats. Quickly took out a coin and put it in his hand, Bai Ye started the lottery draw. Soon, the pointer of the turntable was fixed on an object similar to a horn. Ding, congratulations on winning the Zayaji corner. Zayaji corner. Bai Ye frowned. Couldn't it be another tasteless thing? Quickly checked the item description. Shejujao. Possesses the ability to distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. Hold it in your hand to detect whether the other party is lying. If the person being questioned is lying, the Heichi horn will glow. It seems that it's really useless. Bai Ye pouted, a little dissatisfied. There is no one in the ninja world who can defeat me. As soon as the sentence was finished, the corner of Zayaji suddenly lit up. Sure enough, I'm still far from being invincible. Smiling, Bai Ye said again, I am the most handsome guy in the world. This time, after waiting for 10 seconds, Heichi Kakuzu did not respond. It's really interesting. Bai Ye suddenly became interested, and felt that this thing was not as useless as imagined. I can beat Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye tried to ask. In the next second, the corner of Zayaji lit up. I can defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no movement at Shejujao. After using it several times in a row, Bai Ye seemed to have discovered a new world. This thing can not only test lies, but also has some bugs. Using it, you can get a lot of information that I don't know. It can even achieve some kind of prophetic effect. After playing for a while, Bai Ye carefully put it into his arms. He knew that the value of this Zayaji horn was not weaker than the killing sword at all. In the invisible confrontation with Uchiha Madara, it may help myself a lot. It's almost time, it's time to go to the land of water to find the Wei Yorichi tribe. I just don't know, after Emperor Guy possesses Dead Bone Pulse, if he casts Night Guy, will his bones still break? In a dark space, Bai Ye has left the land of rain. According to his course of action, it seems that he is not going to return to Konoha for the time being. And headed towards the country of water. A strange man with a whole body in white said, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. It seemed that Bai Ye from Megatron Ninja World was completely ignored. Well, he has the ability to devour blood succession boundaries. Water country, if you guessed correctly, the purpose of his trip is Dead Bone Pulse. A slightly weak voice sounded. But this voice is full of majesty. What an enviable ability, evolving Sharingan to eternal Mangekyo without much effort. If he knows the secret of the Sharingan, and devours a few more pairs. Maybe he can activate the Rinnegan too. The white weirdo said with some sighs. It's nothing more than a child. He has all the skills in his body, so he can't make a fortune. Looking at the way he does things, he is obviously still at the stage of womanly benevolence. Having the ability to become stronger by killing people, but let the ninjas of Sunagaku and Rain Shinobi Village be spared. It's a waste of ability. An old and weak voice sounded. There was a touch of disdain in his tone. It seemed that the existence of Bai Ye could not pose any real threat to him at all. However, just in case, there are still necessary means to be used. The fog here is really, really big. Bai Ye clicked his tongue. Walking in the thick fog, he was indeed a little uncomfortable. It's no wonder that several ninja wars have not affected the country of water. This place is far away from the mainland, surrounded by the sea, and there is an ocean as a natural barrier. After feeling a little bit of emotion, Bai Ye quickly dived into the land of water. Start looking for the Teru Yorichi clan. 054 God's Bone Meridian. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kyoko Suigetsu. In a natural hot spring 10 miles away from the border of the country of fog, Bai Ye's figure gradually climbed out of the water. Transposition. A black shadow flashed, and if someone was there at this moment, they would only feel dazzled for a while. Bai Ye is still that Bai Ye. Even the behavior is exactly the same as before. The difference is that what appeared in the hot spring at this time has changed from the avatar to the main body. It's quite similar to Yuanji's 2-to-1 switch in the Kingsley Yuanji in the previous life. Smiling, Bai Ye continued to walk towards the land of water. The goal of this trip is Dead Bone Pulse, not a killing spree. So in order to avoid the soldiers at the border, avoid unnecessary friction, Bai Ye chose to sneak in low-key. It's a quiet and peaceful scene, not much worse than the land of fire. There is an endless stream of vendors on the side of the road, and the faces of the people are filled with happy smiles. Where is the settlement of the Wei Yorichi tribe? Randomly found an old man who looked older. Sharingan emerges from the eye socket. After the old man gave the address, Bai Ye stuffed a wad of banknotes into his arms. Sharingan's illusion only slightly affected the old man's will. For itself, it does not produce too much power. Mostly just a headache for a while. The old man was in a trance for a moment, and then smiled wryly. It's really old, and I feel dizzy when I walk. Slowly came to a shop selling fish. Boss, bring me one tail snapper. As he spoke, the old man touched his arms. Immediately, the whole person froze in place. 100,000 tails. Kill. In a very inconspicuous small village, dozens of strangely dressed people are fighting each other in pairs. They all had 2 red dots on their foreheads, and they held iron weapons in their hands. Puff. The long sword pierced through the right chest. Instead of crying out for pain, the middle-aged man let out a maniacal laugh. This is the feeling of fighting. Blood flows out of the wound quickly, and the process of wandering between life and death is the true meaning of life. Saying that, he put down the long sword. Stretching his right hand behind his neck, he directly pulled out his own spine. Fight again. Such battles happen to everyone. The ground was stained red with blood, some people were seriously injured, and some were unlucky and died directly. But these didn't seem to stop their enthusiasm for fighting. On the contrary, the blood in the heart was even more aroused, and when the shot was made, it was even more cruel. It's really a stupid family. Bai Ye sighed. He stood here watching for a long time. I finally understood why the clan with powerful blood successors only had dozens of people until the clan was exterminated. Co-authors stab each other every day if they have nothing to do. It is estimated that even if they don't go out to cause trouble, they will play themselves to death in the end. Think again about the reason why the Wei Yorichi tribe launched a night attack on Mist Shinobi in the original book. It turned out to be, let the people of Kuritakar know the horror of the Wei Yorichi tribe. Such a ridiculous and absurd reason, to start a war just to prove his own strength. Bai Ye said that this wave of operations is very confusing, he can't understand it. In the whole family, there is no one with a normal mind. If it wasn't for Kimimaro meeting Orochimaru by accident, the final result would not be killed, he would probably become a lunatic. Hey, I don't feel guilty about ending a race by myself. Bai Ye sighed. Instead of being killed by my own stupidity in the future, let me use your last remaining heat. Press your hands to the ground. Darkness as thick as ink suddenly enveloped the 100 meters ahead. What is this? Ninjutsu. There is an enemy attack. What? There was an enemy attack. Great, can we finally have a real battle? Instead of panicking, the crowd became excited. Look, Zhu Yu is dead, he was entangled by that weird black smoke. Did he die in battle? His life was perfect. Bai Ye, his 3 views have been completely subverted here. Even a little bit powerless to complain. Controlling dark fruit, throw out a person who has pulled out the bone, is sure to have dead bone pulse blood successor, and speaks less. Bai Ye started to devour crazily. Ding, congratulations on your successful devouring of blood successor limit, dead bone pulse. Ding, congratulations on your successful devouring of blood successor limit, dead bone pulse. Ding, congratulations. The system beeps keep ringing. The Wei Yorichi clan in the dark is almost dead. Not everyone has the limit of blood successor, but Bai Ye managed to surpass them with the killing sword. Either don't do it or do it. Although these are very interesting souls, at the same time, they are also extremely dangerous existences. It's time to do good deeds for the country of water. Bai Ye thought in his heart. Soon, with the death of the last person in the darkness. Bai Ye's system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations on your successful devouring of blood successor limit, dead bone pulse. Hint, the dead bone pulse blood succession limit in the host is upgraded. Reminder, host's dead bone pulse has been upgraded to God's bone pulse. 055 difficult task, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. God bone. Bai Ye frowned. There are unexpected gains. Slowly stretched out his right hand, and the 5 phalanges suddenly protruded. After falling to the ground, it became 5, Bai Ye. Bone avatar. Bai Ye looked at the 5 selves in front of him and shook his head. No. These 5 people have the ability of dark fruit in their bodies, and the strength is exactly the same as the main body. The strength of the body, chakra, and even the power of the Sharingan's pupils make no difference. It's just that these 5 people are silent and have no wisdom. Apart from being able to withdraw their bodies at any time, they are not under my control. Closing his eyes, Bai Ye began to feel the power of this blood successor with his heart. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. I saw him draw out the killing sword from behind and stab at his temple without hesitation. Soon, the main body that did not use the Mangekyo and Earth Resentment abilities fell to the ground and died. But in just a split second, among the 5 Bai Ye opposite, the one in the middle suddenly smiled. So that's how it is, 10 fingers connected to a heart. Each phalange can materialize into a separate self. When the body dies, the consciousness and spirit will be reborn attached to the phalanx. That is to say, now I have 10 more lives, oh no, 9. Smiling, Bai Ye didn't feel sorry for wasting a life. Because he could feel that the lost phalanx would grow back in a month. Bone is also many times denser and harder than regular dead bone pulse. Pull out a rib at random, and the difference from dead bone pulse is that the veins of the divine bone are golden. Boom. With a wave of his hand, the golden bones collided with the remaining white bones on the ground. Undoubtedly, the white bones were instantly smashed to pieces. This trip is worthwhile. Stretching his muscles and bones, Bai Ye is in a very happy mood at the moment. I didn't expect to visit the land of water and pick up 9 lives for nothing. Let's go, stay by my side, don't talk, you can live a few more days. Waving to the only remaining Kagaya, Bai Ye turned and walked out. Come and fight with me, mighty enemy. Being able to die by your hands, my blood is not in vain. Please be sure to use your strongest move to burn my life. It's okay to ignore him. Bai Ye's words seemed to have some kind of magical chemical reaction. Wei, the only remaining middle-aged man of the Yoruichi clan, immediately exposed his middle-aged nature. Okay, you win. In terms of chatterbox, I, Bai Ye, would like to call you the strongest. Bai Ye's face darkened. This family has completely shocked him. Don't want to talk too much nonsense. 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly appeared in the eyes. The middle-aged man who was about to strike immediately calmed down. Old man, you hurriedly called me back, what's the matter? In Hokage's office, Tsunade was hugging his shoulders, and said impatiently, tell me something, the war is finally over, I should go to the casino to play cards. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and said in a deep voice, Tsunade, maybe you don't know yet. Konoha is now at a critical juncture of life and death. Bai Ye's little girlfriend, Yu Haihong is missing. For a moment, Tsunade suddenly felt a little suffocated. The whole person froze in place. After a while, he swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, old man, what did you do? You may not know how powerful Bai Ye is. The whole leaf is tied together, it's not enough for him to chop it with a knife. Now that you have lost his girlfriend, he has no choice but to fight with you. Only then did Tsunade understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen, after Bai Ye solved Sand Shinobi. And keep sending this disobedient guy to Rain Shinobi village. It turned out to be to delay time. Hush, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a silent gesture. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. In the past few days, I have turned Konaha upside down, but I still haven't found any trace of Uchiha. You know Bai Ye's character best, so I plan to. Although Tsunade has a bad temper, he also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not choose to get angry at this time. If you can't find Uchiha before Bai Ye returns to the village, then the doomsday belonging to Konoha is really coming. What are you going to do? Do you have any good ideas? Tsunade asked with a frown. Sighing deeply, Tsunade seemed to have seen the endless darkness covering the village. The huge white skeleton wielded a long knife, destroying Konoha one by one. Bai Ye, it seems that I have an inexplicable affection for you. Whatever I want, I will send you to. Hold him back. No matter what method is used, delay his return to the village as much as possible. There was a hint of pleading in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This kind of gaze, Tsunade has never seen him in his life. She knew that third generation wasn't afraid of death, what he was afraid of was Konoha village disappearing into the long river of history. I'll try my best. Tsunade frowned slightly. By this time, she had stopped playing those meaningless tempers. After all, it is related to the life and death of a village, no matter how excessive, unreasonable, or ridiculous the third generation's request is. She also has to try to finish. The lives of thousands of people in Konoha village are all tied to him at this moment. 056 Encountering a cult of the evil god. These countries surrounded by the sea are more peaceful than each other. At this moment, Bai Ye is wandering in the country of Tang, which is known as the ninja village that forgot the war. Young man, do you want to gain great power? A voice full of temptation came. Soon, a figure rushed out from behind the tree beside the road. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his waist. The skin exposed to the air is covered with scars. Strong power. Bai Ye pointed to the scar on his face. You have great power, how can you be so miserable? Bai Ye said a little speechlessly. Just after lamenting the peace here, a strange thing popped out. Obviously, the man in front of him doesn't look like a good person. Young man, scars are a man's best badge. These are all engraved by myself. The middle-aged man said proudly. At the same time, he lifted up his clothes. I saw that there were scars all over the body. Well, it's good. Bai Ye nodded and continued to walk forward. The country of soup is the only way to return to the country of fire. If it wasn't for the tail of a crane that made it difficult for him to move, he would have left this land long ago. You can't run against the way Yoruichi people, right? Young man, wait, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, to be honest, I have the ability to let people see the dead. Do you have any deceased relatives or friends? Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up sad things. But if you are willing to join our organization, you can also obtain this power to travel between the world and the future. Bai Ye's figure froze suddenly. Are you taught by the evil god? Bai Ye asked with a frown. Although Boruto turns he sees very little. But I also know something about the cult of evil spirits. What the man in front of him said was exactly the tricks of the heretic god sect. You also know the cult of the heretic god. The man's eyes were shaken, and he said excitedly, as expected, you were able to meet me because of the guidance of the Lord Heretic God. Please be sure to follow me to Islam and accept the baptism of Lord Cthulhu, please. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Ye excitedly, as if he had met a bosom friend. Well, take me to have a look. Bai Ye thought for a while. The country of Tang is rich in materials, and the people of the country advocate peace, so gradually, the country's combat effectiveness has become weaker. It was at this time that the cult of the evil gods took advantage of the situation. It seems that this organization is still in the development stage, otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite to me. Frowning, Bai Ye had already guessed the situation. The purpose of the evil god religion is to kill all the people around. The later cults hardly needed believers. At least, they will not accept people easily without testing their strength. The collection is also only for offerings. However, the difference is that organizations in the development stage naturally have to vigorously absorb members. Those with potential are given priority to cultivation, and as for the waste, they will be sacrificed directly to the Lord Evil God. I would like to see if there really are so-called evil gods in this ninja world. No matter how bad it is, it's okay to devour a few believers, maybe I can become immortal. Smiling, Bai Ye followed closely behind the man. With more than a dozen lives, he is not worthy of anyone. Even against Six Paths Madara, he can't beat and run. Not to mention an illusory evil god. Young man, where are you from? Young man, I don't think you have a forehead protector, haven't you become a ninja yet? Phew, the middle-aged man kept chattering, as if he wanted to find out some useful news from him. Shut up and lead the way, Bai Ye said indifferently. Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in the eye sockets, and the expression of the middle-aged man immediately became dull. Soon, several people turned around and came to a small hidden cave. Passed away, and brought a newcomer back. A woman smiled evilly. Yo, he's still a handsome guy. How about letting my sister be baptized before accepting the baptism of the evil god? As she spoke, the woman stretched out her right hand, about to touch Bai Ye's shoulder. Take me to meet the evil god. Slapping the woman's hand away, Bai Ye said coldly. He has absolutely no interest in these small miscellaneous fish. He just wanted to see if the evil god existed in the evil god religion in the form of a physical entity. You're quite hot-tempered. The woman licked her lips and said, want to see Mr. Cthulhu? Come with me. With that said, he turned and walked into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately felt a bloody smell coming from his nostrils. Bai Ye frowned and looked around. In the middle of the cave, there is a huge pool. The pool was filled with blood and smelled foul. Moreover, more than a dozen people surrounded the blood pool, pierced the eyebrows with shurikens, took out blood, and dripped it on it. Let me go, let me go. A hysterical roar came. The voice was full of fear. Puff. The long sword pierced through the heart, and the man died instantly. Drops of blood from the heart slowly flowed into the pool of blood. When I looked up, there were dozens of corpses piled aside like a hill. Without exception, they all died with the sword in their hearts. 057 The origin of blood. The cave looks unattractive from the outside, but inside it is full of caves. A huge statue of a demon stands beside the pool of blood. The ferocious face makes people shudder. Handsome guy, you have a lot of guts. The woman said appreciatively, you don't show any fear when you see so many corpses. It seems that you will have a great appetite for Lord Cthulhu. Saying that, he pointed at the demon statue. Let's pay homage to Lord Evil God first. Worship. Bai Ye sneered, swiped the dagger in his hand, and the demon statue broke in two from the middle. It seems that the so-called evil god is not here. You guys can die. Dark acupoint. With a low shout, Bai Ye pressed his hands to the ground. The entire cave was suddenly enveloped in endless darkness. Dark water. Raising his hands slowly, thick black smoke spread from Bai Ye's body. What ninjutsu is this? My chakra is losing rapidly. This boy is weird. Lord Cthulhu, save me. Everyone panicked at the same time. But unfortunately, the so-called evil god did not appear. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the spell, Death by Blood. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the spell, Death by Blood. Ding, reminder, congratulations. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind immediately. Bai Ye was a little dissatisfied. It's not very meaningful to have the blood of death, but not the body of immortality. The members of the cult of the Cthulhu basically know the secret art of death by blood. But like Hedon's immortal body, there has only been one over the years. Forget it. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat, so it's not a loss. After forcibly making a profit, Bai Ye is ready to leave here. After all, this smelly environment is very disgusting. But at this moment, Bai Ye was surprised to find that the blood in the blood pool was slowly sinking. As if being swallowed by something. Every time you kill a person, only take the blood of your heart. Even with the painstaking efforts of the believers, it will take a long time to accumulate such a large pool, right? Don't swallow it early, don't swallow it later, wait until I come. Bai Ye felt something was wrong, so he didn't leave in a hurry, but stopped to watch. In just a few breaths, all the blood in the pool disappeared. At the bottom of the blood pool, a red devil pattern appeared. It is exactly the same as the sculpture that was cut off by Bai Ye's sword just now. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a trance. The six-pointed star Mangekyo unconsciously appeared in the eye socket. Just staring at him, does it produce an illusion-like effect? Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Could it be that this is the real evil god? After thinking for a while, Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, and a phalange fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a bone clone. Try it. Spreading his hands, endless darkness rolled out, rushing towards the totem at the bottom of the pool. The moment the darkness touched the totem, a bloody glow suddenly rose. As the black smoke dissipated, a drop of blood flowed from the brow of Bai Ye's body, and then fell to the ground dead. At the same time, the bone clone frowned. Fortunately, I saved a hand. What a weird power, there is absolutely no room for people to react. Instant kill. The shock in Bai Ye's heart is not insignificant. After obtaining the system, he has never encountered such a tricky existence. The previous deaths were all due to my own carelessness. But now he felt that even if he had activated Susanoo just now, he still couldn't resist that kind of mortal attack. Spiritual attack. Ignore all defenses. Sighing, Bai Ye was a little bit unwilling, but he was still ready to leave first. After becoming stronger, come back and compete with this totem. But at this moment, the system sounded. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. The origin of blood. Bai Ye was stunned. Dark fruit, you are really amazing. In that case, can you still swallow something? After a brief shock, he closed his eyes and carefully felt the power of the origin of blood in his body. The chi and blood are at least several times stronger than before, that is to say, the vitality is more vigorous. Frowning, Bai Ye didn't feel that the origin of blood only had such weak abilities. The secret technique of the heretic god cult can cast a curse by obtaining the blood of the enemy. If you go back to the source, it must be an extremely terrifying force. Why don't you try again? Bai Ye was a little ready to move. After all, the current him can summon 8 bone clones. In other words, there are still 8 chances to devour. Try. Taking a deep breath, endless darkness gushed out of Bai Ye's body again. Undoubtedly, the moment the black smoke touched the totem, the color of blood rose, and Bai Ye died. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye, who was reborn in the bone clone, continued to display the ability of dark fruit. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations. After swallowing it 7 times in a row, Bai Ye stopped. At this time, another system prompt sounded. Ding, reminder, the power of the blood essence in host has increased to 1%. 058 bleeding into soldiers. 1% of the original power of blood. Bai Ye was a little excited. That kind of existence that is so terrifying that it can instantly kill itself, even if it only has 1% of its power, must be ridiculously strong. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully felt the original power. The chi and blood in the body are many times stronger than before. This exuberant vitality, suddenly I have the illusion that I can live to be hundreds of years old. Spray blood into soldiers. The murder sword lightly slashed on the index finger, and a drop of crystal clear blood fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a clone identical to Bai Ye appeared. Possess 1% of the power of the body, and because of the blood connection, you can share vision, hearing, etc. Also, the blood avatar will never disappear unless it is killed or the main body is actively recalled. Because it is created using the origin of blood, it will not consume the chakra of the main body when it exists. On the contrary, the avatar can also practice, extract chakra, and finally feed it back to the main body. Clicking his tongue, Bai Ye knew that he really made a lot of money this time. Every drop of blood can condense a blood clone. How many drops of blood should there be in a person's body? Under normal circumstances, the total blood volume in a human body is about 8% of body weight. If the body weight is 100 caddies, the blood volume is 8 caddies, which is 4 kilograms. The total volume is 4,000 milliliters, then there are 400,000 20 equals 80,000 blood drops. More than 80,000 drops of blood, and Bai Ye is more than 100 caddies. He is a handsome 1.8 meter guy who weighs about 150 caddies. Most importantly, Bai Ye has a terrifying ability. Rebirth. He can be reborn in the bone clone after all the blood in his body has been drained. That is to say, as long as I think about it, I can transform more than 100,000 clones in an instant. Although it only has 1% of the ability of the main body, it is also extremely terrifying. Bai Ye clenched his fist, feeling extremely excited. Just imagine, more than 100,000 avatars, if they learn a kind of ninjutsu at the same time. No matter how bad Bai Ye's ninjutsu talent is, he can learn it in a very short time, even in seconds. Furthermore, when facing an enemy that is difficult to fight, with a wave of your hand, more than 100,000 cannon fodder rush out. Even if you kill them one by one, the other party will be exhausted and die. Looks like I have to go back to the village as soon as possible, even though the 3rd generation is going to be Flying Thunder God. A smile curled up at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. But thinking of going back to the village, Bai Ye suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave here. I have a hunch that if you swallow the power of the source of blood to a certain extent, you can have the ability to regenerate from a drop of blood. Blood rebirth. 100,000 chances of resurrection. Glancing towards the bottom of the blood pool, the ferocious demon totem has not disappeared. He, or the evil god, does he have the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood? What kind of terrifying existence is it? In the original book, Kishimoto kept hiding the cult of evil spirits very deeply. It wasn't until Boruto turned around that he gradually surfaced. Perhaps there is a huge conspiracy hidden here. The more he learned about the origin of blood, the more Bai Ye felt the horror of the evil god. A mere 1% of the original source allowed Bai Ye, who had already reached a cage level, to increase his strength by several levels. What about 2%, 3%, or even more? This power must never fall into the hands of others. I have the ability to devour the essence of blood. Does it mean that others must not have this ability? Or, will the so-called evil god give his power to other people? Bai Ye didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Even with his cheating outfit, he couldn't stop that weird totem attack. Its degree of horror can be seen as a Madara. There is still 1 month before the cooling-off period for the resurrection of the God's Bone Meridian. That is to say, within a month, I will not be able to devour it again. Waiting here all this time, Bai Ye did the math. He devoured the source of blood 8 times before and after, only to gather 1% of his strength. If you want to swallow it completely, you need at least 80 times. In other words, at least 7 months must be spent in this smelly cave. 7 months, I can wait, but there are too many variables during this period. Bai Ye frowned. If this ghost totem suddenly goes mad at some point and kills me directly, there is no place to cry. After all, there are only 10 chances to use the bone clone every month. But if you leave, come back next time, it may not be in this place. Bai Ye was caught in a tangle. Today, I still have 1 chance to use the bone clone. To stay is definitely not to stay, there are too many variables. But just leaving like this, Bai Ye was a little bit reconciled. Do you want to use the last chance to smash the totem with the full-body Susanoo? After thinking about it, Bai Ye decided to give up. Even if you use Susan, it may not be successful. And at that time, I don't have a bone clone as a backup if this totem explodes and hurts people. Yes, Bai Ye had an idea. Mangekyo blood wheel eyes appeared in his eye sockets. Kyoko Suigetsu. Bai Ye slowly crawled out of a stream 10 kilometers away. Transposition. The main body grabs the member of the Teru Yoruichi tribe, and instantly switches places with the clone. The avatar has 100% of the ability of the main body. Boom. A white giant with a height of more than 800 meters rose from the ground and directly smashed through the mountain, causing a burst of turmoil. Countless stones began to fall one after another, and the entire mountain was about to collapse. Crush me. In full body, the Wrath Dragon sword in Susanoo's hand swept across. A huge dragon spewing flames all over its body rushed towards the blood pool at high speed. Suddenly, a red light flashed, Shuzuo dispersed, and Bai Ye died. Sure enough, even Susan's defense can't stop that totem. Sighing, Bai Ye put the last bone clone in place. He walked into the cave that was collapsing. He wants to confirm whether Susanoo's strike is effective for the totem. After all, after the clone died, he couldn't gain follow-up vision. The totem disappeared. Bai Ye was taken aback. Susan, who opened the first stage, lifted all the earth and rocks. But he didn't see the totem just now. Even the blood pool from before disappeared. It was Susan's blow that broke it. Or, did this weird thing move to another place? 059 to ask for help. You must have bargaining chips. Ask for flowers. Please ask for evaluation tickets. This chatterbox has stopped talking, and the roots of his ears are quite clean. Looking at the Kagaya people who were sitting opposite him and eating quietly, Bai Ye thought to himself. I went out for a long walk. Hong must miss me very much. Taking out the Zyaji horn, Bai Ye smiled and said, Shiha Hong misses me very much. There was no movement at Shejujao. Yuhi Hong's strength has improved rapidly during the time I left Konoha. The corner of Zyaji lit up. Does Hong think I'm not even motivated to practice anymore? Bai Ye frowned. Forget it, it's my woman anyway, so don't practice if you don't want to practice. After returning, Magnet Style will give the red bodyguard. Bai Ye thought dotingly, it has been 3 days since I left Tang country. In the past few days, Bai Ye has repeatedly used the ability of Shejujao. And learned from it that the demon totem back then was not the body of the evil god. But what is certain is that the totem, together with the pool of blood, has indeed been transferred from Tang country to other places. But Bai Ye said the place names of the entire ninja world, and the Zyaji corner was still shining. As for where he went, he has no way of knowing for the time being. Today's Bai Ye has arrived in the land of fire and will return to Konoha soon. But he was not in a hurry. After all, it was rare to come out once, just to visit the great rivers and mountains in the Genin world. A black shadow suddenly flashed past the door of the tavern. Someone is following me. Bai Ye took a sip of his wine, but didn't take it seriously. Now that he has enough strength, he is not afraid of being targeted. It's probably someone from the 3rd generation faction. The rest of the ninja villages probably don't have the guts yet. Now his reputation has spread throughout the ninja world. If you don't agree with each other, you will be slaughtered. Let me ask, under such circumstances, which ninja village would dare to spy on Bai Ye? Stinky brat, so you're hiding here drinking. A pleasant voice came, and Tsunade slowly walked in from the door. I saw her wearing a pure white kimono. A head of golden hair is naturally draped over the shoulders. It looks a bit lazy, which is very attractive. What do you want me to do? Bai Ye said flatly. His gaze didn't stay on Tsunade for too long. Can't I come to drink with you if I have nothing to do? Tsunade smiled and sat opposite Bai Ye. The war is over, but you never got used to wearing kimonos. Besides, at this moment, shouldn't you be slaughtered like a fat sheep in the casino? Why would you come to me for a drink on purpose, and pretend to be a chance encounter? Encounter? Do you know what is an encounter? Bai Ye looked at Tsunade and said helplessly. Just a few words, but she was speechless. Speak directly if you have anything to say, don't go around in circles. Bai Ye said bluntly. For Tsunade, he just stays in the stage of appreciation. Going to the land of rain is just to strengthen oneself, and by the way, go to the land of water to harvest dead bone pulse. He wasn't stupid enough to help a woman for nothing just because she was good looking. Bai Ye, actually, I just want to stay with you for a while. Tsunade said a little coyly. Stay with me longer. Bai Ye was taken aback. He looked at the Zyuji horn in his hand again. It's not lit, it seems that she really wants to stay with me for a while. After drinking another glass of wine, Bai Ye laughed. There is a technique called Rinne Tensai. Has the ability to bring the dead back to life, and the owner of this ability is Jiraiya's apprentice, Uzumaki Nagato. If you want to revive your little boyfriend, go to Jiraiya. The art of resurrecting the dead. Tsunade's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into light. Bai Ye, what you said is true. I don't need to lie to you, but you are the one who keeps things from me. Bai Ye said flatly. Spend more time with yourself. Tsunade, who just lost her boyfriend, has moved on so quickly and fell in love with herself. Joke. I mentioned the technique that can bring the dead back to life. I hope you're excited. A woman who cares so much about her boyfriend will have the idea of staying a little longer with another man in a blink of an eye. Tell me, old woman, what is your purpose in coming to me? Calmly looking at Tsunade in front of him, Bai Ye has his own plan in mind. It would be great if he could use Jiraiya's relationship to track down Nagato's whereabouts. As for whether Kato Dan will be resurrected, it has little to do with him. Still the same sentence, Bai Ye will not touch a woman who lives with other men in her heart. Yuhihong, Shizune, Nohara Lin, Azuki Shion, Terumi Mei, Samui, Kuroto. Aren't these beauties fragrant? He had plenty of time to wait for these people to grow up. Even later Hinata, Yamanaka Ino. The ninja world is so big, with Bai Ye's ability, what woman can't get it? Why bother to find a woman who lives with other men in her heart? Hey, Tsunade sighed. Bai Ye, can I ask you one thing? Tsunade said very sincerely. As long as you promise me this matter, I will promise you whatever conditions you ask. For the village, for Konoha, Tsunade has decided to give up everything. In the original book, she was extremely disappointed in the village, and when the building was about to collapse, she still chose to return to the village's 5th Hokage to take responsibility. What's more, at this moment, Konoha is really in danger. No, Bai Ye said flatly, you have to have leverage when asking for help. Allow me to any conditions. This kind of words means that you know that you have nothing of value to exchange with me. 060 returning to the village asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets. Konoha village mouth. High-level Konoha such as 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu are all gathered. Orochimaru, Hitaki Sakumo, Yuhi Meiko, Uchiha Fugaku and other elites are also there. As if waiting for someone. Yo, it's quite lively today. Bai Ye approached and smiled. He saw this group of people from a long distance away. I also knew in my heart that these guys came to greet me. Anyway, after all, it was Bai Ye who ended the battle between Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi on his own. Welcome home, hero of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. His face was full of appreciation. Well, let's all leave, there's no need to make it so grand. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He is quite satisfied with 3rd generation's attitude. Even if that's just polite talk. The village held a celebration banquet for you, or, no, I just ate. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ye separated from the crowd and walked into the village. It's not that he is defiant and deliberately picks things up. There is only one reason for not participating in the celebration banquet. I am really not hungry. Hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly, looking at Bai Ye's receding back, his gaze was full of dignity. Hiruzen, Bai Ye is really lawless, relying on his own ability, does he even ignore Hokage? Uchiha Kaharu said angrily. Bai Ye's attitude made her a little unacceptable for a while. Mr. Bai Ye has this character. Orochimaru licked his lips. If you let him hear what you say. Maybe, even my life is gone. Orochimaru has always been a man with no taboos. There was nothing he dared not say. Sure enough, Uchiha Kaharu's face darkened when he heard the words. Orochimaru, what do you mean? No respect for elders. Hiruzen, is this how you teach your disciples? Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that his head was getting bigger, and he said in a low voice, stop arguing. ... Is this the privilege brought by being strong enough? Bai Ye glanced at the Kagaya tribe beside him. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to ask who was standing next to Bai Ye. Just like that, let him openly bring an outsider into Konoha. However, what he doesn't know is that strength is only one aspect. The most important thing is that everyone knows that Bai Ye has a bad temper and is not easy to mess with. At this time, Hong hasn't finished school yet. Forget it, we already have magnet style, so where do we go to learn it? Smiling, Bai Ye went straight to the ninja school. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many little girls. After all, he is now the most handsome guy in the world. This is proved by Shejujao. ... Hokage office. Tsunade, you're back, Sarutobi Hiruzen said flatly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Can't even you hold him back? Didn't I say that we will do everything we can? Tsunade has changed into Jonin costume at this moment, and smiled bitterly. Do you really think Bai Ye is an ordinary 6-year-old? As soon as I opened my mouth, he saw through it. If you continue to entangle, it will arouse Bai Ye's deeper suspicion. Sighing, Tsunade's face was also full of helplessness. The picture of Bai Ye killing all directions kept replaying in her mind. Konoha, will anyone be Bai Ye's opponent? Forget it, fortunately I have other plans. The current situation can only be delayed as long as possible. Taking a puff on his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked out the window. Looking at the village he has governed for many years. No matter what, I will not let Konoha be buried in my hands. ... Where is Uchiha? Didn't you come to class? Bai Ye pushed open the door of the classroom, looked around, but did not find any sign of Hong. You are. Teacher Chunin frowned. He had no impression of this very handsome man in front of him at all. I'm Bai Ye, Bai Ye said lightly. Not many people know that he changed his appearance. Bai Ye, Nohara Lin exclaimed, are you Lord Bai Ye? Shizune couldn't help standing up at this moment, and looked at Bai Ye's right wrist. A red bracelet is being tied there. He's Bai Ye, he's really Lord Bai Ye, Shizune said pleasantly. When did you become so tall and handsome? So charming, is there any? Love. The faces of Kakashi, Obito and others were also full of surprise. So you are Master Bai Ye, Teacher Chunin said with a look of admiration. The recent deeds of Bai Ye have been widely circulated in Konoha. Now he is a well-deserved Konoha hero and idol. In addition to his brutal personality, Bai Ye is a perfect image of a young hero in everyone's mind. Uchiha made a request for early graduation with Mr. Hokage before. I said I wanted to follow in your footsteps. Now she is on a mission with her guide Jonin. Graduating early. Bai Ye frowned. Even Kakashi didn't graduate early, why is Hong acting like this? Really, my footsteps can be caught up by ordinary people. After nodding to Shizune, Nohara Lin and others, Bai Ye walked out of the classroom without thinking much. In his opinion, the matter of Hong's graduation must have been approved by Yuhi Makoto. Since the father didn't say anything, what can I complain about? Oh, that's right. Bai Ye suddenly turned to Might Guy and said, Guy, come out with me. 061 Really Tough Bones asked for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. Fire Nation, Konoha Village. As night falls, the wind and snow tonight are not very heavy. In a very simple small courtyard, there are 4 figures, 3 big and 1 small. 2 of them were wearing green tights. Senior Dai, I'm here to fulfill my original promise. Bai Ye smiled and pointed to the Kagaya clansman. This is the blood succession limit I prepared for Guy. Dead bone pulse. Blood inheritance limit. Might Dai was surprised when he heard this. Although he is a 10,000 years genin, he still understands the preciousness of the blood inheritance boundary. If my son can get a blood successor boundary for nothing, that would be a great thing. Bai Ye, are you sure you can let Guy have the blood inheritance limit? Might Dai said in disbelief. Blood inheritance and boundaries have always been hereditary. I have never heard of it, and it can be added by force the day after tomorrow. Sure, this friend in front of me is willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill Guy. Don't you agree? As soon as the voice fell, the Kagaya tribe said dully, yes. Bai Ye smiled. Guy, get ready. Wait, Might Dai hurriedly stopped in front of Bai Ye. You mean, this person's blood inheritance limit will be taken away? If this is the case, it is too cruel, or... It's a pity that Bai Ye didn't give him a chance to continue talking. Spreading his hands, billowing darkness immediately enveloped Might Guy and the Kagaya tribe at the same time. Senior, my friend is terminally ill, and he won't live long. He hopes to give his blood to Guy before he dies, so that he can live in this world in another way. Does he really need 8 inner gates now? Yes, it is naturally the icing on the cake. Even if he doesn't trade with Might Dai, Sarutobi Hiruzen will give it to him. Because this is Bai Ye's reward for going to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. The only reason to give Dead Bone Pulse to him is because he wants to make the King Guy harder. In the previous life, Bai Ye watched the video of Emperor Guy kicking 6 Paths Madara countless times. Every time I watch it, I feel my blood boil. This is a character he admires very much, and if he goes along with the flow, forming a good relationship with him, it is not in vain to be a classmate. Soon, the darkness dissipated. The Kagaya tribe had passed out, and Bai Ye didn't kill him. Might Guy looked at his protruding finger bones, a little lost in thought. Guy, how do you feel? Bai Ye asked with a smile. I feel, the body is full of infinite power. Might Guy said excitedly. And, the bones in the body can be pulled out at will. Tough as iron. Might Guy, who is only 5 years old, is extremely happy at the moment. And imagining, relying on this power, holding Kakashi in the air and beating. Hee, as long as you like it. Bai Ye smiled and looked away from Guy. When he turned his head, he found Might Dai Jung looking at himself with a serious face. Mr. Bai Ye, please take that kind of blood out of Guy's body. Might Dai Jung said, and his eyes are very firm. Senior Dai, what do you mean? Bai Ye puzzled. Guy has become stronger, aren't you happy? You know, in the future when he learns 8 inner gates, the damage to his body will be minimized. Might Dai shook his head. Guy becomes stronger, I'm very happy. However, if this kind of arrogance is based on plundering others, I would rather not. Only the will that has been tempered through thousands of years of tempering is the real hard bone. I believe that Guy's backbone is stronger than that of Dead Bone Pulse. Might Dai said decisively. Bai Ye, I can still teach you the 8 inner gates. I also appreciate your kindness. But that kind of blood inheritance must be taken out of Guy's body. Watermelon head, thick eyebrows, greasy stubble, plain face. The seemingly ordinary man suddenly became taller in Bai Ye's eyes at this moment. Like a big mountain, honest and calm. At this moment, Bai Ye felt that he was inferior to him. That is not strength, not temperament, but a character. A heart of the purest and the strongest. Good. Bai Ye clapped his hands and exclaimed, Senior's unearthly and unrestrained state, I admire you. I'm going to take out the blood from Guy's body right now. After all, a wisp of black smoke enveloped Might Guy again. Bai Ye, who controls Dark Fruit's ability, didn't hurt Might Guy a bit. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring the blood successor limit, Dead Bone Pulse. As for the blood successor, Bai Ye accepted it himself, and there was no reason to return it to the Kagaya tribe. Father, Might Guy ran over crying suddenly. I know, a man must become stronger by himself. Well, good boy, I believe you. Two green figures hug each other. Bai Ye watched with emotion. Didn't all my abilities come from devouring others? It seems that I am an ordinary person after all, and I can't compare with Senior Might. Laughing at himself, Bai Ye carried the unconscious Kagaya tribe to his home. Anyway, this is also a ninja. A layer of killing sword layers, isn't it delicious? Since his entire family was wiped out, Bai Ye has no reason to be kind and let him go, right? It's just that it's not good to kill someone in front of Might Die. Bloodline Chi, is there anyone in the room? After gaining 1% of the origin of blood, Bai Ye is very sensitive to blood. When I opened the door, I saw a beautiful woman in a black kimono sitting on my bed. Uchiha Makoto, 062 eyes, save some pears for me. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Why are you here? Bai Ye wondered. Looking around, the house is very tidy. Not even a speck of dust on the table. Clearly someone has taken good care of it. I'm yours now, isn't it normal to be in your house? Uchiha Makoto said coldly. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Like a robot. My people. Bai Ye was taken aback, then laughed and said, why don't I know when it happened? He felt that the woman in front of him was weird. It's not like the Uchiha Makoto who always had a gentle smile in my memory. I will be your woman at the price of you telling the Uchiha family about Susanoo's secret. Makoto said flatly. When the word Uchiha was mentioned, his voice visibly trembled, as if touching a scar somewhere in her heart. Oh, so this is the matter. Bai Ye suddenly realized, I really just made a joke with you, don't take it to heart. Go back, it's getting late. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ye gave the order to evict the guest. Even Uchiha Makoto's age, figure, and appearance are in line with his own aesthetic standards. But still the same sentence, he won't touch a woman who lives with other men in his heart. Are you kidding? Uchiha Makoto was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled sadly. Are you really, just joking? Yeah, what else? Bai Ye asked back. The person you like is Fugaku, I know that. I am a person who only takes lives, not people's love. As he said that, he flicked the murder sword in his hand. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword is increased by plus 1303, and the power of the host is increased to 2606%. The Wei Yoruichi tribe has been completely extinct so far. Lifting his hands, the darkness wrapped the body. In the blink of an eye, the room was restored to cleanliness. Go back, I don't have the habit of keeping outsiders at home overnight. Bai Ye said flatly, tell them my exact words, no one will dare to embarrass you. He could more or less guess Makoto's situation. That is to become Susanoo's secret, exchange item. Do you know how many people were hurt by your invisible joke? As if Uchiha Makoto couldn't bear the grievance in his heart anymore, he said hysterically. Tears gushed from the corners of his eyes crazily. The man I love the most, pushed me to your side with his own hands. In the end, you broke your promise. Okay, I'll be your wife, so why don't you tell us Susan's secret? Now, you let me go back, can I go back? Uchiha Makoto cried very sadly. Bai Ye was also infected by this sadness. He, who has always been unscrupulous, suddenly felt guilty. Okay, don't cry. Bai Ye said, I'll tell you Susan's secret, is it okay? A woman's tears are the best weapon, this sentence is true. Even with a black heart like Bai Ye, he thinks he can't stop the attack of tears. Speaking of which, it's not really a big secret. The prerequisite for opening Susanoo is to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan first. And the way to open your eyes is to witness the death of your loved ones. If you can kill relatives and friends with your own hands, the effect will be the best, and the chance of opening your eyes will be greater. Hey, don't look at me like that, what I say is true. Bai Ye continued. Killing relatives and witnessing the death of relatives is the fastest way to open your eyes. Of course, there is another way. Actually, opening the eyes requires emotional fluctuations to stimulate the eyes. Painful emotions such as killing relatives are amplified. Another way is to protect the people who are important to you and make your emotions fluctuate more to open your eyes. As for Mangekyos, speaking of this, Bai Ye stopped suddenly, because he was surprised to find that a pair of three-bladed Mangekyo Sharingan slowly appeared in Uchiha Makoto's eye sockets. You really didn't lie to me, Makoto said coldly. Emotional fluctuations can indeed open your eyes. Hasn't he always wanted this power? For this kind of power, for the sake of the so-called clan, I would rather send my own woman out. Ripples suddenly appeared from Uchiha Makoto's right eye. The surrounding space suddenly twisted, forming Uzumaki. Soon, Makoto's entire body was sucked in by Uzumaki and eventually disappeared. Nani, damn it, does this open your eyes? Bai Ye swallowed, it's still the rarest spatial ability. Is it similar to Obito's Kamui? Bai Ye frowned. However, from her tone just now, damn, I'm in trouble. Lifting the killing sword, Bai Ye hurried to the Uchiha tribe. He told Makoto this secret, naturally he was not afraid of her spreading it. And his purpose is to let people in Uchiha have a few more pairs of Mangekyo. In this way, when devouring in the future, it will maximize the evolution of its own eyes. Will devouring a pair of 3 God Jade have the same effect as devouring a pair of Mangekyo? Boom! A huge explosion sounded from afar. Looking up, a huge green skeleton was waving its fists and madly blasting towards the Uchiha clan ground. Damn, those are my eyes, save a few pairs for me. 063 Don't waste it, while it's hot, ask for flowers, please comment. Hiruzen, there is a situation. Danzo was shocked. Look over there, it's that kind of huge skeleton again. Could it be that Bai Ye has already started attacking the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly looked out the window upon hearing this. No, that's not Bai Ye. Bai Ye's giant is white, and this one is green. Huh, it's Uchiha Makoto. The two figures disappeared in a flash, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo rushed to the Uchiha tribe. At the moment, above Susanoo, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful face was covered with frost. A pair of eyes are empty and lifeless. Like a witch who came out of hell, she kept controlling Susan and massacred the Uchiha people. One family, one family. Today, I will completely destroy the clan you talk about all day long. Layers of meridians and flesh began to grow. Susanoo has reached the second stage. The size of the giant has also increased a bit. Makoto, is that you? An elder in the clan suddenly recognized her. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? You. Before he finished speaking, Shuzuo's huge fist had already hit the elder's head. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding snow red. Countless clansmen began to escape in all directions, and the screams were endless. Puzzled, shocked, feared, desperate. At this moment, there seems to be no word that can really describe the hearts of these Uchiha people. How could Makoto, who has always been known for being gentle, suddenly become like this? Run. Makoto laughed miserably. Can you run away? A line of blood and tears fell from the left eye. Everywhere he looked, bursts of black flames were ignited. Amaterasu. Fire. Black flame. The clansmen who were added by Amaterasu were instantly reduced to ashes. For a time, the entire Uchiha tribe land was reduced to a black death purgatory. No one really thinks that Amaterasu can't burn people to death, right? Makoto, are you crazy? Came a voice full of grief and indignation. In a flash, Fugaku stood in front of Susanoo, looking up. Why are you doing this? Also, when did you start Susanoo? Have you been completely surrendered by Bai Ye? He sent you here, Fugaku asked tremblingly. Seeing his clan members die before his eyes, his heart ached. Never hurt like this. This feeling is more painful than when Uchiha Makoto was pushed to Bai Ye's side. Stop, the family will be ruined in your hands. Fugaku yelled hysterically. Stop it, stop it. Shuriken, fire style, illusion. Fugaku had tried his best, but he found desperately that he couldn't shake the huge Susan in front of him. Fugaku, you're here, Uchiha Makoto said calmly, that tone, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Seeing Uchiha's glory buried in the hands of his own people, it's not a good feeling. But do you know that the pain I endured is beyond your imagination? Because this pair of Mangekyo was opened because of you. Makoto's expression gradually turned ferocious. Another line of blood and tears fell from the left eye. Where the pupils focused, Fugaku's body burned with black flames. Makoto, I'm sorry. Fugaku gritted his teeth. The terrifying Amaterasu swallowed half of his body in an instant. I hope you can let Uchiha go. After speaking, Fugaku was completely wiped out. Before you die, are you still thinking about the clan? Makoto muttered to himself. Lines of blood and tears quickly fell from the eyes. I don't know if it's the excessive use of pupil power, or real tears. Clan, ruined. The most proud clan ever, was destroyed in the hands of their own clansmen. If it spreads out, it will be ridiculous, Susan dispersed, and Uchiha Makoto slumped on the ground, feeling in a trance for a while. A strong sting came from the eyes, and the vision seemed to be blurred a lot. My mother, didn't you leave me a single one? At this time, Bai Ye suddenly appeared, looking at the corpses all over the ground, and several groups of burning Amaterasu. His face turned black. Don't waste it, serve it while it's hot. Spreading his hands, the darkness rolled out, spread towards the corpses on the ground. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring the blood succession limit, a pair of 1 Tomo Sharingan. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring the blood successor limit, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring the blood succession boundary, a pair of 1 Tomo Sharingan. The system sounds, but unfortunately, after ringing a few times, it stopped. There is no news of the evolution of its own eyes. After all, except for the first few rounds of bombardment, Makoto basically used Amaterasu for instant kills. Not even ashes left. Sure enough, ordinary Sharingan is hard for me to evolve. Women go crazy, more ruthless than me. Only now did Bai Ye truly feel what it means to love deeply and hate deeply. After the most gentle person is blackened, his horror is far beyond people's imagination. One step to heaven, one step to hell. One thought of an angel, one thought of a devil. Especially, a woman who was abandoned by her beloved. Hey, you. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. You killed all my experienced babies. You said, how can I compensate me? As soon as the voice fell, a darkness swept towards Uchiha Makoto. 064 You Uchiha is cold, please ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets. Want to kill me? Uchiha Makoto sneered. Bai Ye, wait for me. One day, I will come back to you. As soon as the words fell, the air around Makoto began to twist violently. Not good. Bai Ye frowned. Quickly increase the speed of dark fruit devouring. Uchiha Madara, Nagato, a weird cult. All of these put Bai Ye under tremendous pressure. Therefore, it is necessary to evolve your Mangekyo again. He has no friendship with Uchiha Makoto. Bai Ye can slaughter Sand Shinobi and destroy Wei Yoruichi. Could it be that his heart softens when facing Makoto? Your life will be mine sooner or later. Smiling, Uchiha Makoto disappeared out of nowhere. Damn it, spatial ninjutsu is really tough. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. Now that the Uchiha clan is basically extinct, how easy is it to make a pair of Mangekyo? It's hasty, I shouldn't have touched the corpse just now. When she is weak, just eat her Sharingan directly. Bai Ye thought with some regret. But now that Makoto has escaped, it's useless to regret. Sighing, Bai Ye began to wander around the Uchiha tribe. The fight takes place for a short time. Even Susanoo and Amaterasu couldn't kill all Uchiha in such a short time. I hope to meet a few survivors, cultivate them well, and try to get another pair of Mangekyo out. The battle is over. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. It was Uchiha Makoto who destroyed this family with his own hands. Also, I seem to have seen Bai Ye's figure just now. At this moment, many ninjas have rushed to the Uchiha clan land one after another. After all, there was such a big commotion. It doesn't matter if the clan is exterminated, it will be a disaster for such a restless clan to stay in the village sooner or later. It happens to be justified now. Danzo said coldly. This situation was exactly what he wanted to see. It doesn't matter if the overall strength of the village is weak. But those who are restless will die. Danzo, don't say a few words. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Immediately issue a warrant to pursue the traitorous ninja Uchiha Makoto. The level is defined as S. Yeah, Danzo nodded lightly, but didn't take it seriously. S-level rebels, can they be chased and killed if they want to? Just take a form. Regarding Bai Ye's visit to the Uchiha tribe, don't make a fuss about it, let alone make some small moves. Just pretend he never came. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. If it was another person, he had appeared at the scene of the Uchiha genocide. It is likely to be defined as the accomplice of Uchiha Makoto. But the existence of Bai Ye is indeed too special. Cannot provoke, try not to provoke, try to avoid some unnecessary friction. I understand. Danzo nodded. As Konoha's professional pot-throwing king, he knows which pots can be deducted and which ones can't. Who? Well, Lin, that guy Bai Ye, what's so good? In a relatively remote small house in the Uchiha tribe, Obito was talking in his sleep. Bull, such a big movement didn't wake you up. Bai Ye smiled helplessly. Uchiha Makoto's crazy attack awakened countless villagers from their sleep. Only Obito is still sleeping soundly. It is precisely because of this that he escaped a catastrophe. Wake up. Bai Ye patted his face. Don't make trouble. Wake up. Obito woke up suddenly and sat up in bed. Mr. Bai Ye, why did you come to my house? Obito asked a little confused. It's nothing, let's go out and take a look. You Uchiha are cold. Smiling, Bai Ye turned and left, continuing to search for survivors. As Uchiha cold, Obito was stunned. It's so cold in winter, isn't it already cold? It was a false alarm. I thought it was Bai Ye who ran away in the village. In a non-closing tavern somewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya drank a glass of wine, her face flushed slightly. If it's really that brat, there will never be such a little movement. Tsunade smiled wryly. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. You have an apprentice named Nagato, right? Tsunade looked directly at Jiraiya. Reviving Kato-dan has become an obsession in her heart. In her opinion, with Bai Ye's strength, there is no reason to deceive herself. Nagato, how do you know him? If I remember correctly, I don't think I've ever mentioned it to you. It's been almost 10 years since Nagato had taken him as his apprentice. I don't know how those little guys are doing now. There was a hint of nostalgia in Jiraiya's eyes. He took Nagato as an apprentice in Konoha's 29th year, and now it's Konoha's 38th year. It looks like it will be 10 years. The ninja world is constantly in chaos, and as Konoha's main force, he naturally runs around on the battlefield all year round. For a few apprentices, there's really no time to teach. Sure enough, he didn't lie to me. Tsunade said happily. Can you ask your apprentice to help me revive Kato-dan? Bai Ye said that Nagato possesses a technique called Rinne Tensai that can bring the dead back to life. Jiraiya was taken aback when she heard the words, there is such a thing. Why didn't I know? That little guy, does he already have this ability? After drinking a glass of wine, Jiraiya's face was full of shock. Like Tsunade, he didn't think Bai Ye would cheat. After all, the strength has reached Bai Ye's level, surpassing other existences at Cage level. Is it necessary to deliberately deceive anyone? Jiraiya, I hope you can ask your apprentice to help. Cutting off is really important to me, please. Looking at Tsunade's hopeful gaze, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Squeezing out a smile, Jiraiya nodded. I'll try my best, see if I can find him. 065 Endless Killing Intent. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. It's been 3 days, why hasn't Hong come back? And, Senior Yuhi Junhong, didn't you say to come and see me? Bai Ye was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. There is a faint ominous premonition in my heart. During these 3 days, most of Konoha's celebrities have come to visit him, including Hitaki Tsukumo, Hyuga Hiyashi, etc. Even some well-known jonin and elite jonin came, trying to get acquainted with Bai Ye. After all, this is an existence that can instantly kill cage-level powerhouses. But Yuhi is the only one who is really read, and has never visited her prospective son-in-law. Hong has just graduated, her ability is limited, and with my presence, Hokage absolutely dare not let her go on a mission that is too dangerous. It stands to reason that what she did should be AD-level task, and she is AC-level task if she is exhausted. And Hong left before I returned to the village. It's been another 3 days. Frowning, Bai Ye got up and walked out of the house, planning to go to Shiri Junhong to ask about the situation. Tonight's snowstorm is so strong that people can't keep their eyes open. A waning moon hung in the sky, half covered by dark clouds. Senior Yuhi Junhong. Before Bai Ye reached his home, he saw a figure flying past him. Senior, where are you going? Bai Ye quickly followed up and asked. It's Bai Ye. Shiri Junhong said with a smile, I have a temporary mission and I want to go out of the village. What's the matter with calling me? Have a mission? Bai Ye felt something was wrong. Even if you have a mission, you don't have to pretend you can't see yourself just now, right? Senior Zaichen, do you have something to hide from me? Bai Ye smiled and asked casually. Haha, you kid, how can I hide anything from you? A ray of light cut through the darkness and reflected on Yuhi's really red face. It is the Zaiji horn in Bai Ye's hand. You lied. Bai Ye frowned. Senior, the war is over. How urgent is it that it's worth dispatching overnight? The inexplicable uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. It is indeed a temporary task ordered by Hokage-sama. Makoto Yuhi smiled, with a natural expression on her face. The corner of Zaiji is not lit. It seems that Hokage did arrange the mission, and he didn't lie to me about that. As for what the mission was, Bai Ye didn't care. The purpose of his coming to Yuhi Junhong was just to ask about Hong's situation. Senior, where did Hong go to carry out the mission? Why is she not coming back now? After speaking, Bai Ye raised the Zaiji horn in his hand. This little thing can detect lies. If you lie, it will light up. Detect lies. Yuhi Junhong was startled, recalling the scene just now. When he said he had nothing to hide from Bai Ye, the thing did light up. After thinking about it, Yuhi Junhong said, Bai Ye, Master Hokage has ordered a temporary emergency mission, and I must leave the village now. What's the matter? Let's talk about it when I come back. After finishing speaking, Yuhi Junhong tapped her feet and ran to the distance quickly. But at this moment, a dark cage suddenly covered a distance of 100 meters. Bai Ye, what do you mean? Yuri Junhong said in shock, could it be that you want to attack me? Feeling the strong suction under her feet, Yuhi Junhong panicked a little. Bai Ye's methods have spread more or less. At least he knew that that terrifying suction would destroy the enemy's body in a very short time. Offended, but don't worry, this is just a means of control. I won't hurt seniors. The figure of Bai Ye suddenly appeared in front of Yuhi Junhong, and said coldly, what happened to Hong? Why did senior avoid mentioning her? If you don't tell the truth today, you won't be able to get out of this darkness. Tears floated in the eyes, Yuhi's red eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, and remained silent. Okay, I understand, Bai Ye said flatly. Senior has his own difficulties, I will not make things difficult for you. But in this matter, there must be a shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm going to ask him now. If he behaves like you, and hesitates and refuses to answer directly, I will kill him directly and move on to the next person. After speaking, Bai Ye waved his hand, and the endless darkness dissipated immediately. Bai Ye, I said. Yuhi Junhong gritted her teeth, as if his last persistence disappeared, 2 lines of tears fell instantly. Well, I'm all ears. Bai Ye nodded, but his heart was very uneasy. Red, she's missing. Makoto Yuhi said tremblingly. Master Hokage is afraid that you will do something bad to Konoha in a fit of anger after hearing the news of Hong's disappearance. That's why I kept it a secret. But I believe that Hong's disappearance has nothing to do with Lord Hokage. With your presence, he would never dare to. An overwhelming murderous aura emanated from Bai Ye immediately. When did Hong disappear? Bai Ye said coldly. That voice seemed to come from hell, and every word made people shudder. On the day you left the village. Yuhi Junhong said. Bai Ye, I hope you calm down. Master Hokage, even Danzo-sama, would not do such a foolish thing. Hong's disappearance, nothing to do with them. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ye's figure had disappeared. In an instant, all kinds of things after leaving the village came to mind. After the war in the land of wind, under the guise of flying thunder god and 8 inner gates, let me go to the land of rain to support. Back to the land of fire, Tsunade somehow wants to stay with me for a while longer. Hokage, you are really good at calculating. With a flash of green light, the killing sword was unsheathed, and Bai Ye went straight to the Hokage building. If it wasn't for the chance encounter with Shihai Junhong today, when he leaves the village, he might be able to hide it from me for a while. A black shadow galloped across the street, causing bursts of snow. With Bai Ye as the center, a huge dark prison was formed within a radius of 100 meters, filled with the breath of death. And, the darkness, as Bai Ye moved forward, kept moving. The dark clouds tonight are a bit thick. The Hokage office building is brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette and looking out the window. Suddenly, a darkness as thick as ink instantly enveloped the entire building. A majestic murderous aura rushed over. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura frowned. This black smoke. Could it be? Oops, it's Bai Ye. Danzo on the side exclaimed. 066 The runaway Bai Ye asking for flowers, please evaluate votes. Bai Ye, what do you want to do? Uchiha Kaharu took a step forward and scolded, could it be that you want to rebel? Swish, a green glow flashed, and one arm fell to the ground. From now on, I don't want to hear a word of nonsense. Bai Ye came from the darkness, where's Shiri Hong? His tone was very flat, as if he was chatting with an old friend. But everyone present at the moment knew that the more this happened, the more it meant that Bai Ye was on the verge of going berserk. Hiss, Uchiha Kaharu gasped in pain, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. She didn't expect Bai Ye to be so ruthless. Just asking a question, will you cut off your own arm? Bai Ye, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, I didn't expect Hong's disappearance either. And, these days, we've been trying to find her. Standing up slowly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around vigilantly. In the darkness, I couldn't see anything, and there was a huge suction force coming from my feet. He has the confidence to break through this darkness, but he is afraid that if he acts rashly, he will annoy Bai Ye even more. Well, you didn't lie. Bai Ye looked at the Zyagi horn in his hand and said. It's not lit. But, don't you know that Hong is my woman? She disappeared under your nose, don't you think you should pay some price for your stupidity? Bai Ye's gloomy voice came from the darkness. Soon, several people were surprised to find that they could see things with their own eyes. Bai Ye, what compensation do you want? Danzo frowned and said, these things are negotiable, as long as. Swish, the green sword light flashed again. Before Danzo could react, an ugly head fell to the ground. After the enhanced version of the catalyzer, the killing sword, and the source of blood are triple amplified. Bai Ye's physical fitness has reached a terrifying level. The speed is so fast that it has far surpassed the average cage-level powerhouse. I said before, I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Bai Ye flicked the blood on the sword, and said lightly. Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu exclaimed, the comrades in arms for many years, although there is usually some friction, it is undeniable that the friendship between them is very deep. With only one arm left, she quickly came to Danzo's side. Group, swish, the head fell to the ground. There seems to be something wrong with your ears. Bai Ye stood with his sword back, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura calmly. Now, do you want to continue talking nonsense? Killing two people in a row didn't seem to relieve him. That gaze, as if looking at a dead person, fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sure enough, things have come to this point after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, Bai Ye, you shouldn't be so careless about human life. Danzo and Turnover are innocent. Looking at the two dead bodies on the ground, third generation felt as if his heart was being stabbed. The Bai Ye in front of him has completely lost his mind, and will kill if he disagrees with him. So what if you don't care about human life? Did you know me on the first day? Bai Ye said coldly, for the sake of you being Hokage, I made you say a few more nonsense. Now, call all the ninjas at once, villagers. I'll ask them one by one. Konaha is not something anyone can enter if they want to. Not to mention arresting people from Konaha, or arresting Bai Ye's girlfriend. Most importantly, Yuhi Junhong said that Hong disappeared on the day Bai Ye left the village. At that time, he was only well known in the village, and it was impossible for him to have enemies outside the village. And Heichikoke shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not lie, so he suspects that there is an inner ghost in Konaha village. Impossible, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Call all villager ninjas. Bai Ye is now in a state of berserk, and even Konaha's senior management is ready to kill him. Call everyone to line up and wait for him to chop. A question. Do you know the whereabouts of Shiha Hong? As long as the other party says they don't know, Bai Ye will cut off that person's head instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Bai Ye can definitely do this kind of thing. Hee, good, very good. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and endless murderous intent radiated from his eyes. The six-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly appeared in the eye sockets. A huge figure rose from the ground. Susanoo, which was more than 800 meters long, broke through the Hokage building in an instant. The angry dragon knife in his right hand pointed directly into the distance. Then I will let you see for yourself how Konoha was destroyed. Something happened to Hong, I want all of you to be together. The ferocious face finally appeared, and Bai Ye's anger broke out completely at this moment. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Third generation didn't continue to talk nonsense, he knew that there was only one war at this moment. With a clap of his hands to the ground, two huge coffins quickly floated up. A deadly silence filled the whole room. Please forgive me for disturbing the heroic souls of the ancestors. It's just that Konoha is in the midst of life and death. I also ask the two seniors to take action and kill this son. The coffin stood on the ground and the lid fell off. Two figures, one red and one basket, suddenly appeared. First Hokage, second Hokage. This is exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to deal with Bai Ye. A last resort, little Sarutobi, unexpectedly you summoned us. Senju Tobarama looked around. I saw Danzo and Uchiha Kaharu lying on the ground. There was no expression in the empty eyes, but the tone was full of coldness. Who did it? Susanoo. Senju Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, has anyone from Uchiha mastered this technique? This breath is not weaker than Madara in its heyday. Sarutobi, maybe the two of us can't help much. 0. As a good friend of Konoha Dance King, Senju Hashirama knows best what kind of concept is the perfect Susanoo. If he is still alive in this world, he will naturally have nothing to fear. But the strength of the impure world reincarnation state depends on the quality of the sacrifice. Moreover, the reincarnated person is a dead person after all, and his strength, speed and combat skills are not as good as before. While it cannot be killed by normal means, it has an inexhaustible supply of chakra. But the full-body Susanoo will definitely not be able to win by relying on more chakra. The reason for delaying me is to learn this technique. Bai Ye smiled cruelly, not paying attention to these two people. If it weren't for the state of impure world reincarnation, he might still have 3 points of fear. After all, that is the god of ninja, and the number 1 speed in the ninja world. But he couldn't be more aware of the shortcomings of impure world reincarnation. You guys go together, I'm in a hurry. Bai Ye said coldly. Secret technique, the birth of the tree world. With a clap of hands, many trees quickly grew on the ground. The trees seemed to be uprooted, creating a large forest in an instant, directly breaking through Bai Ye's darkness. Moreover, the trees quickly entwined around Bai Ye's Suzuo as if possessing spiritual intelligence. Sarutobi, go and evacuate the villagers, I can't hold him off for too long. Senju Hashirama said quickly. Although he had just been reincarnated, he didn't know anything about Bai Ye, let alone what he was going to do next. But such a level of fighting, the scope is too wide, it is easy to hurt innocent people. Well, I'll leave this place to the two seniors. Sarutobi Hiruzen flashed his figure, and immediately disappeared in place. 067 Hoshin Mirror's ability. Master Hokage, what happened? As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen came out of the office building, he met Hitaki Tsukumo. Bai Ye found out about Kuroko Yuhi's disappearance, and started to take revenge on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. White Fang, the captain of Anbu, naturally knew about this kind of thing. Because finding someone requires the mobilization of a large number of ninjas, you can't hide too many people. It can even be said that the entire Konoha shinobi staff, except for Bai Ye, basically knew about Yutihong Hospital. Immediately implement the backup plan, escort the villagers to leave Konoha, and disperse in every corner of the Fire Kingdom. Ninjas below Jonin should not go back to the village, it's pointless. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly, although Bai Ye has never had a record of slaughtering ordinary people. But now he is in a runaway state, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't guarantee whether Bai Ye will kill those innocent villagers. 907. Yes. Hitaki Tsukumo took the order and left. Although he has some friendship with Bai Ye, it is based on the fact that Bai Ye does not judge the village. In the original book, how could a villager who would rather commit suicide than rebel stand by Bai Ye's side at a critical moment? Master Hokage, Master 3rd Generation, whoosh whoosh, with a flash of darkness, 4 masked Anbu ninjas came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, immediately use the 4 purple flame formation to seal off the office building. With one order, the 4 occupied the 4 directions of the office building, east, west, north, south, respectively. With the seal of both hands, a cuboid barrier of purple transparent flames suddenly opened. There are purple flames attached to the enchantment array. At this moment, a large number of Jonin gathered in front of the Hokage office building. All are Jonin level, everyone is ready to step forward and replace the 4 purple flame formation at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Bai Ye's Susanoo is so huge that it is 800 nanometers high. The normal 4 purple flame array can only be opened to tens of meters. If it is forced to drive to 800 meters, it will consume chakra very much. It can even be said that a Jonin can't hold on for even half a minute. That's why so many ninjas need to be replaced in turn to maintain the enchantment. Old man, has the matter been revealed? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru also rushed over at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, but didn't say much. The cloudy eyes were full of dignity. It's already this time, what else is there to say? As expected of Mr. Bai Ye, he can handle 2 Hokages at the same time. Yin Snake licked his scarlet lips. It seemed that he didn't care that Konoha would be destroyed by Bai Ye, but looked at the office building with great interest. At this moment, in the office building, the huge Susanoo waved his right arm, and a giant dragon covered in flames rushed out of the angry dragon knife. The boundless forest instantly ignited, and the surrounding area turned into a sea of flames. First generation and second generation were burned directly to ashes. But in the next second, countless fragments gathered together to reform the figures of the two. A reincarnated person is, in a sense, an immortal body. Except for the caster to take the initiative to cancel, there is only one way to forcibly destroy it. But, only Yin Yongdun can do that. Although you are difficult to deal with, if you only have this level, you can't do anything to me. Bai Ye said lightly, looking out the window while dealing with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. You are very strong, Senju Hashirama said, but with me and Tobarama here, you will never be allowed to hurt any of Konoha's villagers. Wood style, wood dragon technique. With a low shout, 9 wooden dragons appeared out of thin air in the blazing sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, Susanoo lived day and night. The binding force of the wooden dragon tied to the body is very strong. In the original book, even the bound 9 tails screamed. And once entangled, the chakra is sucked away. In the state of impure world reincarnation, the reincarnated chakra is endless. Let alone 9 wooden dragons, Senju Hashirama can display even 100. Want to suck my chakra? Bai Ye sneered, and endless darkness suddenly gushed out from his body, directly on the two of them. If you have the ability, you can suck yourselves dry. Dark Fruit's abilities are in full swing, frantically absorbing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's chakra. The wooden dragon sucks Bai Ye, and Bai Ye sucks two shadows. The field suddenly fell into an endless loop, and no one could do anything about it. You also have the ability to absorb other people's chakra. Senju Hashirama was taken aback. The strategy of consuming Bai Ye with wooden dragons is ineffective. HMPH, so what? Senju Tobarama said coldly, with this broken reincarnation, it's enough to hold him back. Watching the villagers leave the village one after another, the hearts of the two gradually relaxed. 0. As long as these people hide in every corner of the Kingdom of Fire, their mission will be completed. In their view, no matter how insane Bai Ye is, he won't be able to slaughter the entire Kingdom of Heaven, right? What's more, there are still restraints such as myself and others. Stop me. Bai Ye smiled and said, would you like to look out of the window again? Outside the window, first generation and second generation were taken aback at the same time. When I turned my head to look, I saw a complete body, Susanoo, who was exactly the same as Bai Ye about 10 miles away, rising from the ground. The huge fury dragon sword in his right hand thrust into the ground, forming a sea of flames. Cut off all exits, unless someone can fly over from a height of more than 800 meters. What ninjutsu is this? The two were startled at the same time, and only then did they understand why Bai Ye had acted calmly and confidently just now. It turned out that he was not afraid of those people escaping at all. None can go away, my lords, be careful, Bai Ye still has a lot of weird abilities. However, his darkness is not completely unsolvable. You have unlimited chakra and can cast wood style after wood style to keep breaking through the darkness. In this way, the speed at which he absorbs chakra is definitely not as fast as your wooden dragon absorbs him, so. Why is there an ant here? Bai Ye gave him a hard look. Mitokado Homura was hiding behind Senju Hashirama, reminding him in a low voice. Talk out. The one in Shuzuo's left hand, the image of Mitokado Homura is reflected in the octagonal Hoshin mirror. Immediately afterwards, the Hoshin mirror began to shatter inch by inch. Mitokado Homura in the mirror also starts to fall apart. The strange thing is that Mito in reality is exactly the same as in the mirror. In the blink of an eye, he was exhausted and died. This is the ability of Heochianjing, virtual reality. The projection in the mirror will affect the real world. Every month, the Hoshin mirror will be repaired automatically. For a normal person, if the body is torn apart, how can there be a way out? It can be said that this is a decisive blow, almost unstoppable. Brother, don't keep your hands. Senju Tobarama reminded. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. With a clap of both hands, a huge One-Yuan statue with countless giant arms suddenly appeared behind him. 068 100,000 blood clones. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. It's a bit difficult. Seeing the darkness being broken in an instant, Bai Ye knew that he underestimated this reincarnation first generation. Immortality, infinite chakra's characteristics, apart from yin and yang done, there is nothing he can do about it. The chakra in the body is draining rapidly. Although the wooden dragon in this state is not very strong, there are 9 of them after all. Furthermore, with thousands of giant punches constantly pounding down, even Susanoo with a full body felt a little bit unable to cover her. Continue, I will be consumed to death. Bai Ye frowned, thinking something was wrong. Right now he's in a bad state. Chakra was lost at a rapid rate, and Susanoo would collapse sooner or later under the continuous attacks. And Senju Hashirama turns into a perpetual motion machine without any loss at all. Under the ebb and flow, the result can be imagined. Boom! The angry dragon knife swung out, and the wooden dragon was instantly burned to ashes. But in the next second, several wooden dragons came around. Tobarama, you go and deal with the one outside. Senju Hashirama said. I'll take care of the one here, don't let the villagers get hurt. As soon as the words fell, another huge One-Yuan statue rose slowly from behind him. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Outside the village. Bai Ye, is it really going to be like this? Tsunade sighed. These villagers and ninjas are all innocent. Aren't you going to slaughter the whole Konaha? The hot flames reflected on her beautiful face. The blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and disbelief was written in his eyes. Is this still the little ghost I know? I just want red. Put Hong in front of me, and I can leave Konaha immediately. The clone said indifferently. Besides, have you seen me kill an innocent man? If I really want to kill, do you think you still have a chance to stand in front of me and speak? Even with first generation and second generation blocking him, Bai Ye still has the ability to kill everyone. This is the tyranny of absolute power. However, his purpose is to find Zhu Hong. The clue must be in this group of villagers, or a certain ninja. So besides Danzo, Utatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Bai Ye didn't kill others. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, and at the same time, hope burst out in his eyes. So, you. Don't get me wrong. Bai Ye glanced at the crowd indifferently. If there is no whereabouts of Hong in the end, everyone will die. Including you. I said before that if something happened to Hong Ruo, the whole Konoha would be buried with her. Including me. Tsunade smiled bitterly and sighed helplessly. I thought that I had fought side by side with Bai Ye, so they were comrades in arms anyway, and there was some affection for them. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him would say such heartless words. That little guy is so important to you. Tsunade murmured. Bai Ye's attitude towards Yu Hahong reminds her of Kato Dan. I don't even have the courage to die for love. But Bai Ye was able to turn into a demon king for Yu Hahong and slaughter the common people. Bai Ye, I hope yours is a little colder. At this time, Yu Junhong stood up. I completely understand your feelings. As Hong's father, I am more worried about her comfort than you. But this matter, I really don't blame Hokage-sama. Stop it, Bai Ye, stop killing innocent people indiscriminately. Isn't the death of Danzo and Master Zhuanju not enough to extinguish your anger? Yu said with really red eyes. For this village, he is full of love. In other words, most of the Konoha people love this place deeply. When his daughter disappeared, he was also very sad and angry. But I don't want to affect the innocent, and I don't want the village to be destroyed by Bai Ye. Senior Shishi. Bai Ye frowned. He was not angry because of what he said, but had a flash of inspiration. Where's the ninjutsu scroll I gave you last time? Here, I carry it with me. Yu Junhong touched her back and took out a scroll. Very good. A puff of black smoke swept over in an instant, and Bai Ye took the scroll in his hand, turned it over. At this time, Senju Tobarama galloped past him, completely ignoring Bai Ye behind him. What does he mean by that? Puzzled, he glanced at second generation, but Bai Ye didn't stop him, because it was unnecessary. After all, this is an immune to death person. If this continues, the main body will die. This is the only way to crack Impure World reincarnation. Inside the Hokage office building. Your chakra is almost exhausted. Senju Hashirama said blankly. Because it was Impure World reincarnation cast by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama was not controlled. Be able to adjust the best strategic plan according to your own will. From just now to now, he only used 2 moves. True several thousand hands and wooden dragon technique, played over and over again. One is used to break through the darkness and pin down Susanoo. The other is the chakra used to continuously absorb Bai Ye, even if only a small amount is sucked at a time. That's right, my chakra is about to run out. Bai Ye said with a mysterious smile. However, you will soon go back to sleep underground. A phalanx fell from Bai Ye's hand to the ground. Kyoka Suigetsu, switch places. Immediately afterwards, he was instantly surrounded by a cloud of blood. Countless drops of blood scattered in all directions. Bang bang bang, tens of thousands of blood clones exploded the Hokage building in an instant. 147 Even the 4 purple flame formation barriers outside were completely dissipated. What kind of technique is this? Senju Hashirama looked at the clones in disbelief. As the saying goes, there is no border if there are more than 10,000 people, and there is no limit to the sky if there are more than 100,000 people. With such a large number of clones, even Senju Hashirama in his heyday can hardly do it. Those villagers and ninjas who haven't had time to walk out of Konoha are even more confused. He looked at Bai Ye in horror, not even daring to breathe. Are the ghouls sealed off? It doesn't seem that difficult to learn. More than 100,000 avatars recalled the ninjutsu of ghoul sealing in their minds. What is he trying to do? Senju Hashirama was taken aback. I saw these avatars all over every corner of Konoha. There was no attack, no wandering around. Just standing there quietly, as if thinking about something important. Can't wait any longer. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, rode on the wooden dragon, and started cleaning. Bang bang bang. Although they have 1% of the strength of Bai Ye's body, these blood clones are not Senju Hashirama's opponents at all. However, relying on the advantage of numbers, they cannot be completely eliminated in a short period of time. As the blood clones disappeared one by one, the smile on Bai Ye's face grew stronger. The real battle has begun. 069 The whereabouts of Red. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kyoka Suigetsu. A clone appeared out of nowhere in the Hokage building. The ability of Bai Ye's left eye can be used twice a day. Just that time, it exploded into a clone with 100,000 blood. Although there is still a phalanx, he intends to keep the phalanx as a spare after performing the ghoul seal. Now, Bai Ye's body is outside the village, while his avatar is in the Hokage building. The danger of using the body to perform ghoul seal is too great. It's safer to cast with a clone. His avatar seems to be independent, and it won't disappear unless it's a one-hit kill. He also has the ability to revive, so he's a tough guy. Senju Hashirama frowned. The moment he blew himself up, he could clearly feel that the vitality of day and night had disappeared. But in the blink of an eye, Bai Ye appeared intact again. Moreover, those seriously injured blood clones will not disappear when they are attacked like other shadow clones. It can only be done by completely killing the avatar. For a while, the image of Bai Ye and Senju Hashirama's heart became more and more mysterious. The battle is over. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the remaining clones dispersed. Let's decide the outcome with one move. Has Highway Mao Shu Ziyu Wu Si. Both hands formed a mudra quickly, and an invisible white Shinigami slowly rose from behind Bai Ye. What is that technique? Senju Hashirama was startled. How could he not recognize the order of seals sealed by ghouls? This guy, do you want to die with me? Senju Hashirama frowned, and immediately ran out of Konoha on the wooden dragon. Because he knows that in the reincarnation state, although he has endless chakra, his physical skills are not as good as before. In terms of speed, he is definitely no match for Bai Ye. Once caught by Bai Ye, everything will be over. Death is not terrible, after all, he is a deceased person. But if you die, who will protect you? Tobirama, are you alright? Senju Hashirama felt anxious. Don't run, weren't you good at fighting just now? Bai Ye laughed. With a wave of his hand, endless darkness rolled out, covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Although Senju Hashirama is riding a wooden dragon, it is still impossible to teleport 100 meters. Damn, Senju Hashirama gritted his teeth. In the darkness, there was a huge suction Uzumaki came towards him. If I was in my prime, how could this level of ninjutsu hold me back? Taking a deep breath, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands again. Birth of the tree world. A large number of trees gushed out from the ground, and soon turned into a forest, tearing apart the darkness. Wooden dragon technique. With a leap, he jumped onto the wooden dragon and continued to flee into the distance. When performing ninjutsu in the state of reincarnation, even 1/5 of the power in life cannot be achieved. Otherwise, Bai Ye's dark cage really couldn't hold the galloping wooden dragon. What he relies on is only the inexhaustible chakra and the immortal body. However, it was delayed for an instant, and Bai Ye had already followed. Don't struggle, you know you can't hide. Bai Ye grinned and said, what are you afraid of? I won't necessarily kill all the people in Konoha village. At most, kill half of them. While talking, the thick black smoke enveloped Senju Hashirama again. Kill half of it. Senju Hashirama was taken aback for a moment, and then angrily said, why do you want to do this? Based on your strength, you are already the pinnacle of the ninja world, why make things difficult for ordinary people? As Konoha's first Hokage, no one loves the village more than Senju Hashirama. But now, he can only watch Bai Ye wreak havoc, there is nothing he can do. The feeling in my heart is very uncomfortable. Why? In a blink of an eye, Bai Ye came to Senju Hashirama, because this is the aggressive method. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Ye jumped into the air and directly grabbed Senju Hashirama's two arms. In the state of multiple blessings, his body speed has far surpassed that of ordinary cage-level powerhouses. Dazuzu, you are so naive. Quote, if you want to run away with all your heart, it's really a little troublesome to catch you. But you insist on standing still and reasoning with me. But that's right, you can do things like giving tailed beasts to outsiders. Smiling, Bai Ye suddenly understood Senju Hashirama a little bit, an innocent man whose eyes were blinded by power in the true sense. Yeah, what's the matter? 10 true several thousand hands will fix it. Tailed beasts are raging, wouldn't it be settled with Kwang's hand? In the face of such absolute strength, do we need great wisdom and cunning? It's over, go back underground and have a good sleep. A pale invisible hand pierced through Bai Ye's heart and grabbed Senju Hashirama. Outside the village, Bai Ye took out the Zaiji horn on his body and was talking to himself constantly. Yuhi Hong herself is still in Konoha. The horns of Zaiji lit up. Sure enough, Hong is not here. Bai Ye's heart sank. Yuhi Hong is still alive. Shejijao did not respond. Yuhi Hong suffered personal injury. The horns of Zaiji lit up. After asking several questions in a row, Bai Ye finally felt relieved. Hong is still alive and has not suffered any harm. It's strange, who is the desperate guy who grabbed my woman? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye said again, in Konoha village, there are people who know the whereabouts of Yuhi Hong. Shejijao did not respond. There is a door. Bai Ye regained his spirits immediately. Originally, he was already a little desperate, so in a fit of anger, he cut off 2 consultants and Danzo to vent his anger. After all, even Hokage doesn't know the whereabouts of Yuhi Hong. The person who knows the whereabouts of Yuhi Hong is still in Konoha village at this moment. Shejijao did not respond. The person who knows the whereabouts of Yuhi Hong is a ninja. Shejijao did not respond. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of Shiha Hong has a grudge against me. Shejijao still didn't respond at all. The range of suspicious persons narrowed little by little, gradually being pinpointed by Bai Ye. Sure enough, it's my enemy. Bai Ye frowned. Asuma counts as one, but the possibility is very small. After all, that relieved gaze cannot be faked. Leaving Zhao Hao, Ms. Chunin was beaten to death. And the Uchiha brothers who I killed. Bai Ye counted, and there were only a few people who had enemies with him. Just when he was about to use the Zaiji horn to continue narrowing the range, a blue shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. Walk. The blue shadow disappeared in a flash, and at the same time, hundreds of Konoha village residents disappeared with him. What the hell? Bai Ye was a little confused. What the hell is halfway there with a whoosh? In the next second, that blue shadow appeared again, taking hundreds of villagers away. All this happened only between lightning and flint. Senju Tobirama, Flying Thunder God technique. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. It turns out that this old boy just ran out of the village to mark the Flying Thunder God. It is clearly recorded in official data. Flying Thunder God casters can transfer huge targets many times when they are full of energy. And today's Senju Tobirama is in the transition state of impure world reincarnation. Chakra is endless and always in peak condition. 070 Enhanced Recovery Potion. Ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets. At this time, it was just dawn. Dongfang has already revealed a fish belly. The huge Konoha has become an empty village, and the buildings are empty. Only Bai Ye and Senju Hashirama are left. As expected of brothers, the two cooperate very well. Bai Ye laughed. His eyes were full of coldness. One person is responsible for holding me back, and the other is responsible for transferring the masses. Should I be honored or sad to have forced you two famous Hokages to this point? That pale hand had grasped Senju Hashirama. A soul invisible to the naked eye slowly pulled out from his body. It is undeniable that you are really strong, Senju Hashirama said. Even in my prime, I may not be able to completely suppress you. But, I won this battle after all, didn't I? A relieved smile crossed Senju Hashirama's face. What he likes is not the victory or defeat in the battle, but the luck to save his life and successfully protect the village. Maybe, Bai Ye said with emotion, you are a respectable moviegoer. Although, you have done some stupid things. Go back to your underground. Pale hands grabbed most of the soul attached to this remnant. Knowing that Yu Hahong was fine for the time being, Bai Ye's anger eased a lot. If possible, who would want to be a heinous devil king? I hope you are alive in the sky, and bless me to find Hong. Otherwise, this time, I want the entire Fire 810 kingdom to be buried with her. You, Senju Hashirama roared. It seemed that he wanted to reprimand something, but at this moment, he couldn't say a word anymore. Shinigami had already swung the dagger in his hand, chopped off the remnant soul with one blow, and then swallowed it into his stomach. At the same time, Bai Ye's Kyoka Suigetsu clone also fell to the ground, dead. Sure enough, Shinigami's sword is not so easy to resist. A line of blood and tears flowed from Bai Ye's left eye. This is a very incredible thing for him who has awakened the eternal Mangekyo. The number of clones of Kyoka Suigetsu seems to have decreased. Bai Ye can clearly feel that the current left eye can only use its ability once a day at most. If I use Ghoul Seal again, my left eye may become blind. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye was not in a hurry to find the people of Konoha village. Instead, he said to Hachikoa again, Asuma knows the whereabouts of Kurenai Yuhi. The corner of Zayaji lit up. Yuhihong was taken away by Ida Shuji's relatives and friends. The corner of Zayaji lit up. Yuhihong was taken away by Uchiha Shin's relatives and friends. This time, the Zayaji angle did not light up again. Bai Ye's face turned cold. As expected, it was Uchiha's relatives and friends who did it. The people of Uchiha are really brave. Armed with the killing sword, Bai Ye intends to search for traces of the Uchiha tribe. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1. Bai Ye's footsteps faltered, and he looked at the white belly in the east. Is it another 7 days? He took out a coin from his pocket. With a thought, the big turntable on the light curtain spun rapidly. Ding, congratulations on winning, the enhanced recovery potion 3 inches. 3 servings. Bai Ye was taken aback, and quickly checked the effect of this potion. After all, this is the first time he has won multiple prizes since the lottery. Enhanced recovery potion. It can eliminate all negative states of oneself and restore the physical state to its peak. It has the powerful effect of bringing the dead back to life. Miraculous medicine. Bai Ye was overjoyed. Red fell into the hands of an unknown enemy. It is safe now, but it cannot be guaranteed to be safe all the time. This potion can really play a role at critical moments. After thinking about it, Bai Ye opened a bottle first and drank it. Soon, a gleam flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The left eye returned to its normal state after performing the Ghoul Seal. Even the 10 phalanges of the Shengumai have passed the cooling-off period ahead of time, so there is no need to wait another month. Stretching his right hand forward, the 5 phalanges fell to the ground in unison, turning into a 5-bone avatar. 500,000 clones should be enough to find the whereabouts of that Uchiha. The remaining 500,000 will be used when looking for Hong. At this point, Bai Ye's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless drops of blood gushed out in all directions. The moment it landed, it turned into a clone of Dao Dao. Immediately afterwards, the other 4 bone clones also came one after another. In an instant, an army of 500,000 clones rushed to every corner of the Land of Fire. Even though they only have 1% of Bai Ye's physical strength, these avatars are not afraid of life and death, running wildly like desperately. No need to worry about bodily injury. As long as anyone who finds Uchiha, the ontology will know immediately. Blood avatar in main body, enjoy the vision of the West. Old man, what happened to Konaha? Tsunade asked anxiously. Bai Ye, nothing will happen, right? Bai Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. At this time, shouldn't you be more worried about my Konoha villagers? Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad. The communication between me and Shodai is broken. Bai Ye, he should be on his way to find us at this moment. The immortal existence of impure world reincarnation was killed by Bai Ye. Tsunade was startled. She thought she had overestimated Bai Ye's strength, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated him. We still have Nadaime, believe he can. Halfway through Tsunade's words, his voice became smaller and smaller, obviously lacking confidence. Yes, even God of Ninja is defeated, second Hokage can really deal with Bai Ye. Old man, can you use that forbidden technique again? Tsunade said, if you can use it again. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, it takes a lot of preparation to cast impure world reincarnation. A certain amount of body is required from the deceased, and the body of the living is used as a container for the soul of the deceased. The container is easy to deal with, but I don't have the body of Shodai for the time being. I didn't expect that Bai Ye could even kill the first generation in the reincarnation state. The impure world reincarnation used by Sarutobi Hiruzen is a completely different concept from Orochimaru in the original book. The will of the first generation and second generation has not been controlled, and the fighting power they can exert will only be stronger. However, it is not easy for Bai Ye to find us and the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, Nadaime has sent the villagers and ninjas to every corner of the land of fire in batches. No matter how strong Bai Ye is, he can't. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly froze. I saw 5. Bai Ye, looking at him coldly more than 200 meters away. Please, let me talk about the problems of the next book, mainly to dispel the doubts of some readers. Don't sell badly. This book was sprayed onto the shelves, but the results are quite impressive. So powerful, I can't eunuch this book, not to mention the outline. So, I beg the old man to give some more flowers and evaluation votes. As for the update, 15,000 words are updated every day. For every plus 50 automatic subscriptions, the author will add 1,000 words, 20,000 word cap. This speed is not too slow in Phyloo, hehe. Ask for customization, ask for everything, ask for 071 are you well behaved? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Bai Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade and others immediately became vigilant, even though they knew it was just Bai Ye's clone. But the doppelganger has already appeared, the main body is likely to arrive at any time. After all, Bai Ye is full of weirdness, and all kinds of methods are endless. No, Tsunade frowned slightly. Bai Ye's eyes didn't stay on us. He seemed to be looking for something, someone. For Bai Ye's character, Tsunade now has a very good understanding. If he is hostile towards himself and others, then there will be murderous intent in his eyes. With his strength, there is no need to hide anything anymore. Everything depends on the heart. As if confirming Tsunade's words, the 5 avatars passed them by under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Run to a farther place. Things should have turned around. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a long breath. He seems to have found the person he was looking for. Or, it's someone related to Yuhihong's disappearance. Otherwise, with his temperament, there is no need to send so many clones with low combat power. Wandering in the land of fire with a sword in hand, and killing everyone you see, isn't it a better way to vent your anger? As the third Hokage who is best at controlling people's hearts among the Hokages of all dynasties, Sarutobi Hiruzen judged the general situation of Bai Ye from just one look. Old man, what should we do now? Tsunade took a step forward and said expectantly. It's just a gamble. It's not that crazy to bet on Bai Ye. Bet the person he wants to find is among the villagers and ninjas. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mutter with both hands. Senju Tobirama, who came out of Impure World Reincarnation, felt something and appeared beside him in an instant. Sarutobi, why are you calling me so urgently? Senju Tobirama said solemnly, the villagers and ninjas have all been scattered in every corner of the land of fire. For a short while, they should be safe. The reincarnated person is tireless and tireless, but from his tone, it is not difficult to hear a sense of relief. That is responsibility. Nadaime, please work hard to bring all the villagers and ninjas scattered in the land of fire here. Also, we must give priority to bringing back ninjas, especially those from clans with higher status. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly. Before Bai Ye showed that kind of desperate madness, it was absolutely impossible for third generation to let him get close to any public. But this time is different. Bai Ye obviously already has a clear goal, the only thing left is time to find it. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hurt any ordinary person, which is enough to prove that Bai Ye is not a person without conscience. However, at this time, it is the key point. An opportunity to reconcile with Bai Ye. Sarutobi, did I hear you right? Senju Tobirama said puzzled, I went back to the village just now, and even my eldest brother was defeated by him. Bring the villagers back now, let them be slaughtered. As he spoke, he took out a ninja scroll from his bosom. This is part of the big brother's body. With these, and looking for a suitable container, it is enough to cast Impure World Reincarnation several times. I don't believe it, that kid can beat my brother again and again. As the most decisive second Hokage in history, he was not ashamed at all because he touched the body of his eldest brother. Face and village, which is more important? On the contrary, this aroused the fighting spirit in his heart even more. Brother Senju, when did you ever lose? Teacher, please calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. You have also seen that Bai Ye can transform hundreds of thousands of clones in an instant. And, this number may be far more than that. Although the abilities of these clones are limited, there is no problem in slaughtering ordinary people. If he is overwhelmed by anger and washes the land of fire with blood, then where should we hide? A few words fully express Konoha's current helplessness and despair. Hit, can't beat, run, can't run away. Hide, nowhere to hide. It's now stuck in an endless loop. If you don't want to solve it, the final result will be that the contradiction will get deeper and deeper, and the Konoha side will die completely. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen told Kaisho Tobirama his guess about Bai Ye. After a long time, Senju Tobirama nodded. Sarutobi, I trust your judgment. Although in terms of strength, you are far inferior to me and Big Brother. But in terms of strategy and wisdom, you are excellent. After speaking, the blue shadow flashed, and Tobirama disappeared without a trace. At the same time, one after another Konoha shinobi quickly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Filled Circle asked for flowers. Just now, I heard from Nadaime that Lord Third Generation is not as strong as the two of them. No, the textbook says that the third generation is the strongest Hokage. Ah, so, who wrote the textbook? It seems to be Lord Third Generation. A few people muttered in a low voice not far away, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama is rapidly gathering large numbers of ninjas. Could it be naive enough to want to win with more? Bai Ye's eyeliner is now everywhere in the land of fire. The vision of the avatar is shared, and he can perceive the slightest disturbance. These ninjas were gathered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. People from the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are preferred, followed by Yamanaka clan, Akamaiki clan, Nara clan. A smile gradually formed on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Has the third generation behaved? That's good, but it can save him some physical pain. With a flash of figure, Bai Ye instantly disappeared in place. The main body goes in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although there are 500,000 eyeliners, it is relatively easy to find someone. But it is not so easy to arrive at the first time. After all, the ability of the blood clone is limited, any Chunin can destroy it. More importantly, he is not sure which Uchiha group is related to the Red Hospital. At this moment, Hong may be in dire straits. Every second is the most precious time for Bai Ye. About half an hour or so, Bai Ye, who was advancing at full speed, came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bai Ye, you are here. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and squeezed out a helpless smile. I know you are looking for someone. Now Konoha's ninjas are all here, every day is not bad. If possible, I hope you can let go of the conflict with Konoha. After all, Yuhihong's disappearance is something that no one wants to see. Bai Ye waved his hand, he didn't have time for these false politeness. Lifting his right hand, endless darkness surged out. More than 10 Uchiha clansmen were pulled over immediately. Do you know the whereabouts of Yuhihong? Holding the Zaiji horn in his hand, Bai Ye asked one of them. 072 The real murderer, please ask for flowers and comments. In the land of fire, in a secluded forest, dozens of Uchiha, including Obito, are standing in front of Bai Ye for interrogation. Do you know the whereabouts of Yuhihong? Looking at Obito in front of him, Bai Ye asked. Although Obito's suspicion is very low, it cannot be ruled out. I don't know, Obito said honestly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, as if the man in front of him made him feel extremely strange. Is this still the tale of the crane that was my classmate? When did it become so strong that the entire Konoha was afraid? Yeah, Bai Ye nodded. Seeing that the corner of Zaiji was not lit, he turned around and asked the next person. After asking 8 questions in succession, Zaiji Kakuzu didn't respond, and Bai Ye frowned. Eyes flicked to the remaining few Uchiha. Everyone who looked at him immediately lowered their heads, looking terrified. There is only one person in 997, standing proudly, looking directly at Bai Ye. As the disappearance of Yuhihong related to you, it doesn't matter. At this time, the Zaiji corner suddenly lit up. You're lying, Bai Ye said grimly. I'll give you one last chance. If I'm telling the truth, I'll consider letting you live. Putting away the Zaiji horn, Bai Ye stared at him coldly. I just felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. God, if you really know something, tell Lord Bai Ye quickly. Obito said angrily, do you want the whole village to be implicated with you? Sky, Bai Ye glanced at him. Your name is Uchiha Tien. What is the relationship between Uchiha Shin and you? Through Heichikoke, Bai Ye already knew that he was Uchiha Shin's relative and friend, and was related to Yuhihong's disappearance. Haha, Bai Ye, I really have you. Uchiha said with a smirk. You have become so powerful after only a few days of seeing each other. Now in the entire ninja world, who doesn't know the name of your tyrant? But so what, you can't even protect your girlfriend. Hysterical laughter resounded through the secluded woods, startling the birds. A looming tear condensed in Uchiha Ten's eyes. My 2 younger brothers, one of them cannot be a man because of you. The other was brutally killed by you, and the body has not been found until now. Want to know where Yuhihong is? Uchiha Ten stretched out a finger and pointed to the ground. Come to hell with me, and I'll tell you. After finishing speaking, I saw a sudden violent explosion in front of his heart. A burst of fire flashed, and after the thick smoke cleared, he died of exhaustion. Oops, it's the detonating talisman. Bai Ye quickly shouted. Tsunade, use medical ninjutsu to hang his life. I have to ask Chu Hong's whereabouts. Okay, Tsunade nodded, and hurried to Uchiha Ten to check the situation. At the same time, a green light appeared on the right hand. Healing jutsu. Damn guy, don't die. This is the only chance for the village to reconcile with Bai Ye. Drops of cold sweat rolled down Tsunade's forehead, and she gritted her teeth tightly, looking extremely anxious. There is no need to treat him, he is already dead. Bai Ye said coldly. With 1% of the origin of blood, he is very sensitive to chi and blood. At that moment just now, Bai Ye had already noticed that Uchiha Tien had completely died. Bai Ye, Tsunade was so anxious that he was about to cry, seeing that the problem between the village and Bai Ye is about to be resolved. But who would have thought that Uchiha Ten would rather commit suicide than reveal the whereabouts of Yuhihong? For a time, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became dignified. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama and others all focused on Bai Ye's every move. The white fang in Hitaki Tsukumo's hand also lifted up slightly, as if ready to fight at any time. He panicked. Bai Ye sneered, don't panic, I want him to live, so he can't die. He took out a green glass bottle from his pocket. The bottle is huge, but there is only 1 drop of liquid in it. Boom, the cork was opened, and a drop of dark green liquid fell into Uchiha Ten's mouth. Am I not dead? No miraculous pictures appeared, nor did the so-called flashes of light. Uchiha just sat up straight away. His face was full of bewilderment. What? Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, resurrected from the dead. That kind of medicine can bring people back from the dead. The most surprised person in the field was Tsunade. Because she is the top medical ninja in the ninja world, she knows how difficult it is to come back from the dead. That's basically impossible to do. It has been confirmed just now, Uchiha 10 is indeed dead. 0. But such a small drop of liquid can revive a person. This vigorous vitality, the whole body seems to have reached the peak level. Unlike impure world reincarnation, this is a real resurrection. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade felt that he could not see through Bai Ye more and more. One magical method after another followed. Each one is refreshing her cognition. How many secrets does this man hide? As shocked as he was, there were Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. There is no doubt about Bai Ye's strength. But what scares them the most is actually the unknown. Fear of the unknown. Bai Ye will display different means every time. Every time it gets weirder and stronger every time. This kind of unknown makes them unable to figure out Bai Ye's bottom line. No one is sure whether Bai Ye will display an even more terrifying ability next time. Speak, tell me everything you know about Yu Hahong. Ignoring everyone's shock, a pair of six-pointed stars Mangekyo appeared in Bai Ye's eye sockets. Bai Ye, who has learned a lesson once, will not give him another chance to commit suicide. In the original, Obito can control Yagura. Bai Ye's eternal Mangekyo, controlling a mere Uchiha Day, is naturally a no-brainer. Yu Hahong disappeared, abducted by a strange white man. Absolutely don't let Bai Ye know. Uchiha spoke intermittently. The words were somewhat incoherent, with pauses. But Bai Ye still heard the clue of 5.7 from it. It seems that Hong fell into his hands first, and then was taken away by other people. Bai Ye frowned and said, "What is the white monster? Can you draw his image on the ground?" The uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. The closer to the truth, the more Bai Ye felt that this matter was not simple. Weird, the speed is too fast, I can't see clearly. Forgot. Uchiha stared blankly and murmured to himself. White weirdo, white. Suddenly, Bai Ye's expression froze, as if he had thought of something. Then he used the killing sword to quickly outline a human figure on the ground. Look, is this the weirdo you mentioned? Bai Ye asked anxiously. Very like. Bai Ye's heart trembled, his eyes were full of murderous intent. It's White Zetsu. 073 Rinnegan appears, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation tickets. Uchiha Madara, you really played well. Bai Ye took a deep breath. Did my presence make him feel threatened? No, with Madara's pride, it's impossible to put a child like me in your eyes. Catching popularity, maybe just to play a diversionary role. Bai Ye was startled when he learned that Hong fell into the hands of Uchiha Madara. But then, he did a lot. With that pride, would he use some despicable means to deal with a little girl who is only 6 years old? Obviously impossible. Bai Ye got the answer from Shejijao before. Red is not dead. Hong was not personally attacked. In other words, Hong has always been safe, but has been imprisoned. Now Madara is dying, and can only rely on Geto statue to send chakra to barely maintain life. That's why he didn't come to find me. But taking Hong away, doesn't it mean that I'm going to kill him? Fishing, or use me to destroy Konoha? Bai Ye nodded secretly, not ruling out this possibility. In short, no matter what, we must find Hong first. Stretch your left hand 20 degrees forward, and the 5 phalanges fall to the ground. Bai Ye's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and countless blood beads shot out in all directions, turning into separate bodies. Bang bang bang. There were 3 consecutive explosions, and more than 400,000 clones appeared out of thin air. The vast forest was immediately filled with countless, Bai Ye. Counting the previous ones, there are a total of more than 1 million, which should be enough. Leave a finger bone as a spare. With a thought, the army of millions of clones spread to all parts of the ninja world, looking for the place where Uchiha Madara stayed. Hiyashi, can you see how many clones have escaped? Hyuga Hizashi swallowed and said in astonishment. My white eyes can't see that far. At least visually, I can't see it. Hyuga Hiyashi just feels thirsty. So many physical clones, if you form an army, should be able to wantonly sweep any big country. There are millions of people, and they are not afraid of life and death. What kind of terrifying power is this? Everyone was shocked by this huge scene. You, go and kill Uchiha, Lingchi. Bai Ye casually pointed to a clone and ordered. Late, everyone was stunned when they heard the words. Obviously, they had never heard of this word. It's just that the next scene will become a lingering nightmare in everyone's life. Cutting with one knife at a time is like a skilled chef slicing meat. Every piece is so crystal clear. At this time, Uchiha 10's screams came out. It was Bai Ye who removed part of Sharingan's control and brought him back to sanity. While feeling the pain, the body cannot move. Like a fish on a chopping board. This hell-like scene appeared in front of everyone, and the timid ones have already screamed out. But in the next second, the mouth will be covered by the person beside him, who will cast a warning look. Everyone is silently watching this scene. But no one dared to speak, including second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. They all knew that this was Bai Ye venting his anger. The anger from the most powerful ninja world. You guys, are you going to commit suicide by Kaiserine section, or do I do it? Bai Ye said lightly, gazes over the remaining Uchihas, without a trace of emotion in their eyes. How many pairs of Mangekyo are cultivated and devoured? The idea is very good, but this idea was before the truth about Hong came to light. Hidden in the calm eyes is endless anger. Only by slaughtering his clan can he alleviate the resentment in his heart a little bit. Mr. Bai Ye, are you going to kill me too? Obito was so frightened that he almost cried. I won't rob Lin from you, can't I? Don't. Where has Obito, who is only 6 years old, seen such a scene? Uchiha Tien was suffering from the pain of Lin Kai, and 10 screams were heard endlessly. Under such circumstances, Bai Ye has become an evil devil in his heart. What kind of ninja attitude, what kind of loyalty to the person you like, these are too early and too ridiculous for a child who is only 6 years old. Oh, I forgot, Obito, stand aside, it's none of your business here. Bai Ye said flatly. During the ninja school quiz, Obito stood up to defend Bai Ye because of Ida Shuji's injustice. Afterwards, he even visited Bai Ye's house in person. Bai Ye will never forget this friendship. Thanks. Obito thanked repeatedly, and quickly ran aside, keeping a distance from the other Uchihas. Most of these people are not familiar to him, and they have little contact with each other. But what if it's familiar? Although Obito is small and has poor grades, he is not stupid. Didn't you see that Master Hokage didn't dare to reprimand Bai Ye? What is it if I am a young student who has not graduated from a ninja school? Master Bai Ye, please don't kill me. A teenager immediately knelt on the ground and begged. Trash, Uchiha has his own pride and can show the way to others. My people of Uchiha, even if they die, they will die in battle. For a while, some people begged, some people were indignant. But more, the shuriken around his waist has been drawn out. Ah, very good, I admire your courage. Bai Ye slowly retracted the killing sword into its scabbard. The heads of more than a dozen people on the opposite side were separated from their bodies. Most of the people present didn't even see how Bai Ye made the move, and all of Uchiha's people died. Okay, the calculation is almost 330. Raising his eyebrows, Bai Ye came in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation, let's end the grievances between you and me today. Bai Ye said lightly, you framed me and overshadowed me, and lost my most important girlfriend. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. What Bai Ye said later was no longer important to him. The important thing is to say day and night, the score is almost red. As long as you can spare these villagers, I can die in front of you now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. Is he afraid of death? No, few real ninjas are afraid of death. To be afraid is to be afraid, to die with regret. To die to protect the village was exactly what he wished for. When you say that, it seems that I am a bit stingy. Bai Ye laughed and said, for the sake of being well behaved just now, you know how to call ninjas for me. Leave your life alone. Besides, want to be the hero who protects Konaha. How can I follow your wish? With a flash of green light, Sarutobi Hiruzen's right arm immediately fell to the ground. Draw the sword. The grievances here have been cleared up, and looking for Shihahong is the business. That's Rinnegan. Suddenly, Bai Ye's figure froze, and then quickly galloped towards the east. Red, wait for me. 074 gathering, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets. This guy Madara, what the hell is he doing? In the land of thunder, in a certain tavern. Bai Ye looked at the food in front of him, but couldn't take a bite. Been chasing the man with the Rinnegan for 3 days. Every time when the main body is about to reach, the clue is lost. He was avoiding me on purpose, and led me to the land of thunder step by step. Frowning, Bai Ye felt a little unhappy. This feeling of being played with in the palm of your hand is very uncomfortable. But for Kurenai Yuhi, there is no other way but to follow the rhythm of Madara. The clone is too weak. Also, if Madara doesn't want me to find out, even 1,000,000 troops won't be able to find him. It's really difficult. Clenching his fist, Bai Ye felt a faint sense of powerlessness. After hiding a phalanx in the hotel room, he went out to relax. Hiding a finger bone anytime and anywhere, just in case, is a good habit he has developed in recent days. After all, the enemy is Uchiha Madara. If you don't leave behind, you may lose miserably. Appeared again. Through the vision of the avatar, Bai Ye saw that in a certain mountain peak in the land of thunder, a purple-haired man with Rinnegan is standing on the top of the mountain. Not Nagato, but a puppet-like Pen 6 Paths. Going or not, Bai Ye hesitated. This kind of scene has not rarely appeared in the 3 days. Every time Bai Ye arrives, the figure will disappear. Forget it, we have to go. I want to see what tricks Madara can play. In a flash, Bai Ye disappeared in place. Going forward at full speed, he reached that mountain peak in less than half an hour. Boom, boom, the towering peaks are filled with clouds and mist, echoing with deafening thunder. Bai Ye has no time to appreciate the unique scenery of the land of thunder. Because there was a man standing in front of him. Purple hair, hanging shoulders, short stature, no expression on his face. Where is Yuhihong? Bai Ye asked coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a girl out of the corner of his eye. In a small cave in the distance, Yuhihong was looking towards the sky with tears in her eyes. Red, with a twitch in Bai Ye's heart, he tried to rush forward. The separation of less than a month made him feel so long. The worry and longing for many days. At this moment, it completely exploded in my heart. Shenluo Tianjiang, a huge repulsive force suddenly struck, and Bai Ye was startled. The momentary loss of consciousness just now made him forget that there was an enemy in front of him. Boom! The six-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly appeared in the eye sockets, and the Susanoo, which was more than 800 meters high, rose from the ground. Shen Luo Tianzheng bumped into his body, like scratching an itch. Instead, it was the puppet that was bounced away by Shen Luo Tianzheng because of the strong reaction force. Die to me. Susanoo raised her left arm, and the man's appearance was reflected in the Hoshin mirror. Because he had taken the enhanced version of the recovery potion before, the 1-month cooldown period of Hoshin mirror also ended early. Broken. I saw that the mirror surface of the Hoshin mirror was shattered inch by inch. The purple-haired man in the mirror also began to fall apart. Bai Ye didn't want to have any more nonsense with him, so he directly used the thunder method to destroy the puppet's body in an instant. Although it has the power of Rinnegan, but the container is damaged, it is difficult to exert its strength again. Let's go. In a blink of an eye, Bai Ye came to Shiraihong and held her tightly in his arms. At the same time, the left eye suddenly opened. Kyoko Suigetsu. In a small pool 10 miles away, the clone quickly crawled out. Transposition. But seeing a fluctuation in the air, the main body hugged Yuhihong and exchanged positions with the clone. Who are you? Shihahong said tremblingly. Are you here to save me? The flustered little hands seemed to have nowhere to rest. In Bai Ye's arms, he seemed very uncomfortable. It's me, Hong. Bai Ye smiled, his eyes filled with pity. I made you wrong. In the future, with me here, no one can bully you. After thinking about it, Bai Ye said, I will bring you warmth for the rest of my life. Gently touching her little head, day and night her heart twitched. Pain. Inexplicable pain. Although, at this time, Yuhihong looked safe and sound. Bai Ye-jun, it's really you. The tears in the eyes could no longer be stopped, and at this moment, they were rolling out. After crying for a while, Yuhihong looked up at him with red and swollen eyes. Mr. Bai Ye, why have you become so tall? Although she was sure that the person in front of her was Bai Ye, she still couldn't believe it. I practiced a secret technique, that's why I became like this. With a smile, Bai Ye told a white lie. Yuhihong nodded, only feeling a little hot on her face. Mr. Bai Ye in front of him looks even more handsome. But he is already so big, and I'm still so young. Will he dislike me? Can I also learn that secret technique? The thoughts of the daughter's family are always unpredictable. Even if she is as strong as Bai Ye, she would never think that Yuhihong is worrying about the future of the two of them at this moment. Hong, these bad guys who caught you didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Bai Ye asked softly. No, they just don't let me walk around. Give me food when I'm hungry, and water when I'm thirsty. It's the first time I've met such a kind-hearted villain. Shihahong said with a smile, her eyes were full of purity. It seems that the experience of being abducted is not terrible. Well, that's good. Bai Ye nodded, but he was very puzzled in his heart. Uchiha Madara brought me here just to make me famous so easily. Only one puppet was sent. It stands to reason that he should understand at least 8 points of my abilities. Even if Nagato's body is here again, he can't keep me at all. What is his purpose? For a while, Bai Ye was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what Madara was thinking. I always feel that things are going a little too smoothly. Li Qianhao, but when he looked down at Shiraihong in his arms, Bai Ye felt that everything was not important. She's okay, that's enough. Mr. Bai Ye, are we going back to Konoha? Yuhihong put her arms around his neck like a cute little pendant. I haven't seen my parents for a long time, I really miss you. Back to Konoha. Bai Ye smiled and said, okay, let's go back to Konoha now. It doesn't matter where he goes. The important thing is that that place should be red. Huh, what is this breath? Bai Ye frowned suddenly, because he has a very strange feeling. It's like meeting someone connected by blood. This blood-connected breath is the origin of blood. Bai Ye was startled. When he looked back, I saw a man with a cloud shinobi forehead protector on his head and 7 long knives and a big knife with him, watching him coldly. Killer Bee, how could there be a trace of the origin of blood on his body? 075 Weird smile, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. Finally found you, Killer Bee said calmly. There was a trace of greed in his eyes, as if Bai Ye was like a wild beast meeting delicious food to him. Looking for me, Bai Ye was taken aback. Something doesn't feel right. It seems that I have never touched Cloud Shinobi or people from the Kingdom of Thunder. Could it be that you don't know me? Bai Ye asked curiously, why did you come to see me? In order to find Kurenai Yuhi, Bai Ye sent an army of millions of clones all over the entire ninja world. Let alone a ninja, even ordinary people can basically recognize his face. I know, your name is Bai Ye. Killer Bee showed a strange expression on his face. For some reason, I really want to kill you. The attire is still the same attire, and the sunglasses are still on the face. The only difference is that the Killer Bee in front of me doesn't seem to have the habit of rapping. Slowly raised his hands, and pointed the 2 long knives at Bai Ye. It's just that the movement is not smooth, as if struggling with something. Well, it should be the origin of blood playing tricks. Bai Ye frowned and looked at Killer Bee carefully. At this time, he has not yet become a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Although the strength is strong, it is at the level of Jonin at most, far from the level of elite Jonin. My fierce name is far away from ninja world, how dare he come to kill me? Spreading his hands, a dark prison instantly enveloped Killer Bee's body. He has been controlled by the origin of blood. Or, Is it some kind of method used by the God of Tooth to control 50 people? Didn't kill Killer Bee immediately, Bai Ye is still observing. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt that things were more complicated. In the face of an enemy stronger than yourself, do not use the method of surprise attack, but attack from the front. He hesitated when I shot. Even though I was shrouded in darkness, there was no panic. The power that controls him has no intelligence. In other words, after gaining that kind of power, he lost most of his sanity. The only thing left is to find me and kill me. Looking at Killer Bee who was still rampaging in the dark, a trace of worry flashed across Bai Ye's face. There is absolutely no mistake in the mutual magical induction between the origin of blood. As that weird totem finally shot, it can give power to Killer Bee, and it can give it to others. The scene of being killed in one blow is vivid. Even if Cade is as strong as Bai Ye, I can't help but feel a little scared. No matter how many whole cards there are, no matter how many times there are resurrections, how many times is it enough to be seconded? Fortunately, this thing doesn't seem to have much intelligence. Bai Ye thought to himself. Killer Bee's status is special. Looks like an indifferent normal person. But the style of talking and doing things has completely changed. He doesn't even do soul-related things like rap. Is this still Killer Bee? Blood, give it back to me. In the darkness, Killer Bee's face suddenly became ferocious. In the next second, his entire right arm exploded into blood mist. Thousands of avatars emerged. Some of them were swallowed by the darkness in an instant, and the other part took the opportunity to rush out of the darkness. Have the same blood avatar ability as me. Bai Ye frowned. With a wave of his hand, clusters of gold dust suddenly emerged from the ground, turned into giant hands, and attacked the blood clone. The difference from me is that he has the ability to reconstruct a broken limb. On Killer Bee's severed right arm, drops of blood were continuously gathering. In the blink of an eye, the arm returned to its original state. Let's stop here. A puff of black smoke turned into a huge suction Uzumaki, wrapping Killer Bee tightly in the middle. There was a huge suction force under his feet, and chakra lost crazily. Damn it, how could my uncle be killed here? Killer Bee gritted his teeth, a coldness flashed in his eyes. As if about to launch a counterattack. His sanity has recovered a little bit. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. After breaking an arm, his state has obviously changed. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, the system prompts kept ringing in my mind. Every time a blood clone is swallowed, a reminder will sound. With Killer Bee's ability, even if he has a trace of blood, he will never be Bai Ye's opponent. Soon, as Killer Bee died completely, the system sound sounded again. Ding, reminder, the power of the blood essence in the host has increased to 2%. Bai Ye picked up Shihahong, turned and left. But in his heart, he was not happy because of the source of blood that had been raised to 2%. It has appeared. Has the origin of blood started? Blood, give me back my blood. Could it be that all of this is caused by me devouring 1% of the source of blood? Killer Bee's purpose is already clear. It is not difficult to see from his words and deeds that he wants to kill Bai Ye and regain that 1% of his original power. The origin of blood can control people's mind. Even a Jonin like Killer Bee can't resist. Why am I fine? Could it be because I directly plundered through the tyrannical dark fruit? After thinking for a long time, Bai Ye couldn't figure out what happened. This time, Killer Bee only has 1% of the blood essence in his body, and his IQ is not high, so he doesn't look very smart. But next time, he knew that the days to come might not be peaceful. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye quickly left here. The land of fire, Konoha. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands towards the ground, and a huge coffin surged up from the ground. Soon, the lid falls off, revealing the face of Senju Hashirama inside. Shodai, sorry to bother you again. Sarutobi Hiruzen said apologetically. It's okay. Bai Ye's existence is too dangerous. With me and Tobarama around, at least we can restrain him to some extent. Senju Hashirama sighed, only feeling worried about the future. Bai Ye's character and strength are a huge threat to the entire ninja world. Well, I plan to step down as Hokage from today, and you will be in charge of Konaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. No, Tobarama and I are old guys. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, you can take care of the village. Tobarama and I will be your assistants. However, regarding Bai Ye, I have an idea. Land of Thunder, in a hotel room somewhere. The furnishings in the house are very simple, 2 beds, a table, and 2 chairs. A mass of darkness was covering Yu Hahong's body. Soon, the black smoke dissipated. Red, this is Feng Ying's magnet style, it can be regarded as a small gift from me to you. Bai Ye smiled and said, rest early. I'm afraid you haven't had a good night's sleep during these days. After touching her little head, Bai Ye lay down on another bed. After days of running and fighting, even he couldn't help feeling a little tired. But when he turned around, a strange smile appeared on Shihahong's innocent face. 076 Late Night Assassination. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Early morning, Bai Ye felt some movement in his arms. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was Yu Hahong who crawled onto his bed at some point. This little girl. Bai Ye smiled. He didn't have the slightest suspicion about Yu Hahong. Otherwise, with Bai Ye's current strength, how many people can get close to this level without Bai Ye being aware of it? When will I grow up quickly? Bai Ye pinched her red face, feeling a little hopeful in her heart. Today's red age is still too young, especially the age in my heart. As a result, Bai Ye really couldn't have any evil thoughts towards her, just like treating her little sister. Nurtured, it looks a bit like an evil, the strange sorghum. Yu Hahong in her sleep seemed to feel that someone was pinching her face, and her small nose wrinkled, expressing some dissatisfaction. Soon, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and stared at Bai Ye bewilderedly. Mr. Bai Ye, you got up very early. It's getting late, the sun is drying our butts. Bai Ye said with a smile. Go out for a meal, and then we'll go home together. The two of them got up and washed briefly, then continued to rush back to Konoha. During this period, Bai Ye did not take back the millions of blood clones scattered in the ninja world. After all, each avatar can exist for a long time. It has a wide range of uses, finding people, learning ninjutsu, practicing body art, and so on. This is more than a huge wealth. Bai Ye bought it with 9 life guarantees. You never know when it will work again. Although the clones are weak, Bai Ye is not worried that they will be damaged. Now in the ninja world, how many people don't know Bai Ye? Even if it is just a clone, how many people dare to offend him? Land of Thunder, Raikage office. With one palm, the desk was instantly shattered. Arcs of electricity surround third Raikage. His hair was standing upright, his eyes were blood red. Are you sure? Who killed Killer Bee? Raikage roared. It's Bai Ye. A man who was also surrounded by thunder and lightning said, his brows were full of murderous intent. I have conducted a detailed survey of the battle site. It's indeed Bai Ye's weird smoky blood. And there's gold dust from magnet style. There are indications that it was Bai Ye who killed Killer Bee. A trace of grief flashed across his face. Although Killer Bee is not his real brother, the relationship between the two is closer than real brothers. I'm going to avenge Killer Bee. Now the third Raikage is not dead, and the fourth generation has not succeeded. But his current strength has already reached Cage level. It's just that the Second Ninja World War did not affect the Land of Thunder, and the strength of the fourth generation has not been known to everyone. Bai Ye. A murderous intent appeared in third Raikage's eyes. Although the outside world spreads Bai Ye's name very well, such as killing Cage-level powerhouses in seconds, resisting thousands of big houses, and so on. But the third Raikage is not afraid of him. Resist the army of thousands of ninjas. In the original book, third Raikage is an existence that can fight against thousands of people alone. Bai Ye must die. Third generation clenched his fists. However, I, Cloud Shinobi, cannot bear this risk. His avatar ability is difficult to deal with. The movie is naturally aware of Bai Ye's army of clones. After all, there are tens of thousands in the Kingdom of Thunder. For stronger ninjas, there is no threat. But for ordinary people, these avatars are fatal. Raikage said with a serious face, he had to be on guard. After all, there are more than 100,000 clones, and if you stand still and let you kill them one by one, it will take a long time to kill them. Let's bring the Land of Earth together, let's see how Bai Ye reacts first. Third Raikage said lightly, you mean, that's right, send some ordinary Chunin and replace them with Tian's forehead protectors, and sneak into the Land of Earth. Then massacre Bai Ye's clone. Let's see if the Land of Earth will be retaliated against. There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and he planned to bring trouble to the east. No one really thinks that the movie is a straightforward reckless man, right? Konoha village, serene and peaceful as always. Bai Ye's horror seemed to be forgotten by everyone in just a few days. The villagers still had happy smiles on their faces. The air here is the best. Looking at the village that was almost destroyed by him, Bai Ye smiled, and walked into Konoha holding Arahong's hand. The ninjas in charge of guarding at the head of the village saw Bai Ye and didn't stop them. They rushed into the village and planned to report to Hokage. As for some villagers, they were so frightened that they stood where they were, not even daring to move. It turns out that the danger is only temporarily away, but it has not disappeared. Mr. Bai Ye, everyone seems to be acting weird. Yu Hihong said with a puzzled face. They are very afraid of your appearance. These days when I was taken away, did you kill someone again? Yu Hihong is very smart, and she guessed the main point right away. Well, I killed a few guys who didn't have long eyes. Bai Ye said lightly. Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, Mitokado Homura. There are also more than 10 remaining ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Bai Ye really didn't kill many people, but his cruelty and terror are imprinted in the hearts of every Konoha villager. Especially the unseen and unheard of Ling Kai subverted everyone's understanding of punishment. In the eyes of most people, Bai Ye is a devil who came out of hell. Cruel, cold-blooded, ruthless. Is it for me? Shi Hahong whispered. Bai Ye, you are here. With a flash of black shadow, Sarutobi Hiruzen, first generation second generation, came to Bai Ye at the same time. Come back around, do you have any comments? Bai Ye said blankly. Immediately, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. Hashirama cells transplanted. Mr. Bai Ye's vision is really vicious. A magnetic voice came. 0 for flowers. Apparently, that novice was Orochimaru's masterpiece. Hee, no objection, no objection, Konoha will always be your home. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled like a spring breeze. The moment he saw Shi Hahong, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground completely. Hong is fine, which means Konoha is completely safe. It's fine if you don't have an opinion. Bai Ye said. By the way, hand over Flying Thunder God technique and 8 inner gates. Almost forgot to take care of you. More than 100,000 blood avatars can learn to seal dead ghosts in the blink of an eye. Now that the number of clones has reached 1 million, isn't it easy to learn Flying Thunder God? Okay, I'll get it for you right now. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a scroll to Bai Ye's hand. After a casual glance, Bai Ye threw the scroll back. Bai Ye, what is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. If you don't want to learn, why ask yourself for it? Could it be that he can't understand this mysterious Flying Thunder God technique? It's nothing, I just learned it. Bai Ye said lightly. Learned. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. He didn't think that a strong person like Bai Ye would pretend to be aggressive to him. Since he said he would, he must have. How long? In 1 second, learn Flying Thunder God. Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in shock, Bai Ye smiled at Uchiha. I must miss my parents very much. Go and see them. Yeah, Uchiha nodded heavily. Then she shook off her little feet and ran towards the house as if flying. If there's nothing else, let's go. Bai Ye waved his hand, feeling a little dull. Today's Konoha has nothing to miss. The sun rose and the moon rose, and soon, it was late at night. A weak figure strung into Bai Ye's room. Hong, it's so late, don't you sleep at home? Bai Ye asked with a smile. I haven't seen you for a long time, so you miss me. Taking a look, I saw that Uchiha was still holding 2 wine bottles in his hands. I can't sleep without you by my side. Uchiha smiled sweetly. Finally back to the village, let's have some wine to celebrate. Children can't drink alcohol, just drink a little. Also, the two were talking intimately while drinking. Before he knew it, Bai Ye was a little drunk. Raihong seemed to be too strong to drink, and fell into Bai Ye's arms. Hey, this little girl. She smiled helplessly, and lay on the bed hugging her. Soon, the snoring sounded. With Hong by his side, Bai Ye slept soundly and at ease. After more than 2 hours, Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes. A ball of placer gold slowly poured out from the ground, and finally condensed into a spear, slowly stabbing at Bai Ye's temple. 077 Reappearance of Uchiha Makoto. Ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets. Bai Ye's home. A white phalanx hidden in the corner suddenly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human form. Hong, you want to kill me? Bai Ye looked at her in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the person she trusted the most would actually carry out an assassination while she was asleep. Fortunately, he has recently developed a good habit. That is to hide a phalanx anytime, anywhere for backup. Unsolvable resurrection ability. Uchiha's mouth curled into a smile. It seems that you are not just a stumbling block. The weird smile doesn't belong to her age at all. It is not clear where Bai Ye is now, and Uchiha, like Yagura in the original book, has been controlled. Sure enough, no wonder Hong was found so smoothly. It turned out that I was tricked again. Bai Ye's eyes were full of coldness. First catch the popularity, and then use me to destroy Konaha. Konaha is not destroyed, so guide me step by step, create seemingly reasonable difficulties and rescue Hong. 307, kill me when I am least wary. He's really an excellent chess player. Step by step, every step is startling. If it weren't for Bai Ye's many whole cards, he would have died countless times now. From rescuing Uchiha to his assassination, Hong behaved very naturally during this period. Even Bai Ye, who was very familiar with her, can't see the slightest clue. Especially for several nights in a row, Hong stayed obediently by Bai Ye's side, which made him completely let go of all his guard. The timing was perfect. Before the assassination, I even drank some wine. Madara, is your control over people's hearts so strong? With a wave of his right hand, the endless darkness surrounded Uchiha. The black smoke formed a huge suction uzumaki, pulling her body closer to Bai Ye. Uchiha didn't struggle, as if she knew that all resistance was futile. A drop of dark green liquid poured into her mouth. Enhanced version of the recovery potion, Bai Ye has the last drop left. This potion, which can eliminate all negative states, should be able to release the control on Hong's body. For Uchiha, who was controlled by Madara, Bai Ye dare not easily use Mangekyo's ability to help her dispel the illusion. Because of one carelessness, it will cause great harm to her. And, if it was a spell cast by Uchiha Madara, how could it be easily undone by others? What's wrong with me? Uchiha shook her head, looking at Bai Ye with some doubts. It's okay, you just woke up from a nightmare. Keep sleeping, I'll be by your side. Bai Ye patted her shoulder and said softly. After coaxing her to sleep, Bai Ye took out the Zyagi horn. The illusion on Uchiha has been completely removed. Seeing that the Zyagi corner was not lit, Bai Ye was completely relieved. That's right, even the cooldown period of my Hoshin mirror can be restored, so it's no problem to dispel an illusion. With a long sigh of relief, he felt a little headache. The Uchiha Madara hidden in the dark, the weird evil cult, and the origin of blood that has appeared. There are just too many uncertainties. Bai Ye frowned. Compared to Uchiha Madara, the weird origin of blood frightened him more. I used the horn of Zyagi to ask about the body of the devil totem god. The origin of blood is obviously only a part of the evil god, or even a clone of it. The ninja world is more complicated than imagined. I thought that after reaching the super shadow level, and further possessing the strength beyond 6 paths, I would be able to roam the ninja world wantonly. Unexpectedly, Tang Ziguo and his party unintentionally provoked a more terrifying existence. He had reason to believe that even a 6 paths level powerhouse would not be the opponent of that demon totem. What's more, behind the totem, there is a so-called evil god hidden. Forget it, don't think so much. If you have the chance, kick Uchiha Madara to death first. I really want to see, 10 times Night Guy, can he stand up to it? Sunset Red is Bai Ye's reverse scale. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost slaughtered the entire Konoha just because of improper care. For Madara, Bai Ye has the mentality of killing. Now he has mastered the 8 inner gates, and with the Bone Clone, Kyoka Suigetsu, Yaimengwangliang, etc., he can open at least 10 dead gates. This level of combat power is already an extremely terrifying existence. Invincible under 6 paths. No words all night. The next morning, Bai Ye, who just opened his eyes, suddenly felt an inexplicable agitation in his blood. This feeling, as if trying to lead me somewhere. After the origin of blood in his body reached 2%, he became more sensitive to fresh blood. Suddenly, Bai Ye had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that Killer Bee found me by relying on this magical sensing ability? In an instant, countless thoughts crossed in his mind. A bold guess was quickly drawn. According to this guide, I can find another person who possesses the essence of blood. That feeling of being connected by blood is unmistakable, day and night, I'm sure. It didn't feel like this before, but after devouring Killer Bee, the blood essence in my body reaches 2%. Is that why you got new abilities? If I can swallow all the blood essence first. Bai Ye clenched his fist, looking a little excited. 0. That weird power is indeed terrifying, and even has the ability to control people's minds. But he owns the dark fruit, so he can swallow it forcefully, without worrying about the sequelae at all. Resisting the urge to leave the village immediately, Bai Ye first went to the ninja shop to buy a few kunai and then returned to Uchiha's side. Hong, take this kunai well. I have something to go out, but I will come back to see you often. Saying that, a special kunai marked with Flying Thunder God was stuffed into Hong's hand. Mr. Bai Ye, are you going to leave right after you come back? Hong looked at him reluctantly. Can you take me with you? The current me is also very strong. With a wave of his small fist, clusters of gold dust emerged from the ground. It was the magnet style that Bai Ye gave her. Haha, little girl. Bai Ye smiled and said, I know you are strong, but the place I'm going this time is very dangerous, very special. It's inconvenient to take your words with you. Stay at home and wait for me to come back. After speaking, Bai Ye disappeared in a flash. He has countless whole cards that can be resurrected, but Uchiha cannot. In case there is an unexpected situation that Bai Ye can't take care of, it will be too late to regret. After all, what he is about to face is the strange origin of blood. So relatively speaking, staying in Konoha is very safe. Now there are 3 Hokages in Konoha, which can be said to be the real number 1 ninja village. Even Uchiha Madara would not dare to wander here. Previously, the red was because the strength was too weak, and the regiment would be captured by White Zetsu. Now mastering magnet style is enough to protect yourself. What's more, in 5.6, Bai Ye believes that Uchiha Madara absolutely disdains to use the same method for the second time. In addition, with the Flying Thunder God, you can check the comfort of Uchiha anytime, anywhere, so that Bai Ye can leave with peace of mind. The blood fluctuations are becoming more and more obvious. Who could it be? Or, could it be that totem reappearing? Bai Ye, who was in a state of rapid running, ran for a day and a night in one breath. It's getting dark now. It's her. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye felt a little excited. I saw a figure facing away from him beside the waterfall not far away. A woman. Looking at the beautiful long straight black hair and the slim figure, Bai Ye thought to himself. Soon, that person seemed to sense Bai Ye's existence, and turned his head slightly. There is no expression on the beautiful face, just like an iceberg. Bai Ye's eyes widened suddenly, feeling a little unbelievable. Uchiha Makoto. 078 The Silent Sword, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. It was getting late, and the moon was hanging high. The moon in Ninja World is very round tonight. The brilliance like silver dew sprinkles on the earth, adding a quiet beauty. In the land of iron, in a certain forest, before the great waterfall. Makoto with a frosty face said slowly, Bai Ye. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, and a hint of disbelief. Huh, you recognize me? Bai Ye was taken aback. The sense of familiarity that is connected by blood will never deceive oneself. He was sure that Makoto must have the power of the origin of blood in his body. Won't people who are controlled by that ghost thing lose their minds? But her expression and demeanor don't look like she's being controlled at all. After thinking about it, Bai Ye asked directly, where did you get the origin of blood? The relationship between the two is quite special, they can be regarded as enemies, so there is no need for those false politeness. And, while speaking, wisps of black smoke slowly extended to the feet of Uchiha Makoto from far to near through the night. The source of blood, Makoto frowned. Is that what you call this power? Sure enough, you can also feel the blood in my body. Smiling, a hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared in Makoto's eyes. I was planning to find you in a while. Unexpectedly, when it was 20, you delivered it to your door first. A line of blood and tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes, and where the pupils focused, a black flame suddenly ignited on Bai Ye's heart. Amaterasu, I haven't seen you for a few days, but your personality has become more and more indifferent. Bai Ye smiled lightly. He completely ignored the Amaterasu fire on his body. This thing, to him, really can't burn people to death. Dark water, endless darkness instantly enveloped Bai Ye's entire body. In an instant, the black flame disappeared. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring ninjutsu, Amaterasu. Bai Ye suddenly felt that in his left eye, besides Kyoka Suigetsu, there was another ability. How is it possible? Makoto looked at Bai Ye in surprise. That is the fire of Amaterasu, which claims to be the strongest physical attack. Didn't it mean that it will never disappear before the target is burned out? Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye smiled and said, let you also taste my fire. The left eye stared suddenly, and unlike Uchiha Makoto, there was no blood or tears flowing from Bai Ye's eyes. Amaterasu. Boom. In an instant, the waterfall behind Shin was covered with black flames. The water vapor produced by the violent combustion enveloped the two of them like a thick fog. If you look at it from the sky, if you don't know it, you might think that someone has performed the mist shinobi technique here. As the body virtualized, Bai Ye clicked his tongue. Kamui, it's really a difficult ability. Raising his hands, Makoto was immediately imprisoned in a dark cage with a radius of 100 meters. Until now, day and night have not changed their minds. Uchiha Makoto's Kamui Mangekyo, he is bound to win. You can't hit me, but I can hit you. In this case, Bai Ye, what are you going to fight with me? Makoto laughed. It's just that there is a little madness in that smile. Blood, give me back the blood. At this time, Makoto's expression suddenly twisted, and a cloud of blood mist surged out of her body, forming a huge red palm. With a wave of the bloody hand, Bai Ye's darkness was instantly torn apart. Mixed with a strong bloody smell, it came to him. No, Makoto is also under control. Bai Ye was surprised. It's just that it's not completely controlled. Makoto himself still has some reservations about his sanity. Only at critical moments will it be completely controlled by the power of blood. The eyes suddenly opened wide, and a huge figure covering the sky and the sun rose from the ground. Between lightning and flint, the full body of Susanoo was open day and night. Boom. There was a violent impact sound, and the armor on Susanoo's body was shattered inch by a punch. At the same time, the bloody hand formed by the blood also collapsed immediately, floating in the air and wriggling slowly. As if wanting to get together again. That thing slowly began to produce wisdom. At this moment, Bai Ye's heart has already set off a storm. Think back to when you met Killer Bee. As one of the elites of Cloud Shinobi Village, brother of the quasi-4th Raikage, will Killer Bee know the famous Bai Ye? All the signs at that time showed that the origin of blood was simply controlling someone to come and kill Bai Ye, so as to recover that 1% of the original power. But this time it was very different. That thing preserved part of Makoto's sanity and made her look like a normal person. Could it be that after experiencing what happened to Killer Bee, the demon totem has learned to be smart? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye became more and more uneasy. Is power really the scariest thing? But only wisdom is the most frightening thing. Uchiha Madara is getting old now, but he is still able to turn Bai Ye around without losing a single soldier. This is enough to prove the importance of wisdom. And with wisdom and powerful power, how terrifying should the devil totem be? There are too few known clues to infer specific circumstances. Frowning, a cloud of darkness spread from Bai Ye's body again. In any case, we must first solve the problem in front of us. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if he could shatter his own Susan with one blow, and let the blood condense into shape? Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations that you have successfully devoured the original source. Ding, reminder, congratulations. As the darkness shrouded, system notification sounds came one after another. The power of chi and blood in the body is constantly getting stronger. Bai Ye could clearly feel that his overall strength and overall quality had increased by at least 2 times. Ding, reminder, the history of the origin of blood in the host body has been increased to 4%. The system sound sounded again, but Bai Ye's face became more and more gloomy. For the first time, Killer Bee attacked me, he has 1% of the original power in his body. This is the second time, fighting Uchiha Makoto, she has 2% of the original power. I found that 1% can't deal with me, so I sent 2% this time. Its intelligence is gradually increasing. If one bento is not enough, eat 2. This is the thinking of a child, but this is also a manifestation of the devil's totem becoming smarter. He guessed that there were only 2 reasons why he didn't use all his original strength to deal with himself at the beginning. First, the devil totem seems to have some kind of restriction. Second, that thing has no intelligence. Bai Ye directly ruled out the first possibility. Limited. At present, the devil totem has sacrificed at least 3% of the blood source. Isn't it good to deal with Bai Ye in one go? Since the choice of batching is enough to prove that it was originally without wisdom. Since it is coming to kill me, it means that it has a way to regain the original power from my body. Is it the 1% I took away in the first place to make it imperfect? Bai Ye was a little dazed in his thoughts. If he didn't think about these problems clearly, it would be even more troublesome in the future. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto's face was bloodless. Having lost a lot of blood, she was on the verge of collapse, and felt a burst of anxiety. Bai Ye's body also turned into overlapping shadows in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly found a black figure slowly approaching Bai Ye. The shadow's steps were very light, as if it had been trained hard all the year round. Wave your hand and draw your sword. A silvery white light flashed. The sword body was surrounded by a little bit of blood, which caused a slight shock, as if it had a certain resonance with the cut air. Under the rapid swing of the sword, there was not even a sound. 0.079 Evolution, Lugoyu Rinnegan. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Your footsteps are low though. However, the surging power of blood in the body cannot be hidden from me. With a flash of figure, Bai Ye dodged the stabbing sword in an instant. 3 boats. A look of surprise crossed his face. In his impression, although Mifune's swordsmanship was superb, it was not so terrifying. The reason why Bai Ye chose to dodge was because he realized that the sword was strong enough to cut through the darkness. Another ability of the origin of blood. Looking at the bursts of blood surrounding the long sword, Bai Ye had a feeling of clarity. Every person controlled by the origin of blood has different abilities. Then after I devour them, I should be able to. At this moment, a burst of red light flashed. The sword in Mifune's hand stabbed again. Try it. Bai Ye turned his body slightly to the left, and his right arm was cut off immediately. In an instant, thousands of blood clones came out of thin air, tightly wrapping the 3 boats in the middle. At the severed limb, a cloud of blood mist began to condense. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm grew. Sure enough, there was a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, which was exactly the ability of Killer Bee before, rebirth of severed limbs. In this way, I can also use Uchiha Makoto's ability to condense blood mist into bloody hands. How powerful is it to smash Susanoo into pieces with one punch? The horror of the origin of blood far exceeded Bai Ye's imagination. Because, that's only 2% power. What's more, after the bloody hand attacks, it can condense again. There is no need to use the price of 1 death to cast that kind of spell. At this moment, thousands of clones surrounded the past wave after wave. Even if San Chuan slashed wildly with his sword, he couldn't kill them all in a short time. Moreover, every clone that was killed would eventually turn into a beam of blood and return to Bai Ye's body. In other words, with the ability of Killer Bee, it is difficult to die in the true sense. It's a very practical ability, but the arrival of Sanchuan is really just a coincidence. Yu Yi frowned. Although this is the country of iron, the timing of the appearance of the 3 ships is too perfect. It happened to be at the critical moment when I was fighting with Makoto. Also, there is an uninhabited forest nearby. It will take a lot of time for Sanchuan to get here. In other words, he has already ambushed here in advance. I can feel them, and they can feel me. Then why did Makoto stand still in front of the waterfall instead of looking for me? Bai Ye thought it was a conspiracy. A not so sophisticated conspiracy. Controlling Makoto, keeping her where she is, drew me here. Then let 3 boats shoot, 2 hit 1. Sure enough, it's still the thinking of a child. If you can't fight 1-on-1, then 2 fight 1. Bai Ye took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, did I still underestimate the growth speed of that totem? Although the method is not very clever, it is at least strategic wisdom. Frowning, he once again felt a headache about the difficulty of the totem. Progressing at this learning speed, it won't be long before the real danger is coming. Feeling a little disturbed, I turned around and looked at Uchiha Makoto, and found another strange thing. The blood in the body is thin, but not fatal enough. Uchiha Makoto's pretty face was pale, but Bai Ye could feel that weak breath began to recover gradually. Has the remaining source of blood started to work? It can restore the life of a seriously injured dying person. Taking a deep look at Makoto, Bai Ye has a deeper understanding of the origin of blood. When he devoured Killer Bee before, he directly devoured all the blood in his body. But Makoto was different, she was only swallowed by the part of the blood that turned into the bloody hand. Bai Ye, even with that weird power, I'm still no match for you. Makoto smiled wryly, looking a little desperate. This enemy was so strong that she lost the confidence in revenge. Such a Bai Ye, when will he be able to win? Hey, why do you always fight and kill? Bai Ye said helplessly. I admit that I am also responsible for your tragic experience. But that was just a joke after all. Remember, it is your decision to exterminate the Uchiha. As for Fugaku, if he really loved you enough, he wouldn't have sent you to me for the so-called clan. Nobody is right or wrong, and you can't say that Fugaku doesn't love you. It can only be said that he loves his clan more than he loves you. Bai Ye said seriously. For Uchiha Makoto, he just wanted to get a pair of Mangekyo to evolve his own eyes. He never intended to kill her. Otherwise, Bai Ye wouldn't talk nonsense to her. Love your family more than me, Makoto laughed bitterly. She already knew this, but now that Bai Ye mentions it again, it will inevitably touch the pain in my heart that I don't want to face. I personally destroyed a whole family, so who can I blame? Perhaps, I really don't blame you. Uchiha Makoto murmured. His eyes gradually became confused, and his spirit began to be slightly in a trance. She is the one who decides to destroy the Uchiha clan with her own hands. Can you really blame Bai Ye for being abandoned by your sweetheart? Your lover doesn't love you enough, you blame me. None of this makes sense. But after all, he wanted to find an excuse for himself. If you don't blame Bai Ye for all these sins, she will collapse completely. Just like Makoto right now. Is there any meaning in my life? I am destined to be unable to kill you. To live alone in this world and suffer this pain forever. Germination, Zhao Haojiao has a will to die. Bai Ye smiled freely, like a light blooming in the dark. Life has no meaning. But you may encounter more interesting things when you are alive. Said, Bai Ye pointed to the plum blossom tree beside the waterfall. It's like you met that flower, like I met your Mangekyo song. As soon as the words fell, a thick darkness like ink instantly enveloped Makoto's body. Clouds of black smoke covered her face from all directions. However, at this time she did not make any resistance, let alone choose to use Kamui to escape, but frowned and muttered to herself. I met flowers, and you met me. In the black smoke, the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan gradually dissipated, and finally, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations on successfully devouring a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding, reminder, your super evolved version of Sharingan has been upgraded to the level, Lugou Rinnegan. 080 There is only so much I can do. Direct Lugou Rinnegan. Bai Ye swallowed. Even though he was already very powerful, he was still slightly shocked by the system. As expected of a super evolutionary version, it has never let me down. Ignoring Mifune who was slashing at the avatar with his sword, Bai Ye quickly closed his eyes and carefully felt Lugou Rinnegan's ability. Control time, and the ability to reverse time. After a long time, the scarlet Lugou Rinnegan slowly unfolded. Eyes full of excitement. The left eye can control the flow of time within a certain range, up to 10 times. The right eye can allow time and space within a certain range to flow back to the state 10 seconds ago. Both of these abilities satisfied Bai Ye very much. If the ability of the left eye is used on him alone, then his speed will immediately increase tenfold. 8 Inner Gates, Origin of Blood, Killing Sword. On these foundations, turn it tenfold. How powerful will Bai Ye's speed be? And the time reversal of the right eye, to some extent, he will have the ability to predict the future. Although the foreseeable future, there is only 10 seconds. But when masters confront each other, 10 seconds can already play a decisive role. Through these 10 seconds, he can know what moves his opponent will make. Know if your opponent will run away. 230. And if you really encounter an enemy that is difficult to defeat, it can also be used to analyze the enemy's capabilities to adjust the best strategic plan. With Kamui looted from Makoto, I am now infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Stretching his waist, Bai Ye felt very happy. After all, the taste of becoming stronger is very wonderful. See, the sound of the long sword passing through the throat kept ringing. Mifune seemed to be transformed into a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly harvesting the clone's head. But even if his swordsmanship was so fast, he couldn't kill thousands of people in a short time. I forgot about you. Bai Ye smiled, and the Scarlet Rinnegan looked straight at Mifune. A trace of astonishment suddenly flashed across his face, and the speed of the sword was getting slower and slower. Although it still maintains a relatively fast speed, compared with just now, it is far behind. Is this what it feels like to control time? 10 times the speed reduction, and instantly suppressed a swordsman who possessed the origin of blood and was comparable to a Cage-level powerhouse to Jonin's level. Not bad. Lifting his right hand slightly, a huge suction force was generated immediately. Sanfuan involuntarily approached Bai Ye quickly. Universal pull, the technique that ordinary Rinnegans can perform, Bai Ye's Lugou Rinnegan, can also be performed naturally. Sanfuan's neck was grabbed by a big hand, and immediately after that, a puff of black smoke enveloped his body. At this moment, a burst of scarlet blood radiated from Sanfuan's body. Like a raging fire, the black smoke couldn't get close to him at all. Moreover, even the skin on Bai Ye's palm was torn apart quickly, as if being cut open by a sharp knife. Is there another way to use the ability? Bai Ye frowned. He is very familiar with this kind of blood, and it was this kind of blood that was attached to the 3 captains' swords before. It has an extremely strong cutting ability, which can be used on the blade or on itself. Unfortunately, it seems that my god bone veins are a little harder. I saw that all the muscles on Bai Ye's right hand had been cut off, exposing golden bones. Clouds of black smoke hit the 3 boats again and began to devour them. Although the devouring speed is very slow, Bai Ye is never afraid of a war of attrition. He has millions of clones as his backing. What should I do if I run out of chakra? Wouldn't it be enough to blow up thousands of clones and give back to the main body? Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations. The system sound kept ringing, but Bai Ye ignored it. Because he knows that this process is relatively long. His eyes fell on Uchiha Makoto, and Bai Ye felt a little curious. Caught up girl, it's winter, don't you sit on the ground all the time to keep your butt from freezing? Uchiha Makoto didn't answer, just looking at the plum tree next to the waterfall in a daze. Could it be that losing Mangekyo hit her too hard? Bai Ye thought. He has never been very understanding of girls' minds. After thinking about it, it was Makoto who destroyed the Uchiha clan. But there is still a responsibility here. And he also took the most important Mangekyo from others. Now Makoto can be regarded as truly nothing. Bai Ye felt a little guilty for a while, so he said, isn't it just a pair of Mangekyo, I'll pay you the equivalent. All kinds of tailed beasts in the ninja world, blood successor limits, you can pick whatever you want. Although it is not as easy to use as Kamui, it is enough to let you walk sideways in the ninja world. Makoto still didn't speak, as if he was deaf. A gust of cold wind gently lifted Makoto's hair, revealing his beautiful face. At this moment, for some reason, Bai Ye felt a sense of sadness. Thank you. Makoto suddenly got up and said, looking directly at Bai Ye. Thank me. Bai Ye laughed and said, thank you for reminding you that sitting on the ground will freeze your butt. You don't seem like the kind of person who likes to make jokes. Makoto shook his head, but a blush flashed across his face. I don't know if it's because it's too cold, or because Bai Ye's words are too frivolous. I was wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. Makoto said flatly. I shouldn't have killed my people, I shouldn't have killed those innocent people, and I shouldn't have blamed all of this on you. You're right, life doesn't have any meaning. But if you live, you will encounter interesting things. It's a pity that the people I killed have no chance to find interesting things. And I have no reason to live. Perhaps my death cannot undo the crimes I committed. But, I can only do so much. Quote, a kunai has already pressed against her heart. The blood slowly slid down, wet the skirt of the clothes, and flowed on the ground. Makoto's body fell down. At this moment, a look of relief appeared on her face. Blood may not be able to wash away sins, but sorry, there is only so much I can do. Bai Ye shook his head and sighed. If he didn't have himself, Makoto would be very happy. In a few years, she will be with Fupin for real. In a few years, a filial son is born, and then, killed by his own son. Bai Ye clicked his tongue. This ending didn't seem to be so happy. Really, did you have my consent to commit suicide in front of me? Lugoyu Rinnegan opened his eyes suddenly. Time turns back. 081 True Rebirth asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes. Reverse time. Bai Ye snorted. The blood on the ground quickly crawled back onto Uchiha Makoto's clothes. The blood on the clothes also began to fade gradually, and finally disappeared. The corpse stood straight up, and a painless one slowly pulled out. All of this, like a reverse shot in a movie, looks very weird. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened, with an inconceivable expression. Aren't I already dead? Uchiha Makoto looked at the kunai in his hand in doubt. When she raised her head and saw Bai Ye's handsome face, she suddenly showed a wry smile. Why did you save me? Why save someone who shouldn't be alive? Time reversal allows time and space within a certain range to flow back to the state 10 seconds ago. But this does not include human memory. So Uchiha Makoto can clearly remember that he has died once. It's very simple, you died without my permission. Bai Ye said very haughty. It's not that he pretended to be on purpose, he just wanted to ease the heavy and depressing atmosphere. You were really strong. Makoto sighed. You are so strong that you can control a person's life and death. I used to naively want to kill you. Dinger. Kunai fell to the ground. Makoto knew that death was out of his control. All of this depends on the demons of the man in front of him. You're sorry Uchiha, Bai Ye said seriously. However, you have already died once, and you don't owe them anything anymore. Now, your life is mine. The left hand stretched out, and a huge suction force pulled Uchiha Makoto directly in front of him. Lifting her chin slightly with his index finger, Bai Ye smiled and said, don't you have no reason to live anymore? Now, let me give you a reason. I order you to live well. Bai Ye's voice was not loud, but it was full of irrefutable meaning. Makoto looked at him with surprise in his eyes. The distance between the two is so close that they can even feel each other's breath. It was also the first time she saw such a domineering side of Bai Ye. Okay, Makoto nodded. My life is yours, you have the final say. Well, that's about the same. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction. Then let go of her, concentrated on using Dark Fruit's ability, and devoured the 3 ships. Ding, reminder, the power of the blood essence in the host has increased to 5%. 5%. Bai Ye was stunned. Why is the origin of blood in Sanwan lower than Makoto's? The original power in Uchiha Makoto's body is 2%, but only 1% in Mitsuken. No, there must be tricks in it. Bai Ye frowned. 1% of the original power obviously can't kill me. It stands to reason that the devil totem should at least give Sanchuan 2%. Why is he treated differently than Makoto? What is the difference between the two? Bai Ye began to compare Mifune and Makoto. Gender is different, but this is not convincing. The ninja village they belong to is different. Different in strength. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Yes, it should be like this, strength. From the beginning to the end, those who are controlled by the origin of blood to kill me are not weak. Killer B, Makoto, Mifune. And among these 3, Makoto who has Mangekyo Sharingan is the strongest. Killer B and Sanship are relatively close in strength. Gradually, some rules gradually became clear in Bai Ye's mind. The devil totem has the ability to distinguish the strength of a person. And, the stronger the person, the more blood origin will be given. In his opinion, why are these well-known strong men who came to kill him? Why not even a small role? Although the evidence is not conclusive enough, there are indications that even if my guess is not entirely correct, it is more or less close to 10. Since it has the ability to distinguish the strength of others, why doesn't it directly send people of Raikage's level to deal with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsuchikage, these are extremely powerful existences, why didn't they choose? It may have some kind of defect, or there may be some kind of fear. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Everything that can be analyzed has been analyzed. Without further clues as a basis, thinking about it is just guesswork. In short, what should come will always come. I'm here waiting for you. Lugoyu Rinnegan exudes a strange red light, and then gradually fades away, returning to the state of normal eyes. When I turned around, I saw Uchiha Makoto was still looking at him. It was as if there was nothing else in her eyes except herself. By the way, I almost forgot about you. Bai Ye smiled and took out a kunai, and handed it over. It has my mark on it. Hold it, and I can appear in front of you anytime, anywhere. Go, I will not limit your freedom. After I find a suitable blood follower or tailed beast, I will personally send it to you. 0 for flowers. Remember my words and live well. After speaking, Bai Ye turned and left. He took a step, and Makoto followed. He stopped and Makoto stopped at the same time. Bai Ye felt a little funny. Didn't I say, let you go free, why are you still following me? Is it because you are afraid that someone will be in danger? Bai Ye pointed to the kunai in her hand. When you are in danger, enter a little chakra into it, and I will appear in front of you immediately. Shaking his head, Makoto smiled and said, I can't leave you. You gave me my life. The old me is dead. Now, I want to live again, really live once. Not for anyone, just for you. This is the only reason I live, please don't leave me, please. The beautiful face is full of innocence, smiling like a child. It seems that she is really, reborn, now. Ah, this. Bai Ye was taken aback when he heard the words, is this dependent? This is even more clingy than the little red pendant. A black line flashed across his face, and he was helpless. Originally planned to revive Makoto, and leave after completely dispelling her will to die. At most, I will find her a blood follower or a tailed beast as compensation in the future, and there will be no relationship between the two of them. But what he didn't expect was that Makoto would say such a thing. Looking at it like that, it seemed that if she didn't agree, she would commit suicide again in the next second. More importantly, such tenderness is like water, and his eyes are full of his own eyes, which is really irresistible day and night. He has only seen this kind of gaze on a woman, and that is Shihahong. Now, there is a second one. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Bai Ye closed his eyes and concentrated. First find a suitable blood follower or tail beast for you to use. Why? Otherwise, it will be dangerous for you to stay by my side. A huge wave of information began to come to Bai Ye. Normally, he would not take the initiative to receive the vision and memory from the avatar. After all, thousands, tens of thousands, are barely acceptable. But if millions of pieces of information are pressed at the same time, I am afraid that he will die of schizophrenia in an instant. The land of fire, the land of wind, the land of thunder. Bai Ye frowned suddenly. The ninjas from the land of earth are slaughtering my clone. Who gave them the guts? Grabbing Makoto, Bai Ye strode towards the northeast. Bai Ye, where are you taking me? Makoto asked softly. Go to the land of earth, find Shueji, and find Tailed Beast Mountain. 082 Soul Defense Artifact, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. BD, who is pretending to be me, a land ninja. Land of Earth, in Tsuchikage's office. Onoki roared a little violently. Go and catch those fake guys immediately. Short, with a rosy nose, this greasy-looking little old man got angry, but even the Anbu in front of him couldn't help trembling all over. Yes, a black shadow flashed, and the four of them immediately disappeared in place. Father, what should we do next? A man with a red scarf wrapped around his head asked in a deep voice. His brows were full of solemnity. Obviously, the fact that someone was pretending to be Tu Yin made him feel a great sense of crisis. Martial law now, ready for Bai Ye's revenge at any time. Quote, Onoki covered his forehead. The clone was killed in my land of earth, with his tyrant character, how could he tolerate it? According to legend, Danzo, the root leader of Konoha, was hacked to death with a sword just because he said something he didn't like to hear. 093. Such a person is really terrifying. Sighing, worry appeared in Onoki's cloudy old eyes. Father, you have the blood successor elimination that exceeds the limit of the blood successor, and Han's 5 tails, so I, Tu Yin, may not be really afraid of him. Huangtu said a little angrily. As Anamu's son, Huangtu had never seen his father so afraid of a person. Killing a few clones of you, you want to come to revenge. Such a person is simply too arrogant and domineering. I can't believe that such words would come out of your mouth. Onoki shook his head in disappointment. No matter how strong I am, I will still be alone. As for Bai Ye's avatars, there are roughly hundreds of thousands of them. And never disappears except to be killed. It's no different from normal people, with an army of hundreds of thousands, you don't understand the concept of when. I don't even know how to think about it. There was a touch of helplessness in the disappointed tone. Yes, there are too many clones. It is precisely because of this that their vision is blinded. It wasn't until today that I learned that someone pretended to be Tien and went to kill Bai Ye's avatar. Go down, the task of arming the village will be entrusted to you. By the way, call Han for me. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1. The system sounded, and Day and Night quickly took out a coin from his pocket. Although he has already played many cards, he still has a great sense of crisis. More and more people were controlled by the origin of blood, and the people who came to kill him were stronger than each other. He didn't know if he could handle the next person who came. Therefore, it is imminent to improve the strength as soon as possible. With a thought, the big turntable on the table began to spin rapidly. In the end, the pointer fixed on a small ring with a strange shape. Ding, congratulations on winning, the Panlong ring. Panlong ring. Bai Ye was shocked, followed by ecstasy. Could it really be that? Swallowing, I can't wait to check the system introduction. Panlong ring. Soul, spiritual, defense artifact. There are 3 drops of God's power inside, and you can get God's power in a short time after using it. Note, due to the high level of the item, the power of God cannot be taken out in the current state of the host. After reading the introduction, Bai Ye couldn't help but rub his tongue. But he wasn't disappointed because he couldn't take out the 3 drops of divine power for the time being. It's really it. The power of God, I can't even imagine it. However, possessing the ability of soul defense is already very heaven-defying. Putting the ring on his hand, a ray of clarity suddenly flashed in his mind. It was as if a person who had been sleepy for a long time suddenly had a good sleep. Moreover, he is sure that even if he takes back all the millions of clones now, it will not have much impact on his spirit. After all, this is an artifact of soul defense, a true artifact of God. The me now should be able to cast the ghoul seal without limit. Bai Ye's mouth curled into a smile. 11. Yes, indeed scary, but Bai Ye didn't think that the so-called Shinigami could compete with the Panlong ring. Mr. Bai Ye, did you think of something happy? Uchiha Makoto asked with a smile. Since her resurrection from the dead, her temperament has changed greatly. It was as if she had become that gentle woman again. Well, it's really something to be happy about. Bai Ye touched the little ring on his right ring finger. Very delicate jewelry, can you show me? Uchiha Makoto said with his big eyes blinking. Sure. Bai Ye put his hand in front of Makoto. This little snake is so alive, it seems to be real, but it looks a little strange. 0 inches. Can I wear it too? The beautiful face is full of anticipation. Makoto seems to really like this little ring. Just wear it. Bai Ye retracted his hand. If you like jewelry, I'll grab it for you some other day. I'll buy you some back. The importance of the Panlong ring to Bai Ye is self-evident. He has millions of avatars, and he had to release so many for Sha to find Yu Juhong. But when he came back to his senses, it was already too late. Millions of clones have accumulated countless information. If it is taken back easily, he will die immediately. Although it is said that he has the ability to resurrect, what if there are some accidents? For example, at this moment, I am fighting a strong man, and on the other side, my avatar is massacred by others. In this way, under the double oppression, how many lives does Bai Ye have enough to die? This is also the real reason why he decided to go to the land of Earth. He needs to show enough arrogance to conceal the fact that the death of his clone has a great impact on him. Therefore, he would not hand over an extremely important life-saving item like the Panlong ring to anyone. Including Sunset Red, are you still being controlled by the power of the origin of blood? Bai Ye said jokingly. Otherwise, why are you always thinking about my things? In my impression, you, who are so polite, would not make such an excessive request to wear other people's jewelry. Makoto covered his mouth and snickered. You're right, I'm still under control. Why? 5.4 Master Bai Ye wants to kill me to avoid future troubles. Bai Ye sized her up carefully, and then nodded. It's not ruled out. You still have the power of the origin of blood in your body. If you want to completely avoid future troubles, I should drain your blood. However, Bai Ye laughed and said to himself, however, even if you are still pretending now, it doesn't matter. If someone can be false for a lifetime, then the false will become true. While speaking, a small stone suddenly hit Ri in the face. Looking up, I saw tiny rocks flying in the air like rain. The unique feature of the land of Earth, rock rain. Pointing forward, Bai Ye smiled and said, the kingdom of Earth has arrived. Have you considered whether you want the tailed beast or the blood successor limit? 083 Reappearance of the blood pool. Ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. How about the news about that power? In a dark environment somewhere, an old voice sounded. It's not a good thing to be entangled with that ghost thing. However, what is certain is that after possessing that kind of power, the vitality of the human body can be restored. Even to a certain extent, it plays the role of rejuvenation. Rejuvenate. A look of hope flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. What are the prerequisites for obtaining it? I don't know. Ju smiled and said. However, people with this kind of power have one thing in common. That means it's strong enough. Is it strong enough? Uchiha Madara squinted her eyes, as if making a big decision. After a long time, Madara said, go, Nagato will call. Bai Ye, I hope we can resolve this matter peacefully. The land of Earth, in front of the hidden Earth village. Onoki was looking solemnly at the boy in front of him. There was a hint of apprehension in his eyes, as if all the elites around him could not give him a sense of security. Peaceful solution. Bai Ye sneered. Chuyin is the first one who dares to kill my avatar. Do you think this can be resolved peacefully? Lifting his chin, Bai Ye showed full dominance. What happened to the avatar? My avatar is not something you people can move casually. Even though he already has the Panlong ring, Bai Ye is not afraid of his avatars being killed in large numbers. But those are precious resources, and every loss of one would be a loss to him. If you don't deter Chuyin today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Bai Ye, there is one more thing I want to clarify with you. Onoki frowned and said, your clone was killed by me, Wang Yin. Someone is pretending to be Chuyin, trying to stir up conflicts. Looking at the Zyuji horn in his hand, Bai Ye frowned and said, well, you really didn't lie. If that's the case, I won't embarrass you. When did this notorious tyrant become so talkative? A trace of doubt flashed in Onoki's eyes. Before he had time to be happy, he only heard Bai Ye change the subject. However, you can't let me come all the way for nothing, can you? He smiled unkindly, and pointed at a ninja wearing a red hat. If I remember correctly, this is Five Tails Jinchuriki. What Senju Hashirama gave you back then, it's not too much for me to take back now. After all, I am also a member of Konaha. Want Five Tails back? Onoki gritted his teeth, his short figure lifted off the ground and slowly floated in the air. There is endless killing intent in a pair of old eyes. I consider myself to be the hidden side of the earth, and I am already being polite to you. Bai Ye, Don't go too far, do you really think I'm someone like Raikage? As the owner of the blood successor elimination, Yin Yemu has never met a real opponent in his life. Even in the face of Bai Ye, he has the determination to win. The only thing that makes him afraid is that the army of hundreds of thousands of clones will affect the innocent. However, as the shadow of a village, he has his own pride. When is it the turn of a 6-year-old to threaten himself? Bai Ye, Konoha's traitorous ninja, what qualifications do you have to ask for 5 tails back for Senju Hashirama? What qualifications does a person who betrayed his own village have? Shut up. Anamu gave Luong Tu a hard look. You don't have the right to talk. This time, he was really angry with his stupid son. Although there is a war, Onoki is not afraid. But what he was afraid of was that if he completely angered Bai Ye, he would hurt Wumao. The army of hundreds of thousands of physical clones is no joke. So even though he was about to turn his back on him, Onoki didn't say anything too harsh. Haha, betrayal. Bai Ye sneered, which eye of yours saw me betray Konoha? Where did you get the news that I betrayed Konoha? Everyone in Taiyan village was dumbfounded. Indeed, Bai Ye made a big fuss in Konoha once. But even so, Konoha never issued a warrant for hunting him down. Not to mention his rebellion. In name, he is Konoha's special Jonin right now. Wanted Bai Ye, isn't that crazy? Even something about Bai Ye was suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The outside world only knows that Bai Ye left Konoha after making a fuss. But few people know how many means he has. Including the battle with first generation second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a death order and sealed it tightly. Therefore, other people's memories of Bai Ye are still at the stage when he killed Raikage and Hanzo of the Salamander. Forget it, it's meaningless to say so much. Bai Ye said, it's because my avatar is not for you to kill. I won't do anything too extreme. Give 5 tails to me. As for Han, I can guarantee that he will not die after the tail beast is drawn away. Think about it, Onoki, don't do something that you will regret later. Bai Ye's expression was very indifferent, but his attitude was already very clear. I just want the tail beast, and it won't hurt the innocent. I need to think about it, Onoki said solemnly, didn't reply right away, because he knew that what Bai Ye meant on the surface was to hand over the 5 tails and not hurt Wumao. Doesn't it mean that the meaning behind this sentence is, if you don't pay 5 tails, you will hurt innocent people? However, as the tailed beast is a deterrent weapon of war for a country, how can Onoki hand it over willingly? For a time, fell into a dilemma. Think slowly, don't rush. I'll give you 10 minutes. Bai Ye said flatly. With a thought, all the tens of thousands of clones scattered in the Kingdom of Wind were dispatched to find Shio's whereabouts. It has been reincarnated, it is a good ninjutsu. Maybe it will be used a lot in the future. After drawing the tailed beast, Jinchuriki will die naturally. So Bai Ye intends to use Kyoka Suigetsu's avatar to perform the already reincarnated technique. Which faction is the person who really killed my clone? Slowly closing his eyes, the amount of information in the millions of clones instantly flooded his mind. Land of Thunder, Raikage office. Master Raikage, Bai Ye's avatars have begun to gather and are heading towards me, Cloud Shinobi. I see. Third Raikage waved his hand, his eyes full of seriousness. It seems that the matter of the land of Earth has been exposed, and Bai Ye has come to take revenge. Taking a deep breath, Raikage walked out of the office and came to a secret room. Hundreds of thousands of troops. It seems that this calendar has to be used. Through Raikage's eyes full of worry, I saw a pool of blood exuding a terrifying aura on the ground ahead. 084 the clone that suddenly disappeared. Your Excellency Bai Ye, I have made up my mind. Think it over. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. Say your decision. Onoki nodded and said sincerely, you should know the value of tailed beasts to a country. If I give you the 5 tails, then I can't answer to the villagers and the daimyo of the land of Earth. At this moment, there is only one battle. Sighing, Onoki continued. In this battle, if I die, I hope you can read it for the sake of us not offending you, and let Taiyan village go. If I win by chance, I won't embarrass your little girlfriend. Saying that, Onoki glanced at Uchiha Makoto. No problem, Bai Ye said happily. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face with your hand. Tsuchikage's attitude is so sincere, he can't go too far. After all, this has nothing to do with Taiyan village. No one is right or wrong, this is a world of the jungle. Tailed beasts are ultra-rare resources, Bai Ye has this strength, so it is understandable to want to snatch them. It's like Senju Hashirama's ability to dispel public opinion and distribute tailed beasts to various countries. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. But if Onoki is as stupid as Udatane Kaharu, Bai Ye doesn't mind killing him instantly. Go ahead, lest others say that I bully the old man. After placing Makoto in the distance, Bai Ye stood in front of Onoki again. At the same time, the elites of Taiyan village began to retreat one after another, giving way to a wide field. This kind of battle between cage-level powerhouses, or even super cage-level powerhouses, is simply not something they can intervene in. What's more, Tsuchikage meant to fight alone. Be careful, Onoki floated in the air, his hands began to form seals quickly, and a rising fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. During the negotiation just now, he was humble and polite, speaking kindly. But this does not mean that if he fights alone, he will be afraid of Bai Ye. For the sake of the country, I can swallow my anger. But when fighting, he really showed his demeanor as the shadow of a village. Earth style, just Lee style technique. After the seal was completed, with a low drink, a huge khaki rock giant rose up from the ground. The whole body is made of hard rock, and there are about 100 of them. Go. Onoki pointed forward, and the rock giant immediately swung his fist and attacked Bai Ye. Warrior in offense and defense. In the original book, this technique used to cooperate with Gaara's Jialuluo shield to block Madara's 8-foot Chonguyu together. Bai Ye looked at the giant with great interest. I just don't know how hard yours is compared to my complete Susanoo. Clouds of blood began to quickly gather in the body, and with a thought, a large stream of freshness flew from Bai's heart. The strong smell of blood made all the elites in Taian village feel a little uncomfortable. Because they smell a little death from here. What kind of spell is this? Onoki, who controlled the rock giant, was startled. Is it a magic spell cast at the cost of sacrificing blood? Sure enough, a terrible guy. I saw that the ball of blood spurting from Bai Ye's heart instantly condensed together and turned into a giant army. The 5 fingers contracted, turned into blood fists, and hit the rock giant. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The rock giant fell apart in an instant, turning into a pool of gravel and falling to the ground. But Bai Ye's blood fist was not affected in any way. Sure enough, with this level of defense, the bloody hand cannot be broken. It's much worse than my perfect body. Smiling, the blood fist flew upside down and returned to Bai Ye's body. Without any loss at all, the ability derived from the origin of blood is truly terrifying. After sighing, Bai Ye said to Onoki, the first trick, for your good attitude, let you go. Watching Bai Ye retract the bloody fist, Onoki couldn't help secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Can't even the gangly technique block his blow. If this hits me, taking a deep breath, Onoki re-examined Bai Ye's eyes. He did underestimate Bai Ye before, not because he thought Bai Ye was not strong enough. Rather, he was overconfident in his abilities. But now that he had just made the last move, he knew how terrifying Bai Ye was. He crushed his rock giant lightly, as if crushing an ant, effortlessly. Next, be careful. Onoki clasped his hands together, and then slowly opened them, only to see a cube transparent enchantment appear. Dust escape, stripping the original world technique. With a loud shout, the cube barrier instantly imprisoned Bai Ye. Seeing that Bai Ye had been tricked, Onoki had a relieved smile on his face. This is a technique that can separate people into atomic states. Great. Huang Tu clenched his fists excitedly. He couldn't understand how terrifying his father's move was. In his opinion, Bai Ye has absolutely no chance of surviving this move. A look of pride was also revealed on the faces of the group of Earth Hermit elites. This is our shadow. This is the patron saint of Taian village. The short figure of Onogi became taller in their hearts at this moment, like a stalwart. You didn't hold back your hand, did you use the strongest blow when you came up? Bai Ye stood there without moving. At the moment he is hesitating. Is it better to use the sealing technique to absorb the seal, or to go back in time and hide? Is it good to use Kamui Hollow, or? If Onoki knew what he was thinking at the moment, he would be so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The terrifying ninjutsu that others can't avoid, but Bai Ye has several ways to deal with it. Forget it, it's more convenient to use Kamui. His eyes widened suddenly, and the scarlet Lugoyu Rinnegan appeared in his eye sockets. At this time, Anoshu also found that something was wrong, why his body was not separated into an atomic state. I saw that an explosion had already begun to be generated in the cube enchantment. But Bai Ye stood there motionless, looking left and right, as if admiring the beauty of this technique. Hello Wong. At this moment, all the ninjas present were shocked. Bai Ye's strength subverted their imagination. The kind of battle like strolling in the courtyard is like playing house. No matter how powerful ninjutsu Tsuchikage casts, he can easily break it. In the distance, Uchiha Makoto's eyes also showed a strange color. Kamui, it's really easy to use. Bai Ye smiled a little. Little old man, do you still want to fight? If you don't call, I will accept 5 taels. However, at this moment, the smiles of day and night suddenly came to an end. One picture after another came back to his mind. The chakra in the body is also getting bigger and bigger. Who is destroying my clone so quickly? Bai Ye was startled, because according to his memory, he didn't see who killed these clones at all. In all the memories, there are only one after another of strange lights. 085 further analysis must see. I lost, Onoki said convincingly. Bai Ye forcibly resisted his strongest Shendun, and he was still unscathed. Obviously he had saved himself some favors. Otherwise, he had reason to believe that Bai Ye could easily take his life. Is there a real existence beyond cage level? Onoki murmured. He is already regarded as an extremely powerful existence among the 5 shadows, but he is still not Bai Ye's opponent. Only at this moment did he really understand why there was nothing he could do to him. Why was he allowed to kill Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu et al. Without being held accountable? The reason is the awe of absolute power. Yeah, Bai Ye nodded, but his mind was not on this side. In the short time just now, at least thousands of clones were wiped out one after another. And the causes of death are very strange. What is that strange red light? There shouldn't be such a strong person in the ninja world, who can kill thousands of people quietly, even I can't do it. What's more, all clones have a shared vision. Could it be that the devil totem attacked the clone? Once this thought arises, I can no longer restrain it. Thousands of clones that were wiped out are located in the Land of Thunder. However, they are scattered in every corner of the Land of Thunder. Being able to kill in multiple places within an extreme time shows that the killer should have at least 383 times space teleportation abilities. But in the current ninja world, only Senju Tobarama is known to have such abilities. Even with a Namikaze Minato, it's impossible to kill them without my knowledge. The ability to teleport. Suddenly, Bai Ye recalled what happened in Tang country. That weird blood pool has the ability to teleport. After Susan broke through the cave, it disappeared. I used Heichi Cape to confirm the names of many places. Does it also have some kind of ability to travel between different spaces in reality? The frown got deeper and deeper, and Bai Ye also felt the seriousness of the matter. The blood pool began to appear on its own initiative and kill people. What does this represent? This means that he may be instantly killed by the blood pool that appears at any time. That kind of weird red light, the saint only had a moment. Even if Bai Ye has the ability to reverse the flow of time, how many times is it enough to kill the blood pool? Once it is targeted by it, it is really a deadly situation. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye forced himself to calm down, and began to carefully analyze its laws, hoping to find some ways to crack it. Killer Bee, Makoto and others, they only had a little blood essence on their bodies before, and they could perceive my existence. Then, it must be easy for Shichi to find me. Why did it kill the clone instead of directly looking for my main body? Isn't it more convenient to kill me directly and get back the original power? Bai Ye felt that he had grasped some key points. Although the blood avatar is condensed by using the power of the source, there is not a single bit of the source of blood on it. At most, there is just a little bit of breath. Is killing those clones more important to it than killing me? Or, that eerie red light is not a demon totem at all, but another existence that I don't know. Bai Ye knew that the analysis could basically end here. Without further clues as a basis, continuing to speculate will only interfere with one's own thinking. The location took place in the Land of Thunder. It seems that we have to go to the Land of Thunder for a while. Bai Ye has made up his mind to go to the Land of Thunder. Because he knows that escaping has no effect. Blindly escaping will only make your chances of coming back smaller. Only by taking the initiative to face it can we grasp more laws and finally be able to contend with the unknown terror. Your Excellency Bai Ye, Onoki frowned and said, "Can you hear me?" The handsome man in front of him suddenly became dull, which made him a little confused. "Ah, yes," Bai Ye nodded. "I just thought of something important. What do you want me to do?" "What's the matter?" A black line could not help but flash across Onoki's face. "You rushed to the land, and opened your mouth to ask for 5 tails. Now that you have won, have you forgotten about the tailed beast?" Onoki had the illusion that 5 tails was just a dispensable toy for Bai Ye. It's not worth his attention at all. You win, the tailed beast will take it away. With a sigh, then he said to Han, who was wearing a red hat, "Sorry, I couldn't keep you." As Tsuchikage, he blamed himself for not being able to protect his subordinates. But Bai Ye's strength is obvious to all. There is no other way but to compromise. "I understand, Tien Yingren." Han's face was blocked, but his eyes were full of determination. He felt it was worth sacrificing himself for the peace of the entire Tien village. "After I die, you little fellows have to cultivate hard, but don't be lazy," Han said to the children behind him. Obviously, those are his disciples. "Teacher, you will always be the hero of the village. I am proud to have a teacher like you." Although the age of several disciples is not very old, they have a very high awareness. There is no picture of the imaginary scene of life and death. Instead, he was proud of Han's sacrifice. "When did I say I let you die?" Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. "It was agreed before the fight. For the sake of you Tien being so knowledgeable, I will save your life." "Save my life," Han said with a wry smile. "Although my skills are low, it is still clear that the tailed beast will die and the Jinchuriki must die." He thought Bai Ye was lying to him. After all, this kind of thing sounds really ridiculous. "Hee, you'll find out later." Bai Ye smiled lightly, slowly closing his eyes. The images of those looking for Chiyo in the Land of Wind came to mind. Chiyo is very sensible. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. When the avatar finds Chiyo, it is easy to get the already reincarnated technique. After all, Bai Ye is the nightmare of the entire Sand Shinobi. Once almost slaughtered all their ninjas. After one avatar learns how to perform ninjutsu, all the millions of avatars in the entire ninja world also know about it. In an instant, Bai Ye completely mastered this technique. "Makoto, come here." Bai Ye waved to Uchiha Makoto in the distance. "Yes, Mr. Bai Ye." Makoto nodded obediently, and walked quickly to him. Bai Ye spread his hands, and the endless darkness suddenly vented from him. Cover both Makoto and 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Kyoka Suigetsu. 086 countering the power of Shinigami. Ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. In the endless dark cage, a pure white monster was slowly sucked out of Han's body as if being pulled by some kind of force. First, a white dolphin head was exposed, but there were 2 horns on that head, which looked a bit nondescript. Immediately afterwards, the torso and front hooves gradually appeared. "Ah!" Han let out screams. The tailed beast was forcibly sucked out of its body, and the pain was unbearable even for a ninja. Bai Ye frowned and looked up at him. I saw Han's expression froze suddenly, and his mouth was closed. The whole person looked very sluggish, as if he could no longer feel the pain in his body. "That's it." Onoki was surprised when he saw this. Bai Ye's scarlet Lugoyu Rinnegan reflected, in his pupils. As that Uchiha's Sharingan, like, but not like. Onoki shook his head. Bai Ye's whole cards are too many and too strong. So strong that he couldn't even imagine it. But he also understood that the reason why Han stopped screaming must be because Bai Ye had cast some kind of extremely powerful illusion to help Han escape the pain temporarily. A tyrant, Onogi whispered to himself, it seems that it is not as bad as the outside world says. A small act of kindness changed Bai Ye's image in Onoki's heart. Who are you? Soon, Five Tails was completely sucked out of Han's body by Bai Ye. A white monster with a horse body and a dolphin head appeared in the darkness, uttering words. I am your master. Bai Ye smiled faintly. Immediately with a wave of his hand, the endless darkness dissipated. Han's corpse and Five Tails appeared in everyone's sight at the same time. Those eyes. Five Tails trembled suddenly. You are really wrong. Five Tails discovered that Bai Ye's eyes were not the familiar Jugoyu, but Lugoyu. And the color is also different. Other than that, Bai Ye doesn't have the aura of Sage of Six Paths at all. Kokuo, she will become the new Jinchuriki. Bai Ye pointed at Makoto beside him. Give you two choices. 1. Help her honestly, don't make trouble. 2. I'll beat you up, and then you will help her honestly. Kokuo. Five Tails was startled. How does this human know my name? Besides, those eyes. Five Tails was deeply disturbed by those 6 goat Rinnegan's. It fully believed that the man in front of him had the strength to beat him violently. I choose 1. Five Tails said hastily. Bai Ye said with satisfaction, you are very good. It's just that it's too big and needs to be dealt with. Turning to look at Makoto, Bai Ye smiled and said, are you ready? Yeah, Makoto nodded, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. With Five Tails, I can help Mr. Bai Ye a little in the future. Take off the Panlong ring from your hand and put it on Kyoka Suigetsu's avatar. Both hands formed a seal quickly, and in an instant, a white Shinigami invisible to the naked eye appeared behind Bai Ye. Although the power of the Panlong ring is beyond doubt, it is the main artifact of soul defense. But being cautious, he still chose to let the avatar go to the test area first. In this case, even if Panlong ring can't stop Shinigami, it won't have much influence on him. A pale giant hand reached Five Tails through the clone's heart. In the dark, Five Tails felt an extremely terrifying aura, but he didn't dare to dodge anything. After all, the man who owns Lugoyu Rinnegan wants to restrain himself, it's just a matter of his eyes, what's the use of hiding? Soon, the soul of Five Tails was completely drawn out by Shinigami. The 5 tails that had been sealed away by the ghoul suddenly became smaller, and seemed only as big as a fist. Well, enough to be completely sealed in Makoto's body. 4 elephant seals. Before Shinigami could wave the short sword in his hand, Bai Ye took the lead in sealing 5 tails in Makoto's body. As he owns the Konoha Shinobi Art Encyclopedia, he naturally also learned this trick. After all, with more than 1,000,000 clones, it takes only a second to learn ninjutsu. About there. After doing all this, the clone stood still, waiting for the Shinigami to devour it. Is there any sign of the soul being drawn out? The avatar just felt as if something was about to be pulled out of the body. But at this moment, the Panlong ring in his hand suddenly flashed a blue light, and the inexplicable restlessness disappeared immediately. Afterwards, there was no longer any discomfort. Bai Ye nodded secretly. Sure enough, Shinigami is far from the opponent of this Panlong ring. When encountering difficult enemies in the future, sealing off the ghouls is also a surefire method. Ask for flowers. 0. After today's test, it can be proved that Bai Ye, who has the Panlong ring, can use the ghoul seal wantonly. Put the ring back on the main body, and the clone came to the side of the original 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han. At this moment, Onoki and all the Taiyan ninjas looked at him in surprise. His face was full of disbelief. 5 tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts, willingly surrendered just because of Bai Ye's words. Perhaps, he really has the ability to bring Han back to life. Onoki gave Bai Ye a deep look. Pairs of eyes stared straight at Bai Ye's clone. They were all curious about how Bai Ye would revive Han. In this world, is there really a technique to bring people back from the dead? At this time, Bai Ye's avatar had come to Han's body and squatted down, stretched out his hands, and a blue light suddenly emerged. He didn't make any seals, just gently put his hand on his heart. Through a special method, using all of its own chakra as a medium, the vitality was unreservedly distributed to Han. Is it really possible? It's a bit like healing jutsu. Is this going to bring the dead back to life? For a while, everyone guessed, but they didn't dare to make a sound. After a while, Bai Ye's clone fell to the ground and died. And Han sat up slowly, his eyes full of disbelief. It's really resurrected, Onogi said excitedly. It's really great. A group of Taiyan ninjas also surrounded the past, and at the same time lamented Bai Ye's next day. Resurrecting from the dead, such an impossible thing, actually made him do it. Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy. Bai Ye said lightly, making a small joke. Ignoring everyone's shock, Bai Ye came directly to Makoto's side. How do you feel? The feeling is magical. I can take 5 tails chakra anywhere, anytime, and use its power zone. It fits well. Thank you, Mr. Bai Ye. Makoto smiled sweetly, as happy as a little girl. Hee, as long as you like it. However, we have to hurry to the Land of Thunder. I have something very important to do. Bai Ye frowned, because he could feel that the speed at which his avatar disappeared was getting faster and faster. Even, it's a bit weird to be fast. 087 The immortal person asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes. Fire Nation, Konoha, in the Hokage office. The smoke permeated the entire room, and the faces of the 3 were a little dignified. Only 3 people participated in this high-level meeting. First generation, second generation, third generation. Shodai, I think your custom-made plan is a bit too hasty. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, you and Nadaime should be the most aware of Bai Ye's strength. Even if you add the other 4 great ninja villages, it's impossible to be his opponent. Besides, he has now learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which allows him to advance, attack, retreat, or defend. Senju Tobarama nodded. I agree with Sarutobi Jr. There is no need for Konoha to have conflicts with him, and Bai Ye is not the kind of heinous person. Besides, Yuhi Makoto's family is still in Konoha. For this sake, he won't make things difficult for us. Senju, 530, Hashirama customized the new plan, which made both 2nd generation and 3rd generation unacceptable, even absurd. Regarding the treatment of Bai Ye, the 3 have always had disputes. I don't think there is any problem. Senju Hashirama said coldly, Bai Ye is too dangerous. In the state of berserk, you can easily slaughter a big country. I will never allow such a dangerous person to continue to exist. After a pause, Senju Hashirama continued, now we are united with the other 4 major ninja villages, and there is still a certain chance to eliminate him. If you continue to delay, the ninja world will be destroyed by Bai Ye sooner or later. The tone was cold, and there was no doubt about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little puzzled. Okay, Konoha let me take control. It's only been a few days, is Master Yujian going to take a look at the power of heaven? Brother, okay, don't say any more. Senju Hashirama waved his hand and interrupted 2nd generation, it's settled like this. I will deal with the matter of Leon 4 great ninja villages. I believe you two don't want Bai Ye to continue to live in this world. What else did 2nd generation and 3rd generation want to say? It can be seen that Senju Hashirama has such a domineering attitude, so he can only nod his head indifferently. The most important thing is that among the people present, they really hope that Bai Ye can die. Well, as long as there are no other comments. Senju Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. In the empty eye sockets, a trace of red light that no one noticed flashed away. Makoto, there's something I haven't had time to ask you. On a street in the Land of Thunder, Bai Ye asked, how did you obtain that original power of blood? The only thing weighing on Bai Ye's heart now is that weird demon totem. More than half of his more than 100,000 clones disappeared in just 2 days. I can't remember clearly. Makoto frowned and said, I have other memories very clearly. Only that memory, I really can't remember it. Seeing that the Zyuji horn in his hand did not respond, Bai Ye knew that Makoto was not lying. Will it erase people's memory to a certain extent? Frowning, Bai Ye felt that the thing was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. All the clues are just exposed, and when Bai Ye wants to follow the clues, it will always be interrupted inexplicably. At this moment, the sound of quarreling came. Not far away, 2 men were already fighting. Swords flickered, and the fight was inextricably linked for a while. He doesn't wear a forehead protector, so he should be a wandering warrior. After one glance, Bai Ye looked away. He has no interest in this kind of fighting like playing house. Did we die together? Uchiha Makoto wondered. I inserted swords into each other's hearts, why are we still alive? Not dead. Hearing this, Bai Ye quickly looked over. I saw the 2 wandering ninjas thrust their swords into each other's hearts. He was still swearing in his mouth, and looked full of energy. It doesn't look like a seriously injured and dying person at all. Soon, the 2 drew out their weapons and slashed at each other's body again. He hacked more than a dozen times in a row, but still no one died. As this, a mortal body. Bai Ye was startled. With an injury of this degree, even a cage-level expert cannot survive. It's weird. Frowning, Bai Ye spread his hands, and a darkness-like substance swept over him. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on successfully devouring the source of blood a little. With the sound of 2 voices. 0. The 2 wandering warriors fell to the ground and died. Sure enough, there is a trace of the origin of blood on them. Bai Ye wondered, but why didn't I feel it just now? Besides, why would such an ordinary person be empowered to deal with me? Bai Ye felt a little unlikely. Even cage-level powerhouses can't help themselves after possessing the source of blood, so what's the use of these little fish? Could it be that its wisdom has broken through again, and has it figured out another way to deal with me? After thinking about it, Bai Ye opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, and quickly ran across the entire Land of Thunder. The number of clones is limited, and they are still disappearing in large numbers. And he had a premonition that the existence of his avatar might play a certain role to the demon totem. But even so, Bai Ye didn't take the avatar back to the main body. Because in that case, this clue will also disappear completely. After about half a day, Bai Ye returned to Makoto with a serious face. Mr. Bai Ye, do you have any new discoveries? Makoto asked. Yes, and it's a major discovery. Bai Ye said in a condensed voice. In the entire Land of Thunder, there are more than 500 such small miscellaneous fish with immortal bodies. And they're all doing the same thing, which is attacking each other. I have a hunch that kind of inexplicable weirdness will soon surface. It is rare for Makoto to make Bai Ye so afraid of 5.2. He couldn't help asking softly, then did you kill them? Bai Ye shook his head, not killed. If all these miscellaneous fish are killed, the clues will be interrupted again. So I decided to keep them and see what their purpose is. As soon as the voice fell, blood avatars began to gather beside Bai Ye from all directions in the Kingdom of Thunder. Soon, thousands of clones gathered around Bai Ye, crowding the entire street. Mr. Bai Ye, what is this? Makoto asked puzzled. She didn't understand. What's the use of Bai Ye calling these clones with low combat power over? Bai Ye smiled lightly and said, you will know soon. At this moment, a red light flashed in the flat ground, and hundreds of clones were wiped out in an instant. Look, here it comes. 088 can't be attacked, please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. The red light kept flashing, and one clone after another was quickly wiped out. As if the ice and snow were melted by raging fire, it disappeared quickly. At this moment, Bai Ye has activated Lugoyu Rinnegan, and is ready to cast time reversal at any time. The bewitching red light so close at hand made him feel a strong sense of uneasiness. It's not wrong, it's exactly the same as the light in Tang country. Possesses the ability to kill instantly. Kyoko Suigetsu. With a thought, a clone appeared 10 miles away. In the next second, Bai Ye pulled Uchiha Makoto and switched positions. His purpose is to observe this red light at a close distance, so as to find flaws in it. However, for the sake of caution, I still choose to use the avatar to observe the exposure. Makoto, go back to Konoha and hide. This kind of thing is too scary, and it only takes a moment to kill someone. Bai Ye said in a deep voice. Then a golden light flashed, and the main body and Makoto disappeared into the distance at the same time. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Ye brought her back to Konoha and placed her among his retainers. Mr. Bai Ye, just as Bai Ye was about to leave, Makoto said softly, you must be careful. Smiling, Bai Ye didn't speak, his figure flashed 20, and he returned to the Land of Thunder. On the street, red lights danced wildly. I don't know where this light came from, as if it had no origin and no source. A large number of blood clones fell, but Bai Ye's Kyoko Suigetsu avatar is still safe and sound. Soon, all blood clones were wiped out, and that red light never appeared again. As expected, it only kills the avatar and does not kill me. It must have some kind of fear or restriction. It didn't even kill my Kyoko Suigetsu. It's not that it doesn't have this ability, why exactly? Frowning, Bai Ye began to seriously analyze its rules. From the first meeting to the appearance of Killer Bee, Makoto, Mifune. A more reasonable guess emerged in his mind. Could it be, is it still a child's thinking? In Tang country, 8 times in a row, the red light didn't kill me. I can't kill it 8 times, will it think that I am an existence that cannot be killed? If you can't kill me yourself, then find someone else to kill you. Thinking like this is very in line with the thinking of children. It looks ridiculous, but the possibility must not be ruled out. There is no denying that, in a way, its intelligence has increased, but in a way, it is still a child. Are you in the stage of opening your mind? Countless mysteries were mixed together, and Bai Ye's heart gradually became enlightened. It has the ability to judge the strength of a person. It's not hard to know from Mifune, Makoto, Killer Bee. But these people still can't kill me, so it may think that relying on the strong alone can't kill me. So I set my sights on some ordinary people and gave them the characteristics of immortality. I want to see if there is another kind of person, that is, among the weak, who can kill me. Nodding secretly, Bai Ye felt that there should be no problem with his guess this time. Although this kind of thinking sounds ridiculous, for a being who has just opened up his mind, he will try any possibility. Is it similar to the way of raising GU? Since the so-called strong can't kill me, it will cultivate one by itself. However, if you pick and choose among ordinary people, aren't you still a weak chicken? Bai Ye didn't think that the demon totem would be useless. There must be something else in this that I didn't think of. Keep reading, the truth will come to light one day. Smiling, Bai Ye immediately felt a lot more relaxed. After all, what is certain is that the strange red light will not take the initiative to kill him. Otherwise, Kyoko Suigetsu's avatar and even his own body would have died long ago. With the ability to teleport, the distance of 10 miles can be reached in an instant. By the way, teleport. With a flash of golden light, Bai Ye hurried back to Konoha. This time, he immediately came to Shi Raihong's side. Mr. Bai Ye, Shi Hahong said in surprise, you're back. Is it over? At the moment, Hong is taking classes in the ninja school. The sudden appearance of Bai Ye attracted everyone's attention. Even the teacher who was lecturing quickly shut his mouth. Master Bai Ye, after saluting respectfully, Teacher Chunin didn't dare to speak anymore. If you say too much, you will lose. If you say something wrong, with this adult's temper, then you will be completely finished. Nodding towards Teacher Chunin, Bai Ye is not as defiant as they imagined. The matter is not finished yet, but I am a little worried about your safety. Lugoyu Rinnegan was opened, and Chao Shi Hahong took a look. Before anyone knew it, Bai Ye had planted a Kamui mark on her body. Flying Thunder God, while faster, is also more convenient. But if there is an accident and the red one is lost, it will be a big trouble. Having learned a lesson once, he never wants anything to happen to Hong again. Mr. Bai Ye, long time no see. Shizune said with a smile. Although still in class, she still holds a piglet in her arms. It looks very cute. A delicate little face was full of excitement. Glanced at Bai Ye's wrist, and saw that the red bracelet was still there. Jingxie couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. Long time no see, Shizune. Bai Ye turned to look at her, and said with a smile, grow up quickly. Also planted the Kamui mark on her body casually. Although 593 is still young, she is destined to be Bai Ye's woman. Ninja girls are very specific. At such a young age, the shadow of Bai Ye has been planted in my heart, and I will never be able to escape in this life. And you, Lin, you're a lot prettier after not seeing you for a few days. Mr. Bai Ye, did he praise me? Lin's little heart beat suddenly. I feel that happiness comes too suddenly, and I can't accept it for a while. After saying hello to Kakashi and others, Bai Ye took Uchiha out of the school. On the forest path in Konoha, two figures, Rin and Shaoyan, walked hand in hand. Everyone passing by, whether they were civilians or ninjas, couldn't help being shocked when they saw that handsome face. Bai Ye, is their eternal nightmare. Red, something big is about to happen in the ninja world. Do you want to leave Konoha? It will be safer to stay by my side. Bai Ye said seriously. The red light that can be teleported is really scary. Although there is no threat to himself for the time being, he can't guarantee that other people will be harmed. Now he has learned the technique of being reincarnated. Yu Hahong was with him, even if she was killed, she could resurrect her at any time. As long as he doesn't die, Hong's safety will be fine. Mr. Bai Ye, but Shi Hahong said with some entanglement, I am reluctant to leave my father and mother. If you want to go, can you take them with you? 089 Look at your unseen appearance, please ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Of course it's okay. Bai Ye rubbed her little head lovingly, call them together. Although he said so on the lips, Bai Ye didn't have a clue in his heart. After all, Makoto Yuhi is regarded as Konoha's veteran loyal minister, how could she leave with herself? The final result may still remain in Konoha. But Shi Hahong is still young now, and she is definitely more dependent on her parents than herself. But this is also something that can't be helped. Mr. Bai Ye, at this moment, a gentle voice came. Uchiha Makoto walked slowly to his side. I don't want to stay here anymore, send me back to the land of thunder. There is a touch of sadness between the brows. Said to be born again, said to forget everything in the past. But, can you really forget? Revisiting the old place will inevitably arouse the pain in her heart. Okay, Bai Ye nodded. Immediately, he grabbed Makoto's arm, and with a flash of golden light, he sent him back to the land of thunder. You wait for me here first, Hong and I still have some things to explain. Well, you go, Mr. Bai Ye, Makoto said very obediently. It seemed that after leaving that sad place, her mood improved a lot. If there is any danger, don't fight it yourself. Inject a little chakra into Kunai in time, and I'll appear instantly. After finishing the order, Bai Ye's figure disappeared in place again. Country of the Wind, Sunagaker, Cage office. At this moment, a woman in Feng costume is looking at the letter in her hand and worrying. Jaru Luo, this matter must never be agreed to Konoha. Shio said in a condensed voice. Konoha has first generation and second generation in charge, so naturally it is not afraid of Bai Ye. But I, San Shinobi, have been seriously injured now, and I can't stand the toss. I know, Garuro sighed, his face full of helplessness. We can't afford to provoke Bai Ye, but Konoha, we can't handle it either. The power of Senju Hashirama, don't you know it? Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. In the true sense, he can bear the title of god and rule an entire era. Even if the four major ninja villages are all united together, it is not his game alone. The meaning of the letter is very clear. If we do not agree to form an alliance, I am afraid that the first one to perish is San Shinobi. Senju Hashirama's attitude is very domineering. I'm afraid I have to agree if I don't agree this time. Besides, the five great ninja village alliance, how many, still have a little chance. After Luo Sha's death, Karu Luo succeeded Cage. After her husband died, she thought about revenge all the time. But Bai Ye is too strong, so strong that she feels suffocated. She is so strong that even if the five great ninja villages join forces, she has no confidence to win. Hey, that's the only way to go. Shio sighed, and seemed to be 10 years old again in an instant. Sorry, Mr. Bai Ye, forgive me for not being able to agree to your request. Yuhi Junhong said with a serious face. Konoha is my home, even if I die, I will defend it to the death. The woman on the side also nodded, expressing her agreement with her man's thoughts. Father, mother, you. Yuhi Hong's eye sockets turned red instantly. Parents don't want to go with Bai Ye, what about me? Should I follow Bai Ye-kun, or stay in Konoha? Although she is still young, it is not difficult to see that Bai Ye will never stay in Konoha for a long time. It's okay Red, Bai Ye smiled and said, with the Flying Thunder God technique, I can come back to see you anytime, anywhere. Well, how about I come to see you once every night? For this girl who has fallen in love with her since she was a child, day and night can be said to have given all her sincerity. Yeah, Yuhi Hong nodded heavily. Obviously, this decision made her very satisfied. I can not only be with my parents, but also see Bai Ye. Okay, then I'll go first. Just halfway through the conversation, day and night disappeared out of thin air. Because he senses the call of the Flying Thunder God, Makoto is in danger. Boom. As soon as he returned to the land of thunder, a heavy punch landed on him. Bai Ye spat out a big mouthful of blood. Immediately, the ball of blood drifted onto his body strangely. Raikage, I saw a rough man with long light yellow hair looking at him indifferently. Bai Ye, you finally appeared. A cruel smile curled up on third Raikage's mouth. In the next second, Bai Ye was sent flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, punch after punch hit him like raindrops, making him powerless to fight back. How is it possible? Bai Ye was shocked. With multiple boosts, both his reaction speed and attack speed have reached a super cage level existence. No matter how fast Raikage is, how could he be faster than himself? However, During the time when he was shocked, his body was completely dispersed, and the fog drifted away from Shen Chen. He was beaten to death alive. Mr. Bai Ye, Makoto exclaimed, his eyes full of worry. Since meeting him, Makoto has never seen Bai Ye in such a mess. This is the Bai Ye that transcends cage-level existence. Raikage sneered. It's nothing more than that. As he spoke, he turned his attention back to Uchiha Makoto. You have some remnants of the original experience in your body. Hand it all over, too. With a flash of black shadow, Makoto's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and he didn't even have a chance to use the power of the tailed beast. Raikage was drenched in blood, like a demon who had just stepped out of hell. The blood of Bai Ye and Makoto slowly floated up, as if being pulled by some force, it flew towards Raikage bit by bit. Has the original power finally returned? The eyes were full of madness, and a bloody light flashed in Raikage's eyes. But at this moment, the blood that had just melted into his body flew out drop by drop. Pieces of flesh and blood fragments combined to form Makoto's appearance. It's like a reverse shot in a movie. Raikage looked at all this in amazement, but found that he couldn't move at all. About 3 seconds later, the blood mist recondensed, and Bai Ye's figure was reflected in his Qian Haojiao pupils. Back in time, when Raikage just threw his first punch, Bai Ye felt that something was wrong, and directly opened the 6-hook Jade Rinnegan. Well, I was almost beaten to death by you. After 2 golden lights flashed in succession, day and night came in front of Raikage. It's too dangerous here, so he sends Makoto back to Konoha first with the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that you have also obtained the power seedling of the origin of blood. And more than expected, Bai Ye stared at Raikage indifferently. The powerful power that can kill oneself in just a few seconds is definitely not the movie's own strength. Tell me, you kind of. Before he could finish his sentence, Raikage attacked again. It's a pity that this time he passed through Bai Ye's body without encountering any obstacles. So eager to kill me. Bai Ye laughed and said, don't look at me with eyes that have never seen the world. This is called Kamui. 090 counter suppression formed. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kamui. The film was startled. He really hadn't heard of Kamui's name. Moreover, this kind of ninjutsu that virtualizes the body makes him feel very headache. Can't physical attacks hit him? Frowning, Raikage's hands began to seal quickly. Lightning style, dark, a rough thunder snake crazily attacked Bai Ye. There was no suspense in the result, it still passed through his body. It seems that there is no obstacle. Can ninjutsu be ignored? The expression on Raikage's face became serious. The feeling of contempt at the beginning has completely disappeared. Kamui, who can ignore all taijutsu and ninjutsu, has refreshed his knowledge of ninjas. However, the inexplicable impulse for blood in his body, especially the desire for blood in Bai Ye's body, made him unwilling to leave. I don't believe it, your technique has no time limit. With a yell, Raikage began to fly through Bai Ye's body at high speed, launching an intensive attack. Although he couldn't attack his body, the film believes that Bai Ye's magical technique can't last long. Once Kamui disappears, then the winner is still himself. As expected of Raikage, the thought is really delicate. Bai Ye couldn't help admiring secretly. 390. Although Kamui is in a state of no solution for a certain period of time, it also has a fatal weakness. Continuous attack for 5 minutes can crack Kamui's hollow. And in the process of casting Kamui, you cannot attack, otherwise the state of hollow will be released in an instant. And with Raikage's current speed, once Bai Ye launches an attack, Bai Ye will be hit in an instant. In the current movie, there are existences that can kill people with a few punches. Continuing to procrastinate will not do me any good. Bai Ye thought in his heart. Shengumai has entered a cooling off period. There are only a dream and a time reversal, but these are too passive. Once they are hit, they will lose their ability to fight in an instant and will be at an absolute disadvantage. Are you going to run away? Watching the movie in front of him, a feeling of blood connection arises. Bai Ye is really unwilling to leave like this. Because he had an inexplicable feeling that after devouring the blood essence in Raikage's body, he would get a brand new ability. Moreover, the existence of Raikage is also one of the most important clues to explore the origin of blood today. If you just run away, the thread will be interrupted again. Take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ye threw his hands together, and endless darkness surged out of his body. In an instant, Raikage was enveloped in it. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the source of blood, a little. The system sound sounded, and immediately after, Raikage rushed out of the darkness with blue arcs wrapped around his body. Sure enough, this level of darkness can't stop him. Frowning, Bai Ye was not discouraged. Many ants killed elephants, and a not-so-smart strategy had formed in his mind. At this moment, a heavy punch hit him again. But unfortunately, it still passed through his body. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the origin of blood, a little. Another darkness formed, and the blood essence in Raikage's body was swallowed up by Bai Ye again. I'd like to see how long your chakra can last. Raikage yelled wildly. He obviously possessed all powerful abilities, but he couldn't touch a single hair of Bai Ye, which drove him almost crazy. How many chakra do I have? Bai Ye smiled lightly. With a thought, the thousands of clones scattered in the land of fire suddenly exploded. Chakra in Bai Ye's body instantly returned to its peak state. Come on, brat, let me see your skills. Stretching out a finger, Bai Ye provocatively said. With Kamui and Dark Fruit, Bai Ye can easily ravage Raikage. After all, Kamui's flaws are only known to him in this world for the time being. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the source of blood, a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the origin of blood, a little cash. Ding, reminder, congratulations. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the system sound kept ringing. Raikage became more and more anxious, because he found that not only the chakra in the body was decreasing sharply, but also the power of the origin of blood was gradually passing away. Damn it, Raikage gritted his teeth, but there is no way but to speed up again, hoping to crack Bai Ye's Kamui as soon as possible. Ding, reminder, the power of the blood source in the host has increased to 6%. 6%. Bai Ye frowned. Why did it take so long to swallow 1%? And looking at Raikage's state, it doesn't seem to be affected too much. How much original power is still hidden in his body? Even Uchiha Madara in his heyday couldn't do it to instantly kill Bai Ye, a super cage level existence. But third Raikage did it. Moreover, after several minutes of continuous high-intensity attacks, he did not see a trace of fatigue at all. It seems to have turned into a perpetual motion machine. Boom. Suddenly, Raikage's fist hit Bai Ye's body, knocking him flying. 5 minutes up, Kamui has been cracked. Haha, sure enough, this technique has a time limit. He clenched his fist fiercely, not giving him a chance to react at all, and the attack unfolded like a storm. But soon, Raikage was surprised to find that he was stepping back step by step. The fist that had just been raised in the air was retracted strangely, and the body was completely out of his control. Like a reverse shot in a movie. Damn it, is it another kind of weird ninjutsu that can control the flow of time? Raikage gritted his teeth unwillingly. Immediately afterwards, a darkness as thick as ink rushed towards him again. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the source of blood, a little. The embarrassment of Raikage is reflected in Lugoyu Rinnegan. Idiot, are you angry that you can't hit me? A strange smile curled up on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. The ability of Rinnegan's right eye is combined with dark fruit, which is basically an unsolvable state. Even if he can only absorb a small amount of original power each time, Bai Ye believes that as long as he is given enough time. Even if it is hard consumption, it can also consume Raikage. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the source of blood, a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the origin of blood, factory. Ding, reminder, congratulations. The system sounded frequently, and Raikage's attack speed also decreased significantly. Damn, hate, Raikage roared hysterically. If you have the ability, don't hide your head and show your tail, and fight this old man head on. Although he said so, he knew that this battle could not continue. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will be sucked dry by that weird darkness. The idea of quitting has already begun to sprout in my heart. Bai Ye smiled lightly, and said contemptuously, if you have the ability, don't leave, let's fight till dawn. 091 starting today, this village has a surname of Bai. Ding, reminder, the power of the blood source in the host has increased to 7%. The system sound sounded again, and Bai Ye couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Because in the dark, there is a feeling. That is, the original power of the blood in his body seems to have achieved a qualitative change. A brand new powerful ability is taking shape, but there is no time to experience it carefully. At this moment, watching Ying, who was killed and resurrected again and again by himself, has completely lost interest in fighting. Pulling back, he broke through the darkness directly, and disappeared from Bai Ye's vision in the blink of an eye. The speed is so fast that it seems that it is no less than the peak state just now. It's a pity, if you persist for a while, it is estimated that you can absorb another 1% of the blood. Sighing, Bai Ye didn't chase after him. Using Rinnegan's ability so frequently in a short period of time, even he felt that it was almost overwhelmed. If Raikage can persist for a few more minutes, Bai Ye can only choose to escape. After all, Bai Ye doesn't know how much blood essence he still has in his body. But it is undeniable that there is absolutely no problem in killing yourself in seconds. Let me see what this power is. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye slowly closed his eyes, and felt the changes of the origin of blood in his body with his heart. For a long time, a deep fear surfaced in my heart. Backlash. Has the origin of blood grown enough to have the ability to bite me back? Clone. Frowning, he resisted the urge to use his ability immediately day and night. Although, the newly derived skills are very attractive. Physical blood avatar. Using the source of all the blood in the body as a sacrifice, condense into a physical avatar with 100% power of the body. The vision can be shared between the two, and the avatar can exist permanently. Including Dark Fruit's ability, Rinnegan's ability, God's Bone Vein's ability to resurrect 10 times a month, and clones will also be available. The only difference is that once the blood clone is summoned, it cannot be taken back into the body. Moreover, after releasing the avatar, the original power of blood in Bai Ye's body will completely disappear. Could this be the conspiracy of the demon totem? Let me take the initiative to separate the source of blood out of the body, so he can take advantage of it. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Ye did not rule out this possibility. After all, this blood avatar is completely different from his previous one. Once the avatar is summoned, it will become stronger than the main body. Because the avatar possesses an ability that the main body does not have, the origin of blood. The cost is too high and the risk is too high. This technique can only be kept as a backup in the event of a narrow escape. Otherwise, I may die a miserable death. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye rubbed his temples. He never considered himself an intelligent man. On the contrary, Bai Ye is very self-aware, knowing that this little wisdom of myself is inferior to most people in the world of Hokage. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a little trick, he was able to keep him in the dark, and he didn't find out about Kuroyuki's disappearance until the end. For example, Uchiha Madara even turned him around directly. And does the origin of blood really only possess the wisdom of a child? Bai Ye is not sure. He only knows that there is always nothing wrong with being careful. Raikage shouldn't leave the land of thunder, what about me? Frowning, now that weird bloody light frequently appears in the land of thunder. This is where the clues are most concentrated. Forget it, bring Makoto back first. For a while, we can't leave the land of thunder. Think about whether to directly occupy Cloud Shinobi and establish your own ninja village forces. Maybe someone like Orochimaru will be very interested in joining. Haha, ha ha ha, in the dark environment, in front of a boy with blood dripping from his eyes. A middle-aged man with a killer hairstyle was laughing wildly. This power, a feeling of life in the body. Have I finally returned to my prime? A flash of Haki looking down on the world flashed in his eyes, and a fierce aura suddenly rose. Congratulations, Madara, there is a hint of mystery in White Zetsu's smile. Now you are one step away from success. Well, wait until I gather all the 9 big-tailed beasts. Hashirama, I'll let you know who's right. Mr. Bai Ye, get up and take a shower. In the morning, Makoto was smiling at Bai Ye with a plate of water. When we brought her back to the land of thunder from Konoha yesterday, it was completely dark. So the two planned to rest for the night first, and were not in a hurry to go to Cloud Shinobi village. Thank you. Bai Ye nodded. No one has ever taken care of himself like this. Except for the mother in the previous life. Thank you so much. Makoto smiled, looking like a virtuous little wife. Zero looking for flowers. Have you decided to take over Cloud Shinobi? There was a trace of expectation in his eyes. Makoto never wanted to go back to Konoha again. If Bai Ye can find a new place to settle down, she will be the happiest person. Bai Ye simply washed his face. The land of thunder is a place where weirdness gathers. Also, Uchiha Madara is likely hiding here as well. The last time I went to look for Hong, I was also led here. I have reason to suspect that Madara has long been exposed to that weird source of power. Bai Ye said solemnly, with deep fear between his brows. Uchiha Madara, you can completely crush yourself with just your wits. If we add that kind of weird origin of blood, how terrifying would he be in his heyday? 0. Uchiha Madara. Makoto was taken aback. With her age and status in Uchiha, it is impossible to get access to information about Madara. Even if it is a rumor, I have never heard of it. That's your ancestor, the terrifying man who fought against Senju Hashirama. Day and night sighed. Although I am strong in this body, I still have no idea in the face of Uchiha Madara, who is suspected to have the origin of blood. I believe that you will win in the end, Mr. Bai Ye. Makoto smiled and pointed to the bento on the table. I bought you breakfast, let's have some together. We're going to go through a big battle later. Said, Mei pulled Bai Ye to sit on the chair. Do you know the fish soup? In the bowl was a small red fish. One of the 3 famous fish in the island country, Shijichi fish. Take a sip lightly, the taste is delicious, the taste is clear but not fishy. It tastes great, Bai Ye exclaimed sincerely. I have been in the ninja world for so long, but I haven't really enjoyed the food, and I have been fighting and killing. After a few mouthfuls, all the fish soup was eaten dry. Eat slowly. Makoto looked at him tenderly. Like a little wife watching her husband. Stretching out a small hand, gently wiped off the soup stains on the corners of Bai Ye's mouth. Look, there are food everywhere. Looking at Makoto, Bai Ye felt inexplicably warm. The taste of being cared about is really good. Thank you for your hospitality, Makoto. Smiling, Bai Ye stood up and stretched his muscles. It's time to go to Cloud Shinobi village. Oh no, starting today, the village's surname is Bai. 092 take over Cloud Shinobi. Ask for flowers, please comment. There are buildings standing on the towering peaks. Clouds and fog all year round, accompanied by bursts of thunder, are the norm in this country. It is also a unique landscape. At this moment, all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas headed by 3rd Raikage gathered in front of the village. A strong killing spirit permeated the air, and everyone's face was full of fighting intent, as if showing the aura of being a martial arts village. In front of everyone, a handsome man like a monster was holding a faint smile. That calm look seemed to ignore these people at all. Raikage, you know my tricks. Don't make unnecessary resistance, you don't want Cloud Shinobi village to shed blood. Spreading his hands, darkness as thick as ink surged out from Bai Ye's body. In an instant, the range of 100 meters ahead was covered. Most of the 903, including 3rd Raikage, were imprisoned there. Puffs of black smoke condensed into a strong suction Uzumaki. My chakra is losing like crazy. I exclaimed, everyone, follow me out. A blue light dispersed, and I rushed out first. That strong suction couldn't hold him back. Rush out. Within a few breaths, 4 or 5 ninjas forcibly broke through the cage. But most people only feel that the suction on the soles of the feet is getting stronger and stronger, accompanied by pain. It seems that in the next second, it will be sucked into the endless darkness and crushed into slag. So, Bai Ye looked at 3rd Raikage with a chuckle and said, it's useless if you rush out alone. Look at your men, they're all dead. There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. How could he care about the life and death of a few ninjas, who was always known as a tyrant? In the Second Ninja World War not long ago, thousands of ninjas were slaughtered in order to stack the layers of killing swords. Under the handsome appearance, there is a decisive heart. Bai Ye, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you either. This is something everyone knows, why do you make it difficult for others? Third Raikage said coldly, Bai Ye's ability is really weird, he can't beat him by himself. But he couldn't keep up with Raikage's speed either. It is no exaggeration to say that they are evenly divided. Embarrassing. Bai Ye laughed. My darkness has the ability to devour chakra. I want to add myself, why not? However, I really look down on these people. If you are willing to tell me how to obtain the origin of blood, I will let them go. The real purpose of coming here is to find clues to the origin of blood. Regarding whether to occupy Cloud Shinobi Village, it doesn't mean much to Bai Ye. Because wherever he stands, there is the third force in the ninja world. Bai Ye, don't need anyone's help. Although Makoto said that he lost part of his memory, it was after losing the source of blood. Bai Ye has reason to suspect that the memory of Raikage at this moment is still clear. The origin of blood, is that what you call him? Raikage's eyes flashed with blood. Don't be wishful thinking, I won't tell you. After finishing speaking, he quickly came to Ai's side, and then told everyone, don't die, it doesn't make any sense. Surrender to Bai Ye directly. After speaking, Third Raikage dragged Ai and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ran. Not only the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were shocked. Even Bai Ye himself felt very incredible. In the original book, Third Raikage would rather fight tens of thousands of people and die from exhaustion than take a step back. Such a man would make an escape behavior. The origin of blood has more and more influence on people. Bai Ye frowned. Can't help but recall the scene of the battle with the three ships. My name resounds throughout the ninja world, and it is impossible for Mifune not to have heard of it. But even under such circumstances, Mifune still chose to fight recklessly, losing the most basic reason. Makoto looked quite normal at the time. Is it because of how much blood is in her body? Bai Ye felt that his guess should be right. The original power in Raikage's body is obviously more, and it has a greater influence on itself. For example, the ones like Sanfune, at most lose all their sanity and become puppets, which seems scary, but in fact it is not difficult to control. But Third Raikage has already been affected by the power of origin. Making actions that are completely inconsistent with my personality, and this kind of abnormality does not seem to appear at any time. While possessing a certain degree of rationality, is it controlled by the original power? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye became more afraid of the demon totem. It is getting stronger, and it is increasing its wisdom at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps in a few days, I won't be able to see through it. Sighing, Bai Ye felt a deep sense of powerlessness. That thing is gradually out of control. The danger is very close. Looking at the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas in front of him, Bai Ye thought for a while, and waved his hand to disperse the dark cage. If you want to fight to the end, just rush over and find me to die. Those who are ready to surrender, please stand to the left. Quote, these people don't have much effect on Bai Ye. Chakra, Bai Ye has hundreds of thousands of clones, which are inexhaustible. Blood inheritance. Now he can't even look down on Onoki's dust done, let alone Cloud Shinobi at this time has no blood. As for the number of layers of the killing sword, it doesn't have much effect on Bai Ye. Unless there are tens of thousands of ninjas killed by him, and the quantitative change produces a qualitative change, otherwise it will only increase the killing. I, Cloud Shinobi, will never succumb to others. Master Raikage has abandoned us, is it necessary for everyone to continue guarding this village? I don't think Lord Bai Ye will embarrass us, how about? For a time, everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. It stands to reason that Cloud Shinobi, who has the will of thunder, will not live even if he chooses to die. But now Third Raikage, who is the leader of a village, fled in desperation. Is such a village really worth continuing to protect? At least half of the people are still entangled in the same place. And the other half were instantly killed by Bai Ye in the instant of 5.0 rushing up. Take the initiative to seek death, this kind of thing Bai Ye will always help the other party. Okay, I don't know the embarrassment anymore. If you really love the village, you should die for the village just now. After a pause, Bai Ye continued. From now on, I will be the head of the village, and the rest of the people will perform their own duties, what they did before, and what they are doing now. If you want to die, you can come to me at any time. That's it, Bai Ye casually said to a ninja who had licked himself. From now on, you will be the second in command of Cloud Shinobi Village. Besides me, you are the biggest here. I'll leave everything to you to take care of. Also, post a message for me and tell the whole ninja world that anyone who wants to defect to my Bai Ye can come to Cloud Shinobi Village at any time. 093 Orochimaru's refuge, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes. Father, where are we going? On a deserted forest path, I looked at Third Raikage in surprise. The man in front of him made him feel strange. Is such a guy who was greedy for life and afraid of death really his father? In times of crisis, shouldn't we live and die with the village? Don't talk. Third Raikage's face was a little hideous. The blood on the eyes appears and disappears from time to time. It seems to be fighting against some unknown existence, as if struggling with something. Child, leave me. Third Raikage suddenly roared, go hide somewhere where no one is around. After speaking, Third Raikage galloped away in another direction. There are arcs of lightning flashing all over his body, and the lightning style armor mode has been turned on, and the drawing speed is the fastest. It seems that he wishes to keep himself as far away from his son as possible. Father, I sighed. He knew that Raikage must have something to hide from him, and he must have great difficulties. At this moment, he really wanted to catch up and ask what happened. But he gritted his teeth and ran 20 in the opposite direction. The distance between the two is getting farther and farther. Orochimaru, your speed is really fast. Why, Konoha let you down so quickly? Bai Ye looked at the man in front of him with great interest. Konoha Lang-kun, one of Sannin too. 3 days after the message to recruit subordinates was sent out, Orochimaru came in a hurry. However, this is also what he expected, beyond reason. Now that Danzo is dead, Konoha has just been made a fuss by Bai Ye. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama also reappeared in the world. No matter how many rounds, it will not be his turn for Orochimaru to become Hokage. Therefore, in the original book, the failure of the election and the defection of the village due to extreme disappointment are impossible to happen. Konoha, you haven't let me down yet. Orochimaru smiled charmingly. He licked his scarlet lips, and his pupils shrank like a snake. My current identity is the secret work of Konoha's planning by your side. They want me to seek information in the name of refuge. Without hiding anything, Orochimaru said simply and directly. It seemed that he was not afraid of Bai Ye's rage to kill him at all. As expected of you, Bai Ye praised. You still talk so fast, without any taboos. However, Konoha should not make such a stupid decision. They know exactly what I am. I'm curious, what happened to Konoha? Raise your glass and drink. Bai Ye seemed to be talking about a very common thing, completely ignoring Konoha's deep hostility towards him. Smart. Orochimaru smiled. There is something wrong with Senju Hashirama. He has always been gentle, but now his temperament has changed drastically. His determination to kill is not inferior to the second generation. His scheming and vicious momentum is not inferior to the third generation. Such a village, I would like to. Turning the subject, Orochimaru asked back. What's more, if there are more Konohas, I don't have many, and if I don't have one, I don't have a lot. In short, they are definitely not Bai Ye's opponents. Why should I stay in Konoha and kill myself? Orochimaru's voice is still so magnetic, with cadences when he speaks angry words. It seems that he is an outsider and has nothing to do with Day. Great temperament change. Bai Ye was startled suddenly. The same situation, he has seen in another person. Third Raikage, the origin of blood. Could it be that the first generation was also controlled by the evil totem? Shivering for no reason, Bai Ye felt the seriousness of the matter. According to the law I calculated before, people with stronger strength will get more original power. First generation is definitely better than Raikage even in impure world reincarnation state. So how much original power has he got now? How terrifying should he be? Impure world reincarnation, immortality, infinite chakra, coupled with the unique strange ability of the origin of blood. Is the current Senju Hashirama still the one who can be killed by himself with ghouls at will? Raikage, Senju Hashirama, the devil totem is playing a big chess game. The previous scene where the gourd baby saves grandpa probably won't happen again. To what extent has its intelligence reached? Frowning, Bai Ye thought about all the current ninjas in the ninja world. By the way, there is another Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye's eyes were fixed. Maybe, at this moment, Madara also. Mr. Bai Ye, at this time, because of calling softly, there is a trace of puzzlement between the brows. Why is it that while chatting, the boy in front of him suddenly fell into deep thought? Well, I thought of something just now. Bai Ye looked up at him. Immediately afterwards, an idea suddenly appeared in my heart. A method that may crack the origin of blood. Orochimaru, although your fighting power is average, but in the field of research, no one in the entire ninja world can surpass you. Bai Ye drew out the killing sword behind his back, and cut off his arm with one sword. Afterwards, thousands of blood avatars were suddenly scattered in every corner of Cloud Shinobi village. Immediately afterwards, clusters of blood mist began to condense at the wound on the shoulder. In just a few breaths, a brand new arm grows. Great ability. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking very interested. Is this your newly obtained blood inheritance limit? Bai Ye has many blood successors on him, and he is able to seize other people's blood successors for his own use. This is no longer a secret in the ninja world, so Orochimaru naturally knows. You can understand it this way. With a wave of his hand, countless blood clones retracted into the body. Bai Ye said, however, my power can also be distributed to other people. As an experimental specimen, for your research. This is a mystery beyond the limits of the human body, and I think you will be very interested. Smiling, Makoto next to the white tree said, go and catch the 3 ninjas who were about to jump out of the village recently. Okay, Makoto nodded. Soon, 3 ninjas, 2 men and 1 woman, were brought up. Raising both hands slowly, a darkness suddenly enveloped the 3 of them. This time, however, the purpose is not to take, but to bestow. The 3 weak blood origin forces were imposed on them by Bai Ye. Orochimaru, these 3 are your experimental subjects. Bai Ye smiled inexplicably. How about it, do you want to experience that power for yourself? Orochimaru was surprised. Would Mr. Bai Ye give me this power? Of course it's a wish. Good. A darkness enveloped the past, and Orochimaru suddenly felt an extra force in his body. Although a weak, but very magical power. Okay, let's go and study. You can discuss with Makoto about the research lab. Size, resources, etc., are not an issue at all. Similar to this kind of test object, I can make countless ones at any time. Taking a deep look at Orochimaru, Bai Ye said, if you can really research something valuable, I will grant you more of this power. 3FS 094 Blood in the Wine Glass. The Land of Fire, Konoha. Inside the Hokage office building, the atmosphere at the moment is a little dignified, because a very special guest came here today. Future 4th Raikage, we have a general understanding of your situation, Senju Hashirama said. 3rd Raikage's whereabouts are unknown, and Cloud Shinobi Village is occupied by Bai Ye. Although the 5 major ninja villages are constantly fighting on weekdays, but now we have a common enemy, Bai Ye. An inexplicable red light flashed in his eyes, and Senju Hashirama said indifferently, welcome to join the Ninja Alliance. Ninja Alliance? I asked in surprise, could it be that you have already united with several other ninja villages? Although he doesn't know much about Bai Ye's strength, he only knows that he is very strong. But in Ai's view, no matter how strong a person is, will he be stronger than the 4 alliance of ninja villages? Most importantly, there is a legendary figure in this alliance, Senju Hashirama. Just this one person gave Amo great confidence. This former ninja god, a strong man who ruled an era, just standing here is enough to defeat thousands of troops. That's right, the strangling of Bai Ye will start soon. Now, there is only one opportunity missing. Senju Hashirama said blankly, is it an opportunity? What is that? I was a little puzzled. Does it mean that even the god of ninja has a certain fear of Bai Ye? He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the man who took away Cloud Shinobi Village. Opportunity. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed blood again. Soon, you will all understand. Jiraiya, have you noticed that Shodai is not quite normal lately? In a tavern, Tsunade looked dignified and preoccupied. Not sure. Jiraiya sighed. However, as a granddaughter, you feel that he is abnormal, maybe it really is. After taking a sip of wine, Jiraiya was not in a good mood either. Although the second ninja war is over, but because of an order from Senju Hashirama, the war may start again at any time. Although there was only one enemy this time, it still made him feel tremendous pressure. After all, it was the man who almost destroyed Konoha. The reason why Konoha has survived until now is because Bai Ye was in a good mood after knowing Hong's whereabouts. It's that simple, it all depends on the mood of the man. Now, is it time to face Bai Ye who walked out of hell again? Jiraiya has no confidence at all, because at the beginning, he saw with his own eyes that Bai Ye forced the entire Konoha to flee to every corner of the Land of Fire with his own strength. His temperament has undergone a huge change. Tsunade frowned. And Orochimaru left this time, probably won't come back again. Quote, with his wisdom, he must have guessed something, but he didn't tell us. Looking at the setting sun outside the sky through the window, a kind of inexplicable sadness suddenly arises in my heart. This village made her feel more and more strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also become reticent recently. Having lost all right to speak, he seems to have really lived a life of old age. Regardless of everything about Konoha. Of course, the power is now in the hands of Senju Hashirama. Or, the two of us go to Bai Ye too. Tsunade said suddenly. What? Jiraiya was shocked. Tsunade, are you crazy? You want to betray Konoha? Tsunade is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, a Konoha elite with roots. How could she even have such an idea? Hee, it's just a joke. Tsunade smiled helplessly. We all have our own shackles, and we can't be so chic. Even if Konoha disappoints me again, it's a big deal, it's just. The atmosphere in the tavern was a little dull for a while. Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya spoke anymore, each thinking about each other's thoughts. However, at this moment, the color of the wine in the glass suddenly changed. Jiraiya wondered, why did this wine turn red? Tsunade heard the words and saw that, as expected, the wine in her glass also turned red. What is this? Jiraiya slowly raised his glass. A faint smell of blood spread to the nose. But at the same time, an uncontrollable greed suddenly appeared in my heart. There is a premonition in the dark, as if after drinking this glass of wine, he will become stronger. And this feeling became more and more intense as time went by. Drink it, drink it. Jiraiya suddenly felt dry mouth, and slowly brought the wine glass closer to her mouth. Whoosh, a white light flashed. The wine glasses that Jiraiya and Tsunade were about to put to their mouths were suddenly shattered. A man with silver hair appeared in front of them. You can't drink this stuff. White Fang. Tsunade wondered, why are you? Just halfway through the conversation, Jiraiya stopped suddenly. What did I do just now? That magical blood. A cold sweat came out unconsciously from behind. The fear of fear is the most terrifying. Jiraiya couldn't imagine what would happen if she drank the wine just now. Tsunade felt the same way at the moment. Although the temperature in the tavern was very high, I still felt a chill down my spine. I've seen this kind of thing before. Hitaki Tsukumo said solemnly. When I took a bath at home, I found that the water turned red. I jumped out the first time, so I escaped unharmed. It has some kind of inexplicable charm ability, which can control people's hearts. If you can't bear that temptation, you will become its puppet forever. Sighing, a hint of helplessness flashed across White Fang's face. Tsunade was shocked. Then why didn't you say this earlier? Why don't you report it to Master Hokage and let him inform the whole village? Jiraiya also looked at White Fang with a puzzled expression, wondering how he should explain it. White Fang said helplessly, I have reacted. After the incident, I immediately went to look for Master Senju Hashirama. However, his attitude was lukewarm, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. And said I was too paranoid, and at the same time kept me from telling anyone about it. Huh, Tsunade froze for a moment. Isn't this kind of thing a big deal? Grandpa is really confused, but after thinking about it, Tsunade's expression suddenly sank, as if thinking of something terrible. White Fang, you just said that that kind of thing can control people's mind. Grandpa's recent behavior is very abnormal, do you think it might be? It's possible, White Fang nodded, and said with certainty, and, the possibility is very high. For a moment, the three of you looked at me, and I looked at you, all speechless. This Konoha is much more terrifying than imagined. 095 Hidden Dangers of Red. Please subscribe, please comment. Mr. Bai Ye, what are you thinking? On a towering mountain peak, Makoto asked softly. The man in front of him was staring at the clouds in the sky. She really can't figure it out. As strong as him, is there anything else that can worry Bai Ye? Look at the sky, isn't there a slight blush? Bai Ye said with a frown. Blushes. Makoto looked up when he heard the words, but saw nothing. I'm restless today, and I have a bad premonition. Bai Ye sighed. I don't know why, since I got up today, my heart feels like a big rock has been pressed. I'm going to Konoha. Regardless of whether Senior Shie-Ren agrees or not, I must take Hong over first. As he spoke, a golden light flashed, and Bai Ye disappeared in place. Here, on a certain sea, Bai Ye stood with his feet on the water, holding a special kunai in his hand. I gave this red, how did it get thrown here? Bai Ye was startled. Sure enough, I said why I'm so restless today. Even dared to touch my woman. Eyes wide open, Lugoyu Rinnegan suddenly appeared. I want to see who has such courage. The surrounding 740 space distorted for a while, and Bai Ye disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was a dark and gloomy environment. There was only one small bed in the small space. A thin figure was lying with his back facing him, as if he had fallen asleep. Red. Bai Ye hurriedly stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. Fortunately, I left behind and planted the Kamui mark on you. Mr. Bai Ye, the slightly haggard little face was full of surprises, and then tears welled up. I knew that you would definitely come to me. Saying that, Yuhi Hong threw herself directly into his arms. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Well, tell me slowly, what happened? Bai Ye frowned and asked, did those people from Konoha do it? Although he didn't think Konoha's guy would be that stupid. But from Orochimaru's description, Senju Hashirama may have been controlled by a demon totem. Therefore, even if something abnormal is done, it is not incomprehensible. I don't know either, Shihai Hong sobbed. When I woke up yesterday, I appeared in this ghost place. Apart from a masked guy who gave me a CACF meal once, I never saw anyone else. Yuhi Hong wiped away the tears on her face, still looking a little shocked. Mr. Bai Ye, take me away from Konoha. I don't want to stay there any longer. This time, Rai Hong was obviously more frightened than last time. The heart to leave Konoha has already been born. Bai Ye was very sorry when he heard the words, but at the same time he couldn't help wondering, have you eaten all the food they sent? Well, I ate, Yuhi Hong said. As soon as the voice fell, a puff of black smoke instantly enveloped her body. Soon, a trace of gloom flashed across Bai Ye's face. Damn it, how can there be the original one on Hong's body? The message sent back by Dark Fruit is very clear, that is, there is a little original power in Yuhi Hong's body. Bai Ye didn't know exactly how much, but it should not be much, no more than 1%. But even so, it is a hidden danger. Because if you want to completely swallow all the original power, you must suck all the blood in a person's body. That is death. This is why there is still a trace of original power in Makoto's body. Even Bai Ye has nothing to do with this weird thing. Okay, I'll take you out of here first. The surrounding space distorted for a while, and then the two appeared in Cloud Shinobi Village. Makoto, take the red and settle down, I still have some things to do. Bai Ye said lightly. Is it red? Makoto nodded without asking further questions, because she could tell that Bai Ye's complexion was very bad at the moment. After leaving Cloud Shinobi Village, Bai Ye did not choose to go to Konoha for revenge immediately. Instead, he came to a very quiet mountain and began to think. Even if we kill all Konoha's people now, it will be useless. Hong's body has been implanted with that strange power. However, Hong's strength is very weak, so how could he be targeted by the demon totem? Could it be that it already possesses such wisdom that it knows that Hong is a very important person to me? Frowning, Bai Ye felt that this speculation was not true. Because if the wisdom of the devil totem has reached this point, there are more good ways to use it on yourself. Instead of dealing with Yuha Hong, a young student who is not even a chunin. So, what happened to Hong may not have been done by the devil totem. Also, the original power in her body is relatively strong, which is completely different from the songs I saw in the Land of Thunder before. Could it be that someone else attacked Hong? I went through all the ninjas in Konoha in my mind. Who should it be? Who will attack Hong? You know, if you become popular, you are destined to tear your skin apart with me. Isn't Konoha afraid of being destroyed again? After thinking for a long time, Bai Ye finally settled on Senju Hashirama. It should be him. Hearing from Orochimaru, his recent behavior is very unusual, and the power of the blood essence in him is likely to be stronger than Raikage. So even if he meets me, he doesn't need to have any scruples anymore. Prison Hong and save me as a second hand to deal with me. All this seems to be a huge mystery. Always just lifted a little veil, but was covered up by another thing. Keep him from seeing the truth. Third Raikage is no longer something I can defeat. Then have more blood essence Senju Hashirama. Sighing, Bai Ye decided not to trouble Yi. Because that would be completely meaningless. You may not be able to fight well, what if you lose your life there again? It's not that he is greedy for life and afraid of death, but that Uchiha Makoto, Yuhihong, is all on his own. If Bai Ye is dead, then, who will protect them? Do I have no chance of winning? Clenching his fist, Bai Ye felt a little unwilling. Now he is already very powerful, Lugoyu Rinnegan, all kinds of whole cards emerge and endlessly. It is no exaggeration to say that it is invincible under 6 paths. But the sudden appearance of the origin of blood really made him feel a little tricky. It seemed that there was a big hand pushing him to death step by step. It's just that the process is relatively long. Correct, Bai Ye thought for a while. I still have a system. Today is the 5th day, in 2 days. I hope that the lottery draw in 2 days' time will not disappoint me again. 096 Bai Ye's Madara, please subscribe. In a dark laboratory, Orochimaru was fiddling with various utensils. The papers recording the research data are neatly placed on the table. 3 dead or alive corpses were lying on iron beds, and there was no good place on their bodies. Especially the dry and pale skin, as if the blood had been evacuated. As that's so, Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand and frowned. If these 2 substances are combined together, it seems to be able to play the same role as the origin of blood. However, there are still some conditions. In the laboratory, Orochimaru was concentrating on his research, as if there is nothing more important than this in the world. Not enough, I need some samples. Put down the information in your hand, because the snake is going to go out and ask Bai Ye for a few more people. But at this moment, a loud voice resounded over the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Bai Ye, come out. The sound was not very loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Moreover, there is a strong sense of majesty in it. It seems that this man can look down on the common people. Raikage office. The teacup that Bai Ye just handed to his mouth froze. In the next second, the whole person disappeared in place. Bai Ye, come out. Coming. Throughout Cloud Shinobi are his flying thunder god signs. So in an instant, he came outside. When I looked up, I saw a man floating in the air. Sha Mat's exaggerated hairstyle and a white robe. Most importantly, those purple eyes, Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye frowned. Madara must know about his own abilities, and now he dares to come to him. It shows that the Uchiha Madara at this moment must not be what it used to be. Especially the skin on his face, not wrinkled, looks like a very healthy middle-aged man. It seems that you are in good condition, and you don't look like an old man at all. Bai Ye smiled, looking reassured. It's the power of the origin of blood that makes up for the lack of energy and blood in your body. Come here to find me today. Do you have something to cooperate with, or do you want to fight? Bai Ye said bluntly. When the behind-the-scenes boss came out from behind the scenes, it meant that he was fully confident. Come to think of it, there is no longer anything he fears in this world. The origin of blood. Madara smiled. This name is very good. I came here today because I want to fight against the strongest ninja world today. You, Bai Ye, deserve my recognition. Uchiha Madara said proudly. With the help of White Zetsu, he can know all kinds of trends in the ninja world at the first time. Therefore, Bai Ye's ability and fighting power are also the most clear to him. In his opinion, Bai Ye is the well-deserved #1 ninja. Hee, your approval. Bai Ye sneered. Bai Ye, don't need anyone's approval. If you want to fight, just come directly, you make a move, and I will follow. Even though he said so, he was extremely vigilant day and night. Lugoyu Rinnegan has long appeared in the eye sockets, ready to deal with all kinds of emergencies at any time. According to his speculation, the ability bestowed by the Devil Totem is determined according to the strength of the person himself. The higher your ability, the greater the power he will give you. And with Rinnegan's class, its fighting power must be much stronger than in the original movie. Raikage Bai Ye can't even deal with it, let alone the current Uchiha Madara. Therefore, he is ready to run away at any time. Very good, this arrogance, I recognize you. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Without even a seal, he opened his mouth, and a great fireball that covered the sky and the sun was directly spit out from Uchiha Madara's mouth. Overshadow the sun, not an adjective. Rather, this fireball is huge enough to cover the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Quote. Bai Ye was taken aback. This level of ninjutsu has completely advanced his knowledge of fire style. No, do you want to be so exaggerated? Devil Totem, how much blood have you provided to Madara? Amaterasu. As soon as the left eye opened, the huge fireball was immediately covered with a layer of thick purple-black flame. Amaterasu, the strongest fire that burns all fire. Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara smiled indifferently. It's a good idea to use fire to burn fire, but it's a little naive. With a low shout, a strange bloody light flashed above the fireball out of thin air. After that, the fire of Amaterasu disappeared bit by bit. It was as if ice and snow had met a raging fire. Ask for flowers. Bloodlight, another ability of the origin of blood. Damn it, it can even swallow Amaterasu. Bai Ye felt it was very tricky, but at the moment of stupefaction, the fireball's falling speed suddenly increased. The entire Cloud Shinobi village instantly became a raging sea of flames. However, there was not even a single person who screamed. When Bai Ye looks back, what Cloud Shinobi village is there? With one move, Uchiha Madara wiped out an entire village with just one move. People and buildings were burnt down. Oops. Bai Ye secretly thought that something was wrong, and quickly used the ability of his right eye. He doesn't feel sorry for the death of a few ninjas. Even if everyone in Cloud Shinobi village died, he didn't care. But there's also Yuhiken, Uchiha Makoto in it. 0. On top of that, Orochimaru is in it, along with his vast collection of precious research materials. These are all important means to crack the Devil's Totem in the future. Time turns back. Bai Ye snorted lightly. I saw that the sea of flames behind me was slowly shrinking. And, a gigantic fireball began to slowly rise from below Cloud Shinobi village. Eventually the little bit flew back into Uchiha Madara's mouth. All this seems to be like a reverse shot in a movie. Very good ability. Back in time. Madara praised. Have the ability to change time and space within a certain range. To some extent, it can be said to be an unsolvable existence. With a slight smile, Madara continued, but even Rinnegan is not an existence that can be used infinitely. How many times can you perform that level of technique? My arrogance is extinguished, but it can be released to the end of time. As soon as Huangzi exited, a huge fireball hit Cloud Shinobi village again. Damn it. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Madara to be so reckless, and wanted to rely on this expendable method to defeat him. Back in time, in desperation, Bai Ye could only perform this technique again. Because he dare not gamble. Once other means fail, Makoto, Red, and Orochimaru behind him will die. Although he still possesses means such as Yaemongwangliang, Avatar, etc., he can easily escape. But, facing such a powerful Uchiha Madara, can he really escape? 097 The suppression of absolute power. Seek subscription, seek evaluation tickets. Land of Thunder, above Cloud Shinobi village. Uchiha Madara's mouth kept spitting out huge great fireball. But after a few seconds, it will return to his own mouth like in a movie reversed. This scene keeps repeating. The only difference was that the smile on his face became more and more dignified. Bai Ye, your ability is really surprising. Uchiha Madara laughed. Being able to continuously use the power of Rinnegan, even I cannot easily do it. Also, that weird power also appeared shortly after you became famous in the ninja world. I have reason to suspect that it is you who brought such great changes to the ninja world. You are a different kind. Uchiha Madara said affirmatively. As the behind-the-scenes boss for so many years, he can be said to have reached the level of 50 that he knows well about the ninja world. It is impossible for any trouble to hide from his eyes. Only the appearance of Bai Ye is the most incredible thing. Because his growth rate is too fast. How long did Bai Ye's reputation last? In less than 2 months. In just 2 months, it is simply impossible to go from a crane tail to a super cage level existence. Even Senju Hashirama with sage body can never do this level. Therefore, Uchiha Madara has deep doubts about the existence of Bai Ye. Hehe, as expected of you. Bai Ye smiled and said, I'm indeed an outlier. But so what? You Uchiha Madara, aren't you a different kind? There was a little pain in the right eye. Bai Ye actually couldn't bear it anymore. Talking to Uchiha Madara is just to play a role in slowing down the enemy. Because he could feel that in a few minutes, his time reversal ability would be temporarily unusable. That's when the trouble really starts. Uchiha Madara was very interested, looking like he wanted to kill himself completely. Although there is no deep hatred between the two, if it is true, it should be Bai Ye who hates Uchiha Madara. After all, he was the one who captured Bai Ye's Shiraihong back then. But Bai Ye knew that Madara came here today just to have a good fight. This is a fighting maniac. Well, if you always use fire style, it does seem a bit monotonous. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly. Stretch out your right hand and grab towards the void. Bai Ye could only feel the blood in his body start to stir strangely, as if it was about to rush out of his body in the next second. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Bai Ye's whole body exploded into a cloud of blood. This kind of power is not bad. Looking at his right hand, Uchiha Madara said lightly, that kind of weird blood ability, although it can play a role in controlling people's hearts. However, trying to control me is not enough. The red light in his eyes flickered away, and a struggling expression appeared on Madara's face, as if he was fighting against this extremely difficult existence. But soon, the expression on his face began to calm down. It seems that in the process of confrontation with that unknown existence, a temporary victory has been achieved. With a faint glance ahead, Uchiha Madara did not turn away. Because he had a premonition that it was impossible to simply die like this day and night. Sure enough, in the next second, a golden light suddenly flashed where Bai Ye was originally, and then Bai Ye's body appeared. Is it another strange ability of the origin of blood? It is really a terrifying ability to be able to draw out all the blood from the human body through the air. Taking a deep breath, a trace of fear flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Uchiha's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just use a big fire to extinguish it and you can force yourself to have no way out. Unless you use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here instantly, there is no chance of winning at all. But there are still people who need protection behind him, so how can he just retreat? Madara, do you think there is any point in continuing to fight like this? I believe you also know that I have the ability to escape. However, due to the concern of the body, I can leave. Quote, as you with such arrogance, you actually use such despicable methods. Bai Ye said as if he knew Uchiha Madara very well. In fact, when he said this sentence, he didn't know what to do. After all, after being controlled by the origin of blood, he doesn't know to what extent Madara's character has been distorted. 0. I said this just to delay time, so I can think about countermeasures. However, this can be regarded as his temporary resignation to Uchiha Madara. Arrogant, Uchiha Madara sneered. Fighting has always been a way of deciding life and death, not a child's trick. As long as you can win, you are king. Besides, until now, I have been fighting you with my real strength. Mr. Bai Ye is in my heart, but he has never been such a person who would easily admit defeat. As he said that, a huge fireball hit him like an overwhelming fireball. The fire is extinguished. Hateful. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a Susanoo with a height of more than 800 meters rose from the ground. With a wave of his right hand, the fire dragon in the anger dragon knife in his hand came out, turned into substance, and attacked the fireball that was extinguished by the fire. Soon, the giant dragon wrapped around the fireball. In the blink of an eye, the huge fireball was ignited. A flame that can devour me. A fire dragon stronger than Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara frowned. I didn't expect you to have such a means, but if it's only to this extent, your end will only be dead. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara also opened his eyes wide. A giant bigger than Bai Ye's full-body Susanoo rose up. The long knife in his right hand swung suddenly 5.1, and hit Bai Ye. Boom. There was a violent clash of weapons. The moment the two long knives collided, Bai Ye was directly forced back for more than hundreds of meters, knocking down countless houses on the way. It is not known how many people died as a result. Consecutively, is Susanoo's power greater than mine? Bai Ye frowned. I didn't expect Uchiha Madara, who was controlled by the origin of blood, to be so tyrannical, and was suppressing me from the beginning to the end. Bai Ye felt a little depressed. Although I know a lot of ninjutsu, there are also many methods. But in the face of absolute power, most of them are useless. For example, the Hoshin mirror in Shuzuo's left hand, such as the ghoul seal and so on. This won't work. I have to find a way to improve my combat effectiveness in a very short time. Improve combat effectiveness, with it. 098 turning point, I'll kill myself. Please subscribe, please comment. Try it. If this method doesn't work, then we can only run away first. Bai Ye thought to himself. There is still one day before the system draws. It is impossible to count on the system. Kyoka Suigetsu. 10 miles away, a clone suddenly appeared. Transposition. With a flash of light, the main body and the avatar switched positions. Is there a clone with 100% power of the main body? Looking at Bai Ye in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He naturally knew of Bai Ye's ability. However, he is not afraid. Two gigantic Susanoos were fighting together, and Madara clearly had the upper hand. The big knife slashed, but skipped directly over Bai Ye's beard, without encountering any obstacles at all. It's like hitting the air. Kamui. At this time, the Kyoka Suigetsu clone suddenly cast Kamui's ability. Hee, I know how to crack this technique. Uchiha Madara showed a mysterious smile. 5 minutes, I only have 5 minutes. 10 miles away, Bai Ye drew out the killing sword behind his back and slashed fiercely at his left arm. Swish. 20. The left arm fell to the ground, and at the same time, tens of thousands of blood clones appeared. A green light flashed, and the head of a blood clone fell to the ground. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword increases by +1304, and the power of the host increases to 2608%. Exclamation mark. Bai Ye was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, these physical avatars can be regarded as forbearance. So killing them can also increase the number of layers of killing sword. Should have thought of this bug earlier. Tens of thousands of clones, at least a few hundred times the overall quality. At that time, it should be enough to defeat Uchiha Madara, right? The green light flashed crazily, and day and night began to kill himself. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword increases by +1305, and the power of the host increases to 2610%. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword increases by +1306, and the power of the host increases to 2612%. Ding, reminder, killing sword. Bai Ye's speed is fast. The avatars were also very obedient. One by one they brought their heads over to chop off for him. Each sword can take away at least 10 clones. In 5 minutes, with Bai Ye's speed, how many can be killed? The sound of the system was sounding crazily, and Bai Ye's speed was getting faster and faster. What was he doing? The distance of 10 miles is not very far. Especially the tens of thousands of clones are too eye-catching. Uchiha Madara noticed it instantly. Kill your own clone. By the way, it's his green dagger. A sword that can continuously become stronger by killing people, and Bai Ye's avatars are all physical. As expected of you. With a feint, Uchiha Madara pulled back, ignoring the clone of Kyoka Suigetsu in front of him, and flew towards Bai Ye's body quickly. He knew that if he continued to wait, Bai Ye's strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Have you been found? There was a sneer on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. 8 inner gates, the 8th gate of death, open. A huge air current erupted from Bai Ye. Even the soil under his feet was shaken. The violent momentum swept out, blowing the hundreds of clones in front of him back again and again like a gust of wind. It seems that the action is going to be faster. Holding the killing sword on his right hand, Bai Ye's figure swam back and forth among tens of thousands of clones at high speed like a ghost. The hand raised the knife and fell, and the blood flowed like a river. The system prompts sounded non-stop, and his own power also changed dramatically every minute. The distance of 10 miles is not far, but it is not close either. Even if Uchiha Madara is already a Super Cage level existence, it is impossible to rush over in a blink of an eye. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword increases by plus 15,000, and the power of the host increases to 30,000%. Ding, reminder, the number of layers of the killing sword increases by plus 15050, and the power of the host increases to 30,100%. Ding, reminder, killing sword. Boom. Just then, Uchiha Madara rushed over. The long sword on Susanoo's right hand suddenly swung towards the ground, and a huge cloud of smoke rose up. Countless trees were smashed to pieces. Soon, the dust and smoke dissipated. Bai Ye's figure floated in the air. You were late, Madara. Bai Ye said with a smile. In the next second, he disappeared directly on the spot, punching Uchiha Madara's Susanoo hard. Kacha kacha, a series of cracks appeared. The perfect Susanoo was directly crushed by this punch. Nearly 300 times the boost power, plus the dead door. Ah Madara, it seems that in this life, you will eventually die under the 8 inner gates. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Ye's figure disappeared again. Uchiha Madara only felt that in an instant, he suffered countless attacks. Whether it was dozens or hundreds of times, he couldn't tell. Because there has been a brief chaos in my mind. Simply put, he was directly fooled by Bai Ye. Night guy. With a roar, Bai Ye kicked directly at Uchiha Madara's head. Boom. A muffled sound came, and large swaths of blood fell on the ground. This feeling of strength becoming stronger is really amazing. Looking at Uchiha Madara's body, Bai Ye sneered. Immediately with a wave of his hands, endless darkness rolled forward. He knew that it was impossible for Uchiha Madara, who possessed so much blood, to die. If the original power of blood in his body is not swallowed up, it will be a very troublesome existence when he comes back to life. But when darkness fell over the earth, Bai Ye could clearly feel that Uchiha Madara's blood began to flow out of his body and seep into the ground. Even his own dark fruit only devoured a small part. Sure enough, this 360 strange blood can ignore my dark fruit's ability to a certain extent. Frowning, Bai Ye felt a little pity. If he can devour Uchiha Madara, he believes that his original power can reach an unimaginable level. Why are you so embarrassed now? Raikage came to abuse himself. Uchiha Madara can abuse herself when she comes. Isn't it because the original power of blood in the body is low? However, it's not a big problem. Bai Ye smiled, and large streams of blood flowed out of his body. Turned into blood clones one by one. The green light continued to surge. Kill. Madara, are you hurt? Water Country, Mizukage office. White Zetsu asked with a puzzled look. With your current strength, can you still beat Bai Ye? According to the information, it is absolutely impossible for him to be stronger than you. How strong Madara is now, White Zetsu knows all too well. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the world. How could he not beat a Bai Ye? His sword, Madara said gloomily. At the critical moment, he summoned many physical clones. By continuously beheading the clones, increased the use of the heavenly sword. In the end, his strength reached a terrifying level. Madara said with lingering fear. Obviously, he was shocked by the power that could shatter Susanoo's defense with one blow. We must find a way to get that sword. Otherwise, no one can survive 100 nights. 099 immediate trigger, ability failure, seeking subscription, seeking evaluation ticket. In the early morning, there are still lingering clouds and mist over Cloud Shinobi Village. Bai Ye raised his sword and dropped it, and a prisoner's body was separated immediately. The familiar system sound sounded. Sure enough, yesterday's battle with Uchiha Madara, my situation has been cleared up by that demon totem. So it immediately made some kind of adjustment. The system will definitely not lie to me, so the problem still lies with it after all. Looking at the killing sword in his hand, a trace of worry flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Since repelling Uchiha Madara yesterday, he intends to continue to summon blood clones, just to slash and kill, so as to keep increasing the killing sword. If this plan can be carried out smoothly, then Bai Ye will no longer be afraid of anything. It's a pity that he was surprised to find that the ability of his blood clone had failed strangely. Moreover, the remaining blood clones before slashing will no longer increase the number of killing sword layers. Confused, he found a few prisoners to experiment, and the results proved that it was not the killing sword that failed, but the blood clone. It seems that the origin of blood in my body is not completely clean. At least, that demon totem can still control me to some extent. It's just that this kind of control is not about the spirit, but about the ability. It's a bit difficult. Frowning, the uneasiness in Bai Ye's heart became more and more intense. The blood avatar is out of order today, so what about tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? In this way, the existence of the origin of blood not only cannot become one's own strength, but as a time bomb instead. Try it. With a thought, a scarlet blood mist immediately enveloped Bai Ye's body. The ground under his feet began to shatter inch by inch, as if he had received some kind of strong attack. Soon, the cloud of blood mist began to condense into a huge bloody hand in front of it. The other abilities are still there. Currently, the only thing that is out of order is the blood avatar. I don't know if the next enemy will be able to deal with it. Sighing, Bai Ye put the killing sword behind his back, although now this artifact can improve his overall quality by more than 300 times. But in the face of the real strange power, it is far from enough to watch. Some essential things cannot be made up by pure quantity. Lord Bai Ye, are you still practicing? At this moment, Uchiha Makoto came over suddenly. There was a gloomy cloud over his little face, as if something was bothering her. Bai Ye said, what happened? According to the latest information, the 4 Amaterasu have joined forces. We will attack Cloud Shinobi Village in the near future. As for the target, it is naturally you, Mr. Bai Ye. Uchiha Madara Makoto said softly. Although in her heart, Bai Ye is basically omnipotent. Even yesterday's Uchiha Madara was beaten back by Bai Ye, but the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages still worried her. After all, they are outnumbered. Well, I see, Bai Ye said flatly. It's just a bunch of rabble. Go and dismiss the original ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and let them leave the village. Otherwise, with their strength, they will become innocent victims of this war. After speaking, the surrounding space distorted for a while, day and night directly disappeared in place. Severance. A look of surprise flashed across Uchiha Madara Makoto's face. When did Lord Bai Ye become so kind? Konoha village, Anbu. At this time, some of the Jonin are gathered here, although many of them do not belong to Anbu. Hazashi, Hiyashi, you are in charge of the investigation. Minato, Kushina, you are in charge of the raid. The setting sun is really red. Hatake Tsukumo is dispatching troops. This kind of thing should be done by Hokage. But Senju Hashirama didn't mean that at all, and directly threw all these to Hatake Tsukumo. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and Bai Ye's figure appeared. Senior Hatake, long time no see. Bai Ye smiled and nodded to him. Bai Ye, Hatake frowned. What are you doing here at Konoha? It's no secret that the two are now on opposite sides. The big move of Leon 4 great ninja villages naturally couldn't be hidden from Bai Ye. But Hatake Tsukumo did not choose to do it immediately, because he knew that Bai Ye's strength far surpassed his own. A group of Jonins looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, not even daring to breathe. I was afraid that the devil in front of me would kill him in a flash. I'm here to pick up Senior Yuhi True Red back to Cloud Shinobi. Said, Bai Ye grabbed Yuhi Junhong's arm, regardless of whether he agreed or not. The golden light flashed, and the two disappeared in place at the same time. Call. As soon as Bai Ye left, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That kind of coercion is really terrible, the coercion from the strongest ninja world. The momentary trance made these Jonins doubt life. Are you really going to face such a terrible guy? He's getting stronger again. Hyuga Hazashi sighed. The white eyes are full of dignified color. Captain, tell me, does the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages really make sense? Hyuga Hazashi sighed. Can a group of ants gather together to kill an elephant? It is not meaningful. Hatake Tsukumo was also a little helpless. But, this is the order of Master Hashirama. Speaking of which, those of us who went there were just to accompany us. The one who played a decisive role is probably only Hashirama-sama. Bai Ye, what are you doing? Yuhi Junhong said angrily, hurry up and send me back to Konoha. Are you forcing me to judge the village? Again, there are not many ninjas who are really afraid of death. If he had a choice, Yuhi Junhong would rather die for the village than bear the infamy of being a traitor. Senior Shie, the current Konoha is very unsafe. Being by my side can at least guarantee that you will not die. I don't want Hong to lose his father. After finishing speaking, 2 golden lights flashed in succession, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of Yuhi Junhong. Now that the family is reunited, Yu Zhao Chenjiao feel relieved to lose money. After this war is over, if I want to go back to Konoha, I won't stop it. Bai Ye also has no feelings for Shihai Junhong. It was only because of Hong's face that she decided to protect him. The war is about to break out. In front of Bai Ye, cage-level powerhouses can only be regarded as cannon fodder, let alone ordinary Jonin paper like Yuhi Junhong. He was really afraid that someone would accidentally make Hong an orphan. Hateful. Seeing Bai Ye's leaving back, Yuhi Junhong gritted her teeth. But now in Bai Ye's hands, it is impossible to escape. Bai Ye's space-time ninjutsu is too weird, at least for him, it is a completely unsolvable existence. Please, 2 seniors, Makoto said with a smile. Hong is still waiting for you in the room. Where did Bai Ye go? I want to see Bai Ye. Yuhi Junhong said angrily. Makoto smiled. He should be doing a very important thing now. 100 troops overwhelming. Please subscribe, please comment. Tsunade and Jiraiya are missing. Inside Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. When did it happen? Senju Tobarama said solemnly, with the loyalty of the 2 of them to the village. At such a critical moment, how could you get away with it? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. I don't know, about 2 days ago. Don't worry about them, Senju Hashirama said indifferently. The alliance has no shortage of these 2 ninjas. As soon as this remark came out, the 2nd generation and the 3rd generation shut their mouths at the same time and stopped talking. Recently Senju Hashirama's personality has become more and more indifferent, and it is extremely domineering, and no other voices are allowed in the village at all. Cold and alien. Sarutobi, how do you think Brother Tien came here? Leaving Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama quickly followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know either, maybe he has his reasons. Difficulties. Brother and I are already in the state of impure world reincarnation, what are the difficulties? Senju Tobarama asked puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. Orochimaru who never returns. The inexplicably missing Tsunade and Jiraiya. These little guys are very smart, they must have discovered something. Look, the truth may soon surface. At this moment, a man exuding red chakra steam 027 is running around the entire ninja world at high speed. At intervals, a specific kunai will be thrown out. However, this figure is extremely fast. So fast that even ordinary cage-level powerhouses can't see clearly. About there. After muttering to himself, the golden light flashed, and Bai Ye returned to Cloud Shinobi Village. 8 inner gates dead gates combined with time against the current, and then combined with a dream of yellow beams. Combined with the speed bonus of more than 300 times of the killing sword, the efficiency of doing things is indeed very fast. In less than half a day, Bai Ye visited the ninja world all over. At the same time countless flying thunder god tokens were scattered, to ensure a quick escape anytime, anywhere. Used as a backend. Now, even if there are 2 more Uchiha Madaras, I'm not afraid anymore. It's just that Hong and Makoto are a bit difficult to deal with. Now he is most worried about these 2 women. After the battle really broke out, he didn't have so much energy to protect 2 people at the same time. If there is any mistake, it will be too late to regret. Where to hide them? Forget it. Frowning, Bai Ye suddenly felt a little relieved. If I die, they won't be able to live either. As long as I don't die, their safety will be fine for the time being. It's all up to me. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye sat on the highest mountain in Cloud Shinobi Village, looking towards the master. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Land of Earth, Earth Hidden Village. Lois, now send to Cloud Shinobi immediately. It's up to you to do it yourself, and you must tell Bai Ye completely what I mean. Onoki said solemnly. Father, if you do this, aren't you afraid of revenge from Konoha? After all, that is Senju Hashirama, the former god of ninjas. Huang Tu said with some hesitation. Revenge. Onoki sneered, don't you know Bai Ye's strength? After this battle, there may still be Konoha in the world, but there will never be Senju Hashirama again. Okay, go quickly, if you are late, it will be too late. He waved his hand, motioning for the Lois to retreat. Onoki looked at the scenery outside the window in a daze. I don't know if Bai Ye will buy it. Madara, a letter from Konoha. In Mizukage's office, Uchiha Madara accepted the letter from White Zetsu with a deadpan face. Opened it for a glance, and couldn't help but sneer. Hashirama still likes to engage in these boring little moves. With Bai Ye's level of strength, even if the 4 great ninja villages are assembled, it will be useless. As he spoke, the letter in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. Give him a letter back, saying that the country of water does not want to participate in this war. If he wants to meet CACF, he can come to trouble me at any time, and I will accompany him at any time. Smiling, Madara actually wanted to fight his old opponent again. It's just that at this moment, due to the existence of Bai Ye, he can't have a little interest in Senju Hashirama. Bai Ye is his ultimate enemy. How can I get more of that power? Clenching his fist, a faint blood gleam flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The power of the origin of blood has been swallowed up by Bai Ye a lot, and now he is extremely eager to get some more, so that he can go back and kill Bai Ye. After all, if you want to collect tailed beasts, the first person you need to defeat is Bai Ye. Because Uchiha Makoto has 5 tails on him. At this moment, a bloody light suddenly flashed in Mizukage's office. When I looked up again, I saw a huge blood pool appearing out of thin air, with trickling blood flowing inside, exuding a sense of temptation. Sure enough, whenever this kind of thought arises, will he come? A sneer appeared on the corner of Madara's mouth, and she walked slowly towards the blood pool. Kara, how are your preparations going? Chiyo asked. Everything has been prepared, including the letter of goodwill, and it has successfully arrived in the Land of Thunder. I believe that after seeing Bai Ye, he should be lenient towards me, San Shinobi. There was a trace of sadness between Garura's brows. Facing the enemy who killed her husband, she can only bear the burden of humiliation, which is not what she wants. It's just that the situation is stronger than people, if not, the Kingdom of Wind may completely perish in this war. Well, although Bai Ye had some conflicts with us before, he doesn't seem to be a heinous person. Before we killed more than 1,000 ninjas, it should be out of some kind of helplessness, or there may be other reasons. From the fact that he dismissed the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, he still has a little bit of kindness. Showing up with him is also a kind of backhand. After all, even the 5 great ninja village alliance may not be his opponent. Sighing, the 2 women, the old and the young, seemed a little helpless. Those who are the weakest and caught in the middle have no choice but to survive in the cracks. Land of Thunder, Raikage office. Bai Ye, who had just sent off the Lois, couldn't help but smile. These people are smart, they know how to be good at both ends. Forget it, because they are so sensible, I will hold back a little bit when fighting. Smiling, Bai Ye's figure suddenly disappeared in place and appeared on the highest peak of Cloud Shinobi Village. At this moment, the sky has gradually dimmed down. A bright moon slowly floated into the sky. Wherever the eyes can see, there are dark clouds all over them. The army of the Ninja League has arrived. The 1.01 million meter cage, the reason for being controlled. There are quite a few people who come. A cold wind stirred Bai Ye's hair. As far as the eye can see, the tens of thousands of ninja troops are divided into 3 groups, heading towards Cloud Shinobi Village. Murderousness, doubt, hesitation, fear. All kinds of wonderful expressions appeared on everyone's face. This unknown battle is only aimed at one person. A man who is only 6 years old. But even so, tens of thousands of people have no idea. You really think highly of me. With a sigh, Bai Ye slowly stood up. Today's Cloud Shinobi village is empty. Only Bai Ye, Yuhihong, Uchiha Makoto, Nijinhong and his wife are left. However, Bai Ye did not let them out. This is his own battle. First team, go, Senju Hashirama sneered. Immediately afterwards, a ninja squad composed of 1,000 people lined up and stopped at a distance of 1,000 meters. Quickly print in hand, fire style, water style, earth style. Colorful ninjutsu lights up the darkness above Cloud Shinobi village. The aura of destruction mixed with everything came overwhelmingly. The 5 colors of light reflected on Bai Ye's handsome cheeks, and the folds were shining brightly. Mr. Bai Ye, in the rear of the Ninja Alliance, 2 little heads were looking up at the starry sky. There was a worried look in his eyes. Shizune, you said Bai Ye-kun. He can do it. Shizune bit his lips. Mr. Bai Ye is the best. Lin, we have to trust him. Yeah, Nohara Lin nodded heavily. This time the scale of the ninja coalition is very large, and even Konoha's ninja students are dispatched. The purpose is to use all their strength to eliminate Bai Ye in one fell swoop. Has he grown to this height? Beside the 2 of Shizune, Asuma sighed slightly. The former rival in love has become so tyrannical that he can fight against the 3 major ninja village alliances at the same time. And what about myself? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Asuma's thin figure rushed forward. He really wanted to see if Bai Ye could still resist this level of attack. Why do you always do these silly little tricks before the battle? Bai Ye touched the killing sword in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, as if full of bloodthirsty desire. Looking at the thousands of aggressive ninjutsu above his head, Bai Ye waved his hands. A darkness as thick as ink swept out from his body, covering the sky with a radius of 10,000 meters in an instant. A huge black barrier was formed. The entire Cloud Shinobi village was completely covered. Killing sword increased the comprehensive experience of the host as a whole. Puff puff, one after another ninjutsu passed by, but as soon as it passed through the dark barrier, it disappeared at an extremely fast speed. It seems that there is some kind of strange suction Uzumaki invisible, swallowing up these ninjutsu. At the same time, system prompts rang through Bai Ye's mind. That is the cue of a sharp increase in chakra. Dark fruit has the ability to devour chakra. Sure enough, this tens of thousands of troops are useless to him. Senju Hashirama frowned. A killing intent rarely flashed across his usually expressionless face. Somehow, the subordinates are here. Go and test Bai Ye's current strength. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Hitaki Tsukumo drew out the white fang from his waist without any hesitation, and rushed into the boundless darkness in a flash. It's true that Senju Hashirama's temperament has changed drastically, but he's still Konoha's shadow. As the most loyal member of the village, Hitaki Tsukumo will not hesitate even if it is a sea of swords and fire. Therefore, even though he knew he was dead, White Fang didn't frown. Father, Kakashi yelled anxiously. Although he has not yet become a real ninja, his vision is pitifully small. But Kakashi's ingenuity is no less than anyone else. Gathered the power of the 3 villages and mobilized tens of thousands of ninjas, just to kill Bai Ye alone. How powerful is this Bai Ye? Although his father is known as Konoha's White Fang, how could he be Bai Ye's opponent? Kakashi gritted his teeth. I hope he can remember the old love and let his father live. Senior White Fang, stay safe. In the dark cage where he couldn't see anything, Hitaki found himself suddenly able to see things. With a faint smile on his face, Bai Ye suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Ye, don't be obsessed with it anymore. Hitaki sighed. Continuing to fight will not benefit both parties. I don't think it's better. Not as good as what? Before finishing a sentence, Bai Ye interrupted. Senior Hitaki, I think there seems to be a little problem with your thinking. Zero looking for flowers. You say I'm obsessed with obsession. Well, please tell me what obsessive things I have done. This. Hitaki was dumbfounded. Yes, Bai Ye has never done anything too extreme since his debut. As for killing Mr. Chunin and a few ninjas who spread rumors and caused trouble, that's nothing. The Second Ninja World War, killing Sand Shinobi, killing Hanzo of the Salamander, these are all great credits. The last time Kurenai Yuhi disappeared, Bai Ye was furious and only killed Danzo and 2 advisors. Besides, this matter is over. Since then, Bai Ye seems to have been quite honest and has never done anything unreasonable. Can't tell. Bai Ye smiled and said, this time, it's you Konoha who came to provoke me. You were the first to break the original situation where well water does not interfere with river water. Could it be said that as long as you stand on the opposite side of Konoha, you are called obsessed? After the words were finished, the snarky Hitaki Tsukumo was speechless. Senior, go back, you are not my opponent. Bai Ye said. As long as I think about it, your tens of thousands of troops will be wiped out in no time. Send Senju Hashirama over here. After speaking, Bai Ye's figure disappeared into the darkness. This, hey, White Fang sighed, turned and exited the darkness. Originally, he wanted to be loyal to Konoha, even if it was stupid loyalty. However, Bai Ye didn't give him this chance at all. In the endless darkness, I couldn't even see the figure of the other party. How should we fight this one? Before the fight, Hitaki fell into a disadvantage, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. Master Hashirama, your subordinates are incompetent, and they are no match for Bai Ye. Hitaki Tsukumo said a little ashamedly. It came out in a few seconds. It seems that you and Bai Ye have a good personal relationship. Senju Hashirama said lightly. In that case, step back. As soon as the voice fell, a wooden dragon rose from the ground, heading straight into the darkness. In this battle, it seems that only you and I can decide the outcome. The rest are just watching the show. Senju Hashirama said calmly. Blood flashed in his eyes, and he clearly saw Bai Ye's figure. I finally know why you are controlled so thoroughly. Bai Ye frowned and said, because of you who came up from Impure World reincarnation, only one remnant soul came up. 102 under this trick, you will die. In the dark cage, Bai Ye is confronting Senju Hashirama. It's very quiet here. It was so quiet that not even a breath of wind could blow in. You are completely controlled, maybe because you only have a wisp of remnant soul. Bai Ye said coldly. Uchiha Madara apparently also possesses the blood essence. But unlike Senju Hashirama, his personality and way of acting are exactly the same as the Madara in Bai Ye's memory. Arrogant, domineering, arrogant. I don't understand what you're talking about. Senju Hashirama said calmly. With a clap of hands, countless trees rose from the ground. The turbulent chakra came out majestically, as if it were endless. In the blink of an eye, this piece of darkness was completely shattered. There has been a substantial shift in power. You get more power than Uchiha Madara. Whoosh. In a flash, Bai Ye appeared in front of Senju Hashirama, 087. Shinigami's pale giant hand pierced through his body and grabbed Senju Hashirama. Boom. A white smoke flashed. The Senju Hashirama disappeared and was replaced by a tree. Wood-style clone. When did it happen? Bai Ye frowned. Could it be that one of his avatars has such a huge chakra kid? Before I had time to think about it, there was an urgent sense of restraint in my body. 3 wooden dragons had wrapped around his body at some point. So fast. Chakra is passing like crazy. At this moment, Bai Ye really felt the difficulty of the wooden dragon. Now the blood clone has been wiped out by the demon totem. I don't have follow-up supplies, I can't waste a single chakra. Glaring with his right eye, time flows backwards. I saw 3 wooden dragons slowly leaving Bai Ye's body. The majestic chakra slowly returns to the body. Everything returned to the state it was 10 seconds ago. Senju Hashirama also appears again. Does it reverse time and space within a certain range? Terrifying pupil technique. With a sneer, Senju Hashirama's figure disappeared again. The 3 wooden dragons entangled Bai Ye again in an instant. Damn it, it's another rogue tactic. Gritting his teeth, the helpless Bai Ye could only perform time reverse flow again. At the same time, he quickly thought about countermeasures in his heart. I'm holding the killing sword in my hand, and I can't see his speed clearly even with an increase of more than 300 times. Obviously, his power comes from the origin of blood. Moreover, it's not an ordinary body augmentation, it should be similar to some kind of surgery. Time passed by every minute and every second. Senju Hashirama's tactics remain unchanged, as if intending to use the wooden dragon to forcibly consume Bai Ye to death. In the past, Bai Ye had a million blood avatar as the backing guarantee. Chakra can be said to be endless. But now he is all cumin. How long can you last if you are entangled by a wooden dragon? It doesn't make much sense to cast Susan, because I can't capture his speed at all. Should it be similar to some kind of space-time ninjutsu, teleportation? Bai Ye suddenly heard the blood pool in Tang country. That blood pool has the ability to teleport. Perhaps, this is one of Senju Hashirama's abilities, teleportation. Damn it, the genius just got dark. At least a few hours before the draw, Bai Ye's Rinnegan ability can be used continuously for up to 10 minutes. In other words, if you can't think of a countermeasure within 10 minutes, it is basically a mortal situation. Because Senju Hashirama's ability is too incomprehensible. Should Flying Thunder God run away first? Bai Ye thought suddenly. But soon, this idea was rejected by him. Because there are still people who are very important to me here, Yuhihong, Uchiha Makoto. I can run, but those 2 women are destined not to escape. Although Bai Ye planted Kamui on them. But Kamui is different from Flying Thunder God, it needs to be charged for a short time when it is cast. However, even for just a second, Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon can wrap around. Brother, he has become stronger. Outside Cloud Shinobi Village, Senju Tobarama was watching the 2 fighting in disbelief. Bai Ye's darkness has been pierced, so even people outside can see clearly what's going on inside. Both of us are in the state of Impure World reincarnation, and there is no room for improvement. But why can he? He should have moved that weird blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly. That kind of blood seems to be able to bring some kind of magical history to people. That's the kind you and I rejected at the beginning. 0.0 inches. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly. It's not a big secret that the pool of blood will immediately appear beside the strong. This has happened to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Hitaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobarama, who are stronger than them, have naturally encountered it. However, both of them held back. Although Big Brother is unlikely to do such a stupid thing. But judging from the current situation, it should be like this. Sighing, Senju Hashirama finally knew why his elder brother had been acting uncharacteristically recently. Bai Ye's strength has clearly exceeded imagination. Whether it's speed, strength, or the terrifying pupil technique, we can't deal with it anymore. But Big Brother, he can. Hey, so confused. Sarutobi, I order you, after the eldest brother defeats Bai Ye, please be sure to release the spells on the 2 of us. Senju Hashirama said firmly. The biggest feature of Impure World reincarnation is immortality. Another solution method besides yin-yang escape is that the caster himself takes the initiative to solve the spell. So Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely has the ability to do it. Yin. A loud dragon chant sounded. A huge wooden dragon wrapped around Sarutobi Hiruzen's body immediately. Senju Hashirama looked back at him coldly, noisy. The wooden dragon's body began to shrink inch by inch. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that all the bones in his body were crushed. Chakra is losing at a rapid rate of 4.9. Shodai. He actually tried to kill me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him in disbelief. You actually want to kill? Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body began to dry up rapidly. After a few breaths, he completely lost his breath. Brother, what are you doing? Senju Tobarama roared. It's a pity that first generation didn't even bother to look at him. You are really ruthless. Bai Ye frowned. The wooden dragon on his body disperses outwards, and the time reversal ability is activated. Even the third generation you want to kill. I really can't imagine how far your wisdom has grown. Bai Ye said coldly. These words seem to be spoken to Senju Hashirama, but in fact, they are spoken to the demon totem. Stop talking nonsense, your ability must have reached its limit. The next move, you will die. 103 The power of the main god, destroying gods at a glance. The next move, you will die. Senju Hashirama's voice came, cold and without a trace of emotion, but very determined. I'm going to die. Bai Ye sneered, hee, you're so naive. Suddenly, Bai Ye's smile stopped abruptly. His facial muscles suddenly began to contort violently. His face trembled crazily, as if there were bugs crawling around quickly under the skin. Immediately afterwards, his eyes were dark, and there were bursts of pain. 2 lines of black blood slipped from his eyes. My eyes are blind. Bai Ye was shocked. At this time, whether it is a dream or turning back time, he can't do it. Flying Thunder God. Thoughts moved, but the golden light did not flash across as imagined. Bai Ye still stood there motionless. My body was going crazy and my blood was starting to boil. As if some kind of disruption and reorganization. He is controlling the blood structure in my body. Is this the hidden danger buried in my body with 20 volts before? Only now did Bai Ye understand why the blood avatar would fail for no reason. It turned out that he had been under the control of the demon totem all along. It's just that it exploded completely at this moment. The blood structure was disrupted and reorganized, causing Bai Ye to lose all control over his body. Gradually, a sense of heaviness emerged in my mind. Even thinking begins to slow down. What do I do? Bai Ye wants to refresh himself so that he can quickly think about countermeasures. But at this moment, he is like an ordinary person who has not slept for days and nights. The body is exhausted to a certain extent, and he could feel that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining. It was as if his own blood had been forcibly drawn out. Powerless revolving heaven, even thoughts. Bai Ye's body began to crumble, and he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand steadily. He lost. Senju Tobarama clenched his fist. But I didn't feel so happy in my heart. Because Senju Hashirama was so unfamiliar that he didn't know him. If I wasn't in the state of impure world reincarnation and was immortal, my brother would have killed me too. Sighing, at this moment he actually expects that the winner is Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye is scary, in general, he is much stronger than the current Senju Hashirama. At least not indiscriminately killing innocent people. What will the ninja world look like in the future? Taking a deep breath, he suddenly understood why Tsunade and Jiraiya left the village. Now even he has the idea of leaving. Mr. Bai Ye, are you going to lose? No, Nohara Lin gritted her teeth. Tears have covered his face. He will not lose, he will never lose. A small hand rested lightly on her shoulder. Lin, Mr. Bai Ye hasn't fallen down yet. Shizune sobbed, he sure can. Although unwilling to face all this, Bai Ye's state is seen by everyone. Everyone knows that this time, the tyrant of the ninja world may really die in the hands of Senju Hashirama. This sword is amazing. Senju Hashirama held the killing sword in his hand, and suddenly felt that his strength was several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Well, there is a strong smell of blood. Using it to kill people, can you continue to strengthen yourself? Raising his eyebrows, Senju Hashirama beckoned into the distance. Immediately, a wooden dragon flew up in the air and grabbed more than 10 ninjas from the ninja coalition. Master Hashirama, pillar, puff. The sword was raised and the 10 people's heads were in different places in an instant. The strength has been slightly improved. Sure enough, as long as you kill people, you can continue to become stronger. There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. He's not dead yet. Senju Hashirama froze for a moment. I saw the small ring on Bai Ye's right ring finger suddenly flashing a light blue light. Soon, that light enveloped his whole body, as if forming a kind of protection. A defensive ninja. Frowning, Bai Ye's head fell to the ground in a flash of green light. It seems not, there is no defense at all. Seeing Bai Ye whose body was separated but not yet collapsed, Senju Hashirama's doubts deepened. What the hell is this ring? A strong uneasiness suddenly arose, and he knew that this uneasiness came from the ring. It's a weird thing, you can't. With a wave of the dagger, the sword that could split mountains and seas slashed towards the ring on Bai Ye's right hand. Boom, click, there was a violent impact sound, and the killing sword was shattered by the force of the shock. At the same time, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Reminder, the Panlong ring has been attacked by a powerful external force, and its inner space has temporarily expanded. It is detected that the host is dead, and the system will guide a drop of the power of the main god in the ring. Can I hear voices? Bai Ye was shocked. At this moment, his consciousness is very chaotic, and he can't even open his eyes. But clearly heard the sound of the system. The power of the main god. The power of the main god. I saw a drop of crystal clear light blue liquid slowly floating out from the panlong ring. A huge coercion that seemed to spread across the sky and covered the sky and spread in all directions. Click, click, there was the sound of bones breaking. In the next second, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but knelt down on the ground. He had a clear premonition that if he didn't kneel, he would be crushed to death by that kind of power. Bang bang bang, the arrival of the tree realm created by wood style was also completely shattered. 527 disappeared in a blink of an eye like ashes and smoke. Tens of thousands of ninjas had the same reaction as Senju Hashirama, and immediately fell to their knees. It was as if he was submitting to his own king. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed at this moment, as if even this day, one has to be in awe of it. What the hell is this thing? Senju Hashirama was shocked, only feeling trembling all over his body. He even had an illusion that he couldn't even keep himself in this immortal impure world reincarnation state. As shocked as he was, there were tens of thousands of ninjas. The difference is that those tens of thousands of people don't even have the courage to look up. Soon, the drop of light blue liquid floated into the body of day and night. An invisible ripple spread out. I saw a head growing out of the headless corpse. Bai Ye's eyes opened slowly, without a trace of color, like a ruthless god. Is this the power of the Lord God? Only exists for 3 seconds. In the first second, Bai Ye glanced at Senju Hashirama. But seeing Senju Hashirama's body instantly vanished into ashes, not even dross remained. The immortality of impure world reincarnation seems to be reduced to nothingness under this glance. In the second second, Bai Ye returned to his peak state. In the third second, he looked into the distance. It turns out that the origin of blood is not that simple. 104 killing sword destroyed. A ray of sunlight shines on Bai Ye's face through the gap between the green grass. Some dazzling. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I survived. Experience death and be born again. Bai Ye's mood became a little mysterious. This feeling does not seem to be pure joy, but a kind of enlightenment. Probably due to the influence of the power of the main god, even the soul has been washed and purified. Hashirama has failed, and the threat of the blood origin remains. It's a pity that the killing sword was destroyed. However, if I don't have the power of the Lord God, then, like that sword, I will be smashed to pieces, right? Various thoughts and fragments of memory drifted through my mind. In the end, the images he saw were frozen in 3 seconds. The blood-red shadow seemed to be a totem, and it seemed to be a person. It conveyed a very terrifying coercion to him. What that was, Bai Ye didn't know. Bai Ye propped his elbows on the ground and sat up slowly. The system beeps. Reminder, due to the forcible activation of the Panlong ring, it will now enter an uncontrollable forced dormancy period. This hint was as expected by Bai Ye. He just sighed softly and ignored it. Consciousness is slowly returning from chaos. He still needs a little time to get used to this body again. Yuan Yelin and Shizune had rushed up and hugged him involuntarily. Mr. Bai Ye, you are still alive. Mr. Bai Ye, Mr. Bai Ye. They both broke down in tears. Tears dripped down on Bai Ye's neck, a little too hot. Rin, Shizune, it's too tight. Bai Ye spoke with difficulty. He was having difficulty breathing and was about to be strangled by the two women. Ah, sorry. Yuan Yelin let go of her hands in a panic, and was about to stand up, but bumped into Bai Ye's chin again. Bai Ye rubbed his chin and looked at her helplessly. What are you doing in a panic? Yuan Yelin has lowered her head, and her tongue has started to tie up. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Ye, I'm very sorry. Bai Ye knew what the two of them were thinking. Know how worried they both are about his safety. When he was desperate, there were two people looking forward to his return in victory. His touch was self-evident. Bai Ye reached out and gently wiped away the tears on their faces. Don't cry, but you won't float. This action is too gentle. On the contrary, it had the opposite effect, and the two of them cried even more fiercely. Bai Ye suppressed a smile. Really, your faces are all bruised, you even have beards, like two little wild cats. Idiot, you idiot, let others worry about you so much, you can't laugh. At this time, the ninja allied forces in the distance are still prostrate on the ground. They wanted to stand up, but their bodies trembled, their legs trembled, and they couldn't stand up at all. They whispered about the ninja tyrant. In the words, there is helplessness and fear. Bai Ye actually won. What was that just now? What a terrifying power. Damn it, my body is still shaking and I can't move at all. Unexpectedly, Hashirama-sama also lost. Shut up. What are you talking about, Master Hashirama? He killed our comrades. Who is the villain? Master Hashirama, why did you do that? For a time, everyone's mood was a little complicated. Looking at Bai Ye in the distance, they were worried. Hashirama was defeated, not knowing what day and night would do to them. Even such a powerful Senju Hashirama was defeated by his men, who else could be his opponent? Next, wouldn't the ninjas in the major ninja villages all be lingering under the terror of Bai Ye alone? And in the worst case, it's not just that. If Bai Ye rises suddenly and swallows them all here, what will their families do, and what will the village do? Bai Ye stood up and looked at everyone below. There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, I really feel your killing intent. Bai Ye's tone was not kind. if you want to kill me, then, just come. Although now his strength is not as good as a few minutes ago. However, these miscellaneous fish are not yet a threat. Of the coalition members who have just seen the power of the main god, which one dares to step forward? Those who barely stood up fell to their knees with a plop. No, no, Master Bai Ye, we are only bewitched by Senju Hashirama. Lord Bai Ye, please let us go. There are also some people who still have resentment towards Bai Ye. They have witnessed Bai Ye's killing and brutality with their own eyes, and they cannot regard such a person as a savior, even if Bai Ye did save them from Hashirama. They didn't dare to challenge Bai Ye, nor would they beg for mercy. He just stared at Bai Ye with that powerless gaze. Bai Ye looked at them and smiled mockingly. Trash fish is trash fish. No matter when, it can't play a key role. Their anger is just a waste of expression, unable to cause any damage to the enemy at all. For the sake of Taiyan and Cloud Shinobi's goodwill, Bai Ye does not intend to catch all these miscellaneous fish. Anyway, they can't contribute experience to him for the time being. The war has just ended and enough people have died. He needs to leave a little spark for this ninja world so that this world can continue to develop. Bai Ye thought for a while, and said something that fit his status as a tyrant. I would like to advise you, stop doing unnecessary things. Quote, whether you give your heads to me or keep them on your own, that's all in my mind. After saying this, he took Lin and Shizune and left the battlefield in an instant. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. He, Bai Ye, this tyrant, just like that, intends to let them go. Send Lin and Shizune back to a safe place. Bai Ye returned to Cloud Shinobi village again. At this time, the person he cares about the most is Shihahong. She must be crying with fear, the little girl. He couldn't wait to see her. Hearing Bai Ye's voice, Shihahong quickly wiped away her tears, ran out of the hut, and fell into his arms. Mr. Bai Ye, Yuhi-Hong's eyes were red. She tried her best to smile, but she still shed tears. It's great that you're okay. Bai Ye responded to her hug and held her tightly in his arms. The hearts of two people have never been so close as this moment. Ahem, Mr. Bai Ye, I'm still here, so don't ignore me. Makoto leaned against the door frame, folded his arms, and looked at him coquettishly. Her eyes were also red, but she was still smiling. The two looked at each other. Makoto said softly, welcome back, hero right. 105 The Unfinished War. Bai Ye was a little embarrassed to be called a hero by Makoto. Looking at Bai Ye's flustered expression because of shyness, Makoto suddenly felt that this boy was not just a murderous tyrant. There is tenderness in his heart. Looking at Yuhi-Hong again, it is really a great gift to be treated tenderly by a tyrant. Hero, will you blush too? Makoto, if you're going to tease me, enough is enough. Bai Ye let go of Yuhi-Hong, but still held her hand. Sunset Red said softly, let's go, Mr. Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded. Makoto looked at the two of them about to leave, a little puzzled. Where are you going? Don't you take me with you? Bai Ye glanced at her and said something mysteriously. If you want to come and join us, I don't mind, but I don't know if you would mind. Hearing Bai Ye say this, he suddenly felt wrong. HMPH, this bad boy. WWW. The golden light flashed by. Bai Ye returned to Konoha village with evening red. The war is temporarily over. Although Konoha village was not damaged on a large scale, the streets were very depressed. The people who came and went were all sad and depressed. As soon as Bai Ye showed up with Yuhi-Hong, he was discovered by ninjas who stayed behind in the village. However, they just showed up as usual and showed their faces. Master Bai Ye, you are back. Welcome back here. Master Bai Ye, you are a hero of the ninja world. He said hello to Bai Ye and took the opportunity to say a few compliments. Bai Ye waved his hand and let them disperse. As for what Bai Ye is going to do in Konoha village, of course no one dares to ask. In other words, even if he came back to kill people to vent his anger, no one could stop him. The battle report from the battlefield has made it very clear that Bai Ye can even be resurrected from the dead, smashing Senju Hashirama of Impure World reincarnation in an instant. That is definitely a terrifying force beyond the current cognition of the entire ninja world. Yuhi-Hong clearly felt the fear of Bai Ye from the surrounding villagers. Looking at the tall and handsome man beside her, she couldn't help but clenched his tail tightly. Mr. Bai Ye, let's go eat something. Okay, let's go over there. Hokage building. Senju Tobarama stood by the window, looking out at the whole village. As the former second Hokage, he was reincarnated with his elder brother Hashirama and came to the battlefield. But, now the eldest brother is dead. Again, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is also dead. Bai Ye is still alive and even returned to the village. He's always going to be a huge threat. His fingers were slightly bent, buckling on the wooden window frame. Only a click sound was heard. The window frame was broken. Think back to the situation on the battlefield. He couldn't help but frown. What is that weird light blue liquid? An immortal person, who can be his opponent? Even Tobarama himself didn't realize that Bai Ye had planted the seeds of fear in his heart. Now he no longer has the confidence to appear in front of Bai Ye. Looking out the window at the lone bird flying by, he could not sigh. What else can I do? Mr. Bai Ye, you are here too. What a coincidence. In the barbecue restaurant, Bai Ye ran into Jiraiya who had just returned from outside the village. Jiraiya had of course heard about the battlefield. In his view, this young man, who is called a hero and also called a tyrant, may be embarking on a road of no return. After all, the power he has now is too powerful, no one can contain him anymore. The three of them shared a table. It was Jiraiya's treat, and he ordered 3 barbecues, and he ordered 10 bottles of wine. He poured a small glass of wine for Bai Ye himself. Bai Ye, what do you plan to do in the future? The war is far from over, and we all need to be prepared at any time to guard against its sneak attacks. Bai Ye calmly said, you must have heard of the origin of blood. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. Is it the weird power that controls Shodai? That's really scary. Bai Ye nodded. You mean, it hasn't disappeared yet, and it will come back at any time. Bai Ye nodded again. That's a really big deal. Although he didn't want Hong to know about these things, sooner or later she would have to face them, so it was better for her to be mentally prepared as soon as possible. Of course, he will try his best to protect her. Jiraiya raised her neck and drank the wine in her glass in one gulp. His expression became more and more serious. He tentatively opened his mouth and asked, Orochimaru is with you, isn't it? Yes, I am supporting him, researching the power tomb of the origin of blood. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Jiraiya lowered her voice and said to Bai Ye, he is an ambitious guy, and he will not be willing to be subordinated to others. You have to be careful of him. Once he has fully mastered that kind of power, he may do something cruel. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Bai Ye raised his wine glass and touched him. Jiraiya's words made him understand that Master Jiraiya had already stood on the united front with him. Hey, let go. You don't have to fight like this, you boy. It's bleeding from the bite. Let go quickly, BD. Help, come quickly. While Bai Ye and Jiraiya were drinking wine, there was a burst of noise at the entrance of the barbecue shop. Jiraiya raised the curtain, glanced at the scene outside, and was taken aback immediately. Creepy. How is this going? Bai Ye smelled a strange smell, got up, and walked towards the door. He saw 2 young men in plain clothes biting each other. One of the people's shoulders was bitten through, and the other's neck was bloody and bleeding continuously. Stop. Bai Ye rushed out immediately, together with Jiraiya, held the 2 fighting each other and forcibly separated them. The eyes of the 2 of them were blood red, and the veins on their bodies were bulging, clinging to their faces and bodies like earthworms. After being forcibly separated, they still bared their teeth and stared at each other. The killing intent is awe-inspiring. Obviously really want to kill each other. Give me your blood, give me. The one held by Jiraiya was panting and speaking inarticulately. Jiraiya could only temporarily knock him unconscious. Probably that kind of thing again. He looked at Bai Ye with a questioning look. Mr. Bai Ye, do you have a solution? Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. This force has become stronger and stronger, and I have no way to restore their sanity without harming their lives. Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart sank. Then, let's detain them separately and control them. 106 Orochimaru's research results. The 2 young men were quickly sent to Konoha's underground cage. A few days later, deathmatch like this occurs from time to time in every corner of Konoha village. Those people, according to Bai Ye's instructions, were also sent to prisons and separated. They seemed desperate for each other's blood, and someone scratched the wall all night, making blood-curdling screams. For a moment, the underground cage became eerie, and no one dared to approach it except Bai Ye. Bai Ye realized that what he was worried about had already happened. That totem is getting more and more crazy. It spreads its power on such a large scale. What exactly is it trying to do? Could it be that it's just simply drawing blood? Not long ago, Bai Ye secretly sent 2 people affected by the totem to Vice Admiral because the experiment over there seems to have achieved certain results. There are more and more experimental subjects needed. Bai Ye thought of Jiraiya's warning, and couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. It seems that it is time to supervise the progress of Orochimaru's experiment. There is still more than a day before the next lottery draw. Bai Ye's mood became more and more suspenseful. Hokage building, Hokage office. Tsunade received the order from Senju Tobarama to come back here. What's the matter, Lord Hokage? There is a task that only you can do. Tobarama looked at her blankly. Tsunade yelled, is there any task that must be done by me? Let's talk about it, Tobarama said coldly. Continue to monitor Bai Ye. What is he monitoring? Tsunade leaned on the table with one hand, and smiled slightly mockingly. Even if he wants to do something bad, I can't stop him. The situation on the battlefield is obvious to all. Bai Ye has the kind of power that is as high as a god, and no one will be its opponent. Senju Tobarama took a deep breath. Your role is to let him stay in Konoha village and stay here quietly. What's the meaning? Now, the power in the village is empty, and there will inevitably be careerists who covet the village. If Bai Ye can stay in the village honestly, it will undoubtedly bring shock to those guys. That's right. Tsunade realized that, in Tobarama's view, Bai Ye was just a tool, similar to Jinchuriki, but also a higher existence than Jinchuriki. Only, although Bai Ye is a tender man, he may not be willing to be a tool person, right? Tobarama looked at her calmly. I saw her hesitation. With a sigh. Tsunade, you don't want the village built by your grandfather to be destroyed by foreign enemies, do you? These words hit Tsunade's heart. Tsunade pursed his lips. Although she doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to this village, she still doesn't want to watch it being invaded by powerful enemies. Think about it. She gave an impatient tisk. I'll do my best. Tsunade came to the hut where Bai Ye lived and knocked on the door. It was Yuhihong who opened the door. In the house, fish soup is being stewed, and it tastes very fragrant. Through the door, Tsunade can also see that the hut is kept clean day and night. Obviously it was the credit of Uchiha. This little girlfriend is still very reliable. For some reason, seeing this scene, Tsunade felt a little sour in his heart. If you can do something for Bai Ye, probably every girl would be willing, right? Unfortunately, Bai Ye seems to only accept Ri alone. Mr. Bai Ye, he's gone out and may not be back until very late. Uchiha thought of Bai Ye's instructions before going out, so she didn't tell Tsunade about his going to Cloud Shinobi Village. You don't know where he went. I don't know, he's very busy. Well, I'll visit again later. Tsunade knew that Kurenai Yuhi was hiding something. She wanted to use some means to make this little girl tell the truth. However, she shivered when she thought that Bai Ye had almost slaughtered the village because of her. It doesn't matter if you touch anyone, but you can't touch this little girl. Nasho sighed in his heart. Cloud Shinobi Village. Back here again, Bai Ye has no time to wander around. He went straight to Orochimaru's lab. Mr. Bai Ye, you are here. When Bai Ye entered, he smelled a very pungent smell of blood. Orochimaru was fiddling with a dead body under his hands. The corpse had turned pale, and the limbs were all twisted to a certain limit. It seemed that they had suffered a lot of torture before death. Whether this torture came from the totem or from Orochimaru is unknown. Zero looking for flowers. Bai Ye asked coldly, how is the situation? There is one very interesting discovery. As Orochimaru said, he took out a blood sample. This blood, as if it had an independent life, wriggled on the inner wall of the test tube. It looks a little disgusting. In the corner not far away, there was a man who was tied up. Bai Ye frowned. The people sent here are not enough for you. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. This guy, since he has the guts to come to me to steal information, he should be prepared to sacrifice himself for me. As he spoke, he took out the blood in the test tube and injected it into the man's body. At first, the man was struggling desperately. After a few minutes, he became sluggish, his eyes straightened, and he remained motionless. Just when Bai Ye was puzzled, Orochimaru gave orders to the man. Stand up and pick up the knife on the table. He stood up in a daze, like sleepwalking, and walked towards the shelf where the knives were placed. Then, picked up the knife above. Cut off your fingers. The man did so without hesitation. However, to Bai Ye's surprise, the dropped finger and the splashed blood quickly returned to the opponent's body. After just 10 seconds, the man's hand returned to its original state. Piercing your stomach. Orochimaru's order was very cruel, and the other party still did the same. Same situation happened again. The blood returned to that person's body again. Bai Ye asked in surprise, Orochimaru, what trick are you playing? Orochimaru did not answer Bai Ye's questioning, he continued to issue orders. Come to me, still do it, without any resistance. Sudden, Orochimaru shot a kunai from his sleeve, piercing the opponent's neck. This time, the opponent fell to the ground and never got up again. Mr. Bai Ye, as you can see, Orochimaru restrained his smile. I discovered this possibility in the experimental subject. So, I tried to copy its characteristics and integrated it into my own blood. Hearing this, Bai Ye seemed to understand. I was taken aback. You mean, you copied a copy of the origin of blood that can be controlled by you? Jong. 107 Madara, you are too tender. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Smile even more. In fact, just getting this sample used up all my experimental subjects. This blood is much heavier than ordinary blood. His words made Bai Ye fall into silence for a long time. It would be too bad if the facts were as Orochimaru said. If this is just the case, it is tantamount to a drop in the bucket, and it cannot pose a substantial threat to the totem at all. Orochimaru seemed to see what was on Bai Ye's mind. Mr. Bai Ye, the lives of ordinary people are not worth mentioning at all. He took a step closer to Bai Ye, trying to confuse him and join his crazy plan. As long as you can provide me with more experimental subjects, I can continue to study, and then, maybe I can cultivate something amazing. Bai Ye snorted coldly. The gaze towards Orochimaru became unkind. He'd read the original and knew how morbid Orochimaru's desire for immortality was. This experiment is said to be for him Bai Ye, or it can be said that it is for him Orochimaru himself. However, only for now, day and night may only be able to cooperate with this lunatic. He needs to crack the secret of the totem as soon as possible. Without addressing this threat, his life cannot be guaranteed. The blood pool will appear by his side at any time. Orochimaru, this is not an easy task, and it requires a long-term plan. Orochimaru had already caught the meaning of his words. If you don't refuse, you agree. Okay, Mr. Bai Ye, everything is up to you. As soon as Bai Ye left the laboratory, he smelled that special smell of blood again. He subconsciously wanted to draw the knife, but found nothing. Hateful. He always had to keep reminding himself that the killing sword no longer existed. Tomorrow's lottery draw, if you can return the killing sword to me, then I will be thankful. Of course, he also knows that this possibility is not too high. Bai Ye walked over following the smell of blood, and Juwu suddenly flew towards him. With a sway, he used Kamui to avoid the attack, and grabbed it in his hand with his backhand. With a little force on the wrist, it flew back. Uchiha Madara, unexpectedly you also learned to sneak attack. When, there was a slight buzzing sound as the metal collided. Madara's cold voice sounded. Bai Ye, is that all? Bai Ye sneered. That is it. Madara, you are too tender. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky. The detonating talisman tied to Ku Wusheng by Bai Ye exploded directly. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. A huge fireball covered the sky and rushed towards Bai Ye. However, before it got close to Bai Ye's body, it dissipated in the air suddenly. In the air, only the pungent burning smell remained. Uchiha Madara froze in the air for a few seconds, his face darkened and a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and glanced at the shoulder that was shattered by the detonating talisman. Even though he had successfully avoided the explosion attack, he was still injured. What happened? Could it be that kind of power has become less stable? What a pity. While speaking, Madara's body turned into a pool of blood, which seeped into the ground. Bai Ye, the battle between you and me is far from over. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. You mean, you just went out and met Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru was oblivious to what was happening outside. The laboratory is buried deep in the ground, and the sound insulation effect is still very good. What's more, the two sides only fought briefly, and they didn't fight seriously at all. Bai Ye recalled the brief encounter just now. I am also very puzzled. It stands to reason that even if Lord Madara had become weak from the battle not long ago, he wouldn't be so weak. The only possibility is that the original power of blood in his body has become unstable. As for when it started to become unstable, that, I am afraid, will become the key to subdue it. Great power is often accompanied by factors of instability. Orochimaru put down the test tube in his hand. Look back. He glanced at Bai Ye. Smile. Some meaningful. Mr. Bai Ye, if the powerful power scares you, why don't you leave it to me and let me keep it for you, how about it? Bai Ye looked at him expressionlessly. He knew that Orochimaru was testing him, coveting other powers in him. This ambitious man will never be satisfied until he attains eternal life. Take care of yourself and stop thinking about me. After speaking, Bai Ye disappeared. Return to Konoha village. Go back to the hut where I lived with Yuhihong. Point 0. Welcome back, Mr. Bai Ye. Yuhihong has already prepared dinner and is waiting for him to come back. Seeing the well-behaved and cute little girlfriend, Bai Ye's mood relaxed a little. Only where she exists can he feel at ease. Did anyone come here during the day? Master Tsunade has been here. In addition, there are several other people from Ninja Village. I don't know them very well, so I didn't open the door. Yuhihong reported everything about today seriously. The way she tried to remember was so cute. Bai Ye pulled her, sat beside him, and patted her head. Well, it will be like this in the future, don't trust outsiders. Okay, I remember. The two leaned together and used today's dinner. Such a rare piece, Bai Ye really hoped it could last forever. Late at night, Bai Ye opened his eyes and came outside the house. Tsunade leaned against the big tree at the door, folded his arms, and looked into the distance. Although he didn't know when this old woman came, Bai Ye woke up the moment he sensed her aura. The young and beautiful Tsunadeheim is certainly attractive to a boy in his youth. It's a pity that Bai Ye has his own heart and doesn't think too much about her. From now on, don't come to me at night, I'm not interested in you. Hearing Bai Ye say, not interested, Tsunade's beautiful eyes jumped with a little 4.5 anger. HMPH, you annoying brat, your words are as mean as ever. Let's not talk nonsense, what is your business with me? Bai Ye yawned. If it is something that allows me to stay in Konoha, then there is no need to mention it, I can't agree. Tsunade was visibly taken aback. Rejected before speaking. After a while, she spoke with difficulty. May I know the reason for your refusal? Bai Ye smiled. That's a man's romance, I can't talk to you as a woman. After speaking, he turned to leave. What's the matter? Bai Ye looked back at her again. Under the moonlight, the night wind blows. Tsunade-ji, whose long hair was blown tousled by the wind, had a charming expression, like a little girl, with slightly red cheeks. If you can, find a chance and have a drink together. 108 Taking back the killing sword, one more. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1 inch. The system sounded, and Bai Ye took out the coins in his pocket. He didn't sleep well all night. It's not because Tsunade's kind invitation made him distracted, but because he has been waiting for the time of the lottery draw. He desperately needs a powerful prop. With a slight movement of the mind, the turntable starts. Eventually, the pointer landed on what looked like a forehead protector. Ding, congratulations on winning the stove coupon from Linus Blacksmith's shop. Bai Ye froze for a moment. Linus, could it be the #1 blacksmith on the Elwyn line of defense? Immediately afterwards, the system will pop up the relevant introduction. Stove coupon for Linus Blacksmith shop, produced in DNF World. Once you have it, you can unconditionally send Linus to repair, restore, and transform your equipment once a week. One for each of the 3 functions. Note, the special fusion materials used in transforming equipment need to be provided by the host itself. After reading the introduction, Bai Ye was overjoyed. What he needs the most right now is this. He needs to recover the killing sword and use it for himself again. Although there is a limit of once a week, 20 is completely enough. Take back the murder sword first. Bai Ye stroked the stove coupon. According to the above tips, I roughly conceived the appearance of the killing sword and various data in my mind. Soon, there was corresponding data registration on the voucher, and every detail of the sword body was perfectly reproduced. After Bai Ye confirmed that it was correct, the stove use coupon lit up. The equipment has been restored, please Sudi and Shongfan. Currently, there are still remaining usage times for the stove coupon in Linus Blacksmith's shop. Repair 1, Transformation 1. Seeing the green short sword appearing on the table out of thin air, Bai Ye couldn't help picking it up, stroking its blade little by little. That's it. Whether it is the texture or the strength of the swing, it is exactly the same as the sword in memory. He was looking for a place to try the sword. Suddenly he heard someone calling him at the door. Master Bai Ye, are you there? Master Tobirama, please. Bai Ye sighed and put the sword on his waist. Understood, I'll go over. When staying in Konoha village, contact with Tobirama is inevitable. Even if you don't stay here, you can't completely cut off the fetters with this village. Yuhihong returned home with a basket of vegetables. Bai Ye happened to be going out. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Bai Ye touched her head. In an instant, he left. Hokage building. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Sand Shinobi's Garura, all got together. In the middle of the hall, there is a body bag. Bai Ye, you are here. Bai Ye smiled. There are quite a lot of people here today, do you want to fight? Senju Tobirama said with a gloomy face, I hope you don't make such unhealthy jokes in front of distinguished guests. Bai Ye spread his hands. Seeing Bai Ye again this time, Jaluluo's attitude towards him has obviously changed drastically. If there was still some hatred before, then now, all she has left is awe. Lord Bai Ye, please look. Jaluluo personally stepped forward and opened the body bag. Inside the bag was a pale, withered corpse. This kind of corpse is very familiar to Bai Ye. Most of the corpses that have been drained of blood by the source of blood look like this. There are still many corpses like this in our Sunagaku. So, Bai Ye spread his hands, are you planning to come to me for help? Jaluluo felt a little embarrassed when Bai Ye exposed his purpose so bluntly. For a moment, all the compliments I wanted to say were choked up. Tobirama said lightly, Bai Ye, we have formed an alliance with Sand Shinobi. Now, they have a request from us. Perhaps, you can think about it. Bai Ye spread his hands. It's not good for me at all, there's nothing to consider. Tobirama snorted coldly. Boy, don't you want to be the savior? This sentence is right. Bai Ye really didn't want to be a savior. He didn't care so much about this hypocritical title. Seeing him turn around to leave, Garuro yelled out, Master Bai Ye, don't you really care about the future of the ninja world? Every day, countless people are controlled by that strange force and then kill each other. Do you really have the heart to watch them being killed by their companions like this? Bai Ye's footsteps paused, but he left straight away. Even if he couldn't bear it, so what? The only way to save these delirious people is to use dark fruit to swallow their blood. But in this way, people will die. It is simply unsolvable. However, Bai Ye did not tell the other party these words. In his opinion, it is not necessary. The life and death of others has nothing to do with him. It can be said that he doesn't care about everyone except Hong. Watching Bai Ye leave, everyone fell into silence. This Bai Ye, as always, does as he pleases, without any sense of collective belonging at all. Next, what shall we do? They looked at each other, but there was no answer. The only thing she can rely on is this Bai Ye who does whatever she wants. Walking on the street, Bai Ye was still thinking about the 703 reward that was just drawn today. There is one repair and one renovation left. It doesn't matter to me to fix it, but this modification is interesting. Bai Ye thought for a while and summoned the system. He checks the relevant functions again. The modification function, adding different fusion materials, can add different attributes to the equipment. If the power of the origin of blood is added, what will happen? Thinking of this, Bai Ye gave the answer with a slight flash of the stove use coupon. Add special fusion material, blood origin, which can produce enchanting effects. Attack power increases, producing a restraint effect on its origin. Since the material is full of magic, equipment damage may occur. It can be repaired with the repair function. It turned out to be like this. Bai Ye's spirit lifted. This feature is simply awesome. Isn't it similar to the equipment enchantment in the game? Although there are risks, once successful, the attributes of the equipment will have a qualitative leap. It is very likely that there will be a godlike help for the current predicament. Must give it a try. As he thought so, his body moved. Appeared again, already in Konoha's underground cage. He randomly selected a few criminals who committed serious crimes and were controlled by the origin of blood, and brought them to Orochimaru's research base. 109 Best Fusion Materials. Orochimaru's research institute, as always, was filled with the smell of blood. Mr. Bai Ye, you came to my place recently, and you are very diligent. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Ye threw the two prisoners on the ground. How long will it take to extract the blood from their bodies? On the way to Cloud Shinobi Village, Bai Ye saw several white corpses again. A sense of crisis, like a dark cloud, weighed on his heart. It made him a little breathless. You were in a hurry. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Unfortunately, if it's about this matter, it's useless to be anxious. Give me an exact time. It will take about half a month. Moreover, the number of experimental subjects. P.K. Bai Ye suddenly flew out a shuriken. The shuriken flew past Orochimaru's cheek, cutting off strands of his hair and leaving a long line of blood across his face. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked Bloodline's face. He restrained his smile. Mr. Bai Ye, it's not good for you to be like this. Bai Ye didn't answer his words, but stared at the blood on his face. He has been waiting for the scene of the blood pouring back. But, this picture did not appear. Your blood has not returned to your body. Bai Ye sighed, when looking at Orochimaru again. In his hand, he already holds the murder sword. The eyes are full of sharpness. That is to say, you did not use the results of your research on yourself. Bai Ye approached him step by step. With every step, a question was thrown that made Orochimaru's scalp tingle. Orochimaru, is it true that there are not enough blood samples? Or, that thing is dangerous, and even a freak like you dare not try it? About that blood, how much did you hide from me? Orochimaru's Adam's apple twitched with difficulty. He felt that what stood in front of him was not a young and handsome boy, but an evil ghost from the bottom of the abyss. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by evil spirits like this. Orochimaru was quickly cornered. He quickly waved his hand. Mr. Bai Ye, calm down. Boom. Bai Ye swung his sword suddenly and stabbed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was scared out of his wits by his sudden violence. But, the sword just brushed his cheek and pierced into the wall. The whole wall came crashing down. If there is any concealment, the fate of this wall will be your fate. Bai Ye withdrew his sword. Looked down at him. Poker face. Orochimaru was completely slumped on the ground. His golden snake pupils were filled with fear. I only made 2 samples. The first one, I demonstrated it to you that day. As for the second one, it has some different characteristics. Under the threat of Bai Ye, Orochimaru no longer dared to hide anything. Among his glass reagents, there was indeed a different blood sample. The difference is, above this blood, there is a tiny human face floating. The color of the blood is not the usual dark red, but black like ink. Orochimaru took it out of the shelf and handed it to Bai Ye. It's growing fast. I need to feed it from time to time with the kind of blood you provide. Otherwise, Bai Ye looked at him. Otherwise what will happen? Orochimaru spread his hands. It's just right, I haven't had time to feed it today, you can see for yourself what will happen. Hear Orochimaru say so, Bai Ye suddenly had a wonderful premonition. Perhaps, this will become the best fusion material. Time passed minute by minute. The sun sets and night falls. Bai Ye looked at the busy Orochimaru and the corpses he put in the reagent jars, feeling sick for no reason. A normal person cannot stay in this place for a day. The face floating on the blood slowly opened its eyes. Bai Ye found that its eyes were red. Its expression is the same as the face of the devil at the bottom of the pool he saw in the cave of Tango country. The moment it opened its eyes, the ground of the research institute began to shake slightly. Blood seeped out from the ground, and gradually, it seemed to cover the entire research institute. Witness such a horrifying scene. Bai Ye suddenly remembered something. That's what White Fang once said, suddenly seeing the bath water turn into water. Give it to me quickly. This face made a baby-like immature voice. Give me that blood. Seeing that there is more and more blood in the research institute, it is getting thicker and thicker. The screaming of the human face became more and more ear-piercing. Bai Ye had to put the test tube back on the shelf. He covered his ears and retreated back. Orochimaru said solemnly, Mr. Bai Ye, if it's about the same, it's time to feed it. It took Bai Ye a long time to come back to his senses. What exactly is this? Orochimaru sighed softly. Mr. Bai Ye, this is the problem, even I don't know what it is. I don't know when it came out. Not long. All bloody fantasies vanished. Feeding is over. Orochimaru tightened the reagent and replaced it in the innermost reagent rack. Bai Ye sat at the door of the laboratory holding his sword. After Orochimaru finished his work, he opened his mouth and said his request. Orochimaru, give me that reagent. Mr. Bai Ye, are you serious? Orochimaru was a little surprised. He has seen this kind of thing with his own eyes, and it is not a cute pet. What does Bai Ye want this kind of thing for? Put it at home as a mascot. Bai Ye said calmly, or, do you have any better suggestions? After hearing this, looking at his expression, Orochimaru obviously respected Zhaoda's a little more. Bai Ye is really not an ordinary person, who is willing to take over this troublesome monster on his own initiative. Well, I don't care. If you take it away, you'll save me trouble. Therefore, this reagent was handed over to Bai Ye by the big snake. Bai Ye left a sentence, I will send you other experimental subjects later. Instantly leave. With this, what do you need the origin of blood in ordinary people to do? Bai Ye immediately summoned the system and opened the operation interface of the stove coupon. Following the prompts of each step of the system, he put the reagent and the killing sword into it one by one. Success and failure may be in one fell swoop. Whether the ninja world has a future depends on whether it can succeed. Bai Ye stared at the operation interface, watching the two objects approaching and merging like light clusters. In the ear, it seems that the sound of the stove running can still be heard. Ding. The equipment modification has been completed. Cold. 110 The hope of breaking free from control. Bai Ye held his breath. For a moment, even the palms were cold. What should I do if I fail? Could Orochimaru have grown a better sample than this one? Everything is unknown. When he really saw, a brand new long sword fell on the table. Only then did he spit it out happily. Successful. He was so excited that he almost cried out. It seems that Lady Luck is still on my side. After the modification, the body of the murder sword was coated with a layer of blood-colored luster, and the shape was slightly changed, from a short sword to a standard long sword. The sword body is slender, and there is a ferocious devil's face on the hilt. That is the face soaked in blood. This unknown creature was strangled in its infancy by Bai Ye. Bai Ye swung his sword excitedly. The sword was a little heavy. However, After getting used to its texture, you will clearly perceive its changes, and it is far more convenient to use than the previous killing sword. Every time it is swung, a crescent-shaped blood arc can be swung. The blood flower bloomed in the air and dissipated in an instant, like a flash in the pan, beautiful and magnificent. But it hides a terrible murderous intent. If you are cut by such a blood arc, what kind of effect will Lien have? Think so. Bai Ye immediately used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the suburbs. When holding the sword, I can clearly feel that these 713 swords seem to have souls. It is longing for fresh blood, it is longing for killing. It seems as if once you let go of your hand, it will become a real demon. Give me some peace. Bai Ye's scolding stopped all its buzzing and restlessness. As the master of the sword, Bai Ye's orders are supreme, no matter how unwilling it is, it can only obey unconditionally. Just when Bai Ye was looking for someone to test his knife on, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell of blood. The smell is very weak, and there is no chakra flowing nearby, which means that the other party is far away from me, at least 2 kilometers away. Thinking of this, he felt even more excited. It seems that holding this modified killing sword can greatly improve his perception of the origin of blood. Let me follow up and see, which experienced baby is so lucky. Madara, there seems to be a guy who has been following you. White Zetsu looked back frequently. There was a very bad feeling lingering in his heart. The other party seemed to have followed for hundreds of meters. Moreover, the distance between the two sides is constantly shrinking. Don't be suspicious. Uchiha Madara is approaching the blood pool of Yuno country. I'm serious, Madara, someone is following you. White Zetsu stopped and disappeared into the trunk of the big tree. At this time, Madara also noticed something was wrong. Because of the blessing of the power of the origin of blood, his current speed is very fast. It stands to reason that it is impossible for ninjas to keep up with him. Unless it's Bai Ye. Thinking of this troublesome man, Madara only felt a headache. If it was him, it would be too troublesome. The strength in Madara's body is very unstable now, and he urgently needs more blood. Sometimes he is sober and sometimes confused. If I don't draw blood from the blood pool, I'm afraid I'll lose control of my body again. I must enter the cave as soon as possible. But, just at this time, the endless darkness rushed towards him like a tide. Madara, it's you, what a coincidence. Bai Ye's voice, like a ghost urging him to death, suddenly killed him. Madara's pupils shrank, and she unconsciously leaned back. This young man holding a long sword has a friendly smile on his face, but he is full of murderous looks. If not Bai Ye, who else could it be? It's just that I haven't seen him for a few days, but Bai Ye's strength has increased a lot. That sword. Madara couldn't see the sword in Bai Ye's hand clearly. I just vaguely feel that it seems a little familiar. It is like a dancing fiery snake, with CACB, breathtaking terrifying power, it is bullying every step of the way. Madara turned and ran. Bai Ye pursued closely. Madara, what are you hiding from? Don't run. Danger strikes suddenly. Before Madara could react to what happened, the sword had already hit her chest. The blood flower exploded on his chest, and the organs in his body seemed to be cut to pieces in an instant. Severe pain, worse than cracking a car. Madara spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air. Bai Ye didn't give him a chance to react at all. To raise the sword is to cut. The crescent-shaped arc of blood splashed. Madara didn't even have room to resist, and it had already become a pool of dirty blood. Blood squirmed on the ground, just like what Bai Ye had seen in Orochimaru's laboratory. As long as it's there, Madara won't really die. It seems that it is determined to keep Madara's body. It's a totem again. Bai Ye watched helplessly as the pool of blood dissipated, and shook his head. His sword, what he wanted, was not such tainted blood. In the distance is the cave where the totem is. Just glanced at it from a distance, and Bai Ye once again felt the terrifying coercion he felt on the battlefield. It's warning me. Back to Konoha. Bai Ye was still thinking about the battle just now. Madara's weakness seemed to have reached its limit. It really doesn't look like Uchiha Madara. Although it was refreshing to complete a one-sided massacre, it always felt like something was missing. Bai Ye sighed. Every time he fights, he can feel the wisdom of the totem grow. It seems to be premeditatedly preparing to do something. Whenever Bai Ye is about to grab its weak point, it will run away, causing him a great headache. People who have obtained the origin of blood have different experiences. The original power left on Madara is obviously different from that of other people. My strength is growing, and my opponent is also growing. This feeling of being chased made him dare not relax his practice. He must become stronger. I don't know what will be given in the next lottery draw. The system can always surprise him. I hope that the next reward will be even more powerful. When walking near the dungeon, Bai Ye suddenly thought of something. Since this sword is inextricably linked to the origin of blood, then, why not try it and see if it can cut off the totem's control over ordinary people? Konaha, in the dungeon. Bai Ye's sudden arrival made the Jonins guarding the place quite panicky. It's good that you are busy with your affairs, I will take a look at it casually. In Bai Ye's hand, he held that bloodthirsty killing sword. After the battle with Uchiha Madara, the color of the blade seems to be redder. When Bai Ye really stepped into the dungeon, all the howling came to an abrupt end. The blood energy carried on the sword really shocked them. Bai Ye was overjoyed. It seems that there is hope. 111 Madara, I have something to tell you from the bottom of my heart. The killing sword buzzed in his hand. In the darkness, a blood-colored light burst out. All the prisoners in the cage fell silent. In such a dead silence, They all stared at the sword in Bai Ye's hands with bloody eyes. Can you control them? Bai Ye tried to communicate with Jian. However, nothing happened. I don't know if Jian's IQ was too low, or it simply can't do it. It seems impossible. Bai Ye was slightly disappointed. It is absolutely not enough to just calm these people down instead of completely recovering their sanity. In an instant, he left the cage. After standing outside the cage and keeping a considerable distance from these controlled people, they returned to that crazy state. It seems that I need to use some prisoners for experiments. Bai Ye waved his hand, signaling Jonin not far away to come over. Those people had already been overwhelmed by Bai Ye's threat, but they would not refuse to be summoned. Lord Bai Ye, what are your orders? Bai Ye said lightly. Here, are there any criminals who have committed the most heinous crimes, preferably those who will be imprisoned for life? Lord Bai Ye, of course there is. Bai Ye nodded. Go and tie up those people's limbs and send them to me. Another Jonin, quite surprised. If we search for people according to Bai Ye's request, at least 20 prisoners can be found. What does Bai Ye want so many prisoners? Master Bai Ye, those are Konoha's important prisoners. What exactly are you going to do? Can you tell me a little bit? Facing other people's inquiries, Bai Ye smiled slightly. I don't know if you have heard of a saying. The other party still didn't know that Bai Ye's smile was filled with murderous intent. What words? This seemingly gentle and kind-hearted young man slowly drew out his sword and put it on the opponent's neck. The saying goes, the more you know, the sooner you die. Seeing that the sharp edge of the sword was about to pierce his companion's neck, Jonin, who was standing next to him, felt his scalp go numb. This murderous tyrant. Lord Bai Ye, calm down. I will handle this matter, and it will be done soon. About 10 minutes later, these prisoners were injected with sedatives, their limbs were bound, and they were sent to Bai Ye. Bai Ye glanced briefly and nodded. Very well, thank you for your cooperation. Bai Ye used Flying Thunder God to directly transfer these people to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru is experimenting. A muffled sound was heard behind him. He turned his head and took a look. Seeing these experimental subjects full of blood, he excitedly licked the corners of his mouth. Mr. Bai Ye, your efficiency really scares me. HMPH, is that your expression of fear? Bai Ye was too lazy to say anything more to this experimental madman. Anyway, he only wanted the experimental results. Anything else, he doesn't care. Continue to study, I will often come to urge you. Before the words finished, Bai Ye had disappeared in place. Cloud Shinobi Village. Makoto sat blankly looking at the towering mountains in the distance. Mr. Bai Ye, she muttered the name. The owner of the name has not appeared for several days. It doesn't take much trouble to come here, why don't you come? The answer seems obvious. That is, Bai Ye has no feelings for her. If a man really cares about a woman, no matter how busy he is, it will show up, won't he? Oh, I really envy that little girl. When Bai Ye was still a child, she didn't feel anything, and she didn't take Bai Ye's jokes seriously. When Bai Ye turned into a handsome boy similar to her age, she gradually became aware of her own feelings, and even the jokes she made her blush and heartbeat. Pity, she seemed unable to get into Bai Ye's heart. That place seemed to be reserved only for Uchiha Madara. Do you want more power? Uchiha Madara, who was soaked in the pool of blood, suddenly heard such a voice full of evil and bewitching power. Am I not strong enough? Madara was a little confused. That voice gradually became clearer. The pool of blood surged up and down as if boiling. The recent battle with Bai Ye filled Madara with a sense of crisis. He knew that Bai Ye's growth rate far surpassed him. Even if he has an immortal body, he cannot completely defeat the opponent. No, you can still be stronger. The voice continued to bewitch him. 0 for flowers. Madara stood up, shouting into the void. Hey, what else can you give me? Bring it all. The voice just fell. White Zetsu, with blood-red eyes, entered the pool of blood. This guy always has a meaningful smile on his mouth. Madara, how is your recovery? Ju, what are you doing down here? Madara didn't look back. Go back to the shore and wait. In his view, White Zetsu is just a product of his inadvertent creation. It is equivalent to another self. Never do anything against him. Madara, if you're almost recovered. PK. A hand suddenly grabbed Madara's heart. Then give yourself to me. Madara spat out a mouthful of blood, lowered her head, staring blankly at the white hand piercing her heart. White Zetsu, you actually. Madara couldn't believe it. White Zetsu, the life he created, would betray him. White Zetsu grinned sinisterly. Madara, if you are not too weak, I would rather give you some more time. Unfortunately, you can't even beat Bai Ye. What right do you have to live on? Madara, give up struggling and just let me take over. The pool of blood boiled, and the monstrous waves of blood rushed towards the two of them, wrapping them tightly. After a few minutes, the huge waves subsided. Madara, who was lying on the surface of the blood pool, quietly opened her eyes. After planning for so long, I finally have my own body. He stood up from the bloody water effortlessly. Then, with a casual flick, the terrified White Zetsu was thrown out of the palm of his hand. It's up to you to want to spoil my affairs. White Zetsu wondered, who the hell are you? This guy is not Madara. Although Madara is very imposing, compared with the Madara in front of him, it is simply a world of difference. Madara's eyeballs rolled oddly. He glanced at White Zetsu indifferently. Hey, ridiculous waste. There is no blood in White Zetsu's body. Because of this, Madara, who came out of the pool of blood, stepped straight over White Zetsu's body and walked out. The way he walks is also weird. Fresh blood, get it over there. 112 who says I'm going to kill them. Fire Nation, Konoha Village. After a casual stroll around Cloud Shinobi Village and Sunagaku, Bai Ye returned to Konoha. Night gradually fell. The leaves are blown by the wind and rustle. A round of bright moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the whole village. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Bai Ye thought so. Unfortunately, this terrible smell of blood in the air spoils the view. After the war, there should have been a peaceful and beautiful time. Just because of this devil totem, the whole ninja world is not peaceful. After dark, the streets were dead silent. Because of frequent death fights, ordinary people dare not go out at night. At first, the origin of blood just shows civilians indiscriminately, but now, it seems to be more inclined to plunder the strong. A death fight between ninjas is bloodier than a 787 fight between civilians. Because of Bai Ye's existence, Konoha's situation is slightly better. As for Cloud Shinobi Village and Sunagaku, that is really horrible. The next round of draws will be held soon. Bai Ye clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Mr. Bai Ye, you are back. Bai Ye stepped into the hut. Yuhihong has been waiting for him for a day. He stroked her childish face pityingly. Silly girl, why don't you go to bed early? It was very late now, and he really didn't want his beloved girl to wait for him so late. On the other hand, Yuhihong said with a happy face, I am the happiest thing to be able to wait for Mr. Bai Ye to come back. Bai Ye touched her head and asked seriously, did you cultivate well today? This tone is really like the teacher of the ninja school. Yuhihong nodded. I am very strong now. As she spoke, she showed off her newly learned ninjutsu moves. Seeing her rapid progress, Bai Ye is very pleased. Although he doesn't ask his woman to become stronger, but if she can become stronger, then he can feel a little more at ease when he is not by her side. I will definitely help Mr. Bai Ye in the future. Yuhihong put away the bitterness and smiled sweetly. Okay, I'm waiting. Then, Yuhihong brought over the soup that was stewed on the stove. The edge of the casserole was a little hot, and her little hands were a little red. Bai Ye took the casserole from her hand. He caressed her burnt fingers with some distress. Silly girl, don't you know how to pad it with a wet towel? I want to let Mr. Bai Ye try my craft as soon as possible. Yuhihong smiled sheepishly. There's no rush at this moment. Bai Ye said seriously. You take care of yourself so that I can go out with peace of mind, understand? It is really rare for these words to come out of Bai Ye's mouth. If Orochimaru and those guys who were cut off by Bai Ye stood here, I'm afraid they would goad their own eyes and doubt their lives. Is such a gentle man really the same person as the rumored tyrant? The night is already very deep. Bai Ye comforted Shihahong and watched her fall asleep. Then, his figure disappeared from the house. He left a clone to look after Yuhihong, and he himself went to various exits of Konoha village and arranged many clones. Calculating the time, it's probably about that time. It is also the time when Kushina was kidnapped and taken away by the people of Cloud Shinobi Village as written in the original book. After Bai Ye came to this world, many things changed. Now that Cloud Shinobi Village is under his control, the kidnapping may not happen. However, it's never wrong to be on the defensive. The evening wind is very cool. Bai Ye waited here for a full 2 hours. In fact, it is enough to leave this matter to the Avatar, but he was still a little worried, so he still waited in person. That seems to be. It's the people of Cloud Shinobi Village, that's right. A fiery red-haired girl, bound by several Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, hurried towards a hidden exit of Konoha Village. HMPH, how courageous. Bai Ye looked gloomy. At this time when he was famous for his viciousness, there were still people who dared to rob people under his nose, and he had to admire the courage of the other party. For a moment, he switched positions with the clone and chased after him directly. Smelly girl, be honest. After all, Kushina was still a child. She was kidnapped suddenly, and her body froze with fright. It wasn't until she was tied up and gradually left the scope of Konoha village that she realized that she should do something so that people in the village could find her. 0. After thinking about it, she pulled off her fiery red hair and threw it on the ground when the ninjas were not paying attention. I hope someone can find these marks as soon as possible, she thought, praying silently. Sudden, a black shadow like ink grabbed the legs of the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas and forcibly pulled them from the treetops. The dull sound scared away the jackdaws perched on the treetops. The ear-piercing chirping sound spread far away in the dead night sky. The members of Cloud Shinobi who fell to the ground had grim expressions, gasping for breath in pain. What the hell is this? Damn it, this black mist seems to be. Could it be that tyrant? Damn, how could he be alarmed? Not far away, a blood-red longsword floated in the air. Bai Ye with a gloomy expression came out from the darkness. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi village, long time no see. Bai Ye stared at them coldly. Oh no, it looks like we just met a few hours ago. The deterrent power of this sentence is too great. What made these people feel even more frightened was that they suddenly reported their famous ministers one by one day and night. Then, seemingly calm, he said, you, including your family members, will soon be reunited in another world. Kushina sat dumbfounded. She covered her eyes, not daring to see what was about to happen. Bai Ye walked towards her, pulled out a bone blade from the palm of 4.4, and cut the rope tied to her body for her. Then, pulled her up from the ground. She resisted Bai Ye's hand a little. She thought that these hands were about to be stained with blood. Eldest sister, what are you shaking? Bai Ye was a little disrespectful. If you want to kill people, give them a good time, don't be too cruel. Kushina turned her back. She had heard of Bai Ye's method of killing. That kind of picture, in her imagination, was very terrifying. Who told you I was going to kill them? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. The eyes gradually turned into the appearance of Mangekyo Sharingan. After those cloud shinobi ninjas looked at him, their eyes became loose and they fell into a deep sleep. I will keep them, and their families, in dreamland forever. As for whether it is a beautiful dream or not, it depends on their luck. Point 113 is expected of you, little pepper. Tsukuyomi's ability is actually quite useful. Certainly, if it wasn't for taking care of this little girl's mood, he would have preferred to devour them directly and let them die in pain and despair. Okay, since you're fine, go home quickly and don't hang out outside. Then, what about these people? What does their life and death have to do with me? Bai Ye spread his hands. Kushina froze for a moment, unable to react for a while. Anyway, they didn't tie me up, nor did they tie up my girlfriend, Bai Ye added. The implication, the life and death of these people is up to you. If you don't care, then hand them over to the wild beasts of the mountains, and leave them to their fate. After confirming that Bai Ye would not kill these people, Kushina felt something was wrong again. Seeing Bai Ye turn around to leave, after thinking about it, she still picked up the kunai on the ground and walked towards the cloud shinobi ninjas who had completely lost their will. Bai Ye heard movement behind him. Look back. 20 Seeing that Kushina wiped those people's necks neatly, he couldn't help laughing. It's you, little pepper. Only by killing decisively can one become a qualified ninja. Always have compassion for the enemy, and the enemy will not thank you. Under the moonlight, Kushina kept up with Bai Ye. From this moment on, Bai Ye is no longer a cruel tyrant to her, nor is she an insignificant passerby, but a lifesaver. And, smart and transparent, she is also very clear. The reason why Bai Ye gave her the right to choose was out of respect for her. After coming to this village, it was the first time that someone as strong as Bai Ye took care of the mood of an outsider like her. This feeling of being respected is really wonderful. Mr. Bai Ye, thank you. Her voice was full of tenderness. Because of shyness, his cheeks were slightly red. Because of the joy, the steps are light. It was also at this moment that she noticed. Bai Ye is really handsome, with the wisdom and maturity that a person beyond his age should have. Hey, big sister, please don't fall in love with me. Bai Ye half-jokingly said, I have a girlfriend. Kushina hit him on the shoulder angrily when he heard that. Brat, whoever wants to like you. Bai Ye spread his hands. After being hammered like this, my heart is really numb. Not the best, I'm a bad guy. HMPH. I know, you don't need to tell me. After the two Bai Ye left, Namikaze Minato, who witnessed the scene just now, stepped out from the shade of the tree. In his hand, there was a strand of long fiery red hair. He also followed Kushina's sign to find it. However, when he arrived here, Bai Ye had already rescued him, and the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi were all dead. Oh, as expected of Mr. Bai Ye, he saved her easily. Minato sighed helplessly. Bai Ye saved Kushina, which is of course a good thing. However, I don't know why. Minato's mood was a little low, and he couldn't be happy. Maybe, he has a different affection for this red-haired girl. Forget it, don't think so much, let's go back to sleep early. He let go. Long red hair fluttered in the wind. Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Deep in the jungle, in an imperceptible cave. What? Mission failed. Third Raikage was furious, punched down, and broke a lot of rocks. What else can you do? Kidnapping a little girl can't do it, what else can they do? The ninjas under him are obedient. In fact, judging from the fighting situation at the scene, it is very likely that they encountered Bai Ye. It's just that we are also wondering why he was alarmed. Raikage frowned. He remembered the time when Bai Ye almost slaughtered Konoha village because of a little girl named Shiraihong. So, he subconsciously thought, could it be that these pigs offended Yu Hahong? Only the matter of Yu Hahong will let Bai Ye notice it immediately. Did you guys do something to Kurenai Yuhi? Raikage asked gloomily. Everyone shook their heads. They are not fools, don't they know Bai Ye's taboo? It is better to directly offend Bai Ye than to offend Shihahong Shaman. Although they are all death, at least, offending Bai Ye can make death easier. HMPH, that's all, you useless things, give me back. Raikage dismissed his men. A pool of blood once again appeared beside him. The power of the blood pool fascinated him. He couldn't help walking towards it. Power, I need more power. The country of the wind. Sunagakur, Karura and several medical ninjas from San Shinobi are discussing countermeasures. Every day, strange corpses are sent over. Without exception, they were all drained of blood and died in great pain. Shio, what do you think should be done about this? Garura frowned. It's getting worse. Among the corpses sent recently, there are even some ninjas. I can't do anything. Shio shook her head and sighed. For the research on the origin of blood, their progress is far behind Konoha village. After all, they have neither a strongman like Bai Ye nor a mad scientist like Orochimaru. This is not something that can be solved with medical ninjutsu. Others also echoed. These 767 people are the most powerful medical ninjas in Sunagakur. They are helpless, what about others? As Kazekage, Karura, one can imagine how heavy her heart is. The feeling of being unable to protect someone who trusts oneself is even more unacceptable than death. As far as the current information is concerned, the problem is only with the blood. How on earth can a person's behavior be controlled through blood? If all the blood in the human body can be taken out, the dirty blood can be stripped off, and the blood can be reintroduced, maybe it can be saved. This kind of idea is unrealistic, no one can do it. Shio turned around and left the laboratory. Gaara, go to bed early. The other medical ninjas also left one after another. Looking at the body bags all over the floor, Jaluluo clenched his fists, his face pale. Is there really nothing you can do? At this time, she thought of that man again, Bai Ye. She always felt that only this man could solve the crisis that swept across the entire ninja world. However, Bai Ye's attitude of having nothing to do with her made her helpless. Just when she was about to walk out of this laboratory, a pair of purple eyes quietly appeared in the darkness behind her. Pale hand, holding kunai. The cold light suddenly appeared. The tip of the blade gradually approached her heart. 114 Nature Affinity Cloak. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1 inch. The sound of the system woke up the drowsy Bai Ye. He tossed the coin into the air. Coming, with a slight movement of the mind, the turntable starts. Eventually, the pointer stopped. Bai Ye glanced at the light curtain. Where the pointer stopped was a thing that looked like a cloak, and it exuded a faint green light. This thing looks kind of weird. Bai Ye was a little confused. However, he quickly took out the reward. Touched. It feels very good, smooth and light. Hold it in your hand, the stream is overflowing, it will give people a feeling of vitality. It's really good, it looks very advanced. Bai Ye was amazed. It's nothing short of extraordinary. At this time, the sound of the system also rang. Ding, congratulations on winning the Natural Affinity Cloak. Immediately afterwards, the system will pop up the relevant introduction. Natural Affinity Cloak. After wearing it, your body energy will be combined with nature, and you can call natural energy at any time. Note, the effect of the equipment will disappear if the host takes it off actively. When wearing it, the equipment can enter the invisible form. Host is fatally attacked, which can trigger the passive defense effect of the equipment, but there is a certain possibility of fragmentation. This equipment is applicable to the repair, restoration, and modification functions in the stove coupon of Linus Blacksmith shop. Seeing these introductions, I feel more excited day and night. What is he missing? All that's missing is defense. In this dangerous world, there are never too many ways to save your life. The Panlong ring containing the power of the main god was dormant, and he still felt a little flustered. Now with this cloak, his situation will be much better again. Wait, natural energy, isn't this the key to practicing immortal art? Bai Ye quickly noticed this. Bai Ye, he always wanted to get Sage Body. There is this in the prize list, but I can't get it, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm afraid I can only learn by myself. Now that we have this artifact, wouldn't it be easy to learn how to be a fairy? Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly felt that the future was bright and bright. Don't overwhelm yourself with too many skills. Moreover, there is a world of difference between immortal jutsu and ordinary ninjutsu. I have to find those toads immediately and learn Sage Mode. Bai Ye put the cloak on his body, and then set it as invisible. This is ready to go. Ga. Bai Ye had just arrived at the gate of Konoha village when he saw a frog carrying a scroll. Bai Ye, hello. The frog recognized him. Oh, you know me too. Bai Ye smiled. Unexpectedly, his name has spread to Mount Myoboku, and even the frogs on the roadside know him. It seems that being too famous is also a problem. I was instructed by Toad Sage to lead you to Mount Myoboku. The frog, of course, was expressionless. However, this tone is quite arrogant. It seems that he is not very willing to deal with him. Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh. I said, since you don't want me to go, don't force it. I didn't say that, but I really don't like you. Bai Ye thought, you are quite honest. As for the reason why the frog doesn't like him, Bai Ye can also think about it. Everyone knows the bloody storm he caused in this ninja world. The frog jumped twice and landed on Bai Ye's shoulder. Hey, hurry up, you kid. Bai Ye silently cancelled the invisibility of the cloak. Ba Ji, a slippery cloak can't hold a frog. It did a backflip and fell to the ground. The frog who was domineering just a second ago now has difficulty getting up. Bai Ye squatted down and silently pressed its white belly, watching its 4 short legs flutter. Bai Ye smiled lightly. How about it? Hey, BD, how dare you be rude to me? Your attitude makes me very unhappy. Bai Ye suddenly reached out and grabbed it in his hand. Then, like throwing a stone, he played with it in his hand. Throw it for a while, and throw it again for a while. The frog was thrown dizzily by him. Are you ready? What? Bai Ye raised his hand suddenly. With a frivolous action, he threw it out. After the frog made several floats on the surface of the pool, it fell into the grass on the opposite bank. Do you really think that only you, Mount Myoboku, can learn immortal arts? Bai Ye said coldly. It is too courageous to try to win him over without giving him a good face. Could it be that he looks easy to talk to? For the frog's honesty, Bai Ye didn't take its life. However, this teasing can be regarded as a warning to them. Don't be so arrogant, you amphibians. In the grass, the dizzy frog struggled to get up. Lying on the rock, watching Bai Ye gradually go away, it blushed with anger. However, thinking of Toad Sage's prophecy, it had to continue to keep up with Toad. At this time, Mount Myoboku hidden place, Fukasaku, Shima, and all the toads gathered around the great Toad Sage, looking through the crystal ball at Bai Ye. Bai Ye's rudeness to the messenger toad made them all show an angry expression. All along, they feel that they are superior. Ken personally invites a human being, that human being should be grateful to Dade, and kneel down to thank him. What is Bai Ye's attitude? You also said that you really thought that only you, Mount Myoboku, could learn senjutsu, and so on, so crazy that there is no border. For a while, the toads talked a lot. Such a bad-tempered brat, is he really the one who saves the world? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. This BD, let me teach him a lesson. Toad Bunta has a bad temper. It took up the weapon at that time, wanting to compete with Bai Ye. Well done, stop. Fukasaku called to stop it. The great toad sage reluctantly opened his eyes. It said slowly, this little guy has secrets on him. Presumably, you all saw that flashing green light, right? Fukasaku nodded. There is pure and huge natural energy gathered on it. From this point of view, this little guy may be able to learn all the fairy arts in just one day. Great Toad Sage's words silenced the toads. Learn all fairy arts in one day. Not so. In this world, is there really such a powerful human being? Just when they were suspicious, Bai Ye in the crystal ball picture has already arrived at Ruchi Cave. Great Toad Sage froze for a moment. Regardless of how he arrived at Ruchi Cave in a few seconds, judging by his posture, it seems that he intends to worship the white-scaled snake's claws. This little guy, is he really not going to come to Mount Myoboku? 115 White Snake, do you want to die? Inside Ruchi Cave, a mortal white snake lay lazily, slightly opened his eyes. The young man standing in front of it had a very gentle expression. It's just that the murderous aura on his body is a little heavier. Young man, what do you want to do when you come to me suddenly? The voice of a mortal white snake is not very pleasant. Those toads on Mount Myoboku probably don't know how Bai Ye got in. But a mortal white snake knew it very well. The reason lies in the sword in Bai Ye's hand. This blood-red sword. The moment he looked at Bai Ye, a mortal white snake saw deep in Bai Ye's heart, where stood a huge blood-colored phantom. It seems that as long as you look at it, your mind will be taken away by the other party. Rather than saying that Bai Ye broke into Ruchi Cave, it is better to say that it surrendered and let Bai Ye in. The attitude of the white snake fairy is much more interesting than those little frogs who don't understand. Fighting can be omitted, and day and night are naturally happy. He has no addiction to beating. In the world of adults, there is not only fighting and killing, but also cooperation and communication. White Snake, I need you. Bai Ye said bluntly. The voice just finished 477. There was only a soft bang, and the white snake immortal transformed into an old lady. You need an old lady, she quipped. Young man, you have a unique taste. Ha, is it important whether it's an old lady or a lazy snake? Bai Ye smiled lightly. Anyway, I just use you and let you be my mount. As soon as these words came out, a mortal white snake became angry. Big words. It is the ancestor of this Ruchi Cave anyway, the white-scaled serpent that has survived since the Kagaya era. How could it be possible to be a mount for a kid? The battle is imminent. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly turned into the shape of Mangekyo. The long sword in his hand was raised high. The killing intent of the whole person soared to a limit in an instant. A mortal white snake, you choose to die or obey. In this terrifying bloody phantom, the white snake's movements became as slow as a snail, and no matter which direction it crawled, it couldn't avoid those terrifying eyes. The crisis of death strikes suddenly. Bai Ye's sword is about to cut off its head. Not to be free, but to die. The great immortal white snake was angry from the heart, and with the last strength, he opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Bai Ye. However, crescent-like arcs of blood struck from all directions. It saw with its own eyes that the long sword pierced its body, and its flesh and scales were chipped off bit by the strange blood arc. The severe pain made him lose his voice. Fragments of past memories floated before its eyes little by little. No, don't. I don't want to die. Tick-tock, accompanied by a crisp sound of water droplets. The white snake immortal woke up from a nightmare. I'm alive. In other words, what happened just now was just an illusion. Its whole snake is stupid. Look up at Bai Ye. This young man still had that smiling expression on his face. A mortal white snake, die or obey, you choose one. That terrible threat came out of Bai Ye's mouth again. This time, a mortal white snake knows, if you still choose to resist, there is only one end. That is, die. It lowered its head. It's okay to die. However, judging from this young man's brutal personality, he might wipe out all the younger generations in his cave. Forget it, I admit defeat. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye received the essentials of immortal art from the great immortal white snake. In general, it is similar to the content of the original work that Bai Ye read. It is necessary to maintain the balance of the three types of chakra, and only 1/3 of the picture can be activated. This kind of balance cannot be achieved casually. I leave the essentials to you, but whether you learn it or not is up to you. A mortal white snake said flatly. Anyway, it doesn't expect this annoying little ghost to learn fairy arts. He can't learn well. The other juniors in the cave also sniggered. If fairy art is so easy to learn, wouldn't everyone know it? This arrogant kid will probably be slapped in the face soon. I advise you to give up earlier. Natural energy is not something that ordinary human brats like you can master. Absorb too much, you will turn into stone. Bai Ye looked at them flatly, shrugged nonchalantly. These cold-blooded animals are not only strangely arrogant, but also a little stupid. If he was a spirit snake, wouldn't he tell his enemies about turning into stone? Bai Ye quickly went through these essentials in his mind. After confirming that it is correct, he quickly put them together and mastered them. Because of this magical cloak, gathering natural energy has become a passive skill. What he needs to do is to release Shanjutsu like ordinary ninjutsu. There is absolutely no need to practice hard like Naruto in the original book. Ah, very good. After showing off Sage Mode perfectly, he nodded with satisfaction. The strength in the body has increased significantly. There is a very transparent feeling lingering in his heart. Every cell in the whole body is greedily absorbing the natural energy zone. The color of the cloak also became brighter and brighter. Comfortable. After experiencing the comfort of combining with nature, he knew that he had succeeded. Thinking of Yakushi Kabuto in the original book, after learning Sage Mode, the human form disappeared, and he was a little worried about whether he would become like that. But, now it seems, worrying is unnecessary. He is as handsome as ever. It's just that there is a very faint white halo on his body. A mortal white snake looked at him like a monster. What are you kidding? From the time he walked into this cave to the time he learned the art of immortality, it seemed that it took less than half an hour. What a terrifying talent this must be. Fortunately, I didn't confront him head on. Bai Ye pinned the sword back to his waist. Turn around and leave. I'm leaving. I will come to you again if necessary. The great immortal white snake watched him leave. The fear in his eyes became more and more intense. This kid, I'm afraid he will become a god in the entire ninja world. Mount Myoboku. All the toads were staring at the picture of the crystal ball. After Bai Ye entered the mountain gate, they couldn't see the movement inside. Now, though, he's out and can be seen again. He's out, so fast, it's only a few minutes. It seems that I didn't learn the magic of Ruchi Cave. That's all. The toads breathed a sigh of relief. It was Great Toad Sage, whose expression gradually became dignified. 116 Tobiramad's Madara. Fukasaku and his wife noticed Great Toad Sage's worries. They are all very old, what haven't you seen? Especially the Great Toad Sage, that is a powerhouse that has appeared since the Kagaya era. It has an extremely accurate prediction ability, what else can be beyond its expectation? This boy, the Great Toad Sage let out a long sigh. The smell of blood on his body is getting stronger and stronger. He likes to kill and is powerful. This is exactly the same as Kagaya-ji back then. These few words made the toads around look at each other. Now, the ninjas out there are starting a war every now and then. The war is raging, every day. A person who does not smell of blood is probably dead. Therefore, even if they really do not welcome Bai Ye's arrival, they cannot say that what he did was wrong. In the crystal ball screen, Bai Ye once again disappeared instantly. When reappearing, he has returned to Konoha village. What does he mean by that? Just because he suffered a disadvantage from the white snake, doesn't he plan to continue learning fairy arts? HMPH, that's all. Idiots without stamina. The Great Toad Sage closed his eyes and stopped looking at him. It knows that the day is far from over. The one who suffered in Ruchi Cave today is probably not Bai Ye, but the white-scaled serpent. Bai Ye will be visiting Mount Myoboku soon. Konoha village. On the street, Bai Ye, who just came back from Ruchi Cave, walked into a barbecue restaurant on the side of the road. I didn't feel tired yet. After returning now, I suddenly feel a little hungry. Also, I miss the taste of good wine. Mr. Bai Ye, where are you from? Kakashi raised the Norin and glanced at him. Kakashi, are you stalking me? Bai Ye joked, or, do you want to treat me to dinner? Kakashi walked in. Like Bai Ye, he has wisdom and maturity beyond his peers. He sat down opposite Bai Ye. Add a grilled meat, Kakashi said to the waiter. Another jug of fruit wine. It will be credited to Kakashi's account. Bai Ye said without looking up, including my share. Okay, come right away. The waiter took the order and went into the back room. Kakashi squinted his dead fish eyes, staring at Bai Ye faintly. Mr. Bai Ye, you are really serious. Do you want to take advantage of this little advantage? Having said that, Kakashi paid the money obediently. After all, he has some things that he wants to discuss with Bai Ye. You mean, your father, things haven't been quite right lately. Bai Ye put down his chopsticks. Look dignified. Kakashi nods. Father, his behavior is a bit abnormal. He always stays out all night, and he still smells of blood. Did he do anything to you? That's not true. Kakashi clenched his fists. He lowered his head. In fact, what he was worried about was that one day his father would lose his mind and shoot him. Bai Ye sighed softly. Eat this meal, take me to have a look. Hokage building. Dark basement. Senju Tobirama stood in the middle of the dark hall, arms folded, expressionless. He is a body from impure world reincarnation, and there is no fresh blood on his body. But Shichi appeared beside him one after another, trying to confuse him. HMPH, who do you think Tobirama? With a slight movement of his fingers, a powerful chakra erupted. The floor in the room shattered due to the huge vibration. Tobirama, long time no see. Tobirama turned around abruptly, pupils shrank. Uchiha Madara. When Madara stepped out of the darkness, with the usual provocative smile on his face. It's just a choice. Madara said. You don't want to be a real person. Or do you just like this body that smells like dirt? Water style. Water severing wave. Tobirama didn't mean to talk nonsense with this man. A violent straight jet of ultra-high pressure water spat out from his mouth. The sharp water knife cut off one of Madara's arms in an instant. Call out. His figure disappeared in place. Madara looked up subconsciously. The figure of Tobirama in the air disappeared for a moment. The talisman detonated. A golden light flashed behind Madara. Boom. The huge explosion sound, together with the ceiling of the entire basement, was shaken and collapsed. Did you get it? Tobirama didn't dare to be careless, and still kept a distance from the opponent. His instinct as a ninja told him that Madara would not die so easily. Ask for flowers. Huh. He. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed wildly and got up from the smoke of the ruins. His body fragments were all wrapped in blood. Even if he was blown to only half of his head, he is still alive. Any more interesting moves? Madara's purple Rinnegan, with a ferocious smile. If not, then it's my turn. The strange blood quickly poured into his body, quickly restoring his mutilated body to its original state. Wood style. Wood clone technique. Madara's body instantly split into several clones. Several of them turned into blood avatars the moment they appeared and penetrated underneath. Can't move. Tobirama realized something was wrong. He looked down. 0. At some point, the ground was covered with wriggling blood. They had a grip on his soul. This feeling, like, Shinigami. That's right, Shinigami. Madara, you are addicted to that kind of power, it will only ruin you. Tobirama said slowly. However, Madara has no interest in his preaching. He squatted down slowly and put his palms on the ground. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. The huge wooden dragon with thorns all over its body suddenly stretched out from under Tobirama's feet, pierced into the soles of his feet, directly tied his limbs, and suspended him. Water style. Water bombs. The huge impact tore Madara's body into pieces again. The suspended Tobirama turned into a puddle of water, and it fell down one after another. The dense detonating symbols are mixed in these water waves. But, the water stain mixed with Tobirama's chakra breath is being swallowed by the blood on the ground little by little. The whole room is already covered in blood, and Tobirama cannot escape. Tobirama's voice sounded. Madara looked around. The golden light kept flashing in the water prison. HMPH, do you have a water body? The water iron cannon, like a bullet, suddenly flew out of a puddle of water stains. But, did not see Tobirama's shadow. Soon, Madara did not evade, the other party's body was straight. Madara, your life, I will accept the soil. The surrounding water waves surged again, instantly forming a huge ellipsoidal water prison, enveloping Madara and the entire underground space in it. 117 Konoha's white fang's enlightenment. Want my life? Ridiculous. Madara was completely indifferent to the possibility of death. Boom. The continuous explosions caused the entire ground to collapse. The underground space made of wooden boards couldn't withstand such an attack at all, and it was shattered in an instant. When all is said and done, the landscape below has been completely altered. The water flow mixed with blood filled the entire underground space. Senju Tobirama stands under the water stream, and the water bodies stand back to back in the mudra posture. Dead. This troublesome guy. Tobirama frowned. The feeling of uneasiness did not disappear with the end of the attack. Just at this time, in the water, the smell of blood suddenly became heavier. Tobirama, this game is over. When blood fills the entire water dungeon, this place will become your tomb of 167. A pair of purple eyes slowly opened behind Tobirama. Pooh. The huge bloody hand pierced through Tobirama's chest. Dirty dark blood poured in from the wound. Konoha village. The quiet countryside. On the wooden bridge by the lake. Mosaku Hatake sat here, looking at the distant scenery, speechless for a long time. He has been sitting here for a long time. Father. Kakashi's voice came from the distant shore. He raised his head and glanced at his son. Kakashi, here you come. Father, it's time to go back, I'm here to pick you up. Beside Kakashi, stood the boy called a tyrant, Bai Ye. But after not seeing him for a few days, his sword changed. It seems that he has gained new powers. Moreover, he seems to have injected power into that sword. Mosaku Hatake was a little puzzled. He didn't know how Bai Ye did it. Bai Ye, you're here too, how are you doing recently? He greeted Bai Ye, Senior. Bai Ye walked towards him unhurriedly. If you want to reminisce about the past, let's put it later. Bai Ye's sword was already humming. This shows that Mashuo Hatake, who seems to be normal now, has actually been manipulated by the origin of blood. Bai Ye drew the long sword from his waist. Kakashi was startled, and immediately ran to his father and stopped him. Mr. Bai Ye, for the sake of my father's kindness to you, don't kill him. I didn't say I was going to kill him. Then why did you draw your sword? Drawing a sword doesn't necessarily mean killing people. Bai Ye really didn't want to kill Kakashi's father. He just wanted to do an experiment. Staying by the side of this sword can temporarily isolate the manipulation of the origin of blood. So, if you stay long enough, will you force the other party to show up or leave? It's well worth a try. Kakashi, you step back. Hatake Mosaku pushed his son away. He is a very wise man. He can distinguish between good intentions and murderous intentions. If Bai Ye wanted to kill him, there was no need to talk to him so much. The moment he drew his sword, he would have been decapitated. He stood up and walked towards Bai Ye proactively. Kakashi looked at his father worriedly. Bai Ye, if there is anything I can do, please tell me to do it, and I will do it. Hatake Mashuo said firmly. Very good, thank you senior for your understanding. Bai Ye nodded. He pulled out the sword completely. Then, it was handed over to Hatake Mosaku. Hold it. Bai Ye handed over the sword. Hitaki Maoshuo has used the sword all his life, but just looking at it, he knows that this sword is extraordinary, as if there is a soul in the sword. He nodded solemnly and took the sword over. However, but this sword seemed to be extremely heavy, he took it unpreparedly, but he couldn't hold it at all. Seeing that the sword was about to fall, a white skeleton like a vertebra was pulled out from Bai Ye's back, wrapped around it, and brought it back. Seeing this strange operation, Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. Involuntarily took a few steps back. On the other hand, Hitaki Maoshuo is still very calm. He knew that Bai Ye was not an ordinary person. Senior, you can't hold it, can you? Bai Ye asked in a deep voice. Hitaki Mosaku sighed. It was heavy and seemed to resist me. What about now? Bai Ye manipulated the sword and actively brought it close to Hitaki Maoshuo. Senior, please try again. The opponent tried to reach out again, the hilt of the sword. Just at this time, the ferocious face on the hilt suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Then he bit Hitaki Maoshuku's finger in one bite. Fresh hot blood was poured onto the sword in an instant. The entire sword began to glow red. Release. Bai Ye gave it a cold look. His tone was very flat, but it contained an undeniable threat and command. The guy in the sword had no choice but to let go of Hitaki Maoshuo despite his strong unwillingness. Only briefly touched for a few seconds. Hitaki Mosaku was already pale and his lips were purple. He looked like he was losing too much blood and would faint at any moment. But he suddenly felt that the feeling of confusion in his mind dissipated a lot. Looking back on what happened in the past few days, it was like a very real dream. Bai Ye, I seem to feel. Maoshuo Hitaki was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. I feel that evil power is going away from me. Bai Ye nodded. Again, let it bite me again. Mosaku Hitaki is clearly unable to stand still, but he still wants to try again. He wanted to immediately strip the original power of blood from his body. No, Bai Ye pinned the sword back to his waist again. If you lose blood again, you will definitely die. Kakashi also persuaded. Father, don't be in a hurry. He didn't want his father to have any mistakes. Hitaki Mosaku's eyes were full of determination. Bai Ye grabbed his shoulder. Being devoured by blood is bound to be accompanied by pain. Senior must persist. The cold wind blew through his hair. He didn't know how intense the pain was, but he could understand a thing or two just by the sweat on Hitaki Shigeru's head. After a long time, he panted heavily and sat down on the grass. If he dies on the battlefield, he will die well and feel honored. Mr. Bai Ye, my lord father, I will leave it to you. Then come with me. He is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. This is a real man. These words made Bai Ye admire him a little. Kakashi stared blankly into the distance. If it is not resolved as soon as possible, it may come back again in 4.1. This is a war about the future of the ninja world, and I have nowhere to retreat. Sure enough, he was right about this person. In an instant, the two disappeared in place. The palms of the hands are already full of cold sweat. 118 This person is more terrifying than a sword. Cloud Shinobi Village, Orochimaru's Underground Research Institute. Mr. Bai Ye, what can you do? Bai Ye turned sideways and glanced at the child behind Orochimaru. It was a little black-haired girl, timidly grabbing the hem of Orochimaru's clothes. Mitarashi Anko. Little Anko's appearance is very different from the fat middle-aged woman who was dubbed Mitarashi Sweet Potato in the future. As Orochimaru's subordinate, she is called Konoha's most dangerous woman in the original book. Of course, little Anko is still cute now. Oh, are you looking at this kid? Orochimaru stroked Anko's head, squinting and smiling. I found her by chance in the back mountain and brought her back. The back mountain of Cloud Shinobi Village. Of course it's the back hill of Konoha Village. That is to say. Bai Ye looked at him grimly. When I fully support your research, you are still wandering around. Orochimaru shivered in fright at his warning tone. Well 20. Mr. Bai Ye, don't care about these details. Look at that look. What a horrible little ghost. Orochimaru also didn't understand why he entered into a partnership with such a terrifying figure. Fortunately, Bai Ye didn't mean to pursue him. Look at this one first. Bai Ye winked at Maoshuo Hitaki. Mosaku Hitaki took 2 steps forward. Respectfully said. Master Orochimaru, sorry for the trouble. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Mr. Bai Ye, you don't often bring people here. Those brought over by Bai Ye are all experimental subjects. Not really human, but, looking at the relationship between Bai Ye and Maoshuo Hitaki, they probably have friendship. You have already stored enough blood here. With your Orochimaru ability, it should be possible to maintain the vitality of a dying person and keep him from dying despite excessive blood loss. Bai Ye looked at the glass jars behind Orochimaru with a blank expression. Of course, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. However, it will be painful. If you can keep a person alive without taking pain into account, Orochimaru can do it. Bai Ye turned his face to the side, and his eyes showed Hitaki Maoshuo's own opinion. Go ahead and do it. Lord Orochimaru, Bai Ye, I have put life and death aside. This iron-blooded tough guy clenched his fists. His gaze was like a torch, and he had no intention of retreating. Then please come with me. Orochimaru took Hitaki Maoshuo, and walked into the darker laboratory to serve as a minister. Bai Ye followed closely behind and also followed. But, just at the door, he stopped. He sent in the killing sword and placed it in Hitaki Mosaku's hand. I hope everything goes well. Bai Ye sighed. Soon, An extremely painful muffled sound came from the laboratory. The sound of chattering teeth spread far away in the darkness. This man as strong as iron is suffering the pain of bone erosion. Bai Ye leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Hateful demon totem. At this time, his hatred for the totem reached a limit. Mitarashi Anko squatted on the ground, hugged his knees, and buried his head deep in his arms. She is still a child younger than Kurenai Yuhi. To be able to cry without being scared at this time is considered very courageous. Another half-hour later, Orochimaru opened the laboratory door. Through this door, Bai Ye saw the dazzling red killing sword inside the house. After eating and drinking, it even conveyed human-like emotions to him. It's delicious, do you want more? Bai Ye read out its thoughts. He moved his fingers and pressed a mass of darkness onto the blade. In an instant, the killing intent was fully opened. You are just a sword, a tool, if I don't give it to you, you can't ask for it. Bai Ye's sternness and intimidation made killing sword suddenly sluggish. Shivering, the red light all over the room dissipated in an instant. Like a tamed domestic dog, it consciously returned to Bai Ye's hands with flattery and flattery. Very well, you are wise. He retracted the sword and pinned it back to his waist. Orochimaru had a slightly weird expression on his face. When he was in the house, he had fully seen the power of this sword. Exposure to that kind of red light, he even has an illusion that he is going to be swallowed at any time. BWGB. Until just now, I witnessed the process of Bai Ye taking back the sword. Orochimaru finally identified. This sword is alive, he really wants a magic weapon like this. However, I dare not ask for it. To be able to tame such a terrifying sword, this person should be more terrifying than a sword. Mr. Bai Ye, White Fang has something to say to you alone. Unknowingly, Orochimaru's tone also became more humble. Bai Ye glanced at him lightly and walked into the laboratory. You mean, you saw the real body of the demon totem? Yes, Bai Ye. Mashuo Hatake struggled to sit up. His body is full of various tubes, and he talks very close. At that time, I seemed to see that it fought with the will in your sword, and both sides suffered some losses. Did it say anything? It didn't speak. Mosaku Hatake thought for a while. However, if my intuition is correct, the relationship between the two of them may be father and son. Bai Ye immediately lifted his spirits. He was keenly aware that this was very important information. However, their father-son relationship is not harmonious at all. 987 inches both want to devour each other and become the only one. In other words, this sword of yours may become the key to saving this world. Hatake Mashuo gave the killing sword a high evaluation. At this point in time, the kingdom of Vortex has been wiped out for several years. The experimental subject must be the Uzumaki family with a huge chakra. Bai Ye nodded. If you have anything to say, just say it. Under the light, Yin Snake's smile was a bit eerie. What? Bai Ye glanced at him. Are you sure? Not sure, this is just a highly feasible conjecture. In the original book, there are many representative figures belonging to the Uzumaki clan, such as Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Kushina, Nagato, and Shongolan. The formula that seals 9 tails may also be able to seal this thing. However, Uzumaki Kushina is the easiest to use in front of you. Have a good rest, senior. Bai Ye and Orochimaru, walking in the dimly lit tunnel. It was really difficult for him to capture a member of the Uzumaki clan. Mr. Bai Ye, I need an experimental subject to cooperate with me to verify this idea. However, Bai Ye couldn't be happy. Mr. Bai Ye, there is another piece of information that I think you will be interested in. A bright world lies ahead. The Uzumaki family, 119 Dance of the Early Ferns. The two of Bai Ye walked to the ground. How to persuade Kushina to do this experiment will probably take a lot of talking. Bai Ye thought about it all the way, and decided to choose someone else. After all, this woman is the mother of Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist in the original book. If he died because of the experiment, it may bring unpredictable changes to the entire ninja world. The key is, 9 tails are also sealed within Kushina's body. If the irascible 9 tails breaks through the seal and breaks out of the body because of the experiment, or reaches an agreement with the devil totem and accepts the power of the origin of blood, then the loss outweighs the gain. Mr. Bai Ye, this is a very coincidental event, isn't it? When I needed a member of the Uzumaki clan, you found such a person. Orochimaru was even a little skeptical. Bai Ye has long wanted to take advantage of Kushina. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he run to save a strange woman for no reason? Kushina can't give it to you, I can give you someone else. Bai Ye said flatly. Oh, Orochimaru smiled. Okay then. Makoto, Uchiha Makoto, who was cooking, suddenly heard Bai Ye's voice. She turned around happily. Seeing that it was indeed Bai Ye, she was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Mr. Bai Ye, you finally came to me. Bai Ye nodded. He found a chair at random and sat down. Recently, is there anything unusual about the people of Cloud Shinobi? Makoto was visibly upset and pouted. Long time no see, your first sentence is to ask about other people's affairs. I'm busy. To cut a long story short. Seeing her ruddy complexion and healthy body, Bai Ye knew that she should be doing well recently. Since it's pretty good, let's get down to business. In order to cooperate with Orochimaru's experiment, he needs to find Nagato and continue to practice senjutsu. There is not enough time. Okay, busy man. Makoto felt helpless with his attitude. She took out a jug of fine wine from her closet, and 2 wine glasses. Just about to pour wine for Bai Ye. Bai Ye blocked the glass with his hand. Alcohol is free of backquote. Makoto sighed. Put down the flagon, she slowly said. Late last night, Raikage went back to the village, as if preparing to contact the old department and counterattack the high level. However, not many people responded to him, and most of them are still willing to follow you. Then, it's about the tailed beast. Makoto stroked his belly. It tells me that I've been feeling quite restless lately. It lost contact with one of its companions, and it may have been swallowed. There is a person who is frantically catching tailed beasts. Bai Ye's gaze sank. Catching a tailed beast, who will it be? Several suspicious candidates flashed through my mind. Can control the tailed beast, so, is it Uchiha Madara? This person is the most suspicious. However, Bai Ye has no evidence now. Okay, nothing else, I'll take a step first. If necessary, I will contact you again. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye left in an instant. Makoto rested his chin, looking plaintively at the place where he had been sitting. HMPH, kid. It really comes and goes in a hurry. Late at night, Bai Ye quietly stepped into his cabin. Looking at the sleeping Yu Hahong, her eyes softened a lot. But, he didn't wake her up, but left directly to the next holy place. That is Whetbone Forest. Bai Ye is coming here. Katsuyu Immortal's tone was a bit heavy. Before Bai Ye came, he had already greeted its clone. Of course, Bai Ye's tone was very bad. There is a sense of order and compulsion. A cruel person like him doesn't meet my requirements. It is impossible for me to give him any magic. It is a big Katsuyu famous for its healing skills, and the Katsuyu in the whole Whetbone Forest is a part of its body. Of course, it has a kind heart. The person who can be recognized by it must be an equally kind person. However, at this moment, Bai Ye appeared. Immortal Katsuyu was startled, turned around and was about to flee to the depths of the Whetbone Forest. But he found that the back road was also blocked by Bai Ye's clone. It immediately split into many small Katsuyu, and fled in all directions. Bai Ye sneered. Senior, run away when you see me, are you so afraid of me? Under his feet, black smoke filled the air, and soon, it enveloped the entire Whetbone Forest. Katsuyu Sage body is huge, but it can't stand this dark attack like a black tide. Young man, don't bully people too much. Are you human? Aren't you just a big slug? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. What, did I say it wrong? Big slug. Immortal Katsuyu got angry for a while, and couldn't find words to refute the other party. Bai Ye smiled kindly. Compared to the savvy white-scaled serpent, this one is quite ignorant. Although very cute, but also very stubborn. Give you the last 3 seconds to consider, whether to hand over your fairy art to me, or be beaten to death by me. Throughout the Whetbone Forest, there are wriggling Katsuyu. From a distance, it looks like a lot of moving toothpaste. It seems quite happy. Don't underestimate Katsuyu. Katsuyu Immortal was furious. As soon as the words fell, Katsuyu all over the sky began to spray corrosive liquid on Bai Ye. Bai Ye snorted coldly, just in time. He was about to try the effect of this nature-friendly cloak when this guy came to his door. This is the only attack technique of Katsuyu Rishi. However, this is not a physical attack, nor is it a mental attack. Even Orochimaru admitted that it was the technique that could kill him. Bai Ye just stood there, motionless, resisting the acid rain. Green light flickered on him. The stronger the attack encountered, the faster the light flashes. Soon, the light was swallowed by corrosive smoke. Boy, you are dead. Katsuyu Rishi yelled. After the acid rain attack, there is a sour smell in the whole Whetbone Forest. Lees. The rock was melted, and a huge pit appeared in the ground. Looking at the devastated cave, Katsuyu Rishi also felt a little heartbroken. But, thinking of being able to kill this nasty brat, he was relieved. The little Katsuyus crawled towards its main body one after another, merging with the main body. Just at this time, a small Katsuyu suddenly lost contact with it. Katsuyu Rishi looked down. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the pit full of acid. Dead bone pulse. Dance of the early ferns. Countless golden bone spurs like spikes flew out from the bottom of the pit. In an instant, the entire cave was densely covered. Katsuyu's avatar was unavoidable and was pierced by a bone spur. Holding the bloody long sword, Bai Ye stood above the forest of bone spurs. Immortal Katsuyu subconsciously exchanged a glance with him. Bai Ye's pupils changed into the appearance of Mangekyo. Tsukuyomi, 120. My life is up to me. The light of the cloak of natural affinity has dimmed a lot, but it is still there. Even, no repairs. So far, Bai Ye has finally tested the limit of its ability to withstand attacks. Simply the perfect piece of defensive gear. He was keenly aware that as his fairy art progressed, the defensive power of the cloak also increased accordingly. When he cultivates the fairy art to ultimate, maybe he can become invincible. Thinking of this, Bai Ye was naturally excited. Big Katsuyu, who was hit by Tsukuyomi, fell down heavily. His body was pierced by the bone spurs on the ground, and he was dying. Splitting has reached its limit. It cannot be split anymore. Even at this time, it is also still unwilling to surrender to Bai Ye. This kind of backbone made Bai Ye have to appreciate it. Katsuyu Immortal, Bai Ye, recognize your courage. You, mean and shameless. Okay, the drama is over. Bai Ye took out the Katsuyu clone from his sleeve. This guy is controlled by its Sharingan and has entered Tsukuyomi's world forever. This, just treat it as my spoils of war, and I'll take it away. After reading the original book, Bai Ye certainly knows that the Katsuyu in the entire Whetbone Forest are the same thing. It's useless for him to ask for a big Katsuyu, and he can't afford to feed it. Bring a small one back, just enough. Anyway, you don't need too many materials for making swords. What are you going to do with it? Looking at Bai Ye's disappearing figure, Immortal Katsuyu shouted 217 that life would be worse than death. Bai Ye, give me back, it's my body. However, Bai Ye quickly walked out of the wetbone forest. Disappeared without a trace. Bai Ye, you went to the frog team today. How long have you been in? It's the same as going to Big Snake before, half an hour. It seems that he hasn't learned the fairy art of the wetbone forest either. The toads gathered together, soaking in the bathtub, discussing Bai Ye. Using their superficial heads to consider the problem, the result is a conclusion that is completely opposite to reality. What a stupid boy, you can't learn anything, and you dare to be rude to us. Great Toad Sage is old, and the predictions are not accurate. Hey, don't talk nonsense, or you will be overheard by Fukasaku-sama and punish you for moving stones. In the dim yellow sky, a vortex suddenly appeared. Bai Ye stepped out of Uzumaki, sitting on a huge mushroom stone. The toads were still doing their homework, and didn't even notice that someone had appeared. However, just at this time, Fukasaku and his wife had already sensed his arrival. In view of the Great Toad Sage's warning, the two of them welcomed Bai Ye's arrival as soon as they appeared. And, willingly submit to his feet. Lord Bai Ye, Master Bai Ye, you are here. With the attitude of the two elder-level toads, Bai Ye's murderous intention suddenly became much smaller. Very good, we get along better than those two old stubborn ones before. Bai Ye jumped off the rock and landed on the open space not far away. No matter how dull the toad in the bath was, he also found each other. Frightened one after another, they fled into the water. Run away. Fukasaku glanced back and shook his head speechlessly. The current juniors are all cowards. It completely forgot that its attitude just now was not humbler than their juniors. Under Fukasaku's leadership, Bai Ye arrived at the Great Toad Sage's room unimpeded. Reciprocity. He also honored the Great Toad Sage according to the etiquette of Mount Myoboku. In Bai Ye's view, killing is just a means, but a necessity. If he can avoid violent conflict, then of course he is very happy. Little Bai Ye, please sit down. The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes. I'm very old, so I asked Fukasaku to entertain me. Please be sure to stay here for a while. While talking, several toads came over with food and placed them on the table. Bai Ye immediately thought of the insect feast that Naruto ate in the original book, and thinking of Naruto's expression, he was a little afraid of the guest feast at Mount Myoboku. It's fine to eat, I'm not used to it. However, the other party had already opened the lid on the dinner plate. Seeing these very normal human food, Bai Ye was surprised. Obviously these toads are taking care of his preferences. Cabe, little Bai Ye, don't be afraid. This is your human food, and I asked my staff to prepare it specially. Troubleshoot, Toad Sage. Bai Ye expressed a little touch. However, did not move chopsticks. What if the other party poisons it inside? Great Toad Sage didn't force him. The other toads all expressed their anger towards Bai Ye. This kid doesn't know what's good or bad at all. He didn't even look at the food we worked so hard to prepare. Damn it, let me fight him. Come on, I support you. Hear the discussion behind. Bai Ye turned his head and glanced at them lightly. There was murderous intent in his eyes. I heard that you want to fight with me. These timid toads stopped their voices in an instant, turned around and ran away. What fight? Just hi. Bai Ye was speechless. Anyway, what he hates the most is Toad. Timid, arrogant, but also very noisy. After sitting here for a while, the Great Toad Sage delivered the essentials of Mount Myoboku to Bai Ye. Because of previous experience, Bai Ye learned faster this time. The white halo on his body picked up a touch of golden orange-like sunlight. This sage mode is pretty cool. If it can be like Naruto, I don't mind. He didn't mind, and even wanted to. Unfortunately, this stuff is out of his control. In this case, he has no choice. It can only be used like this for the time being. Great Toad Sage took a sip of his wine. It spoke slowly with a very flat voice. You have been recognized by the white-scaled serpent, and you have also received a part of Katsuyu. Now, even the true meaning of Mount Myoboku, you have also comprehended. The you now, even if I was in my heyday, I am definitely no match for your little Bai Ye. I have nothing left to teach you. Bai Ye nodded. Thank you. If others are polite, then of course he is also polite. However, Great Toad Sage changed the topic. There is a sentence, I have to tell you, don't be obsessed with powerful power, that will lose your true nature. As strong as Kagayaji thousands of years ago, she was only sealed in the end. Maybe you can try to believe in the power of the crowd. Hearing this, Bai Ye interrupted its warning. Trust others. No, I only believe in myself. Great Toad Sage's eyes are full of wisdom. Don't you believe in the arrangement of fate? Bai Ye clapped his hands and laughed. I control my own life. After finishing speaking, he left Mount Myoboku in an instant. The Great Toad Sage sat dumbfounded. Recalling Bai Ye's words in his mind, he was shocked and speechless for a long time. This young man is indeed the son of prophecy. 121 Raikage's Night Raid. The Country of Fire, Konaha Village. When Bai Ye returned here, it was already dusk. After learning fairy art, the body seems to become very light. And, noticeably more perceptive. Feel free to move. Just by opening and closing his eyes, Bai Ye can do whatever he wants, mobilize the power of nature. Entering sage mode is as easy as drinking water. The halo on the body is sacred and beautiful. Bai Ye looked at his body with satisfaction. Smile lightly. It's time to go back and look at the red. I don't know if this little girl misses me. Sage mode is turned off. In an instant, he disappeared on the spot. Come to the hut where the two live. Bai Ye gently pushed the door open. Yuhihong lay on the table and fell asleep. A dim lamp was lit on the table. The lights swayed slowly in the wind. Bai Ye picked up the scroll under Yurihong's hands and glanced at it. Theoretical knowledge of illusion. Kurenai Yuhi in the original book is a ninja who was good at illusion. She will take the initiative to learn illusion, which is not unexpected by Bai Ye. My woman, you can learn whatever you want. He patted Yuhihong's head. She doesn't need to be too strong. Anyway, he will protect her well. However, he was trying to comfort her intimately, but it seemed that he had done something bad. The girl woke up suddenly, subconsciously took out kunai, and fought back. Startled, Bai Ye grabbed her kunai with his bare hands. Red, it's me, Mr. Bai Ye. Yuhihong let go of the kunai in her hand. With reddish eyes, she fell into his arms. Bai Ye looked at the cut palm and shook his head helplessly. Hong, did something happen while I was away? No, it's just that I'm a little scared. Bai Ye knew what she was afraid of. If the scourge of the origin of blood is not resolved for a day, everyone is worried. He stroked her slightly curly long hair. Silly girl, I'm here. He wanted to work hard to give her more sense of security. Shihahong leaned in his arms, her mood gradually calmed down. By the way, Mr. Bai Ye. She stood up suddenly and grabbed Bai Ye's hand nervously. Seeing the shallow cut above, her heart was about to break. She really couldn't believe that she hurt Bai Ye. Your hand is injured, I need to bandage it for you. It's fine. Bai Ye looked at her dotingly. Shihahong brought gauze and wound medicine, because he cleaned the wound carefully. Actually, it is very common for ninjas to be injured. You are too nervous, Bai Ye said. Shihahong glared at him rather complainingly. If you don't bandage it well, it will be infected. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bai Ye couldn't hold back her, so he had to let her handle it. In fact, due to the existence of the cloak, this injury was just a little bit of skin cut. The moment she was bandaged, the wound was healed. Outside, the moonlight is like water. On a small bridge in the distance, Tsunade and Jiraiya, standing side by side, leaned against the railing. Listen to the murmur of the stream below. The evening wind blew through Tsunade's hair. She stretched out her hand and caught a falling leaf. Jiraiya, are you really going to the land of water? Tsunade turned his face and glanced at him. His eyes were full of worry. Well, only I can do this. Jiraiya smiled boldly. A flagon was pinned to his waist. It was full when it came. It is now empty. When he is under pressure, Jiraiya will drink to numb himself. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Actually, you know very well that with the strength of the two of us, there is nothing we can do. After all, Yin Chongshu is too big. That is a power that completely surpasses the cognition of ninjas. After Jiraiya went, I'm afraid she just died in vain. Bai Ye is busy saving the world, we can't just wait for him to save us. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I won't die. Say it. He turned and left. Tsunade watched him go away, speechless for a long time. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Between the towering peaks, the clouds filled the air. The deafening thunder made people tremble. Thick clouds blocked the moonlight. Under the darkness, the entire Cloud Shinobi fell into a sea of blood. Third Raikage's eyes were blood red, and there was a thunder in the Democratic Party's heart. If you don't want to surrender to me, then die. These short-sighted guys actually followed Konoha's brat wholeheartedly. Damn them, they must die. Zero looking for flowers. Of course, the most damning thing is Konoha's Bai Ye. On Raikage's body, a huge amount of blood surged like a red cloud. All the people he watched lost their minds in an instant and knelt down on the ground. Those with a little bit of resistance were instantly drained of blood by him, turning into pale corpses. The traders at Cloud Shinobi Village are almost packed. Raikage put away the thunder light. His eyes turned into the distance. Time to go to Iwagakure and have a good chat with that old thing. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Third Tsuchikage Onogi stared at the distant thunder light with a serious expression. On a night not so long ago, he had received an invitation from Raikage, wanting him to fight against Konoha together. However, Zero, thinking of Bai Ye's horror, he refused on the spot. Why make such a terrible enemy for Iwagakure? Raikage was in a strange state at the time. Onoki knew at a glance that the movie was bewitched by that kind of power. It was a really scary night. The smell of blood in the wind is getting stronger and stronger. That's. The sharp-eyed Onoki saw a blood-colored thundercloud flying towards his direction at an extremely fast speed. Onoki, come out. Bang. There was a loud bang. A giant rock monster rises from the ground and stops Raikage, who is about to rush up. Now, Bai Ye who can beat Raikage when only Konoha does. Action has also become much slower. Onoki had to turn around and fight. Bang. Taking advantage of this time, Onoki ran away resolutely. Onoki, you are going to die. The surface of the earth instantly became ravines. Onoki decisively broke through the window and escaped into the air. The lightning struck the air and landed on the ground not far away, tearing apart the rock. Weighted rock technique. However, Earth style. Gangly style technique. A scarlet bloody hand descended from the sky, and Raikage's terrifying face with bulging veins magnified infinitely in Onoki's sight. Onoki decisively chose to retreat and went to Konoha for help. Raikage is getting stronger and stronger, I'm no match for him. A thick and terrifying thunderbolt struck towards him. As soon as this technique came out, Raikage was petrified on the spot and fell heavily from the air. 122 Terror and Deterrence. Onoki didn't dare to look back. Run fast. It disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Raikage didn't come after him. HMPH, useless stuff. He shook the rock on his body, and slapped the rock monster to death with a casual palm. This mere level is worthy of ruling Iwagakure. Let me take over. Raikage moved slowly, walking towards the depths of Iwagakure. The huge thunder before had awakened many people from their sleep. At this time, on the streets of Iwagakure, many people stood. They didn't see the scene of Onoki's escape. However, watching this devil-like movie, one can know that Onaji's life is more dangerous than good. For a while, sadness and fear hang over everyone's heart. It's hard to imagine what Raikage will do to them. Submit to me, or, 603, die, you choose. Raikage's voice, like thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. The ninja standing at the forefront had his legs weak and knelt down uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, the second, the third, almost everyone knelt down. A strong player like Onoki has lost, who else can be a match against Shadow? A small number of people are still standing in place. Hurry up to Konaha and seek Bai Ye's help. I don't want to be Raikage's slave, I'm going. We people of Iwagakure will never submit to Raikage. Without waiting for their cries to be answered by others. A red cloud enveloped their heads. Take their blood away in an instant. Watching the companions who died before their eyes. Everyone, the liver and gallbladder are torn. On the street full of people kneeling, there was no other abnormal noise except the sound of the wind. Raikage didn't stay for a moment after taking over Iwagakure. Directly to the next destination. These rock shinobi ninjas who survived the catastrophe, watched Raikage leave, fled back home one after another, and closed the house tightly. The ninja world is about to change again. Years of war have stretched everyone's nerves to a limit. The arrival of the movie directly made some people lose their fighting spirit to be ninjas. Tomorrow in the accident, which one will come first, no one can say for sure. The country of the wind. Sunagakure. Raikage was stopped by a man in a white robe at the entrance of the village. This man, with purple eyes, was the legendary Rinnegan. Raikage's killing intent dropped sharply at this moment. He could sense the same blood origin aura on each other. I'll leave Sunagakure to you, Are you Uchiha Madara? HMPH, who am I? You don't need to ask. Madara turned around and said coldly, however, I want to remind you, don't kill too many people. Say it. The man in white robe disappeared in place. Raikage looked at Sunagakure not far away, lost in thought. Why did Uchiha Madara tell him, don't kill too many? Does he have other plans? With such doubts in mind, Raikage didn't dare to act rashly either. Then, let's kill some disobedient ones. With that in mind, he still walked into Sunagakure. When the sun rose slowly the next day, all ninja villages except Konoha have fallen into a state of death. A red cloud hung over their heads and lingered for a long time. When Bai Ye woke up from his sleep, Tsunade has been waiting at his door for a long time. Following behind Tsunade are several members of Anbu. Did you miss me so early? Bai Ye couldn't help teasing. Tsunade frowned, seemingly preoccupied. For Bai Ye's remarks and teasing, she was rarely angry. Bai Ye immediately realized that things were not simple. Since you don't miss me, then, did something happen to Ninja Village? Bai Ye stared calmly, I want to find answers from these people. But, there is no answer. They didn't say anything superfluous. Tsunade sighed. Mr. Bai Ye, Mr. Zajin, please. Go there, and you'll know everything. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Senju Tobarama stood by the window, looking into the distance. The door was pushed open. Bai Ye walked in. He didn't know it either. Master Hokage, Master Bai Ye has arrived. Anbu's people reminded me. Senju Tobarama turned around and glanced at Bai Ye. The two looked at each other. Tobarama's eyes were rather helpless. Bai Ye was shocked to be able to read the emotion of helplessness from this person's eyes. Tobarama walked towards him, walking slowly. When standing still in front of Bai Ye, .0. The killing sword began to buzz. Bai Ye put his hand on the hilt of the sword, signaling it to be quiet. Can cause the resonance of the killing sword. That means that Tobarama is also controlled by the origin of blood. This is really bad news. Let's go, there are many people over there, waiting to see you. Senju Tobarama said blankly. Who? Bai Ye couldn't help asking. You'll know when you go. Then, Bai Ye followed his footsteps and walked to another conference room. It's here. Bai Ye saw two old acquaintances, as well as a bag containing a dead body. Onoki, Shio, why don't you stay in your own village and run around? Bai Ye took a few steps forward. Just pull out a chair and sit down. Mr. Bai Ye, 3rd Raikage attacked Iwagakure last night and killed more than a dozen high-ranking officials in Sunagakure. Onoki recounted what happened last night. As for the fact that he fled without fighting, even if he didn't say anything, Bai Ye already knew it well. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. So, once something happens, you will immediately come to trouble me. Are these guys really trying to push him to the position of the savior? Mr. Bai Ye, we just... Shio lowered his head, looking very embarrassed. It's just that we have nowhere to go. Facing Raikage's coercion, the only thing they can do is to run away. In their view, the only person who can compete with Raikage is Bai Ye. This 3.5 is also the reason why Senju Tobarama feels helpless. As Hokage, he only exists in name only. Whether it's Konoha, or Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi. Once there is something dangerous, the first thing everyone thinks of is definitely not Senju Tobirama, but Bai Ye. As Hokage, he is no longer expected by the villagers. Senju Tobirama said slowly, Bai Ye, open the bag in front of you. After the bag is opened, Bai Ye saw the face of the third acquaintance. Kazekage plus Ruro, Garula, whose blood was sucked dry and turned into a mummy, lay quietly in it. Before he died, he may have suffered unimaginable pain. After her death, neither her eyes nor her mouth could be closed. With such a ferocious face, Bai Ye couldn't help shivering. Who did it? Chiyo sighed. According to the guard's report, it was Uchiha Madara. 123 second transformation, luck is hard to say. Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye is very familiar with this name. This guy is like a Shaoqiang from Immune to Death, always appearing in front of him in various ways from time to time. Make him very annoying. Why would Madara do such a thing? Killing Kazekage, what good will it do him? Uchiha Madara? If it's just to occupy Sand Shinobi village, then just kill it directly, why bother to assassinate? Jialu Luo is just a woman, not a great strong man. Bai Ye couldn't figure it out. Probably because we, Sand Shinobi, have been researching ways to fight against that evil force. Chiyo said calmly. In this case, Bai Ye lowered his eyes and his tone became cold. Then he should come to me directly. His research progress is much faster than that of Sand Shinobi village. Wouldn't it be faster if Madara came directly to him? Or, Madara was afraid of being beaten by him and dared not openly fight against him. Perhaps, this is a deterrent to you. Tsunade guessed. Deterrence. Bai Ye thought about it and felt that this possibility does exist. Madara suffered from him time and time again, so she didn't dare to show up for a while, and it was not impossible to use this method to warn him. In this ninja world, the communication between the strong and the strong does not necessarily require fighting. Checks and balances are often the norm. Thinking of this, Bai Ye felt a little funny. Uchiha Madara may not be himself long ago. Rather than saying that Madara is warning him, it is better to say that the demon totem is warning him. Kazekage was killed. This is also a warning to other leaders of ninja villages, big and small. Mr. Bai Ye. Chiyo raised her head, her gaze became firm. I have another purpose for this trip. I hope that the two of us, Sand Shinobi, and you, Konaha, will really cooperate. We work together to study methods that can deal with evil forces and save the entire ninja world. This proposal was approved by everyone except Bai Ye. But, herein lies the problem. If Bai Ye doesn't approve, then other people's approval will be in vain. I don't need to cooperate with you. Bai Ye's words are very straightforward. As an absolute strong man, he doesn't need to save face for anyone. Even Hokage Senju Tobirama, as long as he touched Bai Ye's bottom line, he would be smashed immediately. Cooperating with you, I can't get the information I want, so I have to support you for nothing, why bother? However, if you can pay a sufficient price, I can support you, just exchange at equal value. Speaking of which, he smiled mockingly. Well, at present, it seems that you are all bereaved dogs. What can you give me in exchange? As soon as the words came out, the audience was silent. Even at this time, Bai Ye is still a person who puts interests first. Chiyo and Onoki looked at each other, clenched their fists. Even if they were dissatisfied with Bai Ye's attitude, there was nothing they could do. Bai Ye did not deport them on the spot, so it was a great face. Okay, let's stop here today. If there is nothing else, I will go first. As Bai Ye said, he left immediately. The whole room was left silent in despair. Go back to the cabin. Yuhihong just woke up. Seeing Bai Ye walking in from outside the house, she was quite surprised. No wonder I didn't see him in the morning. Mr. Bai Ye, where have you been? It's okay, I got up early and went to do some morning exercises. Then what do you want for breakfast? Shihahong said obediently, I'll make it for you. Everything you cook is delicious, I'm not picky. Bai Ye's gentle tone made Yuhihong blush immediately. I was very happy in my heart, but my tone was a little arrogant. I hate it, people are embarrassed to say that. Saying so, she got up quickly. I'll go to the market and buy some fresh tomatoes. Okay, go and come back quickly. During the time when Yuhihong left the house, Bai Ye took out the stove coupon. This week's transformation, it's time to start. Bai Ye took out the Katsuyu brought out from the wet bone forest. This is the reason why he insisted on taking this thing away. He needs to continue to transform the killing sword to make it more usable. Add the special type of fusion material, damp bone forest Katsuyu, which can produce enchanting effects. Produce medical ninjutsu effect, there is a certain probability to directly fuse into the treasured sword, natural tooth. This material is non-magical, and the probability of successful modification is high. Treasure sword born with teeth. Isn't that the sword of Sesshomaru, the sword that can bring the dead back to life? If it is possible to fuse such a treasured sword, that would be great. If it is just a natural tooth, it is absolutely tasteless, but if it is a natural tooth that is integrated with the killing sword, it is a magic weapon. Who would not want to control the power of life and death? Bai Ye can't wait to try the makeover. But, just about to start, I have some concerns. After the transformation is successful, will the previous enchantment effect disappear? Bai Ye's question was quickly answered systematically. Subsequent transformations will not affect the enchantment effect already obtained. I can rest assured that. Following the prompt, Bai Ye put it into the fire together with the sword. He stared at the operation interface, watching the two objects approaching and merging like light clusters. The sound of running, with a soft sound. Ding, the equipment modification has been completed. Only 013 jingled. The sword fell from the furnace and landed on the table smoothly. Green fluorescence lingered around the sword body. In terms of shape, there is no particularly big change. Bai Ye picked it up and tried to wave it around. It has become a lot lighter, and the magic seems to have decreased a lot. Is this a success? At this time, the attribute of the killing sword appeared on the stove coupon. The enchantment is complete, and the effect of medical ninjutsu has been produced. You can optionally accelerate the recovery of wounds. See this extra enchantment effect. Bai Ye's heart sank. That's it. The enchantment was successful, but it did not achieve the effect he wrote. In other words, the effect of the treasured sword's natural teeth has not been transformed. However, there is only one remodeling opportunity per week. If he wants to have natural teeth, he can only go to the wet bone forest again and catch Katsuyu. It seems that luck is still hard to say. Bai Ye was a little disappointed, but soon he was relieved. It would be too unscientific if everything succeeds at once. He put away the props and pinned the sword back to his waist. Waited in the house for a while. Yuhihong still hasn't come back. Bai Ye suddenly had an ominous premonition. This little girl never runs around. Could it be that something happened? 124 Tobarama, make a break. Konoha village, market. Bai Ye suddenly appeared here, causing the surrounding villagers to look terrified. But, Bai Ye didn't come to find them. It has been a full hour and a half since Shihahong went out. Too long. Something must have happened. The bitterness he left to her was left at home by her, and she didn't bring it out. Therefore, it is still a little difficult to find her. Fortunately, the modified killing sword greatly enhanced his perception ability. In this situation, he immediately judged that Yuhihong was still in Konoha village. Looking at the direction guided by the sword intent, Bai Ye lowered his gaze. Is it in the Hokage building? Boom. The door of Hokage's office was unceremoniously kicked out by Bai Ye. The door flew out and smashed against the wall. The planks penetrated several walls in a row before barely coming to a stop. The loud noise caused a lot of screams. Before people come, darkness comes first. Looking at the black mist surging like a flood below, Senju Tobarama remained expressionless. Bai Ye, you came very quickly. Senju Tobarama twitched the corner of his mouth. He seemed to want to make a smile expression, but because of too much force, the smile seemed very strange. Where is the sunset red? In Bai Ye's hand, he had already held the sword. If not get a satisfying answer from Senju Tobarama, then, this sword will be the mourner of Senju Tobarama. The intelligence said that this woman is your only weakness, and it seems to be true. Senju Tobarama's voice, with a slight smile. Since it's true, then, I'm curious. What would you do if I killed her? Before he finished speaking, Bai Ye had already made a move. A dense crescent-shaped blood arc rushed towards Senju Tobarama. Susa. Bai Ye's eyes widened, and Mangekyo suddenly appeared. The eyes are cold, as if there is no trace of human emotion. A huge white skull rose from the ground, and with only a wave of Bai Ye's hand, it rushed towards Senju Tobarama with an unstoppable momentum. The sticky and smelly blood became Senju Tobarama's protective barrier. For a while, Susan couldn't break through. But, there were several arcs of blood, piercing Tobarama's barrier and piercing his body. The parts injured by the blood arc are directly turned into dust and cannot be recovered. The biggest danger is that sword. Tobarama noticed it right away. Under his feet, a bloody sea surged instantly. This strange blood arc, just relying on that sword, how far can you do it? The waves churned, changing into several clones. Senju Tobarama kept the posture of nodding and let out a loud shout. Water style. Water barrier. The avatars spit out a waterfall-like water wall from their mouths, firmly protecting the main body in it. As long as I am not injured by the blood arc, I am invincible. Immediately afterwards, Tobarama clasped his palms together, and instantly summoned a water column that rose rapidly like a tornado, and killed Bai Ye mightily. Bai Ye, I will kill you today. Shuzuo retreated passively, forming a barrier to protect Bai Ye. Misty and dark blend. For a moment, the entire area where the Hokage building was located was plunged into a terrifying darkness, which even sunlight could not penetrate. Tobarama's 4 avatars squatted down one after another and put their palms on the ground. 4 red yang formation. The red transparent flame formed a cuboid barrier, imprisoning the darkness here. At the same time, Bai Ye was also imprisoned. Just when Bai Ye thought his move was to protect the civilians, Tobarama suddenly reached out, grabbed several ordinary civilians, and drew their blood. It will be an honor for you to die for me. Senju Tobarama laughed. Integrate the blood of these people into your own body. Witness this scene. Bai Ye had an epiphany. This guy just wants to trap him and kill him. Manipulated. Bai Ye is aware of Tobarama's current state. He's already a complete puppet. After being manipulated, you can still have such wisdom. How far has the demon totem grown? Before he could figure it out, Tobarama has attacked again. His hand changed into a liquid state. The huge bloody hand pierced Bai Ye's Susan with a single blow. Blood arc. Bai Ye swung his sword again. A white and golden halo appeared on his body. The blood arc wrapped by the fairy chakra has a greater attack history. Being hit head-on by the blood arc, the blood hand broke directly and fell to the ground. However, in the next second, more bloody hands rushed forward, trying to catch Bai Ye. Bai Ye jumped up into the sky and occupied the commanding heights. Swing the sword again. If it goes on like this, it won't be finished. We must break his defensive barrier and take him down as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the less good it is for me. He can recover his strength quickly by drawing blood, but I don't have that advantage. In the previous battle with Hashirama, the blood essence in his body has been drawn out by the injection. Therefore, he couldn't rely on that power, and he didn't want to rely on it anymore. The battle goes on. The blood was surging, and the air became scorching. Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu changes in many ways, and he will suddenly appear behind Bai Ye from time to time, making it hard to guard against. If it weren't for this cloak, Bai Ye would have been stabbed through the heart by him. He gritted his teeth silently. It's time to make a decision. He tried to gather all the natural energy condensed by the nature affinity cloak to one point, and launched the strongest blood arc attack. The killing sword was buzzing. It wasn't a chirp of excitement, but fear. Too much power caused the sword body to be covered with cracks in an instant. A huge moon appeared behind him. If it is not blocked by the barrier, it can become even bigger. Bai Ye couldn't help stroking the blade of the killing sword. Power, what a good thing. Quote, even you, such a fool, no, Zhao Li's is afraid. The killing sword stopped buzzing. Let's fight to the death. Wherever it passes, even the space begins to distort. However, even if the sword is destroyed, he can get it back again. It's bound to shatter. An emotion similar to pleading was conveyed to him. He also has no way out. Senju Tobarama clasped his hands together. What's more, this sword is just a tool, what qualifications does it have to run away? Bai Ye smiled lightly. Bai Ye swung his sword down. Very good, Bai Ye. This is the opponent I want. Facing the huge white gold Xuanyu in the darkness, not only did he feel no fear, but he felt very excited. Whether or not Senju Tobarama will die with this blow is irrelevant. Cut. The blood dragon's eyes glowed with a coquettish red light, and blood was spitting out of its mouth. The waves of blood gathered, forming the shape of a dragon's head, enveloping him in it. 125 The power that can bring the dead back to life. The sword light flashed past. Senju Tobarama only felt that the void was torn apart, as if some clear and radiant power poured down from the void. Wherever the light of the sword went, everything turned into nothingness. This blow can be called earth-shattering. The four red yang formation was directly blasted and shattered by the huge energy. The huge Xuanyu directly crushed it, and pressed the blood dragon, together with Senju Tobarama, into the ground. Gold glitters. Everything vanished in an instant. Standing on the commanding heights, Bai Ye looked at the dust below with a blank expression. He knew that Senju Tobarama no longer existed. The dirty blood energy gradually dissipated. After this battle, most of the surrounding buildings, including the Hokage building, were bulldozed. A large pit appeared on the ground, similar to the one that was bombed by Chaoshan Luo Tianjiang. This is still under Bai Ye's conscious control, trying to control the explosion range as much as possible. Senju Tobarama is dead, and Yoruichi is not a pity at all. He was dead anyway. What Bai Ye cares about most now is only the evening sun. Yuhihong, she is still alive. Bai Ye took out the Zyuji horn and said so facing it. This result was confirmed by Heichikoke. Bai Ye let out a long sigh of relief. As long as she is still alive, his hard work will not be in vain. Yuhihong, she is in very good condition now. The horns of Zyuji lit up. Bai Ye drank again after letting go of his heart just now. She is not in good condition. So, where is she now? Is she still in Konaha? Bai Ye asked several questions in a row before he suddenly realized that Shejijao could only judge right from wrong and could not tell him the result directly. Bai Ye could only put it back in his pocket bitterly. I have already planned in my heart. I want to find a chance to send it into the furnace to refine the sword. Think of refining the sword. Only then did he notice that the condition of the killing sword was not very good. He has to quickly use the repair function to restore it. As for Shejijao, Bai Ye saw that it was getting more and more unhappy. If it wasn't a pity to lose it, he would have thrown it out long ago. This thing is really tasteless. Let's go find it myself, a clone. Konaha village, wilderness, by the stream. Kushina, who was grilling fish by the river, suddenly saw a figure in the stream. She quickly put down the fish. Take a closer look. Startled, sunset red, she quickly jumped into the water and fished the man out of the water. Kaj. After testing her breath, I found that she was still alive, but her breathing was a little weak. Looked down. Yuhihong's abdomen seemed to be injured by some sharp weapon, and there was a big puddle of blood. Kushina is a kind woman. Witnessing this scene, distressed endlessly. Hong is many years younger than her. In her opinion, she is completely a child. Who is it that has laid such a cruel hand on a child? No, I have to take her back to the village quickly and have someone treat her. She simply bandaged Yuhihong's wound, and was about to leave with her on her back. He heard Bai Ye's voice from behind. Give her to me. Kushina looked back and saw Bai Ye covered in bloodline, holding a sword, and her scalp went numb immediately. Then what? Mr. Bai Ye, she is still alive, don't kill her. Bai Ye looked at her expressionlessly. Lay down. Well, Kushina had no choice but to put Yuhihong down. Bai Ye held the sword and walked towards her. On the body of the sword, there is a green light. Kushina, who was standing by the side, clearly felt that the green on was full of life, and it didn't seem to intend to kill someone. Save her. Bai Ye ordered to killing sword. The green glow absorbed the little natural energy left on the cloak and became even more radiant. For a while, Kushina couldn't even keep her eyes open. What kind of power is this? Could it be? Kushina was surprised. Could it be the power that can bring the dead back to life? Although Yuhihong is not dead yet, in her current state, if she is not treated in time, she will definitely die. Yuhihong, who was surrounded by green light, gradually turned pale and rosy. The abdominal wound is also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Ye is aware of such a problem. If she is dead, the current sword cannot save her. Therefore, he had to continue to transform the sword so that it could truly acquire the power of natural teeth. Only in this way, he can protect the one he loves. After more than an hour, Kushina caught other fish from the river, scraped off the scales and guts, and roasted them over the fire. Yuhihong's condition is getting better and better. She opened her eyes, called Bai Ye's name, and asked for some water. Kushina has prepared clean drinking water for her. She carefully supported Shihahong and fed her water. Yuhihong is very grateful to her. Although this fiery-haired elder sister has a bit of a carefree personality, she is really a nice person. Thank you for taking care of me. What are you being polite about? Your boyfriend saved me too. Kushina smiled cutely. Anyway, thank you. Yuhihong looked around, but did not see Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, where did he go? He went out with his sword in hand. I don't know where he went. Just as he was saying that, he saw Bai Ye walking over carrying several rabbits. Kushina laughed. Ah, he went hunting for you. I'll eat rabbits tonight. Bai Ye didn't do a good job of dealing with prey. So, he handed over to Kushina who volunteered. While waiting for her to cook, Bai Ye also used Flying Thunder God to go back to the wooden house and brought casserole and tableware. I said, if this is the case, why don't you take us back directly? Kushina looked at him looking like he was about to set up camp here, and she was a little puzzled. The evening breeze brushed everyone's faces. It will take some time for Yuhihong's wound to recover. It's really enviable. Evening red cheeks slightly red. You're blushing, Yuhihong. The night fell under the warm light of the fire. Not at all. Don't say that, I'm even embarrassed. It's not too late to leave when she fully recovers. Bai Ye coughed lightly, interrupting their teasing. Picnic, maybe it will improve your appetite. Bai Ye spread his hands. Is everything packed? The fire is booming now, put the ingredients in quickly. Bai Ye's idea is very simple, anyway, the transfer is just an instant thing. Oh, I see, you are your little girlfriend who wants to take care of you. Kushina suddenly realized. Kushina took care of the food and stewed them in a casserole. Ah, I really don't understand you at all. Looking at Bai Ye and Yuhihong, Birchen sighed. Look, this is someone else's boyfriend. .126 Girl's heart. Yuhihong's body had already healed in the middle of the night. Although the modified killing sword has not reached the level of natural teeth, its current medical level alone cannot be underestimated. I'm afraid it can already be on par with Tsunade at this stage. To this, Bai Ye said that he was barely satisfied. Kushina spent nearly a night without sleep in order to take care of Yuhihong. Bai Ye is actually not good at taking care of the delicate work of patience. Most of the time, his hands can only kill people, not save them. He can only entrust this kind of thing to Kushina. Kushina worked hard and even took the time to cook a supper for Bai Ye. What a kind woman. Bai Ye sighed. His impression of Kushina has changed virtually. Not as distant as before. During the time when Yuhihong fell asleep, Bai Ye and Kushina sat facing each other, but they only raised their heads occasionally to look at each other. There is no more communication. Bai Ye, who has read the original work, actually knows that Kushina is not the kind of taciturn character. On the contrary, she is optimistic and a bit talkative. It's just that when I was alone with him, I was too shy to speak. The reddish face and dodging eyes have already betrayed her heart. Knowing that Bai Ye's heart belongs to her, she is still addicted to his charm and cannot extricate herself. She cherishes opportunities to be alone like this. Mr. Bai Ye, if there is anything that I can help you, please tell me. Kushina said softly. For the words of Mr. Bai Ye, I am willing to do anything. Thousands of words are contained in this sentence. Okay, thank you then. The girl's heart is well known day and night. The night passed, and the day came. Konaha village, Hokage office. The news of Senju Tobarama's death was known to the high-level people shortly after the battle ended. The name of the Land of Fire was shocked, and he rushed to Konaha as quickly as possible. The war between Bai Ye and Tobarama was earth-shattering, with countless casualties. The witnesses were almost all dead. The survivors all kept silent and closed themselves at home. It seems to have been greatly stimulated. Now, Master Tobarama is dead, what should we do? Everyone knows that it was Bai Ye who killed Tobarama. But, no one dared to propose revenge, and even dared not raise any objections. In this cruel world, strength is everything. As powerful as Bai Ye, she has the absolute right to speak. His position is already unshakable. The position of Hokage cannot be vacant. We must find the next successor as soon as possible. After reaching this consensus, the meeting was deadlocked again. So, who can take Tobarama's place? Tsunade Haim, how is it? She's just a girl. So, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru. They are too young and their strength is not as good as expected. Choose and choose. I don't know who suggested it. How about letting Bai Ye be the Hokage? This proposal made the atmosphere of the meeting stagnate for an instant. Bai Ye, in a sense, is indeed a good candidate. Only, with his reckless personality, will he obediently ascend to the position of Hokage and obey the orders of the higher-ups?